personal point of view, I will do everything, I can stake everything to make my father, in quote, succeed. And that is a promise I had given to myself and a promise I've given to him. Oil theft will be stopped. There'll be zero oil theft in the Niger Delta, inshallah. Thank you very much. He just to come and say hello to my father. I've congratulated him before this time, and to give a word of support for what he has achieved and what he has done so far. And I know that Nigeria had changed. Nigeria had turned 360 degrees in the positive direction. When I'm speaking about the president, I'm speaking from a personal point of view. I will do everything, I can stake everything to make my father, in quote, succeed. And that is a promise I had given to myself and a promise I've given to him. Oil theft will be stopped. There'll be zero oil theft in the Niger Delta, inshallah. Thank you.
No, this rally make my blood pressure go up.
And the people who are asking a platform for him, who are supporting him.
So you should get a filter sometimes. Filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonaba? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like Paul and some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my godfather.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
you took my time to talk. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend me.
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to a special edition of Habia State 247. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo, and our moderator for today is Mr. Shaw. Mr. Shaw, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Rudolph.
Yeah. So I'm somewhere on a conference, so I will hand over the activities of today to Mr. Shaw. Shaw will be supported by people like Electricity and Forefathers. So I hope you guys will be nice to him. And Mr. Shaw, I will hand it over to you. Thank you so much for doing this. I just wanted to show my face and make sure that people know what's going on. So we have a lot of our friends who are already here. Electricity is here. Man of Prestige is here. And Paul is here from Arizona. And Mr. Show, you can tell them the topics for today, and
Sure.
I will also be watching when I get a chance from where I am, and if I can step in every now and then, and I will. But I thank you so much, Show, Electricity, and Forefathers, and all the friends who are joining us. Paul, how are you doing today?
I'm good, and good morning.
Good morning. Man of Prestige, how are you? Okay. All right. Mr. Show, take it from here. You.
Thanks, Rudolph.
Good morning.
Yeah. Okay.
Have a great time.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, good morning to some of you, and good evening to those of you in Australia and all these faraway places. Once again, welcome to this weekend's episode of Have Your Say 247. I'm coming to you live from the Garden of England, also known as Kent. So it's not a US show today, it's a UK show. But it's lovely to have you here, Electricity and Man of Prestige. Shout out to everyone in the chat room. That's where I live. So the guys in the chat room, shout out. One of you is hosting the show today. See, hard work pays off. I didn't have to use Mahmoud Yakub to get here. Just joking. So there are a few topics we're going to be covering today. I've made Rudolph aware that I'll be here for about 4 to 5 hours, which would be about 9 p.m. in the UK when I'll be signing out, which would be about 4 o'clock for most of you in the US, I believe. So if Forefather comes in, of course, it will take over and carry you into the late hours of the day. But the topics we're going to be attempting to cover, because we might not be able to cover everything, Ms. Bola Tinubu appoints aides. Godswill Akpabio becomes the Senate president. Student loan, matters arising. What's your thought on the student loan? The senator, during the valedictory service, the senator from, can't remember, is it Nasarawa? I'll check the state where it's from, who spoke about, the influence peddling, how we would, curry favor from his wife, who's now a retired judge. We're going to discuss that. EFCC chairman Bawa has been suspended and in DSS custody. Also, we're going to be discussing, recalling lawmakers, and that's why we have Electricity here. Electricity is going to be talking to us about, the process of recalling our lawmakers. So Electricity will lead that session today. Okay. So those are some of the topics we would aim to cover. Let me see. Is there anyone else? Paul is back. Okay. Is there anyone else? Yes, Oga, I see you in the chat section. Nothing do me. Nothing do you too, my brother. So let me go to, since we can say Electricity, let me go to Man of Prestige. Man of Prestige, good morning. I believe you're in the US. Is there anything, not that we're going to flesh it out, but is there any topic that you followed over the last 7 days in Nigeria that we've not mentioned?
Yeah. Good morning, Sean. Nice for welcoming me. Good morning, Paul and Electricity. It's nice to have you guys back. It's a pleasure to be here. I can't take it for granted. Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Yeah, I have some topic, I think Paul is aware of one of those, in one of the forums that we discussed, So that topic is about a big snake swallowing a small snake. So we're gonna dissect that and see how that goes, see what people's opinion is. The next topic I would like to concentrate is the lackadaisy of Nigerian news media, when it comes to politics and everything. The capitalist boat that that was going from Niger to from Kwara to Niger, whatever capital, and it's not making any big news. The first place I had it was on international news, Al Jazeera. That was the first person that carried. But they say some of Nigerians like Obi and Tinubu had commented, but it should be a priority. Everything is not all about politics or whatever. We're talking about human life, and that hasn't made a big news like it's supposed to make. So that's Nigeria for you. So I would like us to cover that too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Man of Prestige. I think it's also part of one of the things I've always said on this show that, we've become immune, we've become numb to people dying because it's become a daily occurrence, headers and kidnappers killed how many, 80 a day, 60 there, to the point that Nigerians are almost immune to the news of people dying. Because I saw the news as well, and I thought it didn't get enough coverage. I mean, it was covered, but I don't think it got enough coverage. And the good thing is the president has requested that there should be an investigation, so which is better than what Buhari would do. Buhari will react 3 months later and say he's surprised. But Paul, welcome to the show. Anything that we've missed?
No, not really. Other than just
the comedy that I started to Kubo get to do
okay, yeah,
villa.
it's one of the topics we're going to be covering. Thank you, Razak Ademola. The senator was talking about this from Bauchi State, Senator Bulkachuwa. Hope I've not murdered the name, but that's the senator who was talking about how he got favor, for himself and for his colleagues, to the point that the outgoing Senate president, relieved the honorable minister off your mic. He was literally telling the man, we don't have to go down that route. Stop saying that. Because the man was literally saying, my wife, former judge, I would go to her and interfere, and she didn't mind, and I would, get, without saying it, get, get decision in our favor. And the Senate president was saying, Alawan was telling him, basically, honorable minister, off your mic. It was another moment like that. Prince Akwachi, good morning. I believe you're in the US as well. Is there anything we've missed out?
Yes, good morning, show. I believe for me, what kind of like interested me is the story about the judge called Kekereku.
Yes.
Kekereku, the son is in trouble in the US, and guess what? He's denied visa. He's not coming because of his deeds, which is good for him. And I hope other ones will learn. Yes.
Yes, I saw that. Thank you, Prince Akwachi. I think you're referring to Justice Kekere. She, I think she was one, not this latest visa ban. It was the previous one. She was on the previous visa ban to the US, and I think it's in the UK. I don't think it's in the US. Our son has been charged or something to do with murder, and I think it's been sentenced to life imprisonment, something along those lines. I didn't follow the story, but I saw the headline, which tells you can't always have your way. But thank you for that. I think this means father. I'm not Catholic, but FR means father, I believe. Father Pantaleon. Good afternoon, sir. Good morning, sir. Please unmute yourself. Where are you joining us from? Oh, Canada's rep. Sorry, no, it's straightforward. You're joining from Canada. Is there any news that we've missed that you would like us to discuss?
Honestly, this is the first time I'm joining you live, but I've been following your program all along. I enjoy it, and especially the variety of conversations and opinions that will flow from the directions.
Thank you very much,
from the
Father.
topics we discussed. Yeah.
Hopefully you pray for us before you go, because I think you're a father, so you pray for us before you go, because the violence on this channel sometimes it needs prayers. But thank you for joining us.
I think so. No problem. Yes.
Nathaniel, good to have you with us. Is there anything you would like us to talk about?
I would like us to talk about the illegality President Tinubu is operating on. He's operating as an illegal president.
Okay. I mean, that's a topic that's been going on since Mahmoud discussed it. So it's not the latest news in Nigeria. So we'll touch upon it at some point. I mean, you can trust this show. We would, no matter what we decide to talk about, we would find a way to say, who is this, who is that. So we'll get to that eventually. Don't worry, easily. That would happen. So, okay. If that's the case, oh, sorry, electricity. Yes. Good to see you, my brother. I'm aware that you're going to be talking to us about how to recall lawmakers, how to make the most of our flawed constitution. It's not the perfect one, but you're saying as flawed as it is, we can still get something out of it. We can still make the most of it. So there'll be a section where you'll be leading us. I'm not sure how long you need to talk to us about that. But anything else that we missed that you'd like to talk about?
No, nothing.
Okay, thank you. James, Mr. James, good to have you, sir. Please unmute yourself and chat to us. Mr. James?
I think he's having issue with his colleague.
It looks like he's okay. If that's the case, let's discuss. So we'll start, right from the top. We'll start from someone said I look very serious on my new job. I'm on probation here. I need to pass my probation. What do you guys think this is a joke? I'm on probation. So when Rudolph comes back from his seminar, so he can, take me away from being on this probation and full-time, get my paycheck, sent to England. All right. So let's discuss Tinubu appointing aides. Some of the names are the ones that you could have guessed. You know, they were predictable, and some of them maybe caught you as a surprise. I'll go through some of the names. So Dele Alake, I think one of the predictable ones, has been appointed Special Advisor, Special Duties, Communications and Strategy. Mr. Yao Darazo has been appointed SA, Political and Intergovernmental Affairs. Mr. Wale Edun, another interesting one, has been appointed the SA Monetary Policies. We have Mrs. Ulu Veijen as the Special Advisor on Energy. Mr. Zakios Adedeji on Revenue. We have Nuhu Ribadu, another very interesting one, as the Special Advisor on Security. There's a bit of a discussion around that, Nuhu Ribadu. Apparently, the military are not happy for him to be the National Defense Advisor. Is it National Security Advisor, NSA, because there are two separate roles. It's the Special Advisor on Security, but the NSA, National Security Advisor, is a different role. And apparently or allegedly, the military are telling Tinubu that, you know, is junior to them. He was once a police officer, once EFCC boss, but he's not a military general. And they're saying they can't take orders from him. But that's another discussion. We have Mr. Zakios Adedeji, Revenue, No Ribadu, Security, John Ugochukwu on Industry, Trade and Investment, and Dr. Mrs. Salma Ibrahim Anas, Special Advisor on Health. So, electricity. Any of those names stand out? Any of them that you like to talk about? Your observations, your expectations?
I actually did just a few on one on I think Nuhu Ribadu, and when it was I'm trying to remember when he claimed to have received a certain amount of money, and that money was returned to CBN. And the governor at that time said, well, saying the money was returned to CBN, it's not proof that the money actually went to CBN at that time. However, that is just my concern. Let me just, it's outside being partisan or whatever it is.
Right.
It's about the EFCC person that was suspended.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, a lot of people, like Dr. Rovers highlighted in one of his write-up, a lot of Nigerians are excited in respect to that, and that of Emefiele. Now, let's be clear here that if we are going to practice transparency and accountability, then it has to be at the full length, okay? While the power is vested on the president, it could be Tinubu, it could be anybody, to appoint and to remove. When you suspend somebody on the basis of an allegation, you have to highlight the allegations. It has to be investigated. And if found wanting, if it warrants prosecution, then you have to what? You have to prosecute the person. Okay. So I don't see what is the excitement all about when Nigerians are excited that he suspended Emefiele, he suspended the EFCC chairman, who is next, this and that. No, if we're going to practice transparency, that, like I said, this is not about the current president, because Lamido Sanusi was suspended by Goodluck Jonathan, according to information. I stand to be corrected. On what basis? And Sanusi visited Tinubu recently. And don't be surprised, he may become the next CBN chairman again.
Why not?
So,
why not?
If we're going to practice, like, that's why I said this is beyond party or beyond politics. No.
Right.
If we're going to practice transparency and accountability, then we have to, because if you're at your workplace, you are suspended, it's subject to investigation. There's a reason why you were suspended, and you will be investigated. If they find nothing wrong, you go back to your job, or you may choose not to go back if you're invited, maybe for emotional stress or whatever you want to coin it into. But so we need to ask, this is the role of citizens. Citizens need to now start to be asking questions. If these people are suspended, why, on what basis, and why are they not prosecuted, so that others will learn? Because if there is no prosecution, we're just going the same circle all over again. I yield the floor back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, I mean, not speaking for Nigerians, I don't even have the capacity to speak for Nigerians. People might be excited because over the last 8 years, it's almost unheard of that someone was suspended for anything. The Kuje prison, people kept asking, what's happened? Has anyone lost their job? It could be that. I'm just guessing. It could be that. And just excited because they're not looking beyond the surface. But thank you, Electricity. Man of Prestige.
Sorry for it. I'm going to step out because I'm not a moderator. I want to do some pushback, so I can't do pushback as a moderator. So I'm going to step out and come in as a panelist, please, if that is okay.
That's fine. It makes no difference. You're okay, all right. Yeah, it makes no difference.
Okay,
so now you're not moderating. You're Electricity, the one that wants to throw violence. Go on. So, Man of Prestige, we're trying to stick to the.
What section is that? Electricity.
Now, what? Sorry, I apologize. Sure, you said in the past 8 years, but this is not. I mean, in the past 8 years or 8 years of Buhari, this is not about Tinubu or Buhari administration. This has been a practice from only God knows where there is no transparency and accountability.
But would you be surprised, Electricity, that all this sacking and suspension would only happen in the first couple of months? Clear the house. The people you appoint, the chances are, especially in third world countries, the people you appoint are your cronies. The chances are they will never get sacked or fired, despite their feelings. So the last time we saw people being fired was when Buhari came in, was cleaning the house, got rid of people. Then for the next 8 years, the people he appointed, very few of them were dismissed. So that's what I'm trying to say. So Tinubu will clear the house. You might not hear of this for another 8 years. So let the people celebrate while they can. It's like saying Shooting Stars playing Manchester City. They score a goal and you tell them not to celebrate. They might lose 20-21. But that won't go. Let the people enjoy it. At least, they'll clean the house for the next 7 years.
I'm not going to push for that. I'll leave that for others to do.
Yeah. Man of Prestige, the appointment, the special advisors, any name jumps at you? Any name you find interesting? Any
Thank you very much. I read about some of the names. I'm not familiar with their profile or whatever. I think I need to go read about profile before I can comment about that. But I'm going to throw a little bit of bombshell on this planet right now. I think the appointment so far has portrayed to me that Tinubu has, diverted to Yorubanization of Nigeria. That's what I think. I mean, look at the whole lineup. Hey, but Buhari did it, so that's what I'm thinking. Look at I don't know how many of them, but it seems like about 80% of them are Yorubas. I mean, they are Nigerians, but that's my opinion in that. So having said that, earlier I presented a topic which has to do with this cabinet. We are talking about the selection and everything. So when a poisonous snake swallow another poisonous snake, then we only have one snake left. Is that not a good thing?
Okay. I get your analogy without saying too much. It's loud and clear. Thank you, Man of Prestige.
Paul. No, I'm not done. I'm not.
Sorry, I thought it was the snake.
No, I'm not done. So I'm talking about what's going on in Nigeria. I just use that analogy. If you look at what's going on right now about what's going on in Nigeria, I mean, about 85% of Nigerian governors are under investigation. That's going to be coming in. Most of the cabinet are under investigation. So it's pretty much like everybody's under investigation. When you talk about the EFCC, am I deviating?
I mean, you can step into it, but step out quickly from it. Yeah. So we're talking about the appointments.
Yeah. I'm just saying, most of Nigerians are corrupt anyway. So all these appointments and something like that, they will come there and substitute the people that left. And when they come back, they will prevail and do the same thing. So what everybody is talking right now, we just wait until he started implementing his policy and all these people that are appointed, see what they will do. If they will, if they pivot back to the old Nigerians, see what's going to happen. I mean, some people are calling it like the cabinet, like it's the best cabinet ever assembled by a Nigerian government. I had some talking points in some of that channel, but they're all Nigerians. So we wait and see what will happen until the implementation. It's not this early stage. That's what I'm going to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that. Just to push back on a lighter note, Man of Prestige, based on your analogy of the poisonous snake, you see, I come from my address is the comment section. That's my address. So okay. I'm gonna look after them, especially today. It's not Rudolph in charge. It's me in charge today. So I'm gonna be reading some comments. Thomas said, based on your analogy, that snake that swallowed the other one becomes twice as deadly. So the poison is now doubled. I think it's just said in a light-hearted manner. So one poisonous snake swallows another poisonous one. It becomes double poison in the surviving snake. So that's what Thomas thinks about that.
I think my analogy being that the two poisonous snake, one of them swallows the other one.
It's just banter. It doesn't require
okay.
Cool. Yes, Paul, shoot.
Okay, so I won't say I deviate, but I will deviate. So you talk about Wale Edu back in the days between 2006 to 2009. I invested heavily in the capital market. I could remember that was when I had my daughter. So I started investing, even started buying stocks and shares for my kids because my dad did that when we were growing up. And we really like it every year when they bring this annual general meeting report, UAC, UTC, Guinness, Nestle. I really like those. I want to call it catalog, even when it's the annual general meeting report, because it's so glossy. So what am I saying? So I used to follow Wale Edu during those days in terms of the capital market. So I see if I was seeing from that aspect, I know it's very, very sound. But now I want to talk about Emefiele. Now there is something going on in my community, and it's coming so low. But I hope you don't hit big. It looked like the government is taking advantage of the Delta people because some top guys from Delta started saying things like this. During the time of Lamido, they kick, some of us may not know, Delta State owned majority of the bank in Nigeria. Zenith Bank, the owner is from Delta State. UBA, the owner is from Delta State. Access Bank, the owner is from Delta State. Back then, First Land Bank, the owner is from Delta State. Oceanic Bank, the owner is from Delta State. Cecilia Ebro literally went to jail. Olorogo Tegomero from First Land Bank went to jail. Bank PHP, Francis Atuche from Delta State, he also went to jail. Now, the CBN governor is also from Delta State. He is now arrested again. So we are counting our numbers and people have started talking. This is the way they killed the Delta State. Delta State is one very unique state. We are the first state that have 2 airports, 2 seaports. You understand? The seaport, the 2 seaports are not working. The Delta airport is not working. We still have 2 airports right now. One of the airstrip, that's Usubi Airport and Asaba Airport. We still pride ourselves. And so taking advantage of that state, and when people started bringing all these things, plugging the numbers together, I hope you don't hit the polity. And if you hit Delta State so hard, what do you think will come back? We'll fight back with the oil, the pipeline. We'll go back to the pipeline. And Delta State happened to be number 2 and number 3. It flips sometimes. If you count River State, the next production state is Delta State. Sometimes it flips to Akwa Ibom State, but Delta is always between 2 and 3, 2 and 3. So Delta State speaks loud when it comes to Nigeria, because we'll be so much our concern when it comes to the GDP revenue comes from oil. Good percentage comes from oil. So treating the Deltas like that, I don't think it's going to work well. But guess what? Some of those people at Tuche probably might commit some things. Probably Cecilia Ebro did commit some things. We all understand. But when you let other people from other states, you understand, things fly. Then when it comes to Delta State, they bring us to ground zero. So putting all these things together and everything, it may not mean well for the country. I just want some of us to know, when Lamido played those politics of, if you are 10 years in managing director, you got to go. This is how they kick Edumelu out of being managing director of the UBA. Then he became the chairman. This is how they kick Jim Ovia out, being the chairman, before he literally appointed his own brother, who happened to be Emefiele, as the managing director of Zenith Bank. Now he moved to CBN due to the help of Jonathan. And guess what will happen to him now? He's in ground zero. So I just want us to look in that aspect and talk about Nuri Badu and the lies. Well, we see that with Ahmadu Ali when it comes to custom boss and the military that is fighting over Nuhu Ribadu. I don't really care. If Nuhu Ribadu will do the job, so be it. Is Nuhu Ribadu so competent to do the job? The answer is no. You know, Nuhu Ribadu speak loud. They use the media to fight EFCC back then, but still, it's just the ordinary man that suffer. All the big case that Nuhu Ribadu said, nobody, apart from somebody like Alamesiya, because of Obasanjo have personal issue with Alamesiya. Nuhu Ribadu, in his speech, he said the worstest of them all among all the governors that still, when it came to National Assembly, he said it's Tinubu. Somewhere along the line, Hausa man that will say, if Hausa man give you his word, he stand by his word. Tinubu become his friend. You understand? So, Nuhu Ribadu just use the media. So, it's not the best. But the military people that is shouting against Nuhu Ribadu, they should also shut up their mouth. If they delivered very well, we would have taken the country to a better place, not where the country is today.
Oh, thank you, Paul. Just to clarify, so what you're saying is you're not saying that the people from your state, Delta State or any state, should be absolved of their criminalities. You're just saying you want everybody from Oyo, Kwara, Kogi, Nasarawa, Kaduna to be brought to book. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, just like exactly. I'll give an analogy. Just like what is going on right now in the US with Trump. You understand? Easily they can bring Trump down if Republicans talk against Trump, but Republicans they stand on Trump. So it's hard on Democrats, the government, to do anything, because if the government want to do anything, they will say the government is being partisan.
Okay.
You understand? And then for that thing. So this is what is going on. So bringing all these Delta guys down, I won't tell you lie. I bought a lot of shares. I'm not saying it to brag. I grew up buying shares because of my dad did these things for us. So I kind of like it. If I talk about stock and shares here, private placement, you think I know? No, my brother, I didn't see my face. Now native foul. You think I know more in that aspect. But what I'm saying is that Cecilia did wrong. Francis Atuche, I don't know whether you know Bank PhD. At the time, Patutomi used to be the chairman of Bank PhD. He did wrong. I'm not saying it. So Loro go take a mirror First Inland Bank. He did wrong. I'm not saying that they did right. But what we are saying, when it happened to some other places, we talk about Intercontinental Bank that gather money and buy aircraft for Adeboye. These guys are still playing in the street. They are still senior deacon in reading. You understand? So when you go to other states, other also investors, bankers, you understand? They are walking free. But when it comes to my state, they bring them down because they say, come on, this minor minority. And then, my brother, this minor minority can fight.
We hear you loud and clear. Thank you, Paul, for your submission. All right, Prince Akwachi, with regards to the appointments, the special advisors, is there anyone that interests you, any of the names, any of the roles, anyone that you like? And there's no pressure to talk about it if you have nothing to contribute, not just you now. I mean, for the rest of the show, if there's any topic we're discussing and you don't have anything to say about it, you just pass. It's fine. We'll pass. And when, we discuss something that interests you that you want to contribute to, you can always chip in. But yes, special advisors.
For me, those people appointed are show of shame. Okay? Right. Whatever it is that he is using to appoint those people, number one, those people could have been ministers, but he knows that if you come through the Senate, in fairness, none of those people will go through. I don't know about the Igbo guy, I don't know about the two women, but the other men, starting from Wale Edu, starting from Dele Aleke, is it Alake, and then Nuhu Ribadu, they all criminals. Why am I saying that? Dele Aleke and Wale Edu were commissioners when Tinubu was governor of Lagos. And when he was leaving, they were, as a matter of fact, they were given some houses at Ikoyi as commissioners building. When they were going to leave office, what they could do was to buy those houses in stipends. Very low amount. And why did they buy? Why did they do that? At that time, that was around 2015. Nuhu Ribadu were to investigate Tinubu, and those people were people he was gonna,
Around
question.
2006, 2007.
Or 2006 or whatever it is. So he was gonna question those people when he was in charge of the investigation. And guess what? Those people were already rewarded. So they all shut up their mouth, not to say anything. Nuhu Ribadu, in the beginning, had a great respect from Nigerians.
Right.
To the extent that he was on international television telling the world that he had enormous evidence to nail Tinubu. Till today, where is the investigation? Where is it? Thrown out.
So
what a shame.
So we can take it in summary that you are not impressed by the appointments.
I am not impressed with any of them. And just like Paul said, Paul, I'm also Delta. As a matter of fact, I'm Delta Asaba, so I am closer to Emefiele. Am I happy that he's been arrested? I don't think so. Am I happy with what he did while in CBN? I don't think so either. To me, it's illegality upon illegality. Why am I saying that? Tinubu, you don't even have an attorney. You don't have a solicitor. And all these things, you are single-handedly suspending and DSS is locking them up and all that kind of a thing. What kind of country do we live in? Do we live in a banana republic?
Let's hope we don't, for the sake of people who live in Nigeria. Thank you, Prince Akwachi. I can see someone in the comment section saying that, I've seen a few people in the comment section saying that, they don't mind the appointments. Someone said, you only appoint people you can work with. You have to appoint people that you get along with. That's just, I'm not looking for a response from the panel. I'm just saying what some people in the comment section are saying. Tinubu has to appoint people he can work with. You don't expect him to go and appoint people he doesn't know, he doesn't get on with, and all of that. But yeah, let's go to electricity. Let's talk to Emmanuel, then we'll come back to you quickly. Let's just talk to Nathaniel. Please keep it brief, 2 minutes, if you can, please. With regards to the appointments of the special advisors, is there anything you'd like to contribute?
Okay, thank you for having me. I will say, one, that the day Nigeria dies, that very day, we will start, having a new mentality, a new idea, the way we'll go forward, because Nigeria was born from colonization and slavery, and our own people, Black people, were involved. It was a compromise between those who were leading us then and the Europeans and America to start buying our people, doing all sort of stuff, killing our people, slaving our people. So that same mind, that is what is in Tinubu. That is the fact. A lot of people may not agree with me, because the appointment he made, this appointment, what have we have to do with urbanization? Having majority of his powers to be his appointees. If that is what he wants, the same way Buhari did it, having all these Fulanis in key sectors. If that is what he wants, why don't he go for a Yoruba nation? He should go for Yoruba nation, because Nigeria that is a fraud, they are trying to kind of, in the name of Nigeria, people want to be, sorry for this interruption. Okay, people, they are using the name of Nigeria to get to be, how would I call it, supremacy. Okay, that one aside, I watched a video, I think some few years back, when Ribadu was chased away during, I think late President Yaradua. And what he said that time was, it was corruption that fought back. And Tinubu was among the people that were on his list. And today, Tinubu is now Tinubu appointee. It's a shame. And there is nothing to take home from these guys, because their minds are petty. yesterday, I live in France for some years now. Yesterday, I watched President Macron. He was in a company where the manufacturer is manufacturing a plane that will be using this, they call it green energy.
Right.
He will not be using a normal aviation fuel.
Okay.
And he made an announcement to that in that same company, just right in the agenda. He told them, France will be giving you 300 million every year, so that this project will, it will hasten it up. Since Tinubu became president, the illegal president he is, how many of this our enterprise, even if it is outdated, how many of these companies has he been to go and tell them how he will support them? Is he just bringing people around you and begin to say this, that? Akpabio, he supported to be the Senate president. Don't every one of you watch the video clip of what Akpabio did as the Minister of Niger Delta? I'm from Edo State. My state is Niger Delta State, the one they call Niger Delta. How many billions? Where did that money go to? Is it not Akpabio? Is it not under investigation? And Tinubu was supposed to become the Senate president. Let me just tell you one thing.
In 30 seconds, please.
Yes, most of us are getting gray hair. I spent 5 years working in Shell. I was in Focado's terminal. I used to fly from that Osubi airport. That's one my brother was talking about, Brother Paul. One of the best small airports in Nigeria. I think maybe Nigeria doesn't even pay attention to that airport. Maybe it's degraded now. Let me tell you one thing. If we old and die in France, die in America, die everywhere, our children they are going to continue without remembering where the real fact, what they should do about Africa, how they will make Nigeria, not Nigeria, Yoruba, Igbos, and our ethnic groups, how they will able to, come out from this shame we are in, no matter the status we have in any country. Okay. We have to do something differently, because if we continue with these guys who are not discussing free education, who are not discussing how they will social welfare, they are not discussing free medical. Only what they are discussing is how they will bring Commissioner Adeleke and the rest to support them. If we don't stop it, we all will be doomed.
All right.
Pray that
we'll get to this section. Don't worry. It would heat up naturally. Let's start slow. You know the way Mama Icho comes in, she comes in slow. You see, then she would rev it. Let's start slow. Thank you, Nathaniel. Augustine.
Thank you.
So, how now? Before Augustine, so can people now agree that at least today that I'm in charge? Maybe because a Biafra man is not in charge. This panel is quite diverse. See, Edo, Delta, because people come and say it's hip-hop channel, it's Igbo channel. It's like the South people are taking over this platform. What's happening? 3 of you already out of 8. And also to sort of not push back, because I don't speak for Tinubu, somebody I don't particularly like. But out of these 8 special advisors, I think 3 are Yoruba out of them, if I'm correct. So I'm not sure if there's been more appointments that is, tilting towards Yoruba, which is to be expected. You just don't want it to be too much. I mean, naturally, you hire people who are similar to you. Even in the West, where you work, if there's a position, you call your brother from somewhere. And I'm not saying let's make it a Yoruba cabinet or Yoruba government, but looking at the special advisors, out of 8, 3 Yorubas, But Augustine, special advisors,
for me,
which one is your favorite?
Nigeria is somehow, I don't know, if you go to the Hausa MF, to the north, you see mostly Hausas. If you go to the west, you see Yorubas and east and the rest. So sometimes Nigeria is not that mixed. I stayed in Cameroon. Cameroon is very mixed. Where you come to an area, you see maybe averagely 10% of each of the ethnic groups from different areas. So it therefore means that Tinubu grew with Yoruba people more. So sometimes it will be very liable that he will surely know a Yoruba person who can do a job. Like maybe somebody who grew up in the East. You easily know that, I know this, my friend. He's a nice guy, and I think he can do the job. So that's why some of his appointments he doesn't move me, because I know that it's okay. And moreover, I'll tell you the truth, I don't even look at his appointments, because I always like presidents. Generally, somebody like the only person I know which I've looked closer is this Alake person. You and I know that the person talks like a child. He talks like a child, even during the campaigns. Somebody, if you want to be in the government or you want to be a special advisor, you should carry yourself with some pedigree. You carry yourself with that that this person can work for the government. But if you see most of those he's appointing are those people who shout and make noise in public and just talk anyhow. They can't even serve the Nigerians that they are supposed to serve. So that is why sometimes I don't look into all those things. As I said, I look at presidents. You know, in this very platform, I said some time ago that even this rigging of the election that was done by children. That even if you want to rig an election, you go get professionals. Okay, see what Obi did in court. You go and find a professor to come and explain statistics. And that is why sometimes I said, I don't look at all these appointments because they are just based on sentiments, trying to compensate A, trying to do this with B. Some of them don't still give me what I think it needs to be done. If you ask me, if you say there are 10 appointees, 3 are from Yoruba or 4 from Yoruba, if those people are competent and can do the job, that is my point. Okay. I don't care where they are coming from, even though we have federal character to make sure that everybody belongs. You go to the east, go to the west, go to the north, but get somebody that wants to present that this is the person. Somebody will say, oh boy, but for real, yes, this person fit do that work. Maybe we'll give her a chance. But the case where you bring people like, when I just saw that name, they like, I say, oh, bro, that's how my grandfather used to say, oh, bro, don't this one if you work,
So for you, what you're looking for is competent hands.
Competence.
It doesn't matter where they come from.
Well, not where they come from, competence. If you want to distribute it around, yes, let it go around. But if you, as I keep on saying this, go to the north. Okay, tell me the least educated state according to the index. Let's just pick one at random. I don't know, but let's say Zamfara. If you go to Zamfara, you see somebody who is competent. There must be one. There must be one person, that yes, this person.
So you're all for federal character.
So
we hear you loud and clear.
Things they used to do.
Thank you, Augustine. Let's keep it moving because, like I said, I'm not here for the 12 hours. So electricity. Yes, you wanted to say something quickly. Go on.
Yeah, just a bit of clarification from Mr. Prince Akwachi in respect to his opinion or his view on appointment of special advisors. Is the Senate required to approve them, special advisors?
No, I think what he was saying is that if most of them will have qualified to be ministers, but because they will have to scale that hoop of Senate, he now looks for a way to bring them in as special advisors. He said most of these are easily ministers.
Let's argue that they are ministers and they have to go through the Senate. APC controls the Senate, isn't it?
But
so
this time around, like what is going on is that they're not gonna have it like other times. People are advocating for them to be questioned. Let them be questioned. It's not gonna be, oh yes, take a bow and go. No, it's not gonna be like that anymore.
I disagree with that, but we will come back to that later. Let me yield the floor for others, please.
Thank you. KJ, my brother, please, let's stick to 2 minutes. I've got quite a few people in the background, in the lobby, waiting to come in. Sorry, if you're driving, let me just go through some of the rules that I remember from the top of my head. If you're driving, we will not be bringing you in. It's one of the things that we've stopped doing. We don't encourage you having a full meal while you're on the platform. Your camera has to be on. You must be properly clothed. Background noise, music, please keep it to a minimum. So I saw a brother, I think Senatorial, tried to join, but he was driving, so I intentionally left him out. So Kayode, please, if you're still watching, when you get to your destination or you pull up, we can bring you in. KJ, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Sho, and everybody in the panel. Very quickly, some weeks ago, I said that this is a story of Alibaba and the 40 thieves, and I am glad that it's eventually playing out the way we talked about it. You see, I have no problem with who Tinubu is appointing because you can only appoint, if you look at the stream of the appointments so far, are people who have some questionable characters with Nigerians. And these things are documented. It's not from me. I'm not saying me saying this now. They are documented. Now, I will talk about two. And my brother Kwechi has done good on some of those things. Ribardo's video accusing Tinubu of amassing millions of dollars are there on the internet. Anybody can look at it. Okay? And so it's not something new any longer. Alake, who for those of us who are journalists, have so much respect for before this time. With so much, he was in fact a very prolific writer. Okay, I used to read and I said this guy is from somewhere else. But these few days, he just gave himself, the other side of him. It's like the Yoruba proverb that all these are live portraits. Don't know which one is suffering from stomach pain until So he just flipped over, and we see the other side of him. Now, this same person who has said so many things about certain tribes in Nigeria is the same person you are now giving the authority to speak on your behalf, which is going to, not portray your image. If you ask me, that's my opinion. It will not portray your image very well. Probably I'll look for somebody who is totally not in a murky water and be able to do that, speak for you. Now, having said that, also I want to, I said to Paul, before now, every banking bank that comes from the south seem to have problem. They're only the ones who go to jail. They're only the ones who are shut down. Because we know that from the history, Bank of the North has always been in default. Since I became a bank, since I started banking from a childhood, Bank of the North has always been a defaulting bank. So much so that every year the northern governors gather together to put money in that bank to keep it afloat. But it was never shut down. It kept evolving and changing names. Okay, and nobody went to jail for the money being mismanaged. I'm not saying because of that we should allow people to do evil or go get away with corruption. But I'm saying let's apply the rule across the board. If you do that, nobody will complain. Look, if Tinubu, for instance, I'm sorry, one more minute. If you give me now who grew up in Benue and the North to be president of Nigeria, I will appoint people I know, and those people are not going to be Igbos. I will appoint majority of the people I know because they are Northerners, they are T people, they are Plateau people, they are Kaduna people, they are people that I've lived with and I know them, I know their capacity and all that. So those will be my first appointment. But I will not now, because of that, not take advice from from electricity. I mean, these are my friends say, who do you know that can help us deliver? Don't think nobody's an island. And so if you keep doing, just like somebody says, it's just been appointing and appointing, and you are fired. Why are you firing on this? Fire. We know the people you should fire, and they will say you have done something very,
Thank you, KJ. Kulata sent a super chat. Thank you, Kulata, for the super chat. I've sent a few of them. Guys, please support the channel. The super chat. Don't worry. Even for those of you who don't like me, still send the super chat. It's not coming to me. It's for Rudolph. And for those of you who agree with my view, still send the super chat. Please support the channel. Like, share, subscribe. Do you know the drill? Please do all of that. So Kulata was saying that he thinks a few people are mistaking Alake for Bayo Ononuga. Bayo Ononuga was the more toxic one. Yes, I agree. Alake, sometimes went over the board, but I agree with Kulata, which is strange. Even I'm surprised. I agree with Kulata on something. I think Bayo Ononuga was the more toxic one during the election, or even after the election, he remained toxic.
Can I interrupt you for a minute? Okay, Dele Aleke just had an interview 2 days ago, and what he said on TV was he said Nigerians are happy now with despite the hunger, they're happy. On what statistics is he relying on?
Okay, I saw that. I think the way he put it, he was saying, I think he was addressing the issue of the fuel subsidy, and he said, Tinubu has made decisions that will make Nigerians happy. Nigerians will be better off, and all
which is false.
Yes, I agree, but that doesn't negate what Kulata is saying. That if you look at that statement, that is being a mouthpiece for the government. It's PR work, a lot of exaggeration, but that's not toxic. If you're talking toxic, you want to put that firmly on Bayo Ononuga's table. I will put it there with my full chest. I don't agree with that, uncle, at all. But thank you. AY, thank you for joining us. With regards to the let me see. Thomas, let me bring Thomas in. He's been there for a while. I hope he hasn't left. Sorry, Thomas, the room was full. I was going to bring you in, but if you join again, Thomas, I'll bring you in because I know your views will be quite different from everybody, and we like a diverse, opinion. But go on, AY. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm quite different on the topic you guys are discussing with the essay list.
Yes.
I will say, when we discussing national issue, I think we should keep emotion and sentiment aside.
Okay.
So I'm different with a lot of people here, to be honest. Dele Alake is somebody that is very qualified for that position. In fact, more than qualified. I think he's suitable for a Minister of Information. The one thing we need to realize is, if you go check his background, most of these guys, they are really qualified. Wale Ado is very qualified. So while I do this, these are the guy that turned the what's it called, the revenue in Lagos to something else. So we need to track people, check people track record, their experience, their education is very, very important. Somebody like they are like, so you don't expect, if you are elected as a spokesman to the president, he's never gonna speak for Nigeria. He's gonna somehow defend the president. It's normal. Even people like what's it called? The Arise TV guy, what's his name again?
Ruben Abati.
No, Ruben Abati. Ruben Abati, with his experience, is vast. Even when he was spokesman to the president, he has to defend Goodluck Jonathan. You don't have option. The truth is I believe they are qualified. Wale Edu has a lot of experience in the private, in the public. He has done a lot of work. No Ribado, you cut out his experience. We can only speculate some things. In terms of the nationalization of the list, the truth is this is the president in that caucus. I think Tinubu has a plan. There is something he's trying to achieve. I think some of these guys might end up being ministers, but for now, he needs people to work with immediately. So you have to work with people you know. These guys have worked with him for over 20 years. So he trusts them, and he wants people that are loyal, that are trusted, that he can work with. So I think our focus should be in terms of expectations. Are they going to deliver? They should work for Nigeria. We want the country to be good. The only thing I differ, which I think the president has done, is the student loan. That is where I differ. But I think he has done well in general. On the student loan, I completely disagree with what he's doing there. I think it's a package. So for me, that's just my point.
Can I push back a minute, just less than a minute, in reference to what AY said? The appointment is not about qualification. You know, if you look at Nigeria, a lot of Nigerians are qualified. Even a Mefele that was there for 9 years. I mean, he went to University of Nigeria in Stockholm. He went to Stanford. He went to Harvard. He even went to Wharton School of Business. So he's overqualified. It's about competence. It's not about qualification. I'm not judging them right now until they actually implement what they come there to do. So you can't just base everything on qualification. We have millions of qualified Nigeria with unlimited degrees. So it's not about qualification. When you say qualification, you talk about education. It's not all about that.
I'm talking about education, experience, and competence. These are the three things you use to choose minister or special assistant, whoever they are. That's why I said they are qualified. I'm not saying they are qualified in terms of education. I'm talking of based on what they have done, their education, their experience, and what they have done.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you.
Prince Akwachi, just 1 second. So in the comment section, Shantina is saying that I should ask my panelists if they've checked the resume of the essays. Shantina, I think this last conversation that happened between AY and Man of Prestige, I think it sort of answers your question. So I don't think a lot of the panelists who don't like this appointment, I don't think they're talking about their resume. You understand? I mean, you can't say Tinubu is not qualified to be president, but a lot of the panelists will tell you they don't want him. So I think it's more about character. Can you vouch for this person? Would they have the best interest of the people at heart? I think that's the angle they're coming from. No one is going to say they're not educated or they have not worked before, they have no experience and all of that. So Shantina, just to sort of answer that or to speak on your comment. Prince Akwati, 1 second. Let's go to Mama Echo. We'll come to you. Mama Echo, welcome to the show. You've got 3 minutes. Please speak to us about the appointment of special assistants. We have a lot of topics, but we're sticking to special assistants. Thank you.
Now, where did they assist?
Police.
Prince Akwachi will come to you after Mama Icho.
Are they assisting to make my children's life better, or they are assisting to make them worse? Are they assisting to make us to tell ourselves the truth, or they are assisting to make the cabal continue to destroy us? So I'm not interested in them until the court verdict.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mama Icho. That was beautiful. Best submission. Nice, brief. But guess what? Guess who is right next to you, Mama Icho? Guess who is coming after you? your lovely Thomas from Australia. So
I don't see them make it run him out like a tap water today.
Sure. I want
yes,
to put it back on something you said.
Yes.
You know, when I finished making my submission, somebody said I'm mistaken Bayo Analoga for Dela Leke. No, both of them were journalists of international repute. So I don't know what that person is saying.
No, I think he was talking more about the toxic nature of the things he's put out and all of that. You know.
Sure. That thing that Kolata is playing, Kolata is just playing politics. Dele Alake did almost the exact thing that Bayo Ononuga did.
Yep.
But Bayo Ononuga spilled the bean because of the Rwanda thing that when they brought the Rwanda thing and when he threatened people with the Lagos thing that they should never do that in Lagos again. That's where he spilled the bean. So they just opposed him when he went to Rwanda, the things he saw in Rwanda, and he's doing the exact different in Lagos. But Dele Alake did the same thing. I come from a media home. Dele Alake used to be a very good writer. He's everything. Dele Alake was a commissioner to Tinubu. These guys didn't deliver. But if you are talking about somebody that you are so close to, it is crystal clear that Dele Alake cannot be governor. They pick him. He's among the 5 people that they pick to be governor. You understand? Tinubu pushed them forward. Somewhere along the line, Tinubu just brought somebody from nowhere who happened to be his chief of staff, Fashola, to become the governor. They all fell back. But Dele Alake still stood by Tinubu when the likes of somebody like Moise Banire, they left Tinubu. So many of his guys, they left. But Dele Alake stood with him. But talking about Dele Alake and Bayo Ononuga, no, Dele Alake did the same thing. I watched his interview. Some of us that didn't know, some of us that don't like TVC, may not see Dele Alake so much during the election time because some people are just so mad, say, I will never watch TVC. Go and watch TVC and see the things that Dele Alake says. You will know that there is no difference. It's half empty and half full.
Thank you. And please tell Kurata we're not jealous of Dele Alake.
It's okay. I mean, some of those.
We are younger people. He's elder brother. Why should I be? I can't occupy it.
Take it with a pinch of salt, you know.
No, I don't. Come on, I'm happy about it.
We'll come to you, but let's hear from Thomas just in case it drops off again.
No,
so Thomas,
before I forget my line of thought, I just wanted to give a quick rebuttal to AY. It's not. I'm not gonna be long. AY,
to this, please. But go on.
AY, the thing is, nobody is against their qualifications. However, let me give you a simple example. Was Lai Mohammed, was he qualified? Yes, he was qualified. What was he? What was he? He was a minister. He was even a lawyer. But what did he do? He kept on lying and lying and lying. Dele Alake is supposed to have the president's ear, and he will go and lie to him. Edu, today, you said Edu is good in banking, but do you know that the Naira has been devalued?
Okay.
No, see, nobody knows. In fact, yesterday, Naira was almost 906 in Benin.
Okay.
To $1.
Please, no, AY no reply. We don't have the time for back and forth. So I'll just quickly read out the super chat from Egbon Alexander Gomez. He's saying special advisors are, but they're not special assistances. So these individuals have the requisite skills and track record. Come on, folks, let's be objective. So Egbon from the US, thank you very much for your super chat, your constant support to the channel. We appreciate that big time. Thomas from Australia.
Sorry, real quick.
Austin, stop.
Please, 10 seconds.
No. Let's hear from Thomas before.
I mean, your name.
Thomas, please.
Mama, I mean, they represent Delta.
Match your break there. Make the thing go round. Which one? It is an nonsense I go take on our face today.
Oh, yeah,
how many times I jet?
See, Thomas, Mama, it's too fought for you to speak. Be grateful. Oh, yeah, go on.
Good evening, guys. You guys are amazing. To the panelists and to the listener, like, share, and support the panel and the channel. To me, Tinubu has been amazing, even though he's not my candidate. But so far, he has been amazing. People can nod their head. I don't care. But he has been amazing.
People not and Mama H.O. they anoint
Mama H.O., please don't. Mama H.O., please.
So why will you use the word? Call my name.
Mama
Be bold.
Mama H.O., you are doing well. You started so well. Thomas, I beg, Biko, continue. Mama H.O., please. Let's carry on.
I come in peace in Jesus' name. So people cannot.
You come in pieces. You don't start the fight. I mean, you go fight out to the end today. And if they remove me, go back. They must remove you.
No, but he hasn't done anything, no.
He said people, he was talking to me.
He hasn't called your name.
Because he saw me nodding my head.
He does, Mama.
So people should not speak parable to me. I'm not a baby.
Mama Icho, don't let's do this. Oh. Let's have a very good show, please. I'm begging you, I'm pleading. Carry on, Thomas.
Oh, thank you, my brother. You at least you bring some decorum on the platform. So as I was saying, Tinubu has been amazing. If somebody doesn't like you, there's nothing you can do that you can use to persuade that kind of person. So he has been amazing. He's not my candidate. Adebayo, the SCB guy, is who I root for. I campaign for him home and abroad, but I know he cannot win the election. I said it. But I mean, Tinubu has been amazing, removing the subsidy, the student loan. People talk about the appointments. Those guys are amazing, man. Go and read their resume. You will know that they are amazing people. Then as well, you will pick somebody that will work for you. You can't pick your enemy to work for you. Do you expect people? Do you expect Asiwaju Bola Tinubu to go and pick somebody from Labour Party or one of his enemy? No. You will pick people that will be loyal to you, that will work for you. That is life. That is where it is. That is politics all over the world. So Tinubu has been amazing so far. And I hope it will continue in that direction. What I'm waiting for, really, the special assistant is not really important to me. I'm waiting for the minister. That's what I'm waiting for. So that's just my crable about him. But for me, he has been amazing so far. You can have your displeasure about him. I have my own as well. But he has been amazing. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Thomas. And Kulata, you can be rest assured I'm not avoiding your super chat. Unlike Rudolph, I've read out the super chats, the one that caught my eyes. I would not avoid your super chat, except it's it's if it's an insult, abusing someone or stoking fires, then I would highlight it, but I won't read it out. But if I see your super chat, be rest assured you're supporting the channel. It's the least I can do. I'll read it out. It costs me nothing. So Kulata, be rest assured there's nothing to avoid. But thank you, Thomas. Now we're gonna go to Matt, and you'll be the last to speak on this special advisors nomination before we move on to the next topic. Welcome, Matt. All the way from Barcelona.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Yes, good evening, everyone. I don't really wanted to comment on that.
Okay, that's fine.
Concerning the appointments.
Yeah.
I wanted to, if you can allow me to.
If you can allow you to do what? Please go on.
It's frozen. It's frozen. You can say it's not me.
Okay, so we'll have to
maybe.
Hello?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you're back now. Yes, go on. In 2 minutes.
What is going on?
We can hear you, Matt. You want to talk about the special advisors?
No. I just want to point on, because Asere Dokubo said something that annoyed me. I just saw it today. I want to talk. I want to comment on that.
We'll talk about that. Or are you leaving us now? Are you planning to leave?
Because because of the rules that we have, of the rules that we have, and you commented about children. When I remember when I said I didn't want to, so let me just say it this way. Asere Dokubo, I don't know. some people will be on, they will come online. You know, Nigerians are gullible people. When a little thing make them to forget, they are not the people, that kind of people that have target and, you know, focus on that target. They can shift from any little thing that convince them. They see a little thing that is not why they think is why, they will start pursuing. They don't have goal. They don't have, you know, they don't have goal to pursue that goal to the end. Look at Asare Dokobo. Look at the kind of personality the present government is bringing to our state government. Somebody like a pipeline, whatever you say, a safe guide or whatever you call, is giving the government advice on what to do. Who is this man to start with? This man has nothing to go. This man is just like, there is nothing different like Aburu. You see Aburu in Lagos, in Onisha, in Aba. They are the same, it's just the same thing that you can compare with. I don't understand how you bring him. Look at how he starts on the seat like someone that I don't understand. He starts talking about Nnamdi Kanu, this and that. Nnamdi Kanu. So Nnamdi Kanu, the issue of Nnamdi Kanu. So the person that will give the government advice to excuse me, let me come. I told you I don't have more time. I want to make this point because I saw it today.
Wait. Once Nnamdi Kanu's name comes up, it changes the topic for the rest of the day. You know that.
No. I'm going now. I just want to make. I want to air my. Okay. I just want, because I know is part of the topic that we have today. You understand me? Because of the children that I have here, because they will soon be running around. So I just wanted to make my point.
Fine. 60 seconds. Go on.
No, but you are giving me 50 seconds. You have taken my time already.
Carry on now. Okay.
All right. So now, what am I trying to say is that Nnamdi Kanu, look at the kind of lies allegation this guy is giving to Nnamdi Kanu, what Nnamdi Kanu did not do. And Nigerians, they will sit there, they will be listening because they want to always hear, you know, things that are not true about someone they don't like. Okay, now look at Mommy Hecho. I don't know where Mommy Hecho started. I don't know our brother who spoke before me. He is talking about the people that they have, you know, the loan and all that. My brother, ask me, how much is our wages in Nigeria? 30,000. 500,000 is one of the one of the rules, one of the things that the person that is going to, you know, apply for this rubbish which they have, you know, initiated, that you must earn 500,000. Let me ask you one question. You are living in abroad. I'm living abroad. If government want to give the loan, is it not to the downtrodden? Now you have made me. My daughter has come. I told you, because of the time I have to start running. You see, I don't want to go against the rules. Now, look at the kind of thing that they are doing in Europe, in America, the way they give loans. But look at the kind of rules and the kind of pattern they want to use to give loan to the poor masses in Nigeria. This is something that you see that the government is not ready. This is a government of our. This is a government of, you know, wickedness. This is a government of whatever you can call it. This government, they are not serious. They are not serious. If you see the people around them, people going to our state house, you will know that nothing good will come out of this government. And they cannot convince me. They can convince other. If he like, let him sign a bill that said that they will be giving Nigeria 100,000 a day. It does not mean nothing to me.
All right, Mama Icho, it seems you want your time back. Yeah, in 1 minute, please, Mama Icho.
When somebody says somebody is amazing by inflicting pains in the very first day he entered into office, in his people he wants to govern, that means that person just go to school and learn the word amazing. When somebody say is amazing, when he's in a country, when student loan, you do not need to bring your father and your mother to come and borrow, or you do not need to bring Boguero to come and borrow. And the person look at me and say, amazing. I guess you just learn English language for the first time. And it's so sad that you are living in the comfort of a well-structured environment and one Akpabio come to bring student loan that does not benefit Mama Iya Alakara on the street. It does not benefit Mama Iya Alagori on the street. It does not benefit Iya Emeka and that woman in the north. And you look at people and you use the word amazing. It's
Mama
so
Icho,
sad. It just describes the kind of credibility and wickedness that flow through people like this in my
Thank you, Mama Icho. Thank you very much. AY, please. I know you want. I know. See, if we're going to take everyone's comments, we'll be on this topic for the rest of the 4-5 hours. I'm not going to be here for 9 hours. So it looks like the student loan is a very hot topic. It was meant to be the third one. Akpabio was meant to be the second one. But since we're already speaking about student loan, so most of you will have had that. They've signed the executive order. Student loan is going to be happening, and all of that. It's a very, it's a very funny one. Okay, Matt, you can come back if you want to. Yeah, come back when you're ready, Matt. Yeah, you can come back. Yeah. The student loan, I took time to read some of the requirements, and you just have to shake your head and just, but electricity, let's start from you again. Student loan, have you read the conditions? Do you think?
Let me buttress what the Mama Icho actually said, to be honest. Let's be realistic. It's a fact that this student loan ain't going to benefit the common person. Ain't gonna benefit the common person, and that has always been. That's why I said we Nathaniel says something very important. Unfortunately, he has left. That if we don't do anything, this thing is a ripple effect. Is going to go on our children's children. He said, and when he said that, I was happy and excited because that has always been my argument, But I mean, we are in diaspora, for crying out loud. Some of us, our children took to the student loan. We have no idea. To be honest, in the comfort of their home, they sit down and they apply for student loan. Common people, and when I mean common, people who don't even have jobs. All they want is the kids wants to go to school. Yes, the children will pay back in future at a certain percentage when they are earning certain percentage. But they make it easier for them at this present time to gain that knowledge. And because when they gain that knowledge, they're going to gain a job and they will repay back the student loan. They will pay back their tax. They will pay everything. And Nathaniel, thank you for coming back. I just highlighted an important issue you raised up. If we don't act, it's one thing. That's why I said I don't want to be panelist on this, but you allow me to stay. If we don't act, the student loan is not going to benefit that woman selling akara. And she's right. She's not going to benefit that woman selling ice water, hawking fish, or hawking this and that. It ain't going to benefit them. The bureaucracy will be there. So how do we solve this thing, as Nathaniel highlighted? Because like I said, I spoke to Dr. Rodolph. It's one thing for us to come and sit down here and argue for the next 50 hours. It's another thing for us to also act upon what we want to do. Citizens has to be at a point, take a position and say, you know what, we start need to do something about this because our children will keep suffering. So who is it going to benefit? Let's ask the question. Who is this student loan? I've not read the requirement, and I don't think I want to read it anyway.
I'll tell you in a minute.
Because I know it's going to be a very bogus and something requirement that I heard somebody say you must have a lawyer in your family to get this. I don't know if that is true.
Okay.
I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Electricity. I've just seen, we've got over 400 people watching and 31 likes. See, when you click on the like button, it's not my face that you're liking. Forget my face. Forget that Rudolph is not here. It's still Rudolph's platform. Okay, so for the sake of Rudolph, please click on like. YouTube won't charge you any extra. Your data won't reduce. Nothing will change. You're just helping us promote the channel. Spread the news to other people. The people who like us are here. The people who don't like us are here. So everybody is here. So it doesn't matter who you send it to. And to touch on the student loan, it's something that really interests me because I went through it and some of the requirements. So a family or the student himself, one or the other, must not earn over 500,000 a year. And when I looked at that, I broke it down. If your minimum wage of 30,000 naira, your father is on 30,000, your mother is on 30,000, The annual family income is 720,000, so you don't qualify. Even if your father and mother earn 30K each, you're automatically out. So your household income every month has to be about 40,000 for you to qualify. That would be 480,000. When you graduate, you have to start paying back after 2 years of NYSC. You have to start paying back. Another condition is you need a lawyer who's been called to bar for 10 years plus, or a judge to sign an undertaking that they would pay if you default, or a director, or someone who's at the director level in the civil service. You understand? So see, these are some of the things that they've put there. If you've ever taken a loan and you've defaulted, your parents, you're not, so all this palm pay, all this something loan, quick loan, if you've defaulted, you're automatically struck out. So you let's even say you scale all these hurdles and you qualify. It is now based on funds being available. So you can pass everything and they say, unfortunately, funds no day. So for me, those who will qualify would not need this loan. There are people who would easily qualify. They wouldn't need the loan. Those who would need the loan will not qualify. So this thing, they need to rip it, start all over again. It's a good idea, but they need to rip it apart, start all over again. And university in this day and age, I don't want to call it luxury, but not everybody needs to go to uni. We need to understand that. We can create jobs that do not require going to uni and having debt on your neck. That's just my take on it. But let's go to man of prestige. Student loan.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm going to use my analogy that I presented earlier. Then I will proceed. Yeah, just listen to it. Sure. So if a snake chop a snake, it doesn't mean the other snake is not poisonous. They are both poisonous, but thank God, only one snake is left.
Okay.
It's not two snakes that is left. So read into that, what I'm about to say. This student loan, in my opinion, is a fraud. I've read a little bit about it, like you narrated. You have to make from 1 naira to 500,000 naira in order to qualify, and you have to have a lawyer, in order to qualify. And if anybody in your family have committed any fraud, or your family has defaulted on any kind of loan, you are not qualified. I mean, just look at the implication coming with this student loan. And moreover, it's so much enumerated earlier, it's not expanded to the proper level, because in my own opinion, it should be expanded from 1 naira to 2 million naira. So we have a large pool of people. I mean, that is not even, I don't know where they got all this permutation to come up with this form. That's my opinion. I don't think it makes any sense. Moreover, hold on. Moreover, who's going to implement? Are they going to establish people who are going to implement this student loan? Do they have a bank? Is it going to be a bank, or is it going to be a government people that's going to, issue this student loan? If it is government people or whatever they want to do, it's a fraud written all over. Everybody here knows how things happen in Nigeria. If they have government people, government has never done anything good in that country. So are they going to establish a particular department? According to what I heard, they might establish a Nigerian bank for student loan. That is fraud written all over. About 80% of that money will be gone. Who's going to be getting that money? They will just punctuate the whole thing to be very larger than it is. That's another waste of money in Nigeria, in my own opinion. So it's a fraud. It's not well thought about. That's all. I mean, Nigeria's school fees is, it's low, in my own opinion, to begin with. I'm not saying they shouldn't come out with a way, but this student loan is nonsense. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. What's your opinion regarding the student loan? Have you read the bill? Have you seen the way it's going to be implemented?
Yeah, it's stepping here and there. I keep saying it, but I've not read the complete thing. But from the few ones that I heard, even hearing from you, it just makes me laugh. Because why it makes me laugh? My daughter will be going to college come this August. She'll be going to college, and I know how the system works. Sometimes let's just try to correct it. As parents too, you can sign up for student loan in America. You as parents, you can commit yourself. Sometimes parents can commit themselves. They'll also run your credit and everything. But what I'm saying, at the time, your child want to go to college. I even talked to doctor about it. You want the best, this Ivy League thing. I have a young daughter who's very, very smart. So I started thinking in that direction, which some of they do happen. But when I see the thing, you got this $40,000 scholarship and you have to pay school fees for $96,000, I just felt it makes no sense for somebody who want to go to school for 8 to 9 years. So I have to borrow myself sense and then cut down my expenses. So parents too can commit when it comes to student loan. Let's correct that part now. Parents can commit, but the child too can play a great role. But what I'm saying, the benefits that my daughter got right now, she's going to school, she's not paying 1 cent. She's going to school for free for 4 years. But going to school for free for 4 years, I have to cut down $32,000 job from my own end. I reduce my income so that she can qualify, because it makes no sense. It makes me rest. It makes me give myself a better, healthy life than to work. So I cut down my work to reduce my income for my daughter to qualify. Simply mean if you make more, you don't benefit if you make less. So that 500,000 naira threshold, they should have flipped it to the other way around. Simply mean if you make above 500,000, you are not eligible to collect student loan. Not if you make $500,000 is when you qualify to collect student loan. That is charade. It don't make no sense. Who do you want to give the loan? You understand? Which means the student will go collect student loan and end up bribe a lawyer or pay a lawyer or pay somebody for them to sign for them to collect student loan. That is what you are saying. You go now look for a solicitor to pay to sign for you. It just don't make any sense. It is wickedness. It is barbaric. Why not tie it to their grade? You know, why not tie it to their grade? You tie it to their grade. My daughter got a scholarship for $1,000. She got a scholarship for $2,000. She got a scholarship for $4,000. You know, here and there, bit and pieces. She work with this one, work with my city, do voluntary work and everything. Pick here and there, small scholarship. This is how she came together, plus the so-called government scholarship. Alumni give her $4,000. For 4 years, she's going to get $16,000. These are the things that I'm expecting government. I'm not expecting government to do everything. For government, you can come up and partner with all these organizations. You understand? Coke gives scholarship, Ford gives scholarship. Government partner with Coke in Nigeria, partner with Shell, partner with Chevron, do certain things. But what they are doing now, they are just talking to the ordinary man who don't understand anything. Like one of my brothers said, he said, "This is amazing."
All right.
Yeah, it make me want to go look the meaning of amazing again in dictionary.
Thank you very
I
much.
don't know the meaning of amazing.
On that bombshell, we
again.
move on to Prince Akwachi. Prince Akwachi, your submission, please.
Sure. Let me ask Paul something.
No.
Paul just made a comment. Just one thing. Just say comment. Paul just say something about it.
Man of prestige. Once you ask this question, I'll let Paul answer you. I'll move both of you back.
Okay.
To the I've got about 6 people trying to join.
Okay.
Go on.
Okay, that's fine. Paul, you just talk about the pool, which is from 1 naira to half a million naira. I think that's very small. Like Show properly narrated. I mean, you have family making about 30,000, they're all making about 70,000. I just think it's not enough. You need to expand the pool. I mean, because there's a lot of people that make this money. I mean, a few Nigerians. So if you don't expand the pool up to 2 million, you're not going to have enough people, piling. What is 300? I mean, what is 30,000, a month? So that's not even enough. I think it should be expanded instead of shrinking it like we stated. Just think about that.
All right. Thank you. So, man of prestige, I'll move you backstage for a bit. I've got quite about 5 or 6 people trying to come in.
That's fine.
Yep. Paul. I'll do the same.
Show. If you don't mind, too, I would like to go. But what I want to say before I forgot.
Yes.
I believe everybody here and also on the comment section, every Nigerian used to like Festus Keyamo very well. Not until Festus Keyamo did what he did. So let us forget this word called resume. Festus Keyamo give Nigeria the best of resume. But today, it's a different ballgame. Thank you. I'll put me behind.
And I'll bring you back at some point.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, 1 second.
Sorry, Show.
Yes.
There is a comment Kulata made. And is he okay? Will the panelists allow me to say something about it? If it's okay.
So you can, but if you engage Kulata, let me just tell you what will happen. We will spend the whole
I'm not engaging him because he's not here. He's not on the panel. He's not on the panel.
Because he will type again.
I respect him and I respect his.
Yeah.
I respect him and I respect his view. But when he said read the bill before you opine on it, I actually consider that insulting, Kulata, with due respect. I respect you and I respect your opinion. And we've had conversations before. In the context of Nigeria, please, I want us to speak the truth. Okay, regardless of the content of the bill does not favor the common man. Regardless of the content, it doesn't favor the common man. So let's speak the truth. And let's speak truth to authority. So please, Kulata, with due respect, you're listening to me, you're hearing me. You can challenge me if you want to, or you can come on the panel and show your face and challenge me. I respect you, like I said. That comment you made, don't, please. I would really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Kulata said he has retired. Tinubu won the election, is the president, so Kulata is retired from joining the panel. So you won't see him here on the panel. Prince Akwachi, student loan, 3 minutes, please.
He has a reason why he retired, but I'll leave that for now.
Yeah. Go on. Prince Akwachi, 3 minutes. We'll stick to time.
Okay. So pretty much for me, I totally align myself with what Mama Hecho said, with what electricity said, with what Man of Prestige said, and with what Paul said. However, let me add this little, things. One of the requirements for the loan is that they will produce their tax papers.
Yes.
How many akara sellers? How many carpenters? How many Iyawale, Iya Chinedu, Iya Emeka have those tax papers? Do they have it? No. Now, another thing is that he talked about the fact that the bank will be from central bank. Central bank is supposed to be the banker's bank. Why are we domiciling this, to the central bank? This is, to me, I feel pretty much after reading things that I read, I believe that this is another way of their fraudulent subsidy. This one is going to be pro-mass, because at this time, those who are going to be in the board, and other stuff, they'll just be sitting and be getting paid for no reason, because at the end of the day, look, I don't even think the poor, the children of the poor meet the requirement. They don't meet that. And then after they've gone to, immediately after youth service, 2 years after, if they don't pay, if they default, then they're gonna send them to jail for defaulting on, like who does that? Are you serious? I yield for now.
Thank you, Prince Akwachi. I think, in my own honest opinion, maybe I'm expecting too much. I think they're going to rip it apart and start from scratch, because very frequently leaders in Africa, Nigeria, at least I can speak to, they look at the West, they look at what they're doing, they look at technology, they bring something, they bring the product, but not the frame, not the system behind it that makes it work. So you look at the West, there's student loan, we'll do student loan. But if you're talking student loan, the way they run student loan in the UK is different. For instance, if you take a student loan in the UK, you have to be earning £24,000 before they can start taking it back. I'm not sure the exact amount, but you need to start, I think it's about £24,000 a year. If you earn less than that, they're not going to take it. They won't, you just won't pay. So if you graduate from uni today and all the job you do till you die is £23,000 per year, you're not paying back. That's so there's no pressure of after youth service 2 years later you start paying. There's no guarantor, there's nothing. It's an agreement between the student and the government or the lender. So the lender and the government, are the sureties. That's the way it is. So you can't just come and say people should. Who's going to qualify? Like I said, there are people who qualify easily, but they would not need the student loan. The people who qualify study in Canada and US and UK and all these places. So I think they're going to, look at when they brought cashless policy. They like the idea, which is a good idea. When I say cashless policy, our ATM machines came, and you see one ATM machine, and the next one is 5 kilometers away, and there's like 200 people queuing. We look at all these things, but the system that supports it, we ignore it. We just import the finished product. But KJ, please, 3 minutes. Student loan, are you interested? Are you applying for someone? Are you a shorty?
Fortunately, I am not, and it's sad.
You don't even qualify to be a shorty. This thing is hard.
Well, I think I'm more than qualified, but
I'm joking.
it's a sad event, honestly. And like I said, sometimes I want to even caution myself not to come across as somebody who's always bashing, But you see, these things are just too glaring. You see, this is a Rochas Okorocha's lesson that this government is trying to introduce. Rochas Okorocha, when he was governor of Imo State, he had a student loan. You have to apply with 10,000 naira to apply, for the form. And at the end of the day, not up to 1,000 people had that loan given to them, but over hundreds of thousands of people from Imo State applied, and that money till today nobody has explained where it went to. Okay, because the forms were not free. Okay, so now this has been taken to the federal level. All right. First and foremost, even before you start, the bill also said that it's going to be administered by a educational bank, which is not yet in place. So this is just preamble to what's going to come. So we don't even know when that bank will be put in place. You understand what I'm saying? So when we are talking about, not because we don't look, none of us here wants the loan. I mean, we can all afford to give our children and ourselves any level of education we want. But for those people who it is rightly their entitlement, people who live like in Aganabode, who have never even seen a high court judge before, or have a legislator in their disposal, or somebody who is related to them at that level, does it mean they're not qualified to go to school? Does it mean they don't have the right to be part of the system? These are some things we should ask ourselves about, And then you have to go for an interview. Let me tell you a story, and I won't call the name, but there's a very important office in Nigeria.
In 90 seconds.
Yes, less than 90 seconds.
Oh,
a very important called PTDF. My wife was supposed to go for an interview there. Her uncle was one of the directors in that office. Okay? And then she did that interview and completed it. My wife has a 2-1 in her, first degree, second degree. She has a 2-1. So she was quite qualified. 5.0. But at the end, a man called her aside and said, "Who gave you the letter? Do you have anybody in the presidency? No. Did they have anybody in this? No. I'm sorry. You need to get somebody to, hey, get out. You need someone. Sorry, my son is trying to distract me. Now, you need to get someone if this thing is going to be given to you. You know what? At the end of the day, she never got it. Why? Her uncle, who is already there, told her, "Look, this my dear, this one, I can't do anything. These people have to come directly from the presidency before you can get that loan given to you to go and do masters abroad or do PhD abroad." What am I saying? This is the system we have already known. It's not going to change. So when people are arguing, not because they don't want the government that is in place, we are not taking part of the government. We are saying this, and we're not even living under that environment. We're just simply saying, we love this country. Let things be done in the proper way. It can benefit everybody.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission. Prince Akochi, I'll move you to backstage. I'm going to bring Sydney on. Please stay in the backstage if you want to stay. I'll bring you on at some point. All right. Thank you very much.
Backstage too.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Thank you for your understanding. I'll bring Sydney up quickly. KJ. Let's bring Sydney, the smooth talker, the one that Kulata says he tries to sound very quiet, to sound very intelligent. See, Kulata likes to stir the pot now. When I first joined this platform, we used to, but now I just see Kulata's comment, I just laugh and I just move on. But welcome, Sydney, good to see you. AY, I'm sure you love the student loan. Tell us why we should love it.
Yeah, thank you. For me, like I said, I think the president has done quite well. But on the student loan, I don't know his intention. Honestly, in my personal opinion, I just feel he used it to score a cheap political point. I feel it's a window dressing because we've not dealt with the real issue. First of all, I will connect it with the subsidy removal. First of all, Nigeria, we don't have a database. The moment you don't have a database, a lot of things will go wrong. Stuff like the student loan. Half of Nigeria don't have government job. They are not even receiving minimum wage. If you go to the villages, Our mothers, they are market women. They sell stuff in the market. Some of our fathers are farmers. Some of them, they just do their personal job. My suggestion would have been channel this money, build our university, build infrastructures, create more technical colleges where even high school graduate can go there, acquire skills. Today, you know what is happening? If you go to Abuja, go to Lagos. Nigeria, after building houses, they go to Turkey to go order furniture. What is in furniture? We have very brilliant people. Nigeria are brilliant. Nobody can deny that. If you give people skills, they're going to deliver. You can have a technical schools where they build, where they learn mechanic, plumbing, you know, a lot of stuff, you know, building technicians. Look at the Igbo apprenticeship system. Emulate that system and create it in some other area. Some people can either, okay, after getting these skills, they can still go to university and say, oh yeah, let me have a degree. Invest in this kind of activities. So also like the subsidy removal, which was a good thing, but it was not planned. You have to do a study. How are you going to channel this money? Is there any other way to retain the subsidy in such a way that they will be going to the proper channel without embezzlement? Because from what they are creating on the student loan, the money is gonna go, is gonna lost. Like they will embezzle the money still. The poor people, the real poor people in Nigeria will not see the money. Just like what one of our brothers said about the PTDF. This scholarship, they don't go to the poor most times. I'm telling you, I participated in PTDF. Even the NITDA. I have friends that have this scholarships. Trust me, their parents are millionaires. It's just because of connections they got the scholarship. The poor are not getting them. So we need a database in form of BVN. Let everybody have it. Follow up on everybody. You are telling people to produce tax documents. How are they filing taxes? How are they going to provide documents? If I'm doing trading, for example, how am I going to provide? Do I file taxes? So that is why I believe like they know what they are doing, except they're going to modify it as we go on. Otherwise, to me, it's a facade. It's garbage.
Thank you very much, AY. I completely agree with your submission. And just to let you know, there are one or two people shouting you out in the comment section because, I mean, it's the first time I'm seeing you, but a lot of people said you're a Tinubu supporter. But people in the comment section, a few people said this is how you support a candidate objectively. You support the man, but there are
first of all, sorry, I'm not a Tinubu supporter.
No.
I'm not from the Yoruba, from the South.
Okay.
I'm not anybody's supporter. I'm just for the good of the country.
Perfect.
That is just my own.
Okay,
if Peter Obi had, I was having the feeling Peter Obi was the best candidate. To be honest, I don't mind Tinubu be a president. Yeah. I'm not anybody's supporter. I'm Nigeria supporter.
That's good. I mean, I think a few people probably just misconstrued you as a Tinubu supporter, but they're saying that they like the way you support the candidate, that, you know, despite the fact that you support somebody, if they do something, if they implement it wrong, the intention is good, but the implementation is wrong, you know, you can call it out without abusing them. If Peter Obi was president today and he did this student loan nonsense, I will call him out.
Yeah,
I won't curse him.
Exactly.
I won't for his father or mother, but I would say this is absolute nonsense. But thank you.
To put one point.
Yes,
one thing we need to stop doing is to idolize people. People idolize Buhari. Buhari went there fake completely. You know, like we should focus on our nation, our country. No matter who is there, let's hit hard on the person if he's doing wrong. If he do good, we praise him. Period.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Maichu, student loan. Are your children and grandchildren getting this loan? Nathaniel, so we're going round. So from after Mama Icho, we go to Thomas, then we come to you. Okay, that's what
for those who are clapping for the student loan. Come July 1st here in US, federal Pell Grant is $7,395. That is the money from the federal government to you as a student. No paying back. That is not loan, no. That's not free money. Then each state, they have their own grant. You don't pay back. Then the federal government now have what they call federal loan, which is because when they want to calculate your cost of education here for each year, each academic year, they will calculate your rent, your book, everything, including your tuition fee. That is what they used to come out with how much it will cost you for that academic year. Then they will divide it into 2. So if you are not taking full-time courses, your federal pay grant is enough to split for yourself. Then they will also give you what they call work study, where you can also work for at least a part-time to augment your feeding and everything. And when you are applying for this, you don't need your father, you don't need to waka. Inside your phone, you can apply for it. Inside your laptop, you can apply for it. Your tablet, you can apply for it. No headache. As long as you meet the requirement, school don't give you admission, they go give you neat without nothing. Then when you go enter, you also have opportunity of scholarship. That means if you do not want to take loan at all, you want to go through the Pell grant, the state grant, and do scholarship to qualify, you can go to school here in US without owing a dime. But you must be ready to put in the additional work of applying for those scholarships. And those scholarship is not permanent. Every year, you must reapply for it to keep it going. Now, they are telling us that somebody when get 500, now qualify. Maybe if you define 500 for the Tebuna value dollar for Nigeria, 500, that is annual, it's not up to $1,000. What a shame. What a shame. Meanwhile, the most intelligent children, na iya Alakara, iya Akpabio, iya Agorin Pikin, those are the smart and intelligent children. That woman in the village that is planting yam, gari, agbado, and plantain, one of the day they buga for street, for the city. Those are the people that need loan. But no, as usual, Nigeria must practice corruption in all sides. So another avenue, una don't do so oil subsidy, una don't pocket that one. Una don't come, they present loan, and some mumu they clap. That they call amazing. When their children for the Western world, they go to school free. Those people clapping in the Western world, how much are you paying for primary school for your child? How much are you paying for secondary school for your child? All those ones are free when your pikin don't enjoy for Western world. Iya Alakara pikin is drop and hawking akara. Or go in the morning, hawk akara, go to school, hawk bread in the evening. And you are here talking nonsense.
Okay,
God will judge all of you.
In 30 seconds.
Heaven will judge all of you that your children are benefiting in the Western world. Why did you run here? Not because you don't want to pay school fees. Majority of you run into this Western world. Is it not because you can't pay private school and there is no good government school for your children? Not be you then run come here and you come, you never even get paper. Your children are going to the school free. And you come here to celebrate amazing stupidity.
All right. Thank you, Mama Icho. Thank you for your submission. Thomas, you're next. Kulata thinks we're marginalizing you. I'm not sure how that's worked. We're going round, in a particular order, but Kulata said we're marginalizing you. Now you're no longer marginalized. You love
no, I'm not marginalized. You are going round. You are doing an amazing job, my brother. You are doing an amazing job. Even though I have some reservation for you, but I will keep that away.
I can handle it.
So, the student loan is amazing program, which Nigerian has been clamoring for. So if somebody that has the ball to do that, which the Tinubu has really tried to do, which we are signing into law. It's not a new law, it's not a new bill, it's been in house, but maybe Buhari doesn't have the balls to sign it into law. Now they sign it into law, fine. That's very amazing. The US you guys are, Australia that I am, they have student loan. Everybody don't need to go to school. That is it. This America you are, Australia you are, they have student loan. Some people don't take the loan. They decide not to go to school. So am I lying? Yeah.
What are the alternatives?
No, I'm saying I'm telling you.
I'm with you. It's true, and I said it as well. I don't think everybody needs to go to uni. I don't think, I don't want to call it luxury, but not everybody needs to go. But would you agree that the guys who pick up your refuse dump, your bin once a week, once every 2 weeks, one of the guys who push the wheelie bin and do that, they have a comfortable life. You understand? Your plumber, my dishwasher broke the other day. The collar charge was £80 plus VAT 20%, £96 without fixing it. The part they're going to buy to fix it is about £95. VAT on top. And I thought to myself, why didn't I just buy a new dishwasher, £400? But you understand? So when the plumber comes or the electrician comes and he charges you that sort of money, labor is rewarded in this part of the world. I'm not sure what Tinubu administration or Peter Obi, if he's given the mandate, whoever is there, we need to provide alternative to university. People are flocking to uni because they feel that's the only way out. Because if you look at our society, if you're not, first class, second class, masters, all these things, you hardly get a job. Then
but so we have technical schools, isn't it?
Sorry,
just 1 point, just to add to what you just
in 30 seconds.
Said. Yeah. Like really, it's not everybody that needs university. You can make primary and secondary school free, and let's have that technical education. The other thing is, instead of running after first class 2-1 in university, let's focus on skills.
I agree.
Focus on skill. If you have skill, look at America, Canada, all this country, nobody cares. You can do the job, you have the skills, get it done. Yeah. So let's focus on, if we focus on skill, the system will change automatically.
All right, thank you very much.
So
Thomas,
that's 1 point.
Please round off. Apologies for cutting you.
So the loan is amazing. Everybody don't need to get the loan. If you are not qualified for the loan, stay away.
Okay.
That is it.
If you're not
qualified,
you have the right to your opinion. But
So if you are not qualified for the loan, stay away. If you don't have a lawyer that can stand for you, stay away.
If your family earn more than 500,000, stay away.
Stay away.
That's your opinion, and that's the beauty of democracy. What we're practicing here is democracy, even on this platform. Thomas loves the idea: who doesn't qualify doesn't qualify. Who qualifies, go get it. But Thomas, just to let you know, now there are 2 English words on this panel that are almost forbidden: amazing and aghast. If anybody comes here and be aghast and somebody's amazed, it's wahala. But Nelly, thank you for your patience. It's been a minute since you've been waiting. So you joined us while we're discussing the student loan. Do you have anything to contribute towards that, or is there anything?
I just want to make one statement. I don't want to contribute.
One statement.
Yeah.
I love that.
And I think what I just want to say is that when people think Tinubu is doing amazing, he's not doing anything.
Yeah.
Okay, it's all a charade. Because you cannot steal someone's thing and then you turn around, you're telling me you're doing good. But all I'm going to say to him, Emefiele is going to sink.
Okay.
And then all the people that are involved will be exposed one by one. But it's really frightening for me that people will leave Nigeria, come to all these countries.
Amazing countries.
All these countries and claim that they have PhDs and that they've been to school, and to vomit the things that they vomit from their mouth is really sad. Because the ultimate thing is that Nigeria, we need to stop all the bloodshed in Nigeria. We need to stop all the things that are happening to the poor people in Nigeria. And Tinubu is the head of what is going wrong in Nigeria. So whether he signed the bill or he look at the people that he is even electing to be around him, and people will come on this panel and be saying the things that they're saying. He's not my excellency. So thank you. I'm going to leave.
Thank you very much.
I got tired of coming to these panels to listen to people keep saying this. Well, if he's doing an amazing job, please go back to Nigeria then.
All right. Thank you very much, Nelly, for your contribution and for keeping it brief. Let me see who hasn't joined. Nathan, Kene. This is Kene, like I always say, Kene here from Canada, not Kene the stubborn, my stubborn friend from the US. Kene, welcome to the show.
Match break there. How you go call my Kene say stubborn and show?
Oh, sorry, no vex. You're from America, gentle. Sorry. Mash, good to have you on the show, sir. Please go ahead. We're discussing the student loan. We've got about 10-15 minutes to wrap up on this particular topic.
Oh, thank you.
Thank
10
you
minutes.
Everybody else has got 10 minutes to share.
Thank you very much. Should I say ladies and gentlemen or brothers and sisters? I don't know which one. Am I audible enough?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Well, my name is Marshall. Because I've not met a lot of you here on this platform before. And I am from Benue State in Nigeria. I'm half Benue, half Edo, and I live in Germany.
Okay.
In my place, there is a popular saying that where you see the moon or the sun from determines your perspective. It determines your impression of what the shape and color of the sun is. Well, I am very passionate about Nigeria. I can't describe my level of passion when it comes to Nigeria because every day I'm in the office, I'm at home. I even hardly had time for my family because of this useless country called Nigeria. I always have to monitor, as those Fulani men, they put small radio for ear for bush, they look for news. That is how I look after Nigerian news from everywhere I can scoop it from. Well, concerning the student loan, let me not digress. Concerning the student loan that is in question, you see, one thing that pains my heart very deeply about Nigeria is that we have been and we continue to build a culture of people deliberately ignoring the truth. You'll be shouting yourself hoarse and raising your hand. Nobody will behave like they've seen you or heard what you are saying. Even though everybody knows you are telling the truth, they will ignore you. How can such a country prosper where people are more accommodating to lies? That's number one. Number two, coming to this student loan that they're talking about, it will just, Nigeria, like I said, is fraud. I'm sorry to say, like one of my elder brothers here said earlier, I don't want to cut across like somebody who is a pessimist or who is always running down Nigeria. But from everything that I see, it's very unfortunate that I don't have any choice than to be truthful.
Okay.
Nigeria is like they say in my place, when you see a child that will scrape his father's hair, you will start to recognize him from childhood. Nigeria has been so since I was born. I was born in the late 60s. It has never changed. Rather, it has been going backwards. When I was a child, only those of us who were extremely brilliant went to university. When you got admission, even to go to secondary school in those days, all the girls in your street will be running after you, even though you are not old enough to think about women. That time, there was distinction. All of us were working very hard to distinct ourselves, to show that we are brilliant. Competition. Then it came to the time of university. If you went into a whole city, you might hardly be able to pick up 10 people who gained admission to university because that time it was based on merit.
Okay.
So those few of us where we gain admission, even though some of us be like Monkina, so girls go to Russia because it shows that you are brilliant.
Right.
Well, it saddens me so much these days when I look at everywhere I look at, I get degree, I go Ekuma, I go Benin, I go Jos. I start to wonder, is it the same kind of thing that I worked so hard for that you do next to nothing to earn? You go to school and block and give this, that, and give that, and at the end of the day, You come out of the university with a degree, and when they say, hi, how are you? You say, I won't win. What kind of country is that? Well, the student loan thing is like Nigeria being involved in this student loan thing. It's like somebody not buying a plot of land, but building a story building in the air. You have to get a plot of land before you build. Where is the data? How do you know who is poor, who is deserving or not? I live in Germany, so I see the moon. I see the moon from the German perspective. I have a kid in the university. I don't even know what is their school fees. And I am not very poor. I don't know how much. If you honestly ask me how much does it cost my child to go to school, to go to university, if I want to be very blunt and truthful, I'll tell you I don't know.
Okay, sir.
And on top of that, he gets the loan if he wants. He gets pocket money. He gets so many kinds of money that I don't even know too, whether he gets or not. And there needs to be dignity of labor in Nigeria. It's not even whether somebody is well paid enough or not. There needs to be dignity of labor. Somebody with a carry pole, supposed to toast woman, the woman go respect them.
Fact.
That is one thing that is missing in Nigeria. If somebody with a carry dustbin go toast woman, they go stay kai. Now when you bro, no follow on. Yes. Who said so? In Germany, people do so many kind of things, and they get respected, and they drive nice cars.
All right. Thank you very much, Mash. We'll come back to you at some point. 1 second. So, Sydney, good to have you. We're discussing student loan. In 3 minutes, tell us what you think. Are you
just
applying
a quick
for
one.
someone?
There's nothing.
Are you a shorty?
There's nothing too fantastic. I want to just second what AY said. This is just a typical Tinubu. He's a smooth operator. He's working with what is happening. He's trying to create a lot of distractions around, and which is his pattern. With regards to the student loan, if you look at the nitty-gritty, number one, how would they get the funds? He's mentioned two areas, but he's shady about other areas from different sources. Not very clear. You need to be sure how funds are going to come in to fund student loans. Like what Marsh and AY said, if there's no plan, with Nigeria, there's no data, there's no plan, there's no organization. So how can you do it? And we have not even talked about the $800 million that Buhari asked for loan for to distribute to Nigerians that are poor. See, there's a lot going on that I hope that the CBN, former CBN Emefiele, will begin to speak about. So there are real deep issues. Now, if you give a student loan to somebody and you said in 2 years' time, the person should repay it, current Nigerian statistics on unemployment shows that it's very impossible. Statistically, it's impossible for a graduate that finishes in 2 years to pay it back. It's statistically impossible.
Yeah, that's the point where the lawyer and the judge comes in. They'll start paying.
So, and in a Nigeria that doesn't have data, the person runs away. So it's good for us to have a student loan, but it must be packaged correctly. It must be packaged in a way that is very realistic. Thomas said something about Australia and all that. Even in that Australia, you have what they call traineeship. You don't pay for traineeship. All right. So if you're coming from year 10 or just finishing secondary school and you can't go into university or for whatever reason, or you're more of a technical person. So that traineeship is just like the Igbo system of apprenticeship. The government pays the business to train you and you get trained and then they establish you. So I feel that there must be a complete overhaul of the educational system of Nigeria to make it to become cutting edge. Cutting edge is not just about the technology, but just about systems and policies. In terms of the fact that, okay, if you finish in secondary school and you're a technical person, we used to have technical colleges in Nigeria. Can we revamp it? Can we work on it? Can we work with apprenticeship systems so that people are well established and then they can, it improve your labor products. And things, if manufacturing begins again in Nigeria, people can have jobs and people can even take short, small loans to even go to those technical schools. And then you will notice that if you want to go to university, even that student loan can be worked at in such a way that it is very realistic, it is easily accessible, and of course, the government also wants a payback system that is also realistic for the government. They don't want to just give money and people run away with money. Typical Nigerians also. So I understand where the government is coming, trying to create stringent rules. However, they must be realistic rules. So for me, is revamp the whole educational setup so that there's opportunities. Even if people are doing certificate programs, people are doing technical programs, people are now doing university programs, then at each level, there are different funds you can access. Madam H.O. said it rightly. State governments can give bursaries. In those days, there are bursaries and all that. State governments can put all those little palliatives so that there's some money you can get, you don't need to repay back. You know, I remember the PTDF thing, you needed to have a 2-1 and all that. And then even when we had to get it, you still have to submit your first semester results. I remember when I had to look for that, you still have to submit your first semester result, which you need to get up from 3.5. Then they start thinking of giving you that kind of loan. So we need to create different systems along the value chain of the educational setup, from primary school, secondary school, and tertiary education. And then you will see that the pressure on taking a student loan, you think through it, and it's easier for a very low income families to, work on it. So they can actually say, specific for low income families, this is how you can assess this. Then medium income families of this is what you need to show. Then you can assess it. But you see, with Nigeria, because there's a lot of things on the ground, because it's money for the boys that they want to go through different things, and anything goes. So student loan is global, it's not rocket science, but we
It's the
must
modalities
sit
you
down
don't
to
agree
see
with.
what fits the Nigerian model, what fits that Nigerian model, and actually be honest to ourselves and pin it down. But I understand what Tinubu is doing. He needs to appeal to people. He needs people to turn to him because he knows that the country really, not many people really value him as president. So he needs to start taking decisions, show that he's at his work, he's doing all
Similar
that
to what Chris
and all
Ngige did
that.
in
But
Anambra
in
State.
doing that, do not mortgage the country. Do not mortgage education. And at the end of the day, we're trying to, settle education and everything goes amiss. So for me, those people saying, oh, yes, it's okay, it's fine, it's okay. But we have to be realistic. We have to be realistic. We have to have a system that works,
Thank you,
an
Sydney.
overhaul of that educational system, and then you will notice that everybody will now get into their level. Education is not cheap, and that's one other thing. Like what Thomas said, education is not cheap. There's nothing cheap about it. However, you must
In 30
create
seconds, please round off.
the palliatives. You must create the patterns where even for PhD, people doing PhD should do PhD free because they are investing in research for their country. So they are researching, they're trying to, open the R&D sections for their country and innovate. So what are we giving to innovators? What are we giving to researchers so that the country can benefit? So countries, most times, we say, if you're doing a PhD, do it free because it's benefiting our country. And you notice that PhDs that make sense for the country will start being established. But Nigeria is not going that way. So for me, it's just the regular sham that operates, and it just used to camouflage, using a perfume to camouflage something that is already very decayed.
Yep. Thank you very much, Sydney, for your submission. I quite agree. I mean, quite a few of us have said it that we agree that university is not for everybody. Not everybody should go to uni. You shouldn't need to go to uni to have a decent life. There are some sectors. Honestly, living in the UK for as long as I've lived, there's a particular sector that can't stop. Oh, I was going to say amazing. That I can't stop admiring. The logistics sector. I mean, think about, you live in the US, you live in the UK, wherever you live, think about how many drivers, DPD, DPD, UPS, Royal Mail in the UK, think about how many drivers that they employ. Think about how many people they employ for their sorting offices. Someone did a video not too long ago of one of the post office in Lagos, and I thought, God, what is this? The lady did a video. I think she went from maybe UK or US, and she's been there for such a long time, and she was just in shock. So imagine that sector alone. What degree do you need to drive a truck? How many trucks are being driven on a daily basis in the West? Royal Mail, Parcel Force, DPD, UPS, all these things. During Christmas, they would hire, Christmas people for sorting because there'll be a lot of mails being sent back and forth. We don't need rocket science to fix things like that. If there's no insecurity that they'll be waylaid on the road, people will drive from. There are people who are truck drivers. They will drive from Abuja to wherever. It's not everything that will be freight or be, or on a track. Some things are being driven here, even here in the UK. If we have the roads, they will drive. We'll have, hundreds of thousands of jobs will be provided. So university, at the end of the day, this loan should not be everybody looking for it. So the government, whoever the government is, it doesn't matter now. They need to provide enabling environment for private sector and from some other government parastatals to work, and this will create so many jobs. Take the burden of looking for student loan, take it off everybody. Mama Icho, I see your hand. We'll put it down so it doesn't hurt. I see you and I'll come to you, but let's speak to Ify before she disappears. She comes and she disappears. So let's speak to Ify quickly. We can hear you. The same issue from last week. Try again. Oh, there's something I was going to do, but I don't think we have enough time. I was going to do something to engage the people in the comment section. I was going to do something that I call Guess the Panelist. Not that I will speak exactly like them, but some of their chosen words or phrases. And I was just looking to see what the people in the comment section would say. I'll start with a very obvious one. Somebody who would come on the platform, and if you say, and I'm looking at the person now, so that's a clue. And if you say, my wife has been trying, me and my wife have been trying, we don't have a child, we don't know, we've done IVF, everything is not working, the person will say, try section 68. If you say, I'm broke, I don't have money, the person will say, section 110 is your solution. The person will say, respectfully, we told you respect. We told you respect. I did not interject you. But you see, they sacked you in your office and you want to take them up, section 68, section 110 is your go-to. If you use those two sections, your problem is fixed. I'm sure you all know that panelist, but let's move on quickly. We'll go to, this thing has moved, shifted. Okay, so Thomas has spoken. Mama Icho, I see your hand. Mama Icho, yes, go on. You have something to...
Yeah, I wanted to say...
with the person's name in the comment section. Yes, Mama Icho, talk to us.
For some of us who is saying that education is not for everybody. May we try
university education, to be clear.
Wait now, university education is not everybody. But in this system we are living in, when I came, the first culture shock I have, because I was coming from home, that is only when you have your university degree that you wear your gown, that you run graduation ceremony. But here, if you manage to finish secondary school, you go dress with gown. And I was wondering why. And I discovered that in their system, they hardly complete secondary school. They hardly. So when they complete what they call high school, which we call secondary school, they celebrate it like we celebrate first degree. Then I was now wondering, those that didn't complete secondary school, are they able to work in the system? And the answer is yes. So even though you do primary 5, there is a dignified work for you that you will work and nobody will belittle you. And you can earn up to $10. Some degrees, and when you finish, you go discover as a person who is not finish primary school, secondary school, if they earn the same money with you. in this system. So the question I want to ask those who say university education is not for everybody, and we know say without university education in Nigeria, they go they treat you like yeah. How many of una, when they talk here, go allow una pikin to marry mechanic for Nigeria? How many of una go allow una pikin to marry wheelbarrow pusher for Nigeria? How many of una go allow una pikin to marry Okada driver in Nigeria? But yet, in this system, you marry who you want marry. You born for who you want born for.
Facts.
Baby mama, baby papa, they're not they discriminate. So when we now have a system that only give dignity to those who are graduate, and somebody is here telling me, say, education is not for everybody. I mean, a university education is not for anybody. Lori Iro.
Okay. Thank you, Mama Icho. Thank you very much. Thank you for your submission. Welcome back, Augustine. Welcome, Will. Good to see you. I would go to another panelist that I'm going to say, guess who the person is. The panelist comes in and says, thank you, doctor. You see, I work in aviation. My father, we have a house in Lagos. The house is paying us a lot. That house was bought when my father was young in Lagos. My daughter is going to college. She has scholarship from 3,222 colleges in the US. She doesn't have to pay. So you see, this division of Nigeria, we don't have to divide Nigeria. We're all the same. You know, we all wear the same clothes, wear the same cap, the same hat. You see, even a Yoruba man can't afford amala in Lagos. Everybody eats amala. But I work in aviation. So, you know, Nigeria does not need to break up. We have to love each other. There's no marginalization anywhere. I can see somebody, I can see the name. See, the people in the chat who pay attention to this thing. Some of you on this panel, you don't know. But the people that this is meant for, they are getting it nailed on. Yes, Paul, we hear you. Man of Prestige, we'll come to you in a minute, but let's hear from Will. Will, welcome to the show. We're discussing you'll be the last person.
Sorry, point adjusting. Sure. Sorry, I sent you a message in the private chat. Can you respond, please, so that I can make a decision, please? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. I'm going to have a look. Sorry. Yes. Sorry, Will, please go on. We're discussing the not free education now, the student loan. You'll be the last person to talk about it.
Okay.
We'll move on to the next topic.
Even though the idea is a good idea, you know, to help people that need money to educate themselves, to get a good life, you know. But I think personally, it's doomed to fail from the beginning. Why? It's because most things in Africa fails. Everything we do, EFCC system fails. Our democracy, we don't do it properly. So even though it's a good, lofty idea, you work, they can sell it here and there, but when it comes to the nitty-gritty, the planning, the execution, to the last degree, someone will fail. A manager will fail somewhere. So that's my point, that it's a good idea. We celebrate it. But the problem is the actualization, putting it to practice, letting it to be reached to the people that actually deserve it. You know, it's not just for, as my brother was saying before, Brother Thomas was saying that if you are qualified, you get it. If you are not qualified, that's correct. But if you have a loan that's meant for some people, for some demographic, and they're not qualified, then that's failed. So that's the point. If you have it's there for us, but if it doesn't reach the people that need it most, and in Africa, as we know about the issue about the palliative, we saw what happened after this protest that came out, that how the palliative was stored. Those governors were hiding there for months. People were suffering. Right. So it was a good idea also, but it was poorly executed. There's no accountability. So this one also, there will not be accountability. No, I remember when I was in Nigeria, in those days when we want to apply for GC to do our WAEC in the ACs, JAM, you queue. It has been like that forever. You go to Victoria, you go there, you queue, you will cry. Man, you want to buy GC form, you will there hours. So our systems, GC is a good idea, but execution, how to plan it properly, is the problem. So Tinubu's idea to sign into law, I like it. You know, it's a good thing, but execution, people that will do their work, people that will put people in the right place, if they can get them
the right people in the right place, the right qualification, you can cross their T's, eyes their eyes, then it will be good. But as I said earlier on, because everything in Nigeria fails, democracy, is a mediocre. This one, at the end of the day, after when you look back now in 5 years from now, we say, nobody benefits. We not, that's my point.
All right. Thank you very much, Will. So I'm going to hear from Augustine for like 2 minutes. I think you've spoken about the issue, but I'll give you another 2 minutes to just
I've not
touch up on
spoken
this.
about it, though.
Oh, okay. So, okay. I think you spoke about the first one. So you'll be the last person to speak on this student loan. And we're going to be listening to electricity. He's going to be talking to us. It's one of the things we're discussing. He's going to be talking to us about how to use our constitution. We don't like it. It's flawed. Many of us think it should be burnt. It should be ripped apart. But electricity is saying there's still some good in it. We can recall some of our lawmakers. He reckons, we're not doing enough as citizens. The citizens' office needs to be occupied. So I won't do the talking for him, but I will let Augustine speak to us for about 2 minutes, 3 minutes on this loan issue. Then electricity would talk to us.
I think it is beautiful to know that all of us agree that it's good we have a student loan. But Nigeria has a problem. The only problem is that we don't put logistics in place to make sure that the right thing is done when the policy comes into effect. It's like commissioning a road that is half completed or commissioning Dangote's refinery that's not completed. So I think that's the problem. Look, there are machineries we need to put in place for it to work. For example, I expected that the government needs to work with the university. For example, if somebody wants to get this loan, most of the time, like in this part of the world, when they get into college, by the time they attend the first 2 weeks of classes, I, as a teacher, I've signed those papers a lot. I, as a teacher, send a comment to the government to tell them that this person has resumed school. That is when they now pay in the money for some of those things. Now, besides this, I feel that some of the conditions which are there are stringent, especially with the case of getting a lawyer. And sometimes some of those who are supposed to be shorties are those who are supposed to be up to maybe approximately grade level 13 or 14 in the civil service. If you have such people as, let's say, uncles as shorty, why do you then need the loan? That's one thing we should always ask. Why do you then need the loan? But for me, I feel that's a nice way. But this is something that will be holistic. The state government, the federal government, and everybody needs to try as much as possible to give scholarship from different directions. And the scholarship should be open. It should be open. Like somebody mentioned about PhD. Like in this part of the world, some of the regulations they have is that you cannot do PhD research with your money. If you do PhD research with your money, the results are rejected. They feel that you'll be biased in the results. And that is why whenever it comes to publications, if you want to write a paper, sometimes you need to give the publishing company or the reviewers the source of your money that was used for that research or for that work. And that is why we have acknowledgements and other things which are related to that. So that is one part I really want to hold, where especially with the postgraduates, they don't need to use their money for research. They should be allowed to do their work relatively free. It is now that you get into some postgraduates where you see about 60 people in a class. It's not done. In my class now, you'll be surprised. we were admitted just 14 and we are left 8. So that is just a problem. We admit almost 14 and almost ending the program. Now we are left about 8 of us. And these people were fully funded. So I don't see a situation where you should be telling PhD students to pay. They will manufacture results and nothing comes out of it. And Nigeria has one bad attitude, which I don't like. Everybody who sees money as grant and scholarship feel it is his own share of the national cake. That is very wrong. I have been in a situation where professors get grants and they use it to buy SUV. It's not done. If you are giving grants for research, use that money and do the thing you are supposed to do. Students are paid stipends from research, transportation, buy this, buy that from research, and you give a detailed account. You can be surprised that, okay, me as a PhD student, I got a very small grant of just 1,500 from the government of the state. And I had to write a report that this grant I paid $200 to fly from here to here. I paid this. And thank God that anything you do, there are receipts. So I give you the receipt of the company in such a way that if you want to find out if I really bought that airplane, you ask the company, flight number, this is this person. They say, yes, he bought that thing. So that is accountability even from the people. We feel that if I get any money, like somebody said that they chase people, Pampe. Is it Pampe they call it?
Pampe, yes.
They chase people around, you borrow money, no one pay again. After all, now my own share of
They will drag you. They will drag you.
So it's from the planning was poor. And one thing I also have in mind is that Nigerians should learn to start doing their own part. If you finally finish, you get a job, pay back the money so that the money will go back to the government and more people can still access it. You fuel the system that produces you. Just put it that way.
All right. Thank you, Augustine. To everyone, quick apologies. I said Electricity was going to speak to us about the Constitution right after Augustine, but I read his message wrong. He said he had to step out and he will come back later. So he wanted to know how long I'm here for. So Electricity will be coming back much later. But let's guess, not you guys on the panel, you are the VIPs. I'm talking to my people where I come from in the comment section. Who is this panelist that comes in and tells us that OUK is my cousin? I hosted him in Pennsylvania in 1974. We were having lunch, and guess who walked in? Zebrudaya, about the book he's writing. And he wrote the book, and we launched the book. And it will go on and on and on. After like 5 minutes, then we said, having said that, now to the main thing. And we're thinking, sorry, you've spoken for the last 10 minutes. Haven't said that. How now? I think, yes, I can see the name in the comment section. Igbo Basics. Okay, you pay attention to everyone. CM, good to see you. You're in the dark, oh. You know our...
my this thing.
Is it reflection? It's part of the rules. Open the blind, let the light come in now. Let's see your face.
I believe the window. It could be the weather. I opened the window. I don't know.
We'll manage it. It's okay. All the way from Scotland. Tell us, student loan. Are you applying? You'll be the last person in 2 minutes, and you would kick us off on the appointment of. Is it appointment or the victory of the man from South now? What's his name? Akpabio. Godswill. So you have 4 minutes for the 2 topics. Except you are not interested in one.
Quickly,
so student loan start with that, and you move straight away to Akpabio. What's your thought on Akpabio becoming the Senate president?
Okay, yeah. Just a quick one. I mean, people have spoken on student loan.
Yes.
To me, it's dead on arrival for reasons most people have given. Nigeria, this is not the first student loan. There's a place called the Western Avenue in Lagos. Before if later you pass Costain, get into Alaka, there's a place they call Alaji Tokan Street, Nigerian Student Loans Board. The signboard, I think, is still there. It won't work. When you say loan means it can be repaid. Now, the essence of giving student loan is that when they take the loan, they go to school. When they graduate, you give them job, because if you can't provide job for them, they won't be able to get money to pay back. Have they thought about that? Has he thought it through? Nigeria is owing 77 trillion, and they're talking about student loan. This is just a populist something. Tinubu is any legitimate president, so he's trying to curry favor just to win people over. I don't regard all this. This is just rubbish to me. Right. For so many reasons, Nigeria doing student loan. Do we have accountability? Is there database? Who knows who is a student? Anyway, that's why
they need guarantors, lawyers, judges, so that if they don't pay after 2 years, they'll go and drag the lawyer.
That is when you see people with forged certificate and say, I'm a barrister, I can guarantee you. Maybe another Akberu. So forget
it. Okay, yeah. President, what's your thought
on Akpabio? That one, this is government for what we have now as of today. 17th of June. What we have now is government of the crooks. Are you hearing me?
Clearly.
I'm not hearing you. I'm not hearing you.
We can hear you. We can hear you, Sam. Go on. Carry on.
Okay, yeah. Talk. What we have now is government of the crooks. Crook in Nigeria. The chief crook is an Aso Rock. So one should be in the executive and then the legislature. Akpabio, you see, Nigerians like to clap for something. How did Akpabio become a senator? How did he came in? Nigeria like to establish rules. These are the law we have to follow. People will jump it and they will be clapping for them. Is Akpabio supposed to be back in the Senate? That is the first question. Senate president is just the icing on the cake, first among equals. Is Akpabio supposed to be part of the Senate today? Is he supposed to? He and Ahmed Lawal. So what are we talking about? Nothing good can come out of a crooked system. So I do not even recognize all the things they are doing. My prayer, if you ask me, is for this tribunal to hasten up and let Obi take over his mandate, who is elected, so that Nigeria can start. All this government of the crooks. That's what we have in this. The chief crook is an Afro, the deputy is a Boko Haram apologist. Then the man the man to head the Senate is another chief crook of. It is them that told. Listen, it is them that told the Tinubu to fire. What is it called? EFCC, because they all have case there. Anyway, sure, this is laughable. Anyway, let me leave it here. Let me leave it here, please. Thank you. Let me not waste time.
If you saw some of the comments I highlighted. Someone said you should buy a torch and point it to your face. Another person said buy a ring light. My advice is maybe you should contact that our brother with Ankara.
Okay, see. Yeah, this is a light now.
Forget
this is a table light.
That guy, that guy with the Ankara hoodie who did interview with BBC. What's his name? The guy from Osun State. The BBC guy, the Japa guy.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, contact him. So
yes,
guys,
I remember.
The ones who came in around 2021, 22, they all have YouTube channels. They know where they sell the best ring lights. Just tell them that you want to buy a ring light for your videos. All this Japa guy, everybody has a YouTube channel. Welcome to my channel. How to Japa, how to get visa. They know the best ring lights. So we can see your face. This is a lot better. Thank you, CM. So we'll go back this way. Sydney, Akpabio has been, he won the hotly contested election. I think it was him and Yari that contested, and you saw how he poked fun at Yari for saying Yari didn't even write an acceptance speech because he knew he wasn't going to win. And Yari has come to say he ran against APC, Tinubu, everybody, the governors, northern governors, they don't like him. What's your take on all of this? And what do you think this means for Nigeria?
First of all, I think Yari is just wasting our time. Between two of them, I don't think he's better than Akpabio, technically. If I look at those two candidates, I know I discussed a lot of this with CM and forefathers last time, and I said the game will be as usual. Tinubu is not Buhari. Tinubu has track record. He's a smooth operator. He understands political operations. You must give it to him. This is where he wants to go. There's no government in the world that will not put, if it's a presidential system, that will not put somebody that is favorable for them in their party, because they want to make sure that their policies and agenda go through. It's normal for every government, all right, except you don't have majority. And so Tinubu, before he left to Paris, said, this is my direction. I'm very clear. I'm not going to do the thing that Buhari did. He's not clear. Buhari is always tentative. Tinubu doesn't have too much tentativeness. He wants to take hold of the machinery of the party to say, I'm in charge here. This is my direction. You follow. And the only way he could do it is to create an open system. If he creates an open system, anybody that goes against him knows that they're in big problem. So if you look at the House of Rep, he made sure they opened it. If it was secret, he would lose the battle. But he opened the system up so that he can watch what is happening there and everybody will toe to line. Even there was I think House of Rep guy that says, my heart says this, but I vote this. All right. So those situations were happening, right? Because Tinubu wants them to orchestrate his plan from A to Z.
All right.
Does it change anything? No. Akpabio is a very, I call him a smooth operator too, a very likable
uncommon transformer.
Yes, uncommon. All right. He's somebody that because of he has a strength of the gap. He knows how to engage with his colleagues. He's a businessman. They're transactional. All right. So everything is just as normal. It's going to be very transactional. The president wants this, we push it. So I don't see a difference between him and Lawan. Just that he's more transactional, he's more a livelier personality. But in how they will operate, it will not be different from Ahmed Lawan. The president wants this, the president will get it. No resistance.
All right.
That's how it will work. And we thought that you could have some resistance from the opposition, especially in the House of Rep. But the opposition, Tinubu realized that, number one, look at the opposition. You have Labour, you have the PDP, you have NNPP, which is majorly the opposition, and a few snippets of YPP. He knew that the opposition did not have a rallying force. They didn't have somebody in the House of Rep who could rally the opposition. They were all scattered, and it's very good for a politician. I can work with them as individuals and have APC still hold the strength in the House of Rep. So, but moving forward, will there be people that will break the ranks, especially in the Senate? That's what we cannot determine. Whether they will have people that will break the ranks and really create some bottlenecks for him. I doubt it, because Nigerian politicians generally are very transactional. In terms of the optics, I don't think it's the best optics, because there's something that Marucha Sokorocha said. He said, Mr. Lawan, you need to teach me how both of us contested as presidential candidates, and you have been able to wangle the system, which was very clear. That day was the day of exposure. Even a senator had to expose us that his wife, who was one-time president,
is one of the topics we might cover.
Was helping them out. And Lawan say off the mic.
Off the mic. You don't have to go down that route.
So it's business as usual in the House of.
Thank you,
in the House, and I don't think it's going to change anything. So that is very concerning. I think the last times we have had real strong senates at the times of Okadibo and maybe the time of Saraki, where there was some pushback. And that pushback is very important to create some kind of balancing, But now, once everything is, bow down and walk, bow down and go, then you know that we're just surviving on whatever Tinubu does.
Okay. Thank you for the submission, Sydney. Thomas from Australia, I see you raising your hand. Are you looking to leave? So did you just want to say something and leave?
Yes.
All right,
please.
quickly.
Yeah.
Sorry, we'll come back to you.
We are midnight here.
Yeah, sorry.
Midnight here. I just want to speak a little bit on Akpabio saying I can opt out so people can come in.
Don't wait for reply. Once you finish, just log out and run. Yes, please.
I was being careful, and I'm being what they call it. Which English will I use? I'm being sympathetic on the Southeast, because number one is gone. The second is gone. The third is gone. The fourth gone. So what is Southeast? What is Southeast in this regime of Tinubu? I think it should be. That is nonsense to me. That is still nothing. It's nothing to me. I think they should be rooting for the Southeast guy, or Gius or Kalu. But I think even the Southeastern, they don't want him. So at the long run, he finally failed. Then as well, the voting pattern when they vote for the Akpabio something, I was so mad. This topic, we have treated it in one man's platform during the week. Yes, I was so mad that the Southeasterner could be voting for a Northerner. I don't get it. Why was the Southeasterner, most of their votes went to the Yari guy?
But people told them to build bridges, so maybe this is their Julius Berger work starting already.
Which kind of
so they started this Julius Berger work,
stupid bridge?
Isn't that what you told? Not you, but that's what people told the Southeasterners. Build bridge.
In my opinion, humble opinion, I think they should be going for the South,
But if they
which
do
is
that,
the
people say they're
Akpabio
not
guy.
building bridge. They've not learned their lessons. I think they're starting to listen and building bridges.
This bridge they are building is a stupid bridge to me. I think they should be
I'm just
voting
being
for
sarcastic.
Akpabio. No, I don't, because
Please,
they've been left
can
out.
I,
CM,
can I
Presidency. Can I
interject?
please
CM,
finish,
just wait.
please?
CM, please wait.
No, I'm not
Let us finish
interjecting.
our
Let me
round.
just speak and run, please. So I think it's ridiculous to me. I was mad. I
Don't be
wasn't
mad.
happy because
Be cool.
I thought they should be voting for Akpabio. Thank
Okay.
you, guys. God
Thank you
bless
very
you
much.
all.
Have a
Thank
good
you.
night.
Yeah.
Oh, look at who is here. Forefathers. So this
Please,
show is not going to end
please,
at 8, 9 p.m. Forefathers will take you to 1 a.m.
please,
UK time. You're here forever.
please,
Beautiful.
can I interject,
Wait
please?
now. Wait.
Wait,
Interject.
it's
We're
my
going to
turn.
Will. No, we're going to Will. No,
Omiloko.
it's Will. No, it's not. How can it be you? This is marginalization of the Yoruba people on this platform. Egbon Will.
Omiloko. I wanted to put a word to
going.
that guy. If you wanted me, so it doesn't run, I will say, hear what I want to say.
No, it's gone. Let him go. All these replying people.
No.
Will, please
You
unmute
see,
yourself and speak.
it's always pathetic to me when people cry for the southeast. We don't
You know
want
they're
any.
not crying, but you
We
know
don't
the
want it.
truth
Let
that
him
they're
not
not
say for
crying
the
for
southeast.
you.
No, we are
But
not.
you know,
We are not consigned whether
where do
number
you
one,
fall for
number
these
two, number
things? Where
four,
do you
number
fall
five.
for it?
Eh?
The guy will come next week. He will say the same thing. You say you want to reply.
AJ,
You replying him to change his
write
mind.
your thoughts for Gran. When he reach your turn, you visit
Exactly.
time.
Oga Will. Okay.
Okay. I think what happened is that for Aspadio, Uzokalu, me too. Initially, I thought that Tinubu, him and Uzokalu, they were friends. I thought that would be his guy for the position. I'm surprised that he had Akpabio.
But remember,
and I think
Okalu was with Ahmed Lawan during APC primaries. He was parading channels, going everywhere, speaking for Ahmed Lawan. He didn't support Tinubu during the primaries.
But you're right. But when Tinubu won the election, I remember that there was a video that came out on YouTube that Tinubu went to greet his mother on her birthday, and he was braiding against his mother. They are friends. So I thought that would be his guy. And again, because Southeastern, they lost it. Nobody's there. They need somebody out there in the top level. I thought that they will be the Southeastern. But be that as it may, they have Akpabio there. I think Akpabio is the reason he has Akpabio there is because of the River State. No, the river, but who? I think we can all the Hey, but Rivers, you're right. But all these guys are
weak. Oh, you mean South in general? Okay.
Generally, they are for look at South. They didn't go for Lagos. I'm surprised. I was thinking that Bayelsa, River, Akwa Ibom, because they're close to Southeastern, they will go Labour. They all went PDP and APC. So now that Tinubu asked all he wanted, all he wants, he has Akpabio, he has his guy. Now the boy is in his court. He has now all his agenda. The bulls, he has the bull on his own to do whatever he wants to do now to be successful. If it's not successful, then people will look back and say, you have the House, you have the Senate, you have everything on your this short time. And again, people are saying that Akpabio is corrupt, is this and that, he has baggage. When it comes to politics, it's a different ball game. Look at America. Look at Trump when he was running. Look at all his baggage he had. And yet, the evangelicals, they knew that he was the one that would fight immigration. They supported him. They look away from his personal life. So when they go to politics, sometimes we miss it that the right person is the right guy. Jimmy Carter was a Christian. He wasn't successful. So this guy, we sometimes politics and we miss it together sometimes. So I think Akpabio for Tinubu guy is the right person for him for his agenda. We shouldn't miss it together that Akpabio is corrupt. He has this. For Tinubu agenda to be accomplished, he feel like he's the right guy. And if Tinubu becomes successful in the legislature, let's see how it works in the next few years.
Thank you very much, Will. Is anyone on the platform on this panel and in the chat section, anyone from South? In the 9 of us, South. AY, you're from South. Okay. And the people in the comment section, are you happy? Does it mean anything for you that Akpabio is the number 3 citizen in Nigeria? For an average person from the South, does it mean anything to you? Does it change anything? Are you excited? As a Yoruba man, I can speak for when Obasanjo became president in 1999. He had 2 terms. Then we had Oshibajo 2 terms as VP. So out of the 24, we've had, Kushti, 8, 16. I don't think it changed anything for an average Yoruba boy in Ogun State, or I mean, both of them are from Ogun State, Obasanjo, and does it mean anything for you? Are you excited? Are you happy? Do you feel like you belong?
So
In
first
30
of all,
seconds.
no, it doesn't mean anything to me. If it doesn't mean anything, I will expatiate when I'm
Mama
speaking.
Icho, you are from South. You have, you know that. Does it mean anything to you, Mama Icho? Quickly, don't cost them yet. We'll get to that, but quickly. Does it mean
What
anything?
do you mean? How thief go because Senate president, then I go clap. I beg, I gonna leave matter for Matthias, Dare.
Okay, that's
So
fine.
please,
So
can I
we're
make a
meant to go
comment? I
to.
think you've been here. Let me
I
talk, and
wanted
then
to
I can
say,
leave.
Just one second. We'll get to everybody. Welcome, John Abba. Just to let you know that someone in the comment section who is very happy to see you. They said, John. They said the show has been very good because Rudolph and John Abba has been away. It's been a perfect show. Then immediately you came in. I just thought I'd let you know. So sorry, KJ, we come to you. Then after you will come to John Abba. Okay, so KJ, please, we'll stick to 3 minutes. You're starting on 45. Please go on 3 minutes, then we'll go to John Abba.
Okay. First and foremost, I want to give a quick response to the other guy who have left.
It's part of the 3 minutes, it's fine.
For instance, for those of us from the East, there's no difference between the person from Akwa Ibom, Cross River, and all that. It's just the nomenclature that which Nigeria politicians have created as South-South, try to divide the people. Akwa Ibom, to me, is the same thing as Ojus Okalu. I see all both of them are the same thing. There's no difference between, and I'm serious about it. I went to school in Ogoja, French School of Arts and Science. The culture, the custom, the tradition are all the same. So, Akwa Ibom, Senator Akpabio being there to me is the same thing as Ojus Okalu being there. Having said that, I want to draw our attention to something that we, Nigerians, we constantly keep debating about. A politician does not necessarily mean the leader of the people. And it's not for crying out loud the best, the most intelligent man in that community. These are before now, it's just like when we were in secondary school, going to the army was seen as something that only those who are not intelligent go to. Okay? We didn't used to enlist in the army. Why do you want to go to the army when you have brain, you can do other things? So, but now, we are gradually shifting that thing to say, once you're a politician, then when you speak, I speak on behalf of the Igbos, I speak on behalf of the Yorubas. No. These are non-entities sometimes in our society. So they are not totally, and especially for the Igbos, I can speak confidently about. Our politicians are not our leaders. They lead themselves most times, and they represent their family and themselves almost all the time. So there's no difference. Secondly, what is Akpabio's antecedents so far in the jobs I've held in the past? What did he do? If you go to Akwa Ibom State, Akwa Ibom had a lot of money at the time he was there. What he built in Akwa Ibom, is it commensurate with the money he got? The question is no. When he was the NDDC, what did he do there? Of course, we know, just like a panelist have said here, the famous off the mic. That is his achievement in NDDC. Is it going to be different now? No. So I think that, so far, what I can see that everyone who have been picked by our honorable president is people who have been able to escape very properly and put EFCC in their position. These guys are very clever thieves. You hardly can catch them or see their names in anywhere. So it's the stage is being set for massive, you understand, stealing of the resources of Nigeria. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Did you bypass me? Sure.
Oh, where's John Abba? John Abba is gone. Okay. John Abba says, so John Abba, CM, we're here now. Don't worry. You would have your right of reply. John Abba, welcome to the show.
Thank you so very much for having me. Sure. I think the Nigerian space in politics is, I think so far Tinubu started well. We don't know how it's going to end.
nke fọrọ nọ complete si oke nya je break mecha mara ya echi azụ anyị mba incomplete
mute CM now.
Mute your mic. CM, mute your mic.
I've muted him. It's fine. Don't worry. Carry on.
He's doing it purposely. That guy is my biggest enemy in life.
Wow.
He just target me all the time. He's faking it like
Jonaba, you don't have to say that. You're saying
no,
that.
why? You think he's doing it that he's talking? Don't worry about it. I'm just joking. I don't have
Jonathan, you just go learn one English today, enemy. Now here you walk up.
No, don't worry about that. Don't worry.
Please
We
don't let's cut into his time.
Don't take my
tell
time.
us.
Don't Mama go to your make me relax. We started well with Tinubu. We see how he finishes. One of the guys said on the platform that taking Akpabio or any other Zokalu and all of that are the same. It's the same thing. Well, and then I was so amazed when we talk about politics and how to fix Nigeria. It has to be a tribal issue. I don't think. I mean, politicians serve themselves and serve their community. We all have to recognize that it's politics. But then that should not be what determines the progress of the entire country. We should look about what uplift us, what the policy in place that fit everybody. Neither you are Hausa, Fulani, Igbo, Yoruba, Ijo, Idoma, Igala, and the rest of the tribes. But the notion that Nigerian politics have to be zero, and thank God, Akpabio is not none of this major language. But then, let us also keep in mind that all the appealing to the youth, I mean, it's a good politics about the student loan or student whatever. But then end of the day is that we have many things in place, but we lack enforcement. We never applied rule of law or take personal responsibility or hold people responsible. And until our society grow to that level where we put a demand, and when a politician cannot deliver, then we can hold them accountable. When our system is in place, where all everybody's vote, we can't. CM, have a good afternoon, and I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, thank you very much, John Abba. CM, so we go to CM. Yes, what have you got to say? Romano Prestige will come to you. Please, apologies.
Sorry.
So you want to reply to the man from Australia that is gone? Oh yeah, reply to him. He's gone. No, but reply to him.
See, what I wanted to say is this: when people, because he was saying something, say sympathy for the Southeast. We don't encourage thieves. Or Jews or Carlo. In fact, the voting pattern, if he had gotten one vote, the person people could have considered was Osta Izuna, but APC did not present him and he withdrew. So it's as good as giving it to anybody. Akpabio is not supposed to be there. Akpabio had something hanging. When you are playing politics, must we encourage thieves? Later on, we say, oh, Nigeria is so bad, things are bad. But we keep putting thieves. Why can't we look for some people good? And now people are justifying Tinubu. Up till today, nobody knows the age of Tinubu. He can't confirm his age. Akpabio has a case in EFCC. Ojus Okalo, these are all thieves since 1999, and we are clapping for them. So people don't know Southeast. We don't encourage thieves, to be honest with you. That's why they are rooting for P2B. You hear what happened to Ekweremadu? It didn't attract any sympathy. I know some ethnic groups like to even bring thieves and then clap for even people that forge certificate. You can hear it in Igbo land. The governor of Enugu State is going through hell for NYC and YX certificate. People are already telling him to step down, that he shouldn't bring shame to Ndi Igbo. It's as if we don't encourage all this. Right. We don't see our governor forging certificate. So when people come here and they use it as a yardstick and start to tell us that we should have voted for a thief, we don't do that. We are different. That's why people may hate us. I'm telling you, we are different. We don't do it. The governor of Enugu State, Betty, take it from me, he will be sacked. His NYSC is forged. School start, they're also saying it's forged. Forget about he later become a lawyer. People know all this, and they are telling him underground, say, please get out, don't disgrace us. We hear of certificate forgery somewhere else. We don't want to hear it in Igbo land. We've never elected a Southeast governor that forged certificate. We don't do that. We won't tell you to get out. So when people come here and start to tell me that we made a mistake, Southeast should have voted for a thief. He was they know we don't do some people like to bring thief as their leader. We don't do that.
How did you win the Senate state? Kalu, how did you win?
Who is that?
Kalu.
It's because he says APC, because he's the winning party. Nobody voted for him. That's why they are telling him, how come you win? Buhari, Tinubu didn't win. If APC is popular, you should have, as you are winning, Tinubu would have gotten a good vote. That is what we are talking. We don't regard them. Kalu stole 7.1 billion from Abia. He said, we all know this. We don't regard them.
He cried. He said, I'm not a thief. This country is not fair.
We know he is. The Abia people know. Do you see any Igbo man standing by him? That will tell you, Igbo people don't encourage thief. So ethnic group like to bring thief as their leader, and they will be even defend. We don't defend thieves. To be honest with you, we don't. Huh?
No, wait. Man, no change down for you. Who are these people you're talking about? You said it. Some people bring thief, they defend it. Who are these people?
Listen. Show. My head. Show. My head. Let me tell you. Show. My head is on my neck. I don't want to die young. They know themselves. It's as simple as that.
Thank you very much, CM. So, sorry, man of prestige, we kept you waiting. So, on this Akpabio issue, now we're rounding off the Akpabio issue. What's your take? What do you think? Were you surprised? Are you happy? Does he change anything for Nigeria? Do you think the Senate, would play its role? Would it be a rubber stamp? What exactly are you thinking?
Well, in my own opinion, it doesn't change anything for me. I mean, election has consequences. Tinubu has appointed Akpabio, and you remember Akpabio supported him, during the primary. So it has to go with whatever support him. People coming here to speak about Odikalo. I was surprised that he won. I mean, look at the way the election went in at the state. But I don't know why they always find a way to win. I mean, he's as corrupt as anything. One of the most corrupted person in Nigeria. So we're not losing anything. We from the Southeast. I mean, I'm glad he wasn't elected, so I don't really care who elected. Akpabio is the same thing. I mean, how many years he ruled from 2002 to 2015, for my own recollection. That when he was in office. I don't know what he did. He's from an oil-rich state, so all of them, they are pretty much the same thing. I think he was under investigation by the EFCC, and they don't do anything. What does
EFCC? He still has a case with them.
Yeah, he still has a case. Okay, what does EFCC stand for? They are only going after the Yahoo boys. Tell me anybody they have convicted. I mean, they bring them in, they release them, they bring them in, they release them. But there's a lot of Yahoo boys being convicted, all like written in the head. I'm not a supporter of Yahoo boys, but that's a very minor damaging. I mean, what they are doing is very, very minor compared to all these politicians. If you look at what's going on in Nigeria, everybody in Nigeria, about 80% of the 9 assembly are under investigation. About 85% of the PMB, they are under investigation. About 70% of the governors, they are waiting for an appointment. So everything is still the same thing. There's nothing that's going to change. I mean, you bring one crook, you left the other crook out. So, in my opinion, it's still the same thing. It doesn't make any difference who run the affair in that country, because they are all both corrupt. Like I said, I mean, what is going on right now is big snake swallowing the small snake. So what difference does it make?
Tonight, this snake anaconda business.
Yeah, so it's still the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you, man of prestige. I'm going to go back quickly to run another guest, the panelists. For those of you who are here few days to the election, on the day of the election, you should know this person.
Yeah, I come back.
All right, we'll see you in a bit. The person during election would go something like, I think Peter Obi would do well in Kwara. I think he would get the required amount of votes in Kogi. Kogi might be tricky, but I see Tinubu polling well, in the northern states. But if you look at history, Peter Obi will poll well. He should get 28.923% in this particular state. But if you look at this other place, I see Atiku winning Adamawa conveniently. I see Atiku winning, the northwest. But if you come down south, Obi should get at least 25% in Oyo, I'm not sure of Ogun. I'm not sure of Ekiti. The comment section is full. They know the person. Yeah.
You're supposed to join
I know they join anything. This is my calling.
You're supposed to join this. How they call them? You're supposed to be an investigator. You don't need a tape or recorder. You go carry off your head. Now this is your head. In fact, you know why I came back? I want to go somewhere, but I came back because of this your head.
All right. Thank you very much, comment section. And for those who know who that is. Okay, so now we're done with. Have you spoken about Akpabio, Augustine? You always come back to be the last person on a particular topic. I like your timing. Oh, AY.
Yeah.
You don't understand Yoruba. Yorubas, they will say like I'm sorry, I forgot about you, like death, bad things, forgot about you, not me. Just like pray for you and lamba you. But let's speak to Augustine, then we'll come to you.
Maybe AY can go first. Let's AY
round off. Get the fastest before me. No, Augustine, good. 2 minutes. Then we'll finish with AY.
Okay, now the point is that I will speak from both sides of my mouth in this case. The first case is that Akpabio, for me, is a thief. Somebody once, I always say this, once you are burnt, you are burnt. So I always want a situation where we have the best of hands. But if you check those who have even gone in for the Senate president, all of them get one thing or the other. Is it Yari, who also has his own, saying that there was a time there was what? I forgot. It was a particular outbreak, and he said that it was the handwork of God, that God was punishing people. How can you bring saying somebody is sick because God wants to punish? That one are the kind of things we see in those superstitious people. But for me, I would say that all of them get K-leg. But if you ask me, based on some issue of regional and the rest, I wish somebody from the south took it. And that is why I said I'll speak from both sides of my mouth. Because I didn't want it going to the west or to the north. And sometimes I wish that the south also have a fair share of everything. And that is the reason why it's okay. Akpabio can be there. But when it comes to pedigree, the guy has been implicated even with the Niger Delta stuff. Okay, so all of them have just something to go with it. It's just based on the fact of, let's say, regional geographical location, that I was okay, let a South person take it so that there can be inclusivity in everything.
So basically, the South won the postcode lottery. It was their turn, Emilukon of South. And also, I think to balance the religious, the religious balancing, the VP must have been alleged to have said that, it's best to give it, even if it's the worst person from the South and is a Christian, just to balance. Some people are trying to bring in a Muslim as the Senate president to destabilize Tinubu's government so that they can say they're trying to Islamize, speaking, of course, against Yari now, trying to say if Yari comes in, people would have a legit reason to say Islamization, number one, number two, number three. And the Muslims and the North kicked against that, and he's apologized to them since. It's nice to see our politicians apologize. They know who to apologize to and when to. So it would be nice for us to get apologies at some point when they offend us. But AY, please.
Has he apologized to the Christians in the South? When he said that there was...
That's why I said it would be nice for us to get ours as well now. I know what I'm saying. I just don't want to dwell on it. But AY, round off for us on this particular one.
So, thank you.
No problem.
I completely agree to what Signe said. I want to add to what he said. First of all, what played out in the Senate is completely political. There is nothing like... It's just political. In the Senate, that's how they run. And Ojus Okalu, he does not belong to Tinubu's camp. So there was no way Tinubu will support him. Right from the primaries down to the election, even at the election, there is accusation he did support him. So I would say if somebody like Hope Uzodinma was in the Senate, they would have considered him. So what happened was political. Now, look at all the candidates. Who I would say Akpabio is the best in terms of what we have. When you compare with Yari, I know the politics of Zamfara. Yari he does not even have intellectual capacity to even lead Senate, to be honest with you. That's one. The second thing is, even Ojus Okalu, compare Ojus Okalu and Akpabio. You will see Akpabio was actually a better governor. So Akpabio is more relaxed. At the presidency, observe that he can work with Akpabio. Mind you, Akpabio stepped down for Tinubu. So this is politics that has been playing all along. one thing we need to understand about Tinubu, if you play with Tinubu at your own detriment, he is a master strategist. You like him, you don't like him, Tinubu is a master strategist. Look at, he disorganized the PDP. Now, people that could have, go against Tinubu, somebody like former River State Governor, Wike, but now, from reliable source, in night to Senate election, Tinubu was going to senators' houses in Abuja. Allegedly. He was going to their houses, talking to them. He deployed his foot soldiers, Akpabio, Hopus Odima, Adams Chomole, deploy all of them to the field. They were moving around. And I want to point out one thing. Why you will know these guys, they don't care about us. They only use religion and tribe to divide us. Senator from Adamawa State, is he Abo? Isa Abo or something? Abo,
yeah, the bleaching guy.
When Tinubu nominated the vice president, he left APC. He worked with Atiku because he said it was a Muslim ticket. This same person was now heading the campaign team of Yari. Now you want Muslim to be number 1, number 2, number 3, and you say you left the camp because you don't want Muslim, you don't want the first and the second to be Muslim. So that is how you will know they just play with our brain. One other last thing I believe is the issue of Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, always discussing how they want to share our power. To me, it's not allowed. What we need to follow the 6th geopolitical zone, even if you want to regionalize Nigeria today, this is not 1960 something. People need to realize you need to make it 6th geopolitical zone. Every time we have a president, let's do power sharing. We, like somebody mentioned here, we have qualified people all across Nigeria. Do power sharing. If you give a Senate president to this, do power sharing across the 6th geopolitical zone for us to have peace. When Yoruba and Igbo and Hausa are talking of, oh, it's Hausa, this one will be Igbo, this one. No, you guys should just stop sharing power among yourselves. Let's share power among the 6th geopolitical zone. It's going to make more sense and make the country more stable and relaxed.
All right, thank you very much. So that'll be all on this Akpabio becoming the Senate president. Now, I've seen someone in the comment section. I think I've already given it away. There's this panelist who comes on very quickly and will tell us, I slap police for breakfast. That's what I eat for breakfast. For lunch, na Navy they slap. I know they send their papa. And for dinner, they go after every politician. I know their house, I know their children, and they follow them step by step, bumper to bumper. And me and them, if they F up and they give them what to me, I know they send. There's that panelist. I've seen the person just turned up. Hopefully they'll join us. But there's that panelist. I'm sure people know who that is. We won't say his name. So the next topic we're going to be discussing, according to Rudolph's lineup, is Senator Bulkachuwa. I think that's the name. Is the one who was speaking at the validity service of the 9th Assembly, and he was speaking about how, influence peddling, how he would speak to his wife, a retired judge. I think her name is a Muslim name, one of the common ones, Zainab, a retired judge, and and Akpabio, Lawan was saying to him, we don't have to go down that route. You don't have to say that, because the man was basically saying, as a senator, I was getting favor from my wife, who is a judge. She would rule in my favor, and I was also helping you guys, my colleagues. I was getting judgment in your favor. So what does that tell you about how the country is being run? And for those who are looking to the court for judgment, what does that tell you? How does that make you feel when you hear things like that?
Can I talk and go?
I'll start with you, Augustine. Let's start from
Let me just talk. I want to go somewhere. I have an appointment. The point here is this. I always want to talk maybe to the panelists and those out there. Evil is evil and it will be punished. If they not punish them today, in the next 50 years, it will still be punished. Think of this woman. In fact, the thing just they shame me. It shame me. She has already retired. Glorious retirement. Went back to her home only for her husband to insult her this way. Think about
insult her? Was that an insult, really?
It was a big slap to her face.
It just exposed their crime. I don't think it was an insult.
That's why I said it was a big crime. Even those who never knew Bulkachuwa are now going to find her image to say, this is the woman that did this. This is the person. And I'll tell you, in a sane society, the first thing are just to start bringing the files, all the files that she has handled, all the judgment she has given. Let's start x-raying them one after the other. If it is in a sane society, by now, both the husband and the wife should be in custody answering questions. But one thing is certain, I always put it this way, everybody somewhere wants a good name. He's a nice guy, he's a nice guy. That is why, as I said, those people like saying that, maybe somebody tells me, like in my class, maybe when I was back there in school, if you call me nice guy too much, you are no longer my friend, get out. Because I know that once they start praising you too much, power must leave you somehow. So my point is this, is I'm not talking out to that professor, person or not. I'm talking to the people sitting at home. Nigerians should learn to do the right thing, because if you do it and go scot-free today, tomorrow, next tomorrow, 1 year, 2 years, it go catch up with you when life is sweetest to you. When life is sweetest, that's when it will catch you. This one is just a big shame to that woman. And I'll tell you the truth, even if the good things she has ever done in her life, nobody will remember it. They will only remember the day where she was being bribed at the court of appeal. And somehow, now that fine Nash don't show, people now will now look at the courts. Now, let me tell you why this is a blessing to the judiciary, or let me say a blessing and a curse. It's a curse to them and a blessing. All those cases in those days, nobody like to look into what is happening. But this recent thing will happen now. Everybody go to look at court. Baba, show us the thing. May we see what thing they happen. And the more people are looking, and they know that people are looking at you, then they will try as much as possible to. That's why the judiciary will now try to see if they can ameliorate the confidence back to know that, okay, the judiciary is the hope of the common man. I'll tell you the truth. I've always said the judiciary in Nigeria is the graveyard of the common man. It's a graveyard. So thank God, say, Senator, tell us. May we now they look, waiting these other ones they do. Thank God, say people don't enter courtroom. They give us details. Even us who will not attend the court session, they tell us what happened. Even if the one way person cough, they will say judge cough today. So may we know what happened. By the time they finish misbehaving, yes, we now know that Mr. A, B, C, and D are like this and they behave like this. So that it will be written on their name. Any day that any of them dies, okay, you remember that woman? Which woman? That woman where in the collect bribe like this to give judgment.
All right. Thank you, Augustine. But just quick one, just to let you know, I know you're a pastor. You're not a pastor, but you're one that I see ending up as a scientific pastor. You're a scientist, but you come across as a Catholic pastor. And I know, you're Catholic and you take your faith seriously. Everybody will die. The day when they die, they say a good person. When Abacha die, if you go read within the right, they say go to the mosque when they did it. Everybody ends up getting some nice flowers when they die. So I think that's why a lot of people don't care. So this is your point that when you die one day, you're a perfect
now people man, they talk now people will get microphone.
In your world, if you created the world, when people die, they will tell the truth about them at their funeral. But in this world that we live in, my brother. Anyway, thank you very much. Mama Ichu, put your hands down. And
it's only in Nigeria that you don't work for peace. And when you payment, they go say make you rest in peace. No one of you will rest in peace if you don't work for peace when you are still breathing. So those mumu prayer, when they pray for our head, when I buy, it's not gonna work. And as for Mama George, Jane, your children, now big stigma. Now your husband just goes, he just disgrace you, finish. So anywhere they find your children, they go say that woman, see the picking on when Mama perverse so justice. You see? You see, when I tell una say una go expose una self at the end of the day. Congratulations. Una go expose una self finish. Emefele, we dey wait for you. You better they sing this song, because not, if they won't jail you, I take God beg you, tell us waiting there for the bullying van and how Senator and Chief Tinubu house when they deny, because make all of now open and nyash finish. We don't say it don't happen. So confession time.
I don't know the ending of it, but thank you, Mama Icho. Thank you very much. I'll do one very quick, not total impersonation, but you know, the game we've been playing. Guess the panelist. There's a panelist who comes here and will tell us, Nigeria's not gonna work. I want Nigeria to work, but it's not gonna work. I really want it to work, but we've been going about this for how many years? See, where I work, there are 42 providers. 40 of us are Nigerians. My best friends are Yoruba. Lola, the best Gary I've ever drunk in my life, Lola gave me. Me and Elijah, we went to Turkey. We saw one of our brothers there. He told me if Peter Obi can become president, he's coming back home. $20 a day. He said he'll be happy. I went back to the hotel. I told Lola and Elijah. They cried. All of us cried together. Who is our panelist? Okay. Comment section.
We don't know. Even if
we
don't know,
this is not for you now. You stay above. You don't look down. You're like the senators. You don't care about the people in the common men on the street of the comment section. They know. You see, they've answered. But yes, if you're good to see you, welcome. Have you sorted your audio?
Is it working now?
Perfect. Yes. But you have to wait. You have to wait your turn. Let's go to CM. CM quickly. Talk to us about this matter.
Boy.
Okay,
the judge.
This book, the judge. You see, that's why. To be honest with you, that a senator deserve an award, because for somebody to unburden his mind at that age, that it should be given an award for somebody to unburden his mind. He can't sleep. He looked around. He said, so many of them here have to. My wife helped them. That's why when they rig this election, they say go to court. You go to tribunal. Tribunal declares the other one. They say they appeal. They go to appeal, and the appeal goes to this Justice Bulkachuwa, president of the Court of Appeal. They will arrange it, and then you win. So that's why I say. So to me, when somebody confesses, it's a link. It's a lead. Remember, Olisa Agbakoba said he lost 3 cases before that justice. So this is the way Nigerian judiciary has been. This is it. So to be honest with you, if the man hasn't said it, we wouldn't know. So if he now goes to
some of the cases she started on.
To be honest, yes, ordinarily there should. Yes. If a thief, maybe a thief stole your car and he's put it in a good condition, excellently well. If you see it after 10 years, it's still your car, you recover it. He's a thief. So what the guy said, to be honest with you, deserve an award, should be commended. Let him say more. In fact, let him name names. Those that came to him for. I mean, that's how you clean a society. The judiciary is sick, is stinky. We all know this. But now this man is saying, because he's a key witness. I'm not hearing.
We can hear you. We can hear you saying, go on.
Okay. The man, what he said, people may say maybe he threw the wife under the bus, like Ruben Abati was saying. I don't think so. The man has to, at over 80 years, like I understand, he should be able to go to grave feeling this confession. It's a period of catharsis. We all offend, but let us admit, he did it. He said, I helped them, which means our judiciary should be cleaned. Now, such people should not be asked, what do we do? They may tell you this type of political, that you reform the judiciary. All these people, okay, how did Akpabio become a senator now? Ahmed Lawal, how did he become a senator? So these are what we are saying. You cannot put something, you cannot construct legality on a foundation of illegality. You can't put something on nothing and expect it to stand. How can you expect Akpabio to be a good senator when you are not even qualified to be there? You are not even qualified to come back. Ahmed Lawan, you are not supposed to. So why do we make a law that you must take a form, go through primaries, after that, then you qualify for election? If we can, the Englishman will tell you, if you cannot enforce a law, why do you bother making it? If you cannot enforce any law, so you shouldn't make the law now. It's a waste of time. Are you waiting until the law catches one cockroach, then you clap one? Until the law should catch the big and the mighty. So I'm in support of the man. Let him say more. In fact, let him name names. Let us know, because without this, Nigeria can't move forward. We all know this. You can't have a corrupt judiciary. Everybody goes to the judiciary. Okay, look at the revelation coming from the election tribunal. How they rigged presidential election. Deliberately, they switched off the beavers. Why? Why was it done? When we went all over the world telling them we will upload it in real time, their record to show for it. Only for somebody that in the middle of the night, they switch it off, use TPEX to change certain result. Wike is going to Tinubu on the basis that I help you to win Rivers. Now look at what is happening in Rivers. So tell me how, that's why Tinubu cannot give any job to Wike, because it's a fake. The election you told me that you helped me to win, it's unraveled. Wike rigged Rivers for Tinubu. So we all see this. Let us, if Nigeria want to be good, that's why, look, whether they like it or not, nothing good can come out of Nigeria until all these thieves are out of the way. So that somebody who will be righteous or not really righteous, somebody who will say this is the way it is, will not be in the throne. Let me stop here, please.
Thank you very much, Sam. Sydney, let me plead your indulgence. Let's go to Ify before our audio kaputs again. So Ify, we've discussed a few topics. We've discussed the student loan, what you think of it. I'm not sure if you followed since you left. Student loan, we've discussed Akpabio becoming the Senate president. What does it mean for Nigerians? The people of South, are they to be happy, excited about it? Do you feel bad that the Southeastern didn't get the position? And a few other topics, but you've got 5 minutes just to weigh in on everything we've discussed so far.
Just hi guys. I'm not gonna say much, but in terms of student loan, when I saw that, the first thing that came to my mind, I was like, what is the essence of student loan in a country that we don't even have money, to be honest with you? What is the essence of that student loan? I don't get it, because to me, honestly, that should be the list of anything Tinubu should be talking about. It's not our problem at this point in Nigeria. We have a lot of things to worry about. Student loan. I was surprised when I heard student loan. I said, in Nigeria, we are talking about student loan. So definitely it's not going to work. I mean, I think that's another way for them to siphon money into their pocket. Anyway, by the way, that's nonsense. Akpabio, I was surprised and I was shocked. And like some of you have said over here, it just doesn't make no sense. If you look at Tinubu, you look at Akpabio, it's just recycling the same old politicians in our government and expecting to have a different, and it's not going to work, honestly speaking. So we already know what is going to happen in this administration. So we're going to have the same people, basically the same people that was with Buhari is the same people we're getting. There is no difference. Just tell me anybody that you can say, oh, this person is new. So I don't know what we expect to see. All of us people are clapping for Tinubu, that he's doing well. Under 2 weeks, he has done this, he has done that. Let me tell you something. Buhari did all that stuff, and what happened at the end of the day? Anybody can come and say all these things, but putting it in practice is where the problem is. It's not just signing it into law. Anybody can sign anything into law. Until you begin to see that happen, then you can believe whatever these people are saying. But for now, they're not doing anything. What else were you talking about? You're talking about the George. Or whoever. You see, this will tell you what is going on in Nigeria, the corruption, the judiciary system, and that's what everybody has been talking about, looking at this tribunal. We all know, just like CM said, Justice Awakoba, I know him as a child. I grew up hearing Justice Awakoba, Onyechi Bazo, and the Ekwerekus. They are the big-time lawyers we have growing up at Onitsha. And for him to say that he lost 3 cases under this woman, I mean, we shouldn't even be having this discussion. We need to all, if he's in a country that works, that woman needs to be arrested, to be honest with you, including her husband. So I don't even know why nobody's saying anything about it. But of course, we know this is Nigeria. They're going to sweep everything under the carpet as if nothing happens. And all eyes are on this judiciary. That's why people were so skeptical about when Obi say he's going to go to court and they ask him to go to court. They knew what the plan is. They know that nothing is going to come out of it. But hopefully, let's see what is going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ify. Sydney, thanks for your understanding. What do you have to contribute with regards to the retired judge, and her husband's admission?
I think first of all, sometimes in Nigeria, we generally assume that all will just suddenly turn to be well. And we have very great expectations for things. It's business as usual, because those are our elected officials. It's business as usual. Now, my concern was the level of impunity and boldness to communicate that. If you look at the whole, most people saw the excerpts, but if you look at the whole discussion when the senators were talking, and Bulkachuwa, the senator's time when he talked, as he began to communicate, you could see he's trying to say, look, you guys cannot just do what you feel like doing. This is what has been happening. They tried to stop him the first time. He continued and continued that trajectory. So basically, it's a scam. The country is like operating on a big scam. Like we've said it, he's supposed to be arrested, but it will not happen. Because you touch such a man, if you touch such a man, what he will spill next, a lot of people will go down. So we just allow him to move into the sun. We just allow normally you give the media at least 24, 48 hours news cycle, and Nigerians will move on. I don't expect Tinubu to do anything, because Tinubu has a lot hanging around his neck. I don't expect Akpabio to do anything. Akpabio is like somebody with a noose around his neck. So that whole thing is just one of the things. Secondly, I think Nigeria is a very docile country. In other countries, people will walk on the streets and demand him to resign immediately. But in Nigeria, we just say, you know what, it's not my problem. We move on. So that docility of a Nigerian is why a lot of things go unchecked. And it now brings it down to the judiciary. We don't expect anything fantastic. What he's saying is not strange. It's not a new thing. It's a known thing. It's something that has been known, that if you have the money, if you have the means, you can get your case overturned in judiciary technicalities. Nigeria is the way, people know a lot about technicalities in law, not even the merits of a case. Just if you can turn it around, that's good. Money under the table. So for me, it's a very sad situation. And because what has happened is that it has exposed the level of corruption within the legislature. Not that it was not there, but it's just exposed it. Is a level of impunity. He talks about it as if there's no problem. That's the problem that I had. He was discussing about it as if it's not an issue, until Lawan had to call him to order. And even when Lawan called him to order, he still did not see it as something I need to hide. So it's a problem. And he knows that nobody is going to arrest him. He knows that nothing is going to happen. That's just the truth. So it's good to discuss it, but friends, nothing process of Nigeria, nothing will happen. And that is the biggest problem that Nigeria should start addressing. Why should we allow these kind of things continue? Now, this is at the high level. If you go lower down into the magistrate courts, into the customary courts, where a lot of Nigerians have been put in jail because no one could stand for them, then you see a lot of things. What you're seeing is just a snippet of what happens on the lower level of the judiciary, high courts, magistrate, customary courts. And so that means this thing should be revamped, but it cannot be revamped because the courts work for the rich, and that is the truth. The courts work for the top politicians, the rich guys, and so anything that works for them, they will not really want to reform it. So whoever is the president of the appeal court, the Supreme Court, is always appointed by the president and all that. So it's a political appointment. And so because of that, they will always bring high court judges or appeal court judges that will appeal to their own leanings. So it's like that globally. So that is what Nigeria will do. So if you bring corrupt guys, they will run the system and they'll be sure. And that's why they can tell you, go to the courts and you don't get judgment because they are running the show. So it's sad, but that's the situation we find ourselves. We hope that, it's a hope that if we have a new government through the judiciary, which is a hope, then we can start seeing the right things being done. But with a Tinubu, no, he's going to put his own men at every ladder of that Supreme Court, appeal court, and it's the same business as usual. So I don't see any changes, and it's not something we should break our head because Nigerians are yet not tired about it. So Nigerians are fine with it. We operate with it, and we'll move on. In 2 days, next week, call us next week. It's not in the radar again. It's moved on. We'll move on to other things.
All right. Thank you very much, Sydney. I think the internet, something happened and there's been a reshuffle, but I think it's still, we're going to go to KJ, go to Will, we go to AY, then Henry Gabriel will be the last person to speak on this, then Paul, in that order. But before we do that,
No, it's not true. Paul came last before me. I came before Paul.
Oh, Oh, sorry. Yeah, you came Paul.
So,
that's exactly. Did I say okay? So you go before Paul. Sorry, apologies. Yeah, but we're gonna go to one of our most famous and most loved. I think this panelist is like Mustard. It's either you absolutely love them or you just can't stand them at all. So of course, it's the easiest one to even guess. They will always start very slow. Very slow. They start slow and they rev up to 100 in like 5 seconds. I'll start with you see. It's always like you see when they start with you see, and they will tell you as the convener of Me and My Children charitable organization registered in New York. You see Kuku and Tutu and Boo Boo, the three of them. If they don't return the mandate of my children, I don't care which of my children. I have two. There's Showore is my number one child, and my second one because my other children like him. Peter Obi. They should return the mandate. If they don't return the mandate, the blood of the innocent will speak. And she will go and she will say, Holy Ghost. Shame. Shame on all of them. Shame. My favorite panelist. Just to let you know. But now, sorry. Serious business. We'll go to KJ. KJ, what's the judge said? Is it a surprise to you, or is it something you're familiar with?
Oh yeah, what Bulkachuwa said, Senator Bulkachuwa. It's not new. We know these things, we know. And I totally agree with Sydney what he said, and I want to just add a little bit. That old man is about 85 or 83 or thereabout. He's not unaware of what he was saying. He wanted to put it on record. He wanted it to be on record. Even when Lawa was trying to stop him, you see, they normally play that game of off the mic. So they're trying to make him to off the mic. He refused to off the mic. Okay? He wanted it to be on record. And I don't know, what I've not been able to understand is why he wanted it to be on record. Maybe someone have challenged him outside of the camera. So he wanted to make it on record that, look, whatever you're saying, I helped you people, and you know that I helped you people to get judgments.
What do you want?
And if anybody is expecting that in a normal sane country, by now the Judicial Commission would have now called for all her judgments and it would be a judicial review for it. But in Nigeria, there's not going to be anything like that. And we're just going to go ahead just like we have gone ahead when Erufai said that they deceived people in Kaduna and made sure that what they did. Nobody has ever called him. The DSS, okay. The constitution said their name is SS, not DSS. So the SS didn't call him. Neither did the police go after him. So thinking that anything is going to happen to this particular individual is not true. And just like Sydney said, the man has dossier. He's just like you going after Babangida. Have you not wondered why nobody has gone after Babangida? He has a dossier of each and every one of them, what they've done and all that. So all they need to do is pull your file and bring it to the fore. Now, it doesn't mean that there's no justice in Nigeria. Yes, there is none. people like Dele Fatura retired from being a lawyer because he said there's no, you can hardly get anything, even no matter how much. Sometimes you see the case so glaring, and yet the ruling will be so different from what you've seen. And there are so many examples for us to point at. Hope Uzodinma is there as an example of one of those judgments that come, and you wonder how he manages to come. Okay, Akpabio now, who is sitting on the throne, came in the same way. Lawa, who is going to return to the house, came the same way. And there are many we can point to who have come from this direction. And it's not only Judge Bulkachuwa that has done that. It's not the only one. There are many other ones who, this one just because the husband is privileged to be in the house. That's why we are able to hear it. Those people whose husbands are not senators, or who husbands do not even occupy places where the media can speak to them, we're never going to hear their own side of the case, because they too must have played their own role in what is the rot in Nigerian system. So until we have a man whose hand, because the law, for those of us who are not learned, lawyers tell us that if you have to come to equity, you must come with clean hands. Since Tinubu is not with clean hands, I don't think I'm going to do anything about these things, because they too also have his own dossier. Thank you.
Thank you very much, KJ. Ovie, I see you. Salute. We'll go quickly to Will. After Will, we'll come to, like I said, the shuffle messed things up. So we go to AY. After AY, we go to my brother who has a challenge. They said, if you make sense today, I don't know what sense is, so Henry Gabriel. See, no pressure. But someone said, if you make sense today, you could drop $50. Alexander Gomez, we know they mess up. He said we'll double it. What sense is, I don't know to them. But they've said $150 is riding on you making sense today. I plead the blood of Jesus on Henry Gabriel to speak sense today. Just
be obedient. Will. That's it.
Will, you have the floor. In 3 minutes, sorry, we'll come to you, Paul.
Thank you.
The judge and a retired judge and a husband. What's your take on it? What does it mean for the tribunal, Peter Obi's case, Atiku's case? Because we keep saying Peter Obi's case. Atiku has a case as well. It's like, everyone is forgotten about Atiku. All his Twitter boys, they've moved on. They are campaigning for somebody, not campaigning, but they are speaking for somebody else on Twitter now. Atiku has stopped sharing money. What do you have to say?
I think my brother was saying, bro, what's his name? I think Synergy, the other guy that spoke about
Sydney,
that Nigerians are very docile. That why not the expectation of reaction right now? But there's a man yesterday. One professor was being interviewed. His name was Professor Chidi Odukalu. He was saying that it's a known thing. In the justice community, they know this is very common. That's why you expect that the lawyers should come out in the big form. I mean, it's a appeal court judge scandal. The lawyers should come out and protesting the court of law, but nothing is happening because it's a known case in Nigeria. So personally, I think there won't be any repercussion to just go with time, and it will be business as usual. But I suspect the benefit from this would be, now that it's known, it's known in the court, in the judiciary, but now we know commonly that the common man, and we are aware of it now, that everything is injustice. So one of the good things that might come out of it is when the judge will come now, the judgment on the Obi's case will come out now. Let's see what they will say. Okay. Since we know that the election is so perfect, it's so low. So when the judge come out, we see if it's lopsided, this will probably push the masses to a great reaction. This reaction from this man, people will now probably enjoy. It will probably be a catalyst for a mass protest after the judgment on Obi. If it's against him, people, I suspect there will be a great reaction. Something like the one that happened in the last protest. Right. But if what's the name, Tinubu, I know that eventually this will linger for a year. I think it won't be immediately. Tinubu will appeal it. If it's against him, it will continue. If Tinubu could do very well in the next 2 years, very, very well, extremely well, that's the only thing that will save him. Otherwise, this revelation will engender a great reaction from common man. And this
So
man,
do you think Nigerians will remember this in 2 years, knowing the type of people we are? Do you think somebody will remember this man and his wife in 2 years? I'm not saying I'm just asking a very honest question. Do you think Nigerians will remember?
they would, because if the case is rendered against Obi, because that election, it seems like it's so crystal clear that Obi won the election. It seems as if.
Right.
So
Thank
people
you
will remember, back memory. So there will be a
no
reaction
worries.
from it. Yeah.
Thank you for your submission, Will. AY, we'll come to you, then we go to Henry.
And just to correct Will on something he said, the case is not going to linger for that long. There's a timeline.
Yeah, I think it has to be.
You get me? There's a timeline after this level. Whether Obi wins or doesn't win, it's still one of them will take it to the Supreme Court, and then there's a timeline for it. So let's say
decided by August. I'm not
yeah,
too sure.
so it's not going to be one lengthy thing and all that. The laws have changed with regards to the timeline, in terms of how they prosecute their cases.
All right, thank you for that, Sydney. AY, what's your take on this?
So I just feel sorry for my country anyway. However, this to show that the corruption in Nigeria, actually the system is institutionalized. Now, somebody said, make measure of the lawyers. Oh, they're supposed to be protesting. Even the lawyers, to be honest, most of them are corrupt. Even the big lawyers you see, most they know what is going on. I'm not particularly surprised. The only thing I'm surprised about this case is the senator and the wife, they are still free, moving around freely. So in a sane society, the DSS is supposed to call the senator, even not to arrest him, question him, what do you know? Tell us what you know. Call the wife, question her, what do you know? Now the judicial system will come up. We have judicial system, what they call it. Go into their case, some of their cases. What's going on? Investigate. But nobody will do all that because all of them are involved. Some of the senators, the judges, the lawyers, the police. So it's just too much. But however, it's just sad. I don't have much to say on this case.
All right. Thank you very much. I like that. Like I've encouraged people or advised, if there's a particular topic we're discussing and you don't have much to say on it, don't feel the pressure just to carry on and just don't say things that are not relevant. I don't have much to say on it. We move on quickly to the next person. It's good for timekeeping. Okay, Henry Gabriel. Like I said, no pressure. You have no pressure. Just all you have to do is in these 3, 4, 5 minutes, make sense. Whatever it means. Alex is dropping 100.
Sure, you know, say they're not gonna like if you be obedient. You know how it be. Enemy of progress, they're not gonna like obedient. Whether they like it or not, I'll be 100%, under 50% obedient. They should go and transform and be the plan for transformer. That's what it be. So anyway, you see, this is so-called, if Nigeria is a country that is working, that senator, they're not gonna do anything. They will invite him. They will invite him. How many people your husband, your wife already help? That's it. The Lawan was saying, it's okay. That one should be investigated. You see, a lot of cases that go in that country. All these are so-called senators, Akpabio. You see, Akpabio of a team, maybe the wife of this man to help them for all this court issue. They should go. The DSS, what are the DSS doing there? It's just to go after under Nigerians. Those are people they should go to arrest, interrogate them, to know how they become senator, how they become governors. Like all positions on them, they should go and investigate that case too. These are things they should investigate. We are not surprised. I'm just surprised because the man came out boldly to speak out. But things have been going on. We all Nigerians know all these things that's going on there. But for this man to come out to talk about what his wife is doing, I think he's tired of the system. The old man he said, I'm tired. Inside him, he said, you know what, I'll put in record. They tried to shut him down, but they could not allow them to shut him down. Could not allow them to shut him down. I give that man that courage. They should not arrest him, but they should interrogate him so he can speak more. You see? So some people here will be here, some people will be supporting this corrupt system. But me, I'm not going to be in the part of that issue. I'm not going to be in that type of lane. Like some people will be complaining, I really don't have nothing to say. I have something to say because I will keep on saying it. Look at what is happening in court now. I think most of you are following the court case. Well, as long as we are not there, we are following every update. Your president, where you put there, Tinubu, look at its result. It's a result from Chicago, whatever. A female, this was female, but your president is not female. Is that not fraud? So when the system support corruption, this is how corruption going to burn corruption. The so-called selected president, or your president, not my president, your selected president, is a corrupt man, and the people in his cabinet, they are corrupt. The judiciary is corrupt, but this is a test for the judiciary now for this case. So we know, everybody know that the judiciary is corrupt, so they will do the right thing this time. Because you see, let me tell you, you think all this thing that's happening convention time, so this is a underhand hand. It is an underhand hand. This convention will happen for Nigeria now.
I got the move.
Whether these people there would cry, say, would they speak the truth, maybe they go hang up for transformer, it's okay. But at the end, we go there among the people who fight for the justice for that country. We'll be busting champagne for left and right.
Amen. All right. Thank you, Henry. I've not
Should I go for that topic?
We'll come back to you at some point. I've not seen the super chat coming, so as far as these people are concerned,
all right,
to them or not to me, they said it not make sense because they haven't sent the money. You see, life. I don't lose money. My guy will come back now from travel. He say, "Show how much you make." I say, "Nah, Henry costs us money." But thank you, Henry. Just joking. I mean, jokes apart. So we go to Paul, then we go to V. You've joined us while we're discussing the issue of the judge whose husband was a senator, 9th Assembly, and said, I helped, my wife helped most of you in the Senate. She helped me as well. I encroached, I sought favor as the husband of a judge. So what does that tell you about the way the country is run? What does that tell you about people hoping that Peter Obi will get a decision or Atiku will get a decision, or even the common man? Like, Sydney rightly said, we are looking at the high-level cases. The lower cases, the guy who has no lawyer, who has no one to stand for him, that has just been bullied by somebody who can afford to pay a lawyer, pay a judge. I just lock them up indefinitely.
Well, when you even look at the case, you just understand. For example, I use a Peter Obi case as during the time between 2003 to 2007, when Obi had that case in court, and eventually Obi won the case, and Chris Igige left. Immediately, Obi become friend to Obasanjo. That tell you that probably maybe because of Obasanjo probably want to be as at that time. And it has been happening like that. People who won their case in court end up become friends to the government. You kind of see that direction, that narrative. Then there's this case that happened in Lagos, one of the magistrate courts. This Danfo driver scratched the judge, scratched the judge car. And the judge called the police. They remind this Danfo driver in prison for 11 months. A judge, the case never went to court, nothing. They just remind the guy in Kirikiri, what they call a waiting trial. That is a judge. Did that. It was so funny. And the case made the news, Channels News, AIT, and the likes. But at the end of the day, nothing still happened to the judge. You understand? So this is Nigeria for you. Like Rochas Okorocha will answer Lawan. How did you come back again to this 10th Assembly? I want to learn that pattern. You understand? It's not mystery. Rochas Okorocha is just playing with words. He know how Lawan came. And he asked Lawan, but he will not go back and also ask Akpabio. So this is the type of people that we have. So nothing will happen if the system wants you. All your sins, they will use deodorant. You understand? If the systems don't want you like Shehu Sani, then they will use a sniper on you. That's how the system rolls.
Yep.
But the bad thing is that we cannot grow a country like that. We cannot grow a country like that. We cannot. That's it's just too painful. And I don't know where we want to go with this, but nothing will happen to Mr. and Mrs. Bulkachuwa. Nothing will happen to the man. Lisa Ogbakova came out and said he lost 3 cases. That is this case that he has merit. He don't need to do more research on this case because he knows this case he's going to win the case. He said he lost that case on that woman 3 times. 3 cases like that. So Lisa Ogbakova was shocked. You understand? So I'm not even talking about me or quoting some other person. When we've been seeing these things, we see all the technicalities here and there. We saw Opus Odima case. You understand? Me and you kind of wonder. Opus Odima case give them a very good facelift for my Christian people. What God cannot do does not exist. That is like Opus Odima case. You understand? Because that's a miraculous judge. That case is a very, very miraculous one. So don't be surprised. Maybe tomorrow we might be shocked that what is his name? The PDP guy in Lagos might just be the next governor. Jandor might just be the governor. Meanwhile, number 2nd man, they will say it's not a Igbo man. It's not from Lagos. Then they'll go give number 3 governor. You can see it. That's our judiciary for you. You know, and our judiciary can be different. So I know you like sports, you follow sports. You remember back in the days between 1988 to 2004, how our Super Eagles, the Eaglets, are doing very, very well during the time when Humphrey Wosu used to be the NFA chairman. We're doing very, very well. Somewhere along the line, some people started protesting that, only Igbo people, Delta people, not only them, they 14. Before you know, we carry national character coming to the commission. What do you see that happen to us? We start losing case. Even at the time, we even lost jollof rice on our Minister of Information, saying that Senegal get the best jollof rice. You understand? So this is the type of people that we are. That's my take.
Thank you very much, Paul. The person I was meant to go to is not here. But let's quickly talk about a panelist who comes in with Salam Alaikum Jama. They start with that, and they will say, Rudolph, oh really? 2 billion people were killed. It's all a game, Rudolph. I tell you, it's a game. You have to play this game with them. See, these people have been planning since 1924. They've been planning. You can't just wake up one day and say you want to play this game with them. It's a game, Rudolph. I know it's bad that 2 billion people were killed in Nigeria out of 200 million. It's bad, but it's a game. See, to beat them, what am I trying to say? They will talk. They will say, what am I trying to say? What I'm trying to say is start preparing for 2092. We need to start preparing now. 2092 is around the corner. You think it's like 60 years. It's around the corner. Start preparing. Even the person is laughing. Ovie, good to see you, my brother.
I like the analogy of 2 billion people die out of 200 million.
200 million.
That is Trump. Trump said, I make America great for decades. And he ruled for only 4 years. And he said, he make America great for decades.
Okay, good to see you, man. We've discussed quite a bit. I'm not sure if you followed. We've discussed Akpabio becoming Senate president. What's your thought on that? We've also discussed the judge, the one you met us on, the judge, the retired judge and her husband. We've also discussed the student loan. What do you think of it? Have you read the bill? Do you think it makes sense? You know, those are some of the things we've discussed. I mean, since you've just joined us, I'll give you in a few minutes as a shareholder in this on this platform.
I will be very brief on each. Akpabio, well, my conclusion on that is that a party government, according to one of our guardian angel, I'm talking about another person than Fela himself. Not party government. That's what happened. So Tinubu and the party have their way. So business as usual. On student loan, I will say this: people will go school for free. Now they won't give us loan to go school. So I mean, filling the gap. So where are we heading? So that's what I would say on that. And which other one again before the senator?
So we've discussed student loan. I'll tell you quickly.
Bulkachuwa.
So Tinubu appoint aides. You know, the aides is appointed. Any of the names interest you out of the 8 is appointed?
Yes, on that, I think so far I would say Tinubu is doing well based on one thing. Like person we promise he could do something and he do them. That's why I like Trump. Trump saying go build war economy, started to build them, right? We might not agree with what he said he's going to do. That's why I don't support him, right? But he said
the war, people enter America without the war. Leave that story.
Okay.
When they thought say you don't get anything to talk, they forget. I think they misinterpreted the real thing they should have said is that you know no book. What a book. You understand? What I'm saying is that he said he's going to build a wall and he's building it. How does that waiting out? I mean, just draw the correlation with what you just talked now.
The war don't stop. A live story.
Is that the point I'm trying to make here? You know, they come here for 3 months. I never learn anything. I think they should take you. I need to go read books. Then you come back. Because I'm not trying to say that is good or bad. But he said he's going to do it and he does it. Tinubu said.
Una can trust. Una can trust. When I suffer trust, no.
See as you the halfway inside this 500 per liter. See as you the pour petrol.
When I suffer trust, no.
Petrol, leave petrol alone. No, it don't cost. Sorry, Ovie, carry on. No interjection.
Said is going to introduce student loan, and he signed it to law. So that's what I'm saying. I might not agree with it. I don't agree with them because, as I said, they go school for free. They give us student. I don't agree with the policy, but he said he's going to do it. Right? Those that voted for me, will be happy. So. Anybody who saying could do something and you do I give that. I think that's the kind of politician that I want to actually pay attention to. So now, in terms of the people that he appoint as, I think there's no surprise. Only the women who are there that I did not really know much about. So I'm doing my research on them. But every other person, I think that of is it Wale Edun, right?
Edun, yeah.
And I've been hearing the guy's name forever, reading about him to know that he knows his onions, going back what he has done before. But anytime anything advisor, assistant, I always flash back to Obasanjo. If you pay attention to Obasanjo administration, there was a time they do all these media chats. I don't know if it's monthly or weekly. There was a media chat he could bring NTA and all that. I remember they asked him a question about his advisor.
It's monthly.
Yes, they asked him about his advisor. He said, well, one thing I made an advisor, one thing I want to take the advice. All right. And I think Professor Lumumba of Kenya said something in that regard to that. Most of all these advisors, they want to see the president. They see him for TV just like the way they see them. They meet for occasion, but it's just a form of to actually appease everybody that actually work for you. I'm not saying that those people don't qualify to the portfolio they give them, the life of Dele Aleke and all that. They all have the pedigree and all that, but we wait to see the effect of their position on the administration. Now on Senator Adamu Mohammed Bulkachuwa of Bauchi North. What I would say is that although he came out and clarified it in BBC Hausa, those who pay attention to all the news, he came out to say that the then Senate President Ahmed Lawal did not allow him to clarify what he really meant by admonishing his wife in the at the house during a valedictory service at Waited and the Collar. So he said that it's for the fact that his wife is a legal practitioner and a politician, that they're able to tolerate each other for that long. That he is speaking. Now that is going that way to say, okay, thank you for doing all that. But it's very obvious what he said. There's no way I ain't wanting Penta. But that aside, somebody said it's universal, which I totally agree. I mean, I think we should start asking ourselves a question. This is common in every, now only judicial, and that's why we are all screaming, right? Go to the police. Paul was talking about football. You understand? And part and parcel of all those things. They don't drop. If you come Nigerian team, you go see say your bag, they London, you there your village, right? Because they don't carry their daughter, put for your slots. Racketing. So this is us. This is who we are as human beings, right? Now, favor. It go there very hard to say anybody will go find himself in that position and if he, hold on like that, he will not render a favor. Not lie, right? But what do we, the question we should be asking, how do we reduce this within our society? Because now only lawyer come and confess, now everybody is scream, right? Police, military, everywhere. This is what is, so what is the difference between this and nepotism? What they are accusing Buhari of? What's the difference, right? It's all favor. So it's a thing we should ask ourselves. This is who we are as a people. They say I wouldn't catch the thief. That's why we scream about the man. I'm not supporting him. That's why I'm not supporting him. The deal has been done. There's nothing I can do about that, right? You don't talk him. Whatever happened has happened. The question is that where do we go from here? Who could prosecute them as we are doing, castigate and whatever, and everybody go back, go sleep. Guess what? It will happen again. So that's why they tell you, yes, in your marriage, they try to characterize me, show. Yes, all this thing not be today.
Yeah.
Not be today. It will happen today. So as much as we want to, I'm not saying everybody should not, express how I feel about it. I'm just saying that after we don't express our feeling, finish. What next? What next? I don't. Yeah. Just like my brother, they tried to berate me. That's Henry. Say, oh, those who travel to America without war. My brother, all of us, when job will mature, we know where we come from. Whether your neighbor, maybe your so when job will mature, you go to explain to around your village. So
we don't listen to the junior minister.
No matter
how many times a good time to go Nigeria a year. I go Nigeria twice a year. Twice a year. With
what I've done,
America the way I want.
Nigeria again.
I'll buy my ticket coming next month to America.
It's okay. Okay.
Henry, I never left Nigeria. I never left. I have only one passport. I did on air. I did talk. Now only one passport I get, and a green passport. Nigeria. I just
you never get chance to get. You never get chance to get. Live story.
We'll leave it at that.
I never do it.
I'm sure this conversation started somewhere before. Maybe
the next time you go wherever it started. Henry, unlike you, they pay me come America. When I come, they pay me money. Unlike you.
See what I says the truth still says. Okay.
I'm pretty sure Henry follow
You'll be very naive to think this.
I've been in jail more than 25 years.
Through Sahara Desert. Show us your route. Through Sahara Desert, Abi. Show us your route.
No, thank you for information.
You not be
we appreciate that. So I'm going to go to Sydney, just 1 second. I'm going to go to 1 second. So just to let you guys know, I was hoping that, because Forefathers came in the chat section about an hour ago, and I said, he's here. We haven't seen him join. The initial plan was to do 4 hours, but I'll push it for another hour. So we're here for 1 more hour, except Electricity turns up to talk to us about Section 68 and 110. He has the moderating access as well. It's got back-end access. Or Forefather turns up, we'll be rounding off in another hour. That was the agreement I had with my Oga. And Egbo Alexander Gomez, thank you very much. We see your hand. Thank you so much for your continuous support for the channel. My Oga will be very happy when he comes back from travel.
Please show what is in the section 68 of the Constitution. Why is it talking?
Is to
what is it?
Is how to recall our senators, our lawmakers. The man thinks that we are not doing enough. And see, Rudolph agreed that
electricity in a busy body
to talk to us. This is recorded. So what are you saying?
Concurrent.
So the man said he's going to talk to us on how to exercise Section 68 and 110. That as bad as the Constitution is, there's still some part of it that we can use. So he thinks we can just recall Akpabio if we're not happy. You can recall anybody that you're not happy with. The citizens are not doing their job.
How many senators have they recalled?
And he said because we're not doing it right. So he wants to come and talk to us on how to do it now. They teach you something. You don't want to learn.
I want to point out something. The truth
quickly.
Is, you see, these are politicians. Some of them they are very strong in their region. The truth is, even when you contest free and fair election, they can win. One of them is Akpabio. Akpabio is loved by his people. This is the honest truth. It's just like Konko. So somebody like Adam Shumole, you can't collect his region from him. I'm telling you, there are politicians that free and fair election, they will beat you. This is the truth.
Okay. I hear you.
So why wasn't Akpabio returned? Why wasn't he returned to the Senate?
not be able to win now if he's loved by his people. See, some of these things are not the way we see it.
When you guys are using their people, use some. Because it is not all their people that love them. So stop telling us lies.
See. I don't
we
have
don't love.
connection with
We don't love.
Akpabio.
We didn't love. We don't love. Oshomole.
Like what
Leave that
Mama
story.
Cho said, it's not all of them.
Good.
Majority. I will say it's not all of them. But the truth is, some of them can actually win free and fair election in their region. This is the truth.
I agree. Okay, so the next topic we're going to be discussing is the arrest of Bawa, the babyface EFCC boss. You know, he's been arrested in DSS custody. What does that? I mean, I think we've touched upon, you know, Tinubu's suspension of a few people here and there, but yes, Pansat, I'm a Yoruba man from Ogun State, a proud one. You know, the people that gave Abiola, Awolowo, who else? He plenty. Give
me 30 seconds.
Buruji. No, wait. Kashamu Buruji.
For what?
You see.
I'm talking about projected. The most important thing to me. Stop now.
Okay.
I will Liberty Stadium. You know, agreement I talk. Wait to Pansat. I'm a Yoruba man, a proud one. Some people think I don't like my race, I don't like my people. No, I like good politicians. There's no clean politician, but I like the half decent ones. When the corruption parts, waiting have you handle. It doesn't matter if you're Yoruba, you're Igbo, you're Hausa. I don't like it.
You did straightforward. I like your style. You did straightforward.
I'm a Yoruba man. I'm an Ijebu man, very proud. You know, very, very, very proud Ijebu man. In fact, the Kokore is going down. If you know how it be, Kokore is going down tomorrow morning. So just to let you know, that's out of the way. We'll be discussing Bawa's arrest. What do you make of it? Do you think it's fair that not on Tinubu, any president, that a president comes in and has the power to get rid of the EFCC boss, to almost appoint a new one? Do you think, in terms of balance of power, checks and balances, how do you think that fits? With someone like Akpabio has a case with EFCC. They've invited him a few times. He kept telling them he's got cardiac arrhythmia, something to do with his breathing and health issues. He's got pneumonia. He can't visit them. But he can go to Senate and contest. So it depends on who is calling him. You know, so things like that. So if they get rid of Bawa, and I'm not saying Bawa is a good guy. Please don't say I'm defending him. I'm just saying if they get rid of him, appoint someone else. Do you think whoever they appoint will go after? When I say go after, it sounds vindictive. But do you think that sort of person would have the moral ground to try Akpabio if Tinubu had a case with them?
Let me be the first. I need to
How
go.
do you think that will work? Now, we'll start again. We'll go around. We'll make it make sense.
I need to go. Let me make my comment.
No, let's go. No copy.
I don't tell you.
Are you part or are you
No, say no. Wait.
You know they move.
No, I want to play Bobby. I want to play football. So I was coming back and joined you guys, and I was satisfied.
You know go heal. You know be picking.
No, we get to play the ball.
Talk to us.
Okay. I don't know.
Sorry, one second. Okay. I'm not going to donate because Sho is a Yoruba, Dr. Gomez. Pansat, I won't take it personal. Your money now. You do what you like with it. The money is going to Rudolph. It's going to an Igbo man. So if that makes you happy, you know, you're supporting Rudolph's channel. It's not my channel. I don't have a YouTube channel. I don't plan to open one. So,
I guess an old man. Why should you be talking like this? How much is this money?
Talk. Follow me, talk. No energy.
So I don't know. For the three things anyway, the judge Bulkachuwa, it just when I heard the news, I just maybe like give up on Nigeria. Like somebody came outside, it made a live confession. Like somebody's confessing to a pope, Father, these are my sins, clear as day. That his wife's judgment he has been irritating his wife or compelling his wife to do something else. And that means all the cases that has been lost due to his wife being the head. I mean, those cases simply should be recorded back and just give a second thought. At least the minimum. So that the other guy, almost like you said, almost wanted to tell him off your mic. The guy said it. He said, I see most of us, we are here. I know most of you people are looking at me. He said it was mothers. That means most of the cases that he has interfered that favors his Senate candidate, That means they are there with him. He said this several times. Maybe Lawal is part of it. Only one of them. That's why he's saying, and they say it's 83. So maybe God has touched his mind that if he doesn't confess, he's going to hell. He's old, so he wants to make things right before he dies. You never can tell. Maybe he might be having one, complicated sickness. You understand? So he wants to confess quickly before he dies. So that's why he's telling Nigerians, and Nigerians being who they are now, they will just listen, discuss about it, and go back to hungry beaters and continue our level. So that's it. Then for the what's it called? Okay, student loans. Student loans, I don't know, Sean. If you give them the loan, you say we don't have money. You don't want to cut on government expenditure. Now you want to give out loans to students. What are the things modalities is put in place to make sure that you get those loans back? Because one, we don't have data. How can you track them? How can you, if they take these tools and do whatever you want to do, how can you get your money back 100%? I know, yes, you try to say with interest free, good one, nice one, but if you give them those monies now, you are looking for money. How can you get those monies back? So I don't know his plan for that. Then for the people he's appointed, say, look, even if he appoints Reverend Father, the Reverend Father is going to do his bidding. Yep. So you understand? What's it called? Femi Adesina, as good as that guy is, you understand? We know. Look at what he's turned himself to during Buhari's. You understand? Femi Adesina, what he's saying, even what premises cannot even say, he's saying it. So if you like, you appoint Reverend Father or the chief imam of the world, he's going to do his master. He's going to do his bid. You understand? He's going to. Are you hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So they're always going to do his bit. So I know, yes, some of them may fail to talk too much, talk out of words, but the ones that are good will still going to do his bit, even if he's brilliant or not. So that's it. Then what else again were we talking about? I think you mentioned 4 or something.
The EFCC. Let's just wrap up with the EFCC guy that's been arrested. What do you
Bawa guy. Nothing. I just feel probably maybe there might be the people that he wants to appoint next. They might be on EFCC's watch, so he might want to play a chess game by taking one pawn out first, so that he can have access to whatever files that they have, whatever secret they have in EFCC. So by the time they have anything, so he can expunge those ones, take it out. Then by the time he appoints any new person, no EFCC staff or whatever will have anything on them. So for me, that's just a chess game he's trying to play, nothing else.
Okay, thank you very much, Loco P. Wonderful submission. You can start driving now. Okay, so we'll take it from the top again. So we're discussing EFCC boss that's been suspended and arrested, DSS custody. So what I'm going to do is, once you speak now, you can leave and be backstage. Electricity is back. He's going to be speaking to us shortly, but I'll let everyone talk about this EFCC guy. We'll try to keep it brief. In the next half an hour, EFCC, we discuss it. If there's anything else you want to chuck in there, you get like 3-4 minutes. Please, let's stick to time. And Electricity can talk to us about section 68 and 110. If it's your cup of tea, hang around. Let's learn from Electricity. He's back. I can see him backstage. We'll bring him on stage at some point. AY, Bawa, Babyface, EFCC bully.
I should go ahead, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. What I think is happening is just showing the power the Nigerian president have. The Nigerian president continue saying it is just too powerful. Even American president can match him in terms of national issues. The power Nigerian president have is too much. They need to break down this power. They can literally do anything by themselves. I wake up tomorrow, sack the IG of police, nothing will happen. The head of military, nothing will happen. So what is politics that is playing out? So Bawa was nominated by Malemi. They are from the same state, I think. So Tinubu and Malemi are not in the same camp. Tinubu just needs to get rid of these guys and put his men, so he can use them when he wants. The people that are loyal to him, basically. Even the Emefiele, you see, nothing will happen. After some time, they will just kick him out, replace Emefiele. Emefiele, you can go and sleep. That's it. So that is Nigeria for you. Farida Wazir was removed. There was the other man that was removed before Bawa. So it's the same thing. Bawa, nothing will happen to Bawa. Bawa will just go. Tinubu replace Bawa. Politics continue. It's the same system. My whole concern on this whole issue is the president of the country is too powerful. We need to look for a way to decentralize this power, give more power to the legislators, and just build a system that will work for Nigeria. Just imagine if somebody like Trump have all the power the president is having. He would have been a dictator. He would tell everybody this: what if you do this, or I kick you out. So, but they don't have. They have a system that checkmate everybody. That is what I think we should be fighting for. We have a system. Not even look. We all said Buhari was a send. Oh, he's everything. I supported Buhari's first election. Just the same, we are shouting Peter Obi today. To be honest, I believe we should have a system that is working for Nigeria, not making one person a mini god. Or no, I don't believe in that system. That's it.
Thank you very much, AY. Thank you for your submission.
Sorry, sure, please put me on backstage.
Okay.
Put me on backstage.
You can continue listening.
You can put me on backstage, actually.
I'll do that. Yeah, I'll do that right away. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure having you both. Local P, where are you? Yep. Okay. So I've got man of page who wants to come on. Okay. Electricity will let me know when it's ready. And we're still going round anyway. 1 second. Igbo Great Tribe. Okay, looks like you're ready. You changed your name from AY. Okay, that's good. Please, we need to see your face. Igbo Great Tribes. You need to put, like, we need to lighten. Are you Nigeria, Igbo Great Tribes?
Yeah,
oh. Where are you joining from?
US.
US. I'm sure there's electricity in the US now. Give us some light. Make we see your face. If you're Nigeria now, we can excuse you and say whatever. But if it's US, please. Igbo Great Tribes. Thank you very much. Mama Echo, EFCC boss has been sacked. Not sacked, but suspended. He arrested by DSS. You happy?
Now extension of Donald Trump now. So so when Donald Trump come,
Mr. James,
they sack them anyhow. He take FBI or Gakomos. So I was telling him to go to Nigeria to practice because he belonged to the Tinubu camp. Well, on a serious note, how they celebrate anything with them? Make una give me verdict from the court, then we'll go celebrate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mama Icho. I love that submission. Mama Icho doesn't care about DSS, EFCC boss. If you like, make a road for jail, man. Wahala.
Okay.
What do you think, Bawa? And who do you think they might bring
Bawa
to
is merry-go-round. There was a headline I saw. I think it's one of these newspaper. Bawa said Tinubu is under investigation for corruption in 2019. Headline. Now, what are we seeing today? When I hear this type of thing, I keep saying what Obi should clean is so much. Let like Madam Mama H.O. said, let the tribunal give us judgment so that we start. These are court jesters. A drug baron president, his age we don't know, daughter 61, age 71. Eh? And he's making an appointment and people are clapping. Look, if they put Tinubu for ShopRite, I no go look in price tag. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And CM, you did a wonderful job. Kulata double-dared you. Double-dared you not to mention Igbo in your submission. And without you saying the comment, I'm not sure if you're sorry, but you didn't mention Igbo. So, if Kulata was the one that promised us £50, $50, we would have won easily because you stuck to the game plan. And, just to highlight something that transpired in the comment section, someone was going to drop money. He was going to donate to the channel, a regular donator to the channel, but found out I'm a Yoruba man. And the person said, oh, it's a Yoruba man. For that reason, I'm not donating. The channel is owned by an Igbo man. The money is going to an Igbo man. I don't get commission. But you see the way we think, the way you think you're trying to me. I beg. So, okay, you know, say it's all politics. This one we will not get. Oh,
sure, put me for backstage. Sure, put me for backstage so that others can come in. Put me for backstage.
Yes, I'll do
Thank
that right
you.
away. Yep, no problem. Thank you so much. Ovie, Alpha, DSS boss. What do you make of the whole thing? Does it make any sense? Are you surprised? Is it to be expected? It's happened before.
Well, before that, let's talk about this young man. I mean, I think to me, it deserves to be celebrated. It was born 1980. Finished his secondary school in Uwere, Imo State. Got his first degree in Osman Danfodio. Got his master's. Currently studying for his law in the London School of Economics. Was trained by FBI. Has a lot of experience at his age. He's a treasure, whether we agree or disagree with him. Now, yeah, he is. How many people of his age in Nigeria that have that kind of experience that he has?
It's just education. What experience?
It's not education. He's an EFCC chairman. What do you mean, just education? He investigated the former Minister of Petroleum, Desiani, and co. I mean, he has some good. As I said, you might whatever that is happening to him. Nobody can come out now and say. To your question, Osho, am I surprised? No, I'm not surprised. He's not part of the team. He's brought in by the former Minister of Malami, Minister of Justice, right? And Malami bring and come how? And if you look at how the guy come, he was formerly in Port Harcourt, the EFCC in Port Harcourt, and the allegation, he got into some allegation selling oil property. That was the narrative then. Guess who was the chairman there? Was Magu. Right? Magu detained him in Port Harcourt. Then they transfer him to the training school in Abuja. As they come on Magu, guess who they bring up? The guy that he detained. So if you look at the stuff that play out there, you know, say, okay, yes, of course, as soon as the administration they go, he's going with them too. Now Malami ran mind to do whatever they use him to do. I'm not exaggerating that far, but at his age, with his experience and knowledge, I mean, it's something we need them, whether we like it or not. Now, because it happened to be on the opposite team, it's not the Tinubu team, so I don't expect him to be there. I don't expect him there. The next person, I'm waiting to see if Tinubu is going to take out Buba Marwa, the guy at NDLA, right? Who is doing exceptionally well. So I will say we ain't go come out, and then I will not say okay. It's give us them thing. But so far, yes, taking him out. I mean, again, we need to actually shine light on this institution, because you ask, is it a good thing if anybody can just come and take out the head of the EFCC and somebody is saying that the president is too powerful? We have to actually shine light on the EFCC itself. How it starts, who bring and come Obasanjo. And if you follow Obasanjo reason well, Obasanjo was a terror. He used that office with Ribadu as the main guy. Go after anybody that disagree with him politically, either private or politically. We all know that. So what you expect when that is the foundation of that institution? Of course, the next person will go and say, okay, they use this guy, do whatever. I need to take him out to bring somebody who will work. Right, that's what they will use him. Somebody who will work for the collective of the nation, not necessarily his boss. So it will continue, right? It will continue until the institution itself has some of autonomy to actually operate on their board. As far now the president they appoint. If we here in America, right? The other day we are going back and forth, man of prestige about Comey. Right, so they change them as they will. America, they do them directly the way we do it in Nigeria, but they'll find a way. If you pay attention to the Supreme Court justice now in America, the black guy, what's his name? FBI out man of prestige.
Thomas.
I don't know if it's going to be there, even though not like life position with that, but it's going through it, right? Now, so just as they trying to, that's how they do this game. That's how I always read it from there. So. Is it a good thing? No, it's not a good thing. But that's why we need to actually, apportion some level of autonomy to all these institutions to actually, get rid of the corruption and hopefully we get the kind of institution and government we want. But again, now we Bawa on our own. He went to school in Iwere, Sokoto, na Nigeria. So now we.
Okay. Yep. Thank you, Ovi. Before I go to, I think I'm going to go to Henry now. But before I go to Henry, there's another panelist who would join us, and the person would often come something like this with a big straw scarf, and will say things like, "This is my own voice. My voice is unique. Everybody has their own voice. You have your voice, I have my voice. My voice is unique. You can't silence me. Don't silence my voice. I didn't tell anybody to move on. I want to move on. I'm saying let every Nigerian be happy. Let us hug each other. Let us just be happy. That's what I'm saying. That's my opinion. It's my voice, not your voice. Don't silence me." You know that panelist?
Is the custodian of our constitution.
Okay. So, Henry, EFCC boss has been arrested by DSS. What do you make of it? Do you have any thoughts on it? Does it mean anything?
Celebrate criminals. I don't even
Are you happy that he's arrested?
Happy for what? I'm not interested. Bunch of criminals. So what do you expect from criminals? Tinubu is a criminal. This other one's criminals. What are you going to be celebrating? What are you celebrating? Turn by turn Nigeria Limited. That's what Nigeria is. Turn by turn Nigeria Limited. See, all criminal from the criminal for the criminal. This government is for criminal for the criminal for the criminal. Now it be now. What do you want to celebrate for Bawa?
So it's a family matter. They should deal with it.
He's going to continue his education.
Some people will say,
okay, thank you very much, Henry. It seems like, I think the impression I'm getting from quite a few people is people are not really interested.
Criminal industry. There's nothing to celebrate about it.
Yeah, no. Okay. Fair enough.
From that. Yeah.
Fair enough. Sydney, I know you would have something to say regarding this. Tell us, what are you thinking? What is it?
What I want to say is, number one, I think Bawa was caught up in the political play because our institutions, and I want to correct this impression that this does not happen anywhere globally, especially with a presidential system. If you have bodies that have to deal with security, the US, they have the NSA and all that. You still want people that, Trump did it with the last FBI guy. You want people that will work for your agenda, even if it's not as blatant as we do in Nigeria. In Nigeria, it's very, very blatant. This is your team. And remember, prior to Tinubu becoming president, he had a feeling that there was a cabal within the Buhari government that was against his presidency. He knows those guys. So he's in the seat now. So basically he needs to flush out his opposition, which is taking them out, Emefiele and all the guys. I heard currently about 10 ministers have left Nigeria because they know that Tinubu is coming for every man. So that is already playing behind the scene. So Bawa was caught up in that space, especially those critical areas where the Nigerian president has enormous power to appoint. So the problem is not about the Nigerian president. The problem is about our appointment policies, how we appoint any of our predecessors, especially how do we appoint the DSS, the person in charge of EFCC. We have even forgotten there's ICPC. We have forgotten also INEC. So the Nigerian president appoints these critical areas. And so when the Nigerian president appoints these critical areas, he will generally appoint men who will play his game. I recently listened to an excerpt from Goodluck Jonathan and what he wanted to do in terms of appointing the INEC chairman. He wanted it not to just be solely on the presidency, but trying to open it up in such a way that it's a council of a group of elders that will be able to bring out 2 or 3 names, and then there's a selection process. I mean, what I think is that we should really look at that selection process and in such a way that a president can somehow be guided, and also the institution protected, instead of being used as a tool in the hand of a president. So I think before you cut in, please, I think Bawa was caught in the midst of it. The other third thing that went against Bawa was Bawa began to have an issue. He was pursuing a very critical case with Matawale of Zamfara, APC, and there was a lot that was churning out in that. And Matawale is a strong supporter of the Tinubu government. So there's Akpabio, there's Matawale, there's a lot of strong guys that have serious issues with the EFCC. And so Tinubu has to give them a good soft landing. Remember, there's also the issue of the Rivers governor. The Rivers governor is on the lookout by the EFCC. And all these things, Tinubu had promised them safe landing. That I become this, and Wike, you don't need to worry. You will not be arrested. Different of these governors that have finished. Ikbazu now, I heard Ikbazu is about moving to APC. So there's a lot of people that EFCC will come for. So he needed to give them a safe landing to protect their head. So this is part of the game, which is very sad, but our institutions have allowed it. So it beholds on the Senate to find protective measures for this. But will they do that? No, they will not do that, because they want to go against the presidency. So I think that's one of these are the tenterhooks that held Bawa down and gave him a big. So my problem is not who comes next. Whoever comes next, it depends on the president. Now, if a president that is true to corruption comes, he will always pick a man that will fight. The same thing happened to the so-called, everybody celebrating him picking up Ribadu. But the truth is that Ribadu will be at the mercy of his paymaster. At the end of the day, it's what the paymaster wants, you have to do. If you don't want it, he appoints you, he chucks you out, he brings you there, I'll play the game. Look at somebody like Siriko, the aviation minister, all the scam he did with aviation. But if he's in the good books of Tinubu, he's going to walk out scot-free. So how did Akpabio move from PDP to APC? The same thing. If you needed to save his neck from EFCC, he joined the party and they saved him from it. Same thing for Oji. So that is the tool, this is the attack dog of the government instituted by Obasanjo. You use that tool, you attack your opponents, they cower, they fall into line. And that is what has been used. So Bawa is a young man who came into that seat. I don't have a problem with him doing it, but for whoever is going to be EFCC, he's at the beck and call of his paymaster, because constitutionally, there's nothing that protects him. The DSS is very good friends with the current president, Bichi. So if that is what's happening, he will be doing what his master wants. So at the end of the day, I think we should not hamper much on the personality, but more of go back to how is the process done.
All right.
And if we don't get that right, fast forward 2 years from now, we'll repeat the same thing. That's the truth.
Thank you very much, Sydney.
So I have a question. Is it true Tinubu traveled to France? Is it true?
Well, I've seen a lot of people say that. I've seen it. I haven't checked. I'm sure Bulata will be happy to hear this. I've not been on Twitter.
May I interject, please?
Yeah, sure,
Sydney, I wasn't trying to cut you off. Actually, I wanted to appeal to you if you can stay behind, because this your argument is what I have been arguing since. So I would really appreciate if you can stay behind and we talk about this constitutional reform, please. It's a powerful submission you made. I'm appealing if you can, but if you cannot, I understand. Thank you.
Yeah, Henry, to answer you, I've seen a few people say Tinubu's going to France. Some people are saying he's going tomorrow. People are, I've seen it even on the chat. A few people have messaged me, but I've not been able to check or verify from any
France or tomorrow?
From any reliable news channel, not even on Twitter. As much as I talk about Twitter, I've not been able to spend time on Twitter because I'm doing this today. Electricity, can I plead indulgence? So what I intend to do is to speak to the new guys who've just joined. BQB is here. I saw that he said he's not been here for a minute, so we brought BQB in. San Antonio is here. No, I'm talking about the new guys. Don't worry, KJ, I see you are not small. KJ, you plenty now. I see you. But I'm saying the new guys. So I'll speak to you, speak to the new guys. We'll try to, tie this up by 9 o'clock, and Electricity can take it from 9 o'clock and talk about the constitutional reform, Section 68, Section 110, how we can use these things. I laugh about it, it's joke and banter, but if it's something that we can put to use, let's test it. Let's start from the smaller, weaker, I don't want to say weak, but maybe the smaller, not as powerful senators or lawmakers. Let's test it. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, then we can say, you know what, we've tried it, it hasn't worked. So from 9 o'clock, we'll talk about that. Now, who am I going to next? Who was the last person that spoke now? I've lost my... Oh, is it you? How can it be you? You're in the middle of everybody.
I've not spoken.
I know, but I'm going around. So the one that you say is your turn. So Henry has spoken. Sydney. So it's KJ, but KJ has disappeared. KJ has disappeared. So it's going to be...
please.
Pardon?
It's me, BKB. Can I just
let's hear from man of procedure. Let's hear from man. Don't worry, we'll soon be
nothing like ringing. Nothing like ringing. Man of procedure is going to speak. Nothing like ringing here, please.
Can I speak now?
No. All you people, you are worse than Emilokon. If you get more chance like this, see people from number 10 trying to be San Antonio. Wait, man of prestige, EFCC boss. He's been arrested. DSCC has got him. Do you care? Does it mean anything to you? Who would you like to see replace him?
I don't care who replaces him. It doesn't really mean anything. But let me say something. Okay, the suspension of EFCC chairman, darkness, because it's a darkness. So it chased away light. That's what it exactly did. Because the EFCC, chairman, the suspension of EFCC chairman is a darkness, and it chased away light. So can somebody? Do you understand that quote? Anybody here?
I do.
Okay, thank you very much. So let me begin. There's nothing new. Tinubu is the president, so he has to bring his his own men. This happening in America or something like that. So there's nothing really peculiar about what he does. But what has EFCC, what have we accomplished through the EFC? The only thing that they have done is to chase away Yahoo
going
boys.
After Yahoo boys.
That's everything they have done. Look at everybody that come inside that place. They come and go. Okorocha, nothing happened to him. A lot of them are Akpabio. Akpabio has been investigated in the last, I think he started from 2002 up to 2015. They accuse him of embezzlement and all that kind of corruption. Nothing has come out of it. Nobody has invited him. But every day, people with laptop or whatever, whether it's good or bad, if some of them are not even corrupt, you keep on arresting them, parading them. I'm not saying Yahoo boss is good, but that shouldn't be the ultimate goal. That's like minimum the money that they stole. It's not even close to all these people embezzle our money. So the job they have been doing, is pretty much like just different law for different people. Look at what's happening in Nigeria right now. For example, look, I didn't mean to deviate. Did you all hear about the Yoruba boy that tweeted that the whole Igbo should be sent packing from Nigeria?
Yeah,
right. Okay, he has been arrested. Why MC Oluoma, who is a bigger fish? Nothing happened to him. I'm just using that as an example. It has nothing to do, the area I'm going in. It's not about Yoruba boy. But I'm just saying, there's two laws, in that country. One for the rich or the elite, and one for the common man. So this common man, I'm not saying what he tweeted was good, but they just arrested him immediately. Any people like Erufai,
about a month, but yeah, it's good that they've
people like
arrested him.
Erufai has told. Look at what Erufai has said and that kind of things. Nothing happened to them. I don't expect them to arrest Erufai. He's a big guy in that country, So it doesn't really make any difference about EFC. What are they there for? They are there for nothing. 80% of the night assembly that is about to leave. Most of them are under investigation. At least 80% of them, and they've been investigating for the last 8 years. Nothing have happened to them. Even the governors, about 70% of them, like we them, they are waiting for an appointment. So go figure out that about 85% of of them, they're all still under investigation. Nothing has happened to them. So it doesn't really mean anything. I mean, Tinubu is going to bring his own person, to cover whatever he wants to do. I don't know what's the purpose of the EFCC. They're not really doing anything, in my own opinion. So it don't make any difference, like you properly asked me. Sure, it don't make any difference who stayed there.
Okay. Thank you, man of prestige. I think the news you were talking about is the Kane Ade something guy.
I'm just using that.
I know. No, I'm just trying to, in case some people are not aware, the guy tweeted a while ago that the Igbos should be killed, they should be flushed down the toilet, all of them should be this and that, tweeted some really dangerous stuff. And, typical of people like that, a day later when the heat got, he didn't think he was going to get the attention he got because he's not a famous guy on Twitter or anything, so, not a lot of followers. So he didn't think he was going to get the attention, but he got the attention he wasn't looking for. He saw the, not threats, but people started saying, they were going to take that up. And typical, he said, oh, my account was hacked. And I laughed when he tweeted that a day later that it was hacked. But yesterday, the PRO for the police in Lagos said, is it Lagos General in Nigeria? I don't know. Prince Moye, he said, the guy's been arrested, and that's why people like that, when I see them on Twitter, it doesn't matter what side of the aisle you belong to, Obedient, Atiku, Kwakwansia, Tinubu, you have to understand your place. When I see these poor guys defending the rich guys, I laugh. The guy, what it said is similar to what MC Ulu almost said. It's very similar. But he will be used as a sacrificial lamb. They will sacrifice that guy easily. Who is he? Who cares for him? They've picked him up. He might be locked up for a very long time. So when you see all these poor guys, broke guys, not broke shaming anybody, but if you don't get level, no put mouth. Like
now they tell some of them,
now
they hear like Kulatara, I know they hear too.
Let us get level from America. Anyway, KJ, you went away. Please let me indulge you. Please let me plead the indulgence. I beg, KJ, I beg. Let me plead the indulgence. Let's hear from BQB. It brings a different perspective. He voted Peter Obi, but he's not obedient. So his talk is not.
He didn't vote for Peter Obi.
You can only take what somebody told you. I'm just trying to say that he has a different opinion to most of us on this panel. So I'd like to hear from people like that. So BQB, good to see you.
Yeah, am I on now?
Yes, you are on. No, Dokita, speak to us.
Yeah, Mr. Prestige. I'm not obedient, but I voted for Peter Obi.
Yeah,
no, you didn't.
See, don't let's make it an issue. BQB, you don't have to explain. Just carry
I don't need to explain to you. For the fact, in my government estate in Lagos State, that estate, 95% of us living in the estate are dominated by Yorubas. And we have 2 polling units in my estate. Peter Obi won the 2 polling units. So I don't want you to delete this your narrative of your
BQB.
perception. So
calm down. I'm just messing with you. It doesn't matter who you vote for.
Just by the side.
Right, thank you.
Voting for Peter Obi doesn't make me not to be critical. That's the point I'm making.
You're good, man. No problem.
Yes. I will be critical. I will say what I feel. This program is Say Your Mind. Then
have your say. Don't change our name. Have your say. 247.
On the side,
don't change our name.
I have your say. On the side, I like this. The new the new man in town, Mr. Show.
Yeah, no.
But your own style is like more military style.
Yeah, that's what they be now.
You have a military approach.
Yeah,
then again, you are doing the talking more than most of the panelists. Dr. Damages allow the panelists to talk, but I discovered that you have been the one talking most of the time.
Try for fathers.
Give us some time to
go to court.
Yes. So that's just by the side. It's been a long time I joined the show, so it's nice seeing the Mama Echo, all our politics. My brother, Mr. Henry, how are you, sir? Yes.
Like always, I'm seeing.
Why is it after me? You will call Henry. Why?
Yes, Mr. President.
Why you know if you jump on? Why after me you jump on? They come back to him.
Disney. Well done, sir. I greet you. I greet all the wisdom people on the panel. What are we discussing? What can I quickly talk about? I'm joining
in 5 minutes.
I'm joining you from Lagos State, from Nigeria. I'm in Nigeria now. I'm joining
in 5 minutes. Talk about the student loan.
Sure, he's even breaking the rules. He's lying down. I mean, we'll give him that.
I'm not lying down. I'm sitting up. I'm not lying down. I'm sitting up.
You're just too relaxed. That's why they take time. They greet us one by one. You used to have
relax.
We are just learn from the Middle East.
In Lagos. We are relaxed in
Lagos. Just learn from Middle East.
So
talk to us about 2 things. Talk to us about 2 things.
Mama Ejo, well done, ma. Mama Ejo, well done, ma.
How they find my trouble for them?
No, I'm just a greet you now. I need to wet ground. If you come like that, just wet ground first.
Come now, have your say. No,
I beat you.
Have your say, not have your time. You know that.
Beat you.
Okay. Yes.
When you do that one finish, no yakpata, because if you yakpata, yeah, you go wear one trouser. So no bribe me.
No, you
I
know,
think this your.
You know, say
Show.
you know, say be our mama.
Let us run.
Nothing you can do. Be our mama. Nothing you can do.
See,
about 2 things.
Big you.
Yes.
So this is ranting time.
No, they call it for good. That be my problem with you.
I'm not turning it for any.
The kasala when they happen for Nigeria, so he gave one video when I see today, I deleted it. I couldn't see it. Men like you, grown-up men.
Yes, ma'am.
A child less than 4, 6 years. The man give an Ebola the lick. I couldn't.
BQB, you don't carry us go where we know what.
Mama, let me just.
Carry Ebola, they give the dead.
Mama, those are signs.
Finish his talk.
Those are signs of end times.
Let me do finish because they use Ebola, they penetrate that little.
That one has nothing to do with
it. So when the info when they don't come to me. So when I come here, they talk, when I they scatter my head with nonsense.
No vex, Mama Icho, no vex. Off your mic. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Please,
what do you want me to? Yes.
Out of the topics, talk about the student loan. What do you make of it? If you've seen the bill, the requirement, does it make sense to you? And lastly, EFCC boss has been fired or suspended. DSS have taken him away. What do you make of it? What do you think should replace him?
Well, the student loan, from my own perspective, I think student education is subsidized already. I've gone through all my school from primary, secondary, and tertiary education in Lagos State. And then throughout my medical school in Lagos, the total amount of money I spent, including hostel accommodation, I'm not sure it's up to 400,000 naira. 100 level was 25,000, 35,000, 200 level 42,000, 300 level 42,000, 42,000 up to like that. So I think it's subsidized already. An average student in the main campus of the state university is paying 25,000. University of Lagos too, accommodation and students about 20,000. So for me, I think the amount of money they pay, I'm talking about Lagos. If I make a contribution, I don't make a contribution. I'm not talking about Nnamdi Azikiwe University. I talk about the one I know. So I think the amount of money we pay for education, then primary and secondary education is free. So people are not paying for that one already. So I don't know the concept of this student loan that there are still some people that cannot still pay this 25,000 naira yearly. I don't understand the benefit. I've not really studied it like that. Really know what the benefit is going to be. So that's just my
So you don't know much about it to have an opinion.
Yes.
Okay, so
but
DSS
I think education is subsidized enough that an average family
should be able
to go to school and finish higher education. I think that's just my perspective about that. Then concerning the DSS, well, anytime there's a new sheriff in town, you have some critical agencies. EFCC is one of them. You have to reorganize and then put in the new people that you can trust in those agencies. So Bawa possibly might be the CPC leg of the APC part. So now Tinubu is in town. All those critical elements, head of DSS, head of EFCC, police. That's why I'm not surprised. This Frank Umba is DIG now. Frank Umba has been under the tutelage of Tinubu right from time. So I'm not surprised if Frank Umba will be promoted as the IG at some point. So that's just the way the politics work. So nothing really for me about or an average Nigerian on the street. If you ask them the sack EFCC chairman, they just look at you that
it's to be expected. As far as you're concerned, it's to be expected.
Yes, what are you people talking about? Not really a topical discussion on the road. It's just for conscious people that go to the newspaper stand every morning to argue that we're discussing it. Not really a regular thing. It doesn't really affect an average Nigerian on the road. So I think that's just that's good.
Oh,
so is there any other topic? Let me just quickly chip in so that I can leave the space.
Well, the one other thing that you can probably touch on is the appointment, the SA appointment, the special advisors. Wale Edun,
yes.
Dele Alake. Does any name surprise you?
Yes, no, not really. Bajabi Amila and Dele Alake. I was thinking Fashola. Fashola is an astute administrator. When he was governor of Lagos State, he did well in Lagos. He was I was under Fashola. I started working as a civil servant.
For that job too. Don't forget, he have it's FBI too for Nigeria FBI, the cameraman.
Okay.
Yeah.
Carry on. The toll gate incident.
I started working as under Fashola, and then he did some quite commendable job, and he's a man on the job. He knows the job and he knows almost everything. So I was thinking maybe probably it might be the perfect fit for the, and I think personally, I think it's more cerebral than Bajabi Amila. But discussing our local politics here, somebody is saying that the national chief of staff is different from being an Anambra chief of staff to Anambra state governor, Abia state governor. That what the chief of staff president is going to be dealing with is quite different from what chief of staff to Enugu state governor is going to be dealing with. And Bajabi Amila, being the speaker of the house, has been able to interact with a lot of people. He has the demeanor, the charisma, the understanding, and the ability to manage a wide range of issues than Fashola. That Fashola will be more useful in a purposeful, a targeted ministry to achieve a result than to just
you expect Fashola to be brought back as a minister?
Yes, of course, Fashola will be brought back as minister than to just put him as chief of staff. So that's just the only two areas. Dele Alake has been with Tinubu for a long time. He was a commissioner. He was not unexpected. It was not surprising that he was one of the special advisors. Out of those advisors Tinubu mentioned, there are no really surprises for me. It's still the way it is.
Right.
Generally, the mood of the country, of course, the state generally, fuel has increased. The traffic has reduced significantly in Lagos State because less people, less vehicles, obviously. There is a slight in the major marketers filling station, Mobile, Total, and Co, because they said their own at 488.
Okay.
But all other filling stations says at 500 to 550 and above. So you see more slight queue in those filling stations. In all, all the markets, people are moving on. The economy really good at this time, but people are trying to adjust to it bit by bit. I think that's
All right.
just one of the contributions that I should make.
All right.
Then
Thank you, BTB.
there's one thing I quickly make last discussion. I think Show was part of it, which hinged to me. Usually when people on this forum discuss Lagos, because it's dear to me. That's why I just quickly want to make this point.
So you're an indigenous Lagosian. That's good.
Yes, my great grandfather followed the first king of Lagos from Benin to Lagos. So they fight them. They met some people. The people they met are the Aworis. They fight them. They conquered them. So they became the
new indigenous.
So your father.
Okay.
Yes,
that's fine.
I'm from a royal family. So it's usually the people from the Benin part that are usually the king of Lagos. That was why when Oba of Lagos was referring to Oni of Ife, that is not is literally saying it's not true meaning. It's just telling him that at the start of the whole process, when they came in, they met some people on ground. Those people they met on ground are the landowners.
No. I just went back.
Are the people that see the Elegushis, all those Uluwas, those people that sells land, those people. So I think that's just the issue. Everybody just try to want to paint history of anywhere. Anybody can say one story or the other. I think some people still, that's the way, that's the place that people can still call their own origin. There's no place some of us call our own origin. If we trace our name to something like Obanikoro, it's not the name is not really a Yoruba name, it's a Benin name. That's why I normally greet my brother, even if you abuse me, Mr. Henry, even if you abuse me, I don't take it.
There's no time I abuse you.
My
I just
brother.
have different opinion. That's all. I don't abuse
Okay.
you.
Thank you very much, BQB. At least now we know that we know that you're royalty.
If you abuse me, I know say we still have some small blood flowing through us that if I trace my origin, I can trace it to that place. But that is the way it is. Some small section of people are still there that they are the aborigine.
All right,
but the place is accommodating.
Thank you very much, BQB. I think we have to round it off now. And you can speak to Kulata offline. Kulata said you missed a bit of history.
Let me bring information to you in a minute about this new IG. And I'm just saying he's way vast. I hope he can utilize his knowledge because he studied from the prestigious University of Lagos. Then he went to Scotland, Dundee University, and got his master. From there, he traveled to United States from Harvard and studied and get some certificates. He even worked from USA with some FBI. So he's well versed. I hope he can utilize his experience to do better.
Let's hope so. Anything that helps Nigerians. Anything that helps Nigerians. Yes.
Can we talk on something that BQB talked on? Because
wait. So what's the topic? Where is it going?
No, it's about this. It's still about this identity politics, right? I just want to,
just 1 second. Let's go to KJ because I'll get reported to my guy. So let's speak to KJ. Then we'll come to you so you can talk about it quickly. But thank you, BQB, for your submission. KJ.
If you allow me, Akpabio, I'll say please let's not go to identity politics because we'll be going back. Then let's not drag ourselves.
You should wait for what I wanted to say first before you attack.
Okay. I'm just trying to say because you see. BQB through something that if we want to follow, we'll go back off this.
Is this history about who owns Lagos and let's not? We're talking about DSS boss.
No, I'm not talking about history of.
No, V, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to KJ.
Here's my prediction. Concerning the removal of the EFCC chair, we shouldn't be surprised because that's been the trend since the EFCC came to play. Everybody who comes takes off the person who is there and bring in their own people. And in the last one, which is the Bawa's case, Bawa is somehow related to what's his name, Malami, and so because their relations, you expect that whoever is coming in, since this government is gone, he will definitely be gone. What I don't understand is why, whenever they remove them, they are arrested. You can remove a person without arresting him, and if you have any case against him, why don't you just conclude the investigation before you begin to lock people up, and then keep them there, and then you start investigating or fishing for information? We all know what the government used the chairman of EFCC to do. They used to seize people's property and sell it to their cronies. That has been always the issue. It's not starting with this young man. And secondly, even I think the young man was even more fairer than all other EFCC chairmen that have been there. Because remember, when they were saying Desiani Alison Madeke had brazier that cost 2 million naira and all that, he came and said there was nothing like that. That was all a gimmick of the what you call social media, because he had not been able to see any handbag, shoes, or bra that are anywhere in the EFCC store. So I think to be fair to him, he's been a bit fair to some people. I mean, to some of these people, and doesn't just flow with the punches as other people will have like to do. Yeah. So what are we expecting? Do I expect somebody new to come in and do? No. This guy and the cases before the EFCC chairman, whoever is going to come in, cannot continue with those cases, because those people now are very high caliber politicians in high places in Nigeria that can do and undo. You see, one of the things we forget to understand is that you can decide to come after somebody and you disappear, because I've seen it. Rochas was, when Jesse decided to go after him, he was climbing the ceiling, So we still have not forgotten that these institutions have so much power and they can do and undo. The DSS itself, like Professor Dim Chidika pointed out yesterday, these people have so messed up the constitution that you get a name called DSS. There's no name like in the constitution that's DSS. What you have is the SS, State Service. Okay? But they give themselves this thing to give themselves the leverage to do whatever they want to do. Because before now, it's only in this regime now we see that people wear masks and come to your house and claim to be DSS, and they're all carrying gun, and they, doing all kinds of stuff. So
when you say this regime, you mean Buhari? They just
yes, in Buhari's regime, Buhari's regime. It started a little bit in the time of Jonathan, but they're not that forceful until this other government come, where you can now do and undo. And somebody talked about Obasanjo using EFCC. We seem to forget the time of Obasanjo took over from a military regime, and the time he took over, we still have the mentality of the military mentality. So Obasanjo, for me, even tried not to use take advantage of that time that he was in government, because at that time things were, even till now, if you go read the statement that the governor of Benue State is issuing, they are with 4 tweets, and I'm saying military civilian government using so and so person take over 4 tweets, so and so take over. Come on. So this is the situation we have found ourselves, and we'll have to manage it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Ovi, I'm going to listen to your suggestion. What were you going to suggest? It's just that the plan we had was
let's go with the plan. Maybe at the end.
No. What were you going to suggest?
It's just like it's a form of a tax, because if we look at this election that we just finished, identity policy dominated. That is why these old men were able to have their way. That's all they know, right? Now, and the only way we can actually get the government we deserve is when we don't have this kind of narrative within our conversation, right? I know it's very hard. Can we, make it a deliberate attempt to stop, anytime they appoint somebody or this person, the first place we go, okay, where this person is coming from. If we don't deliberately take it out of our vocabulary, those that are coming before us, they will continue. The only way we are saying it now, because we listen to those that came before us, that's their rhetoric, right? And they use it against us. So if we don't stop it, if we don't start making that deliberate attempt to say, you know what, no, because we have to do it. If we don't do it, we are only prolonging it for those that will come before us. Because now we see they see us do. Because I'm not, everybody is, we are young, we all can relate to younger people. So if this is still continue to dominate our conversation, then trust me, the next election is going to be like the past one. The next one is going to be like the past one, because we are human, we are storytellers. We are, so everything that we see now conversation bring them to bear. So how can we, everybody, as I'm not bringing, pointing at anybody here, but how can we deliberately, we could just start today? No.
Do away with.
We know who we are. Nobody going to tell me, say, I know be Yoruba, I know who I am. So let's deliberately just put it, we could censor that. Now, I'm not saying you should censor it, but within ourselves, we know, okay, this narrative is not going to help on the long run. Because awareness that came to being within these 2-3 years, right? We'll give it to Nnamdi Kanu and Co. The lives of Showore will be to some extent, right? Bring a lot of young people into the system. So how do we change the conversation so that it will not trickle down to even those, yet unborn? That's just
that's a very good one. And I quite agree. As difficult as it is, it would do us good if we deliberately move away from identity politics. If it's a possible thing. I agree with you completely. I'll do my best. I'm not sure if I'm guilty of this. That my people have already, at least as far as this platform is concerned, I've been disowned. I work for the Igbo people, so I can't play identity politics. BQB,
let me just say something for 30 seconds. I think for presidential election, I was lucky to be in Nigeria for both elections, presidential and governorship election. I don't really see any identity politics in presidential election, because I have a fact, a documentary fact that Peter Obi won in those areas that is not his people that dominates those places.
Identity politics doesn't have to be tribe alone, or religions too is part of it, right? No, it's not just necessarily Hausa or another. The fourth line that defined us, pretty much. That's what I'm saying.
So that division came into being mostly during the governorship election in Lagos. It's not like a reported stuff, but in the presidential elections, I can categorically tell you that those same fourth lines of religion and ethnicity, he got some votes in some areas that are not even. But it came in the governorship election.
I mean, that's very
Not to interject, but why I'm even pointing out that even we are still talking about even to the Senate presidency, because that's what they use. Yeah. Oh, the Senate must go to the South. He must be a Christian. That's all dominate the conversation. Not how this person, what kind of legislation he was able to put in place during this time as a regular state. Nothing. Just, he has to go to this place. He has to. So it's so ridiculous.
There's no way Nigeria, we are diverse people with so many ethnicities. So if you want to look at it as based on merits only, you will just discover that all
will be lopsided.
Main
people will complain.
Will be lopsided. Will be in one point. Let's assume, you want to make it on merit. The president is from East, vice president is from East, Senate president is from East. It's not going to be possible.
I think this is a conversation we can have another day.
BQ, it's not just the presidency. Hold on, it's not just the presidency. Even in my state, Edo State, for instance, that's what is happening. The next governor must be an that's what is at that level. So it's not just the presidency alone I'm pointing on. Generally, can we just? I mean, we know who we be now. Anybody could tell me that
it's still going to be there.
All right.
It's going to be there. Currently, in Lagos
I am not saying it's going to stop. I said let's try. Let's try.
You see your 30 seconds. You see your 30 seconds.
We are tired of people from show states to come
Won't you guys allow somebody to contribute?
So,
all right, guys.
We are grooming another person
slap.
from
Can I slap you from internet? I beg, make Greek and talk.
No, I'm sorry.
Let me add.
I'm not in for violence.
Because I've seen electricity. Electricity is warming up.
5 minutes. Kene, you are the one that would speak, and after then, electricity will have the floor to talk to us about this constitutional powers and amendments and all the rest of it.
Thank you, sure. Thank you very much. I was on the comment section and somebody was. Can you hear me?
I saw you in the comment section.
Yeah, somebody was comparing you to I think qualifying you to be, military, that you have a
Military style.
militarized style.
Yeah.
So I was like, no, BQB, I think,
Are you related to Asari Dokubo by any chance?
who is that?
Yes, yes. That's the approach the guy is looking. Look at the beard.
No.
The beard, the chin.
BQB, I think you are, I think you are wrong on
He
this.
talks like Asari Dokubo.
Are you his son or his younger brother? Which one are you?
I think you are wrong on this. But anyway, both forefathers show they are doing a very good job. I commend their efforts. Thank you. So I don't know, is there any specific topic we should talk about, or just every other thing that I've been spoken upon?
Or
Yeah, I've been listening.
Yeah, so pick
I've been
pick two of any of the topics: student loan, the
okay.
SA appointment, the judge and his the judge and her husband.
Yeah, for the student loan.
Pick any two of your choice.
Yeah, for the student loan, I think just like my sister Ify stated, I think they just created an avenue for embezzlement. And why I stand on her position is because you're setting up a student loan. What is the eligibility factors? What do you put in place for someone to qualify for that? I don't know how people just take this government seriously. You all know that when Tinubu was campaigning, he did not have a manifesto. He has nothing to campaign with, right? Manifesto has nothing.
No, he had the manifesto.
No,
maybe you don't like the content.
No, yeah. Well, I don't know if the manifesto is OB. I don't know if that is part of the manifesto. But what I'm saying in essence is, I think he made a statement that he wasn't taken serious, and now he found himself in the corridor of power, and he felt the need to implement it, right? Implementing it without a structure. There is no board or any kind of, should I use outlet, where you can actually go and apply for the student loan. Why are you giving Nigerian students student loan? Are they complaining that they cannot afford the current tuition as it is today? Why not emphasize on unemployment? Over 41% of Nigerian youth are unemployed. This is what is coming from the government. And you and I know in reality, it should be more than 50% of Nigerian youth are unemployed. You are not trying to address that. All you could do is to offer them student loan. Student loan, how are they, like, for example, I'm a student in Nigeria and I want to apply for student loan. How do I go about that? I have to know somebody that knows somebody that is connected in the state government or in the federal before I will be able to access that loan. And then when they graduate with that stupid loan, they come out on the job market, there is no job for them. And then you now send your police or you send your EFCC to go after them, to go and arrest them and force them to pay the student loan. From where? How are they going to get the money to pay for, to pay for the loan? Right? Why not address unemployment? And this shows you how incompetent this government is going to be. I don't even want to be qualifying this government because to me, maybe I'm still behind reality, but I don't think Nigeria, I don't think you have a president for now, right? Now I'm talking about what other team? You made mention of something again, the EFCC, right?
EFCC boss, yes.
Yeah, EFCC, well, I think it's a norm, just like KJ said it, it's a norm. Mind you that that position is an appointed position. Every president that comes in appoint his boy, that will cover up for him. So for me, I think it's just a make believe, just for for Nigerians to rate him, to rate him, to rate Tinubu that he's doing a good job. At the end of the day, nothing is going to come out of it. Instead of him to peacefully suspend him and appoint his boy, he went and arrested. Why are you arresting him? For what? He just did his job. He protected his master, which was Buhari. Just come in peacefully, suspend him or take him out of the office, appoint your own boy, and let the corruption carry on, right? Because we know that EFCC is just an attack dog. They will only go for, whom you ask them to go for. They are not doing a good job for you and I. They are not doing anything that will foster prosperity in that country. All they are doing is to work for their paymaster, which is the president. So Nigeria is all about, I think it was it Mama Esho that said turn by turn, Nigeria Limited. It is his turn now to embezzle, right? His daughter is the Yaloja of Nigeria now. I don't know what his son will be, the Junior Jagaban, right? They will loot that country to stupor. See, we are watching now. You guys will come back and start crying again that you miss Buhari. Don't worry.
The son is golden boy. The son is the golden boy.
All right, thank you, Kene. Thank you for your submission.
Thank you.
So, what I'm going to do now, I know we've had Paul join us and Mash, but you've been here before you've spoken. So, what I'm going to do, I'll see if I can do one more guest.
I would have had something to say to them.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, that will be down to electricity. I will hand over to him. He's going to be talking to us about the Constitution, the 2 sections he's quite passionate about. Electricity will be in charge. I'm most likely going to step down from this point. It would be nice if Fofather comes in, then he can carry on into the night. But what would happen is once electricity is done with the constitutional bit, it's going to end the broadcast. However long it takes for him to discuss it, it's just going to click one button, end broadcast, and that'll be the end of it. Yeah, there's no time, so I'm not doing guest the panelists. I'll do the last 2. I have some other 2 in my head, so they're very easy to get. But thank you all for being part of the show. It's been lovely being part of you. It's been a pleasure hosting.
Thank you.
And thank you for making my work very easy.
Thank you, military show. Thank you.
Yes, military style. Join Fofather. Talk 1 minute. Fofather will be talking. We say, let me talk my own. Wait. Isaac Adakaboro. Wait, Isaac Adakaboro.
You will only be the one talking. I was just like, is the panelist or the just one talking?
So I didn't know how you did it though. Asani Dokubo addressed people yesterday. Today you came to also address us here. Right. That's a great one.
Yes, sir.
Now my senior brother now. Our head is the shape of our head is the cheeks, the
everything. So you can't be like Tinubu for here. You can't rig Obi. You rig people platform. You can't do
just a disguise. So they connected to those people.
You don't see audio connection. All the Yoruba people can't they give super chats. All the Yoruba people can't they give super chats.
Yes.
They want retention here to take our.
I was the mold that they planted. They planted me as a mold.
Show. Is that what you are saying?
Electricity.
I'm telling you.
It's taking 17 minutes of your time. Please accept my apology.
No, it's okay. We are doing the same job. But before you go,
I think Mash is
before
new.
You go,
I never seen Mash.
I want
allow him talk.
Good evening, sir.
All right, so guys, please,
good evening, Mash.
Electricity is going to be talking. So electricity, I'll be on YouTube. I'll listen. Okay. If you need me for anything, let me know. Then I can quickly come back. But
all right. Before you go, I would like to play a video. Before you go, I would like to play a video just for just about 36 seconds. Yeah? Okay.
Go on.
Okay.
Now, I think it's very strange.
That was half a second.
you don't.
Now, I think it's very strange because since that 2018.
I don't know why
the House of Assembly in Kano State set up a committee to investigate the governor. Till date, till the lifetime of that assembly expired last week, that committee never submitted any report.
Imagine that.
Which is the way things go in this country. And this is why we say the legislature, has been so terribly abused to the extent that those lawmakers, the oversight function that they are supposed to perform, they don't perform it.
Yeah, I saw that the other day, and I just couldn't believe my ears. How do you go to court to stop? Look at who came in on time.
Kene, welcome. Kene, you are welcome.
Let me go and set up my nuclear.
Fathers, you came at the right time.
Let me go and set up my nuclear code.
Hey, Fofather, don't reach here. Hey.
Some of us will have to leave here because of Fofather don't come now.
Yeah, so this segment, Can you hear me?
Your face not happy at all today. Where did they go?
Wallahi, one of
nothing
Your
really.
face not happy at all. Shey na Sarah Dokubo na you dey vex for now.
No,
No.
Asari Dokubo, I know him to be a nuisance, so I don't even care to listen
if
to
not
that guy.
if not be the kind
He's just a
country where we come from, somebody like Asari Dokubo will come public space, come they talk.
All right.
Not your public space, so he go Aso Rock, sit down
Aso
for
Rock. He was in Aso Rock,
You know,
giving special platform.
All right.
He has a
All right.
presidential
Thank you. Let's allow electricity to speak to us.
Everything you can imagine talks in
That's
Nigeria in the
our,
public
that's
space.
our
For 30
general
minutes.
Niger Delta. That's our
You
general
want me to
Niger
mute
Delta.
everybody?
Put some respect in that general's name. That's our
I'm going to
general
mute
Niger Delta.
everybody. That'll be my last act before I leave. Please, let's respect.
Oh, where do you dey yakpa for there?
Asari Dokubo is our general.
Asari wetin Dokubo be Tokunbo.
He's
Na
a freedom
your
fighter. He's fighting.
Okay, I've muted everyone. Electricity, you have the floor. Please talk to us about Section 68 and 110.
Yeah, thank
That's good
you.
to see you.
I don't. Are you hearing me clearly?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Please have the floor.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, this segment, please, it's a non-partisan segment. It's called Citizens Forum, even though it's on Dr. Damage show. So it's Citizens Forum. I've spoken to Dr. Damage the way I want to go about it. Okay. Unfortunately, Sydney is not here because his submission he made was very powerful. I pleaded with him to stay, but I believe he had something to do, so he had to leave. Now, Kene and KJ, CM is not also around. I want to come down to your level in respect to your disagreement to the Constitution and your clamor for secession, for Biafra or IPOB or whatever it is. So I'm coming down to your level in order for us to make a headway because we've been having this argument for long. And let's agree that, I mean, despite the fact that I don't like to be pessimistic, the truth of the matter is, as Sydney said, if we don't address the issues, he made reference to the legislative arm of the government. If we don't address that issue, the institutions, 2 years from now, 4 years from now, we will be saying what? The same thing. So, Kenneth, you don't agree with the Constitution, am I correct?
But let me correct you on that. I don't think you should use that word coming down to my level, because what you agreed mustn't be what I agreed on, right? We have different view of issues. We have different understanding of political system, right? So
No.
So we should be on that horizontal plane where, you still respect my view just as I respect yours, right? Yeah. So it's not like you coming down to my level. No, I don't think that should be a nice word to use, right?
But it's not a bad word. If I'm coming down to your level, I'm coming to where you are. I'm meeting you halfway.
Okay, let me also come down to your level, because I know that you are talking about Constitution, right? How to uphold the Constitution. The Constitution is so marvelous. The Constitution is so original. So let me come down to your level and let's have that discussion. So you asked a question. What's the question again? Sorry, I forgot.
Okay, the question I asked is that you don't agree with the Constitution. Am I correct?
Yeah, I don't agree with the Constitution based on the fact that the Constitution was handed over to a civilian regime by the military, and the military actually constituted a large chunk of that Constitution. So I should expect the civilian administration to restructure that Constitution, rebuild the Constitution,
okay.
Not entirely trashing it out completely, but to adjust a lot of things in that Constitution.
Okay, KJ, I can see you have your hands raised up. Go ahead.
Okay. Again, just to add to what Kenen has said, the former Minister of Information, John Wodo, said on their inauguration, the inauguration of Chief Olusegun Obasanjo as president, there was no clean copy of that Nigerian Constitution. So it was given to some few group of, I don't want to use a word now because I'm not put in. It was given to some few group of oligarchies who now sat down in room and wrote out what we have now. That what Obasanjo used to be sworn in was not even a clean copy. They just hurriedly printed it out and gave it to him. So in other words, what you and I are using now as Nigerian Constitution was put together by from some few individuals choosing and using the words they want at whatever and however it suits them. And that's why some of the parts of the Constitution seem to be so, you don't even understand how we got to that point. This is what John Modo is still living, and what I'm quoting from is a video. Okay, so now, if that be the case, don't we as Nigerians have the right to say, okay, we want to sit together, we want to look at this paper again, and there's some parts we don't agree with, or we agree with it, let's just sit together and rectify it. Is there anything wrong with that?
Absolutely not. There is nothing wrong with that. Does anyone wants to weigh in on it before I go? I say Paul, Mama Icho, Ovie, Dr. Damage, or March. Ovie, go ahead, please.
If I need to understand KJ very well, what is going on right now, or what has been going on from one amendment to another, how is it different from Mogu Sida rectify and want? Because if we rectify it now, 5 generations downward, they will have problem with it because the world will not change. Then are they going to do the same thing? So as far as I'm concerned, I think yes, the constitution is not perfect, but it's undergoing revision pretty much every year or every government that comes in.
Marsh, Paul, Mama Icho, forefathers. Marsh, you have to unmute yourself.
For me, I just think this constitution thing is as big as this.
Please jump me in the moment. I will be back. I'm busy doing something.
All right. I'll jump you.
Thank you.
How high do you want me to jump you?
I'm a very tall man. If you don't mind how you take jump, anyway.
All right, go ahead, Paul.
So talking about the constitution, I want to believe it should be the hardest thing that can ever happen in Nigeria. Amending the constitution, everything in the constitution, it's going to be very, very hard. So to some extent, it's just what we have. That document, it's not the right document with what we have, but trying to amend the constitution or put together, let us make a new constitution for ourselves for what we really need. That can tear the country apart. Because today, what the South people want in that constitution, I don't think the North can afford to want to accept it. I don't think even the Southwest can afford to accept it. What the Southeast people want in that constitution today, I strongly believe that people may not give them listening ear, because those guys in Abuja.
Well, what do you want? What do you, as a person? That's your personal opinion now. What do you want in the constitution to change? This goes to everybody anyway. This goes to everybody. Even me too.
Ovie, you don't want me to use one word to answer the constitution, because one word will definitely not just answer. We are talking about constitution. That's a very big document.
No, as I just said, like, is there anyone? I'm not just pick one. I'm not saying, of course, is a booklet. But like, what do you think that one thing that is,
my brother,
put
together? Is it 46 or 52? The exclusive list in that constitution. If you ask me, I would say we should reduce it to like 3. Maybe currency like the US, maybe military and external affairs. Then the rest, let state run their show. Then the federal government will come heavily to come collect their tax. Do you think a northerner want that one? The people that have been training their kids to go to school, to go become managing director in all this oil company, NNPC, want that one? The answer is no. You understand what the Southeast people want. So I just believe that if states run their show, because the 36 states in that country is very, very rich in their own way, in terms of academy, in terms of human resources and natural resources. You understand? We are very, very rich. But
Mr. Paul, I think he's frozen.
Can I hold on 1 second? Can I hold on 1 second? Can I hold on? Go ahead, Paul.
I'm frozen?
No, go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
You don't talk too much, and I make them froze your mouth.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that if we want to look the constitution from that way, because if we said we want a new document, that this document that we have right now is a fraud, then if we ask for a new document, I strongly believe that the eyes of everybody has opened. Like I said in the morning, what they are doing with us when it comes to the banking sector, because I come from a state where we own the bank in Nigeria right now. You understand? When people push for things like this, I strongly believe that somebody will also tell us, shut up. You understand? And we may not go far with it. That's my take.
All right, thank you. Before I come to you,
Mr. Paul.
Okay,
Can I go ahead?
Can I go ahead, please?
Yeah, Mr. Paul. See, you see why some of us strongly uphold that opinion that if Nigeria is not going to work, let it just disintegrate and everybody go his way. If the North and the South, if the Igbos, Yorubas, Hausas cannot come together, compromise on some things so that they will have a working constitution, there is no need keeping a useless and ineffective constitution so that there will be peace. Just as you rightly said that it will be difficult to amend the constitution. If it is difficult to amend the constitution, does it mean that we should just fold our hands and continue to work with a constitution that you and I know that is not going to work? It has never worked and is not favorable for a lot of people. Now, if we cannot come together and have something that will work for everybody, that is the more reason why we should go our separate ways. We should be independent. We should manage our own resources. We should take care of our own affairs the way we want it. I don't think there is anything difficult in this, but we are making it to look as if for those upholding that opinion of going our separate ways are doing something that shouldn't be done.
Of course, it's a total waste of effort. You know it's not going to go anywhere. I don't know why we keep talking about this.
That is why we should. That is more reason why we should collapse that call for constitution review and then ask for secession. You see, now you are
Gentlemen, let's apply decorum. Can I hold on? Mama H.O., after Mama H.O., forefathers, I don't know who came in before CM or Will. I don't know. Each of you can go first.
Hold on, are you the one moderating or I'm moderating?
Okay, this is
I thought that was what they handed it over to me because I don't know. I just want to clarify.
Okay. Did you go to the topic? Sorry, electricity. I'm not speaking for you. Forefather, go to the topic.
No, it's okay. If you want to moderate forefathers, I'm going to yield the floor to you to moderate.
Forefathers,
but I think I'm dealing on the constitution.
Electricity.
Hand over the platform to electricity.
When did he hand over the platform to electricity? I thought
we are here. You just came. We are here. He said it over 1 hour. He keeps saying it to 5 minutes.
Because I wasn't there. It's because I wasn't there.
So it is we that will tell you now. Now you are telling electricity.
I met him here. Stop going on. I met you here.
Hold on, guys. The topic we are discussing is exclusively for electricity. I think
he's anchoring that topic. The topic electricity is the one anchoring it right now.
Let him finish the topic then we can go on then.
Yeah,
okay.
Otherwise, there's no point of me being here.
Forefather, don't worry. We're not talking about military right now.
No, that's not the point. The only reason why it's just carry on.
Mama H.O., is your turn. I apologize for that, please.
You cannot be here. Go to court.
Forefather, you don't finish.
Yeah, I'm done. He doesn't like people talking,
Some people wanna go they talk with authority, wanna not get. It can't be possible. Who are the people who will not support constitutional review? Not be the same people. The tribe of the oppressors. Not be them. I will not be there in favor. Now me, are you in favor? And we now get the majority number, but we go just rule ourselves out. We will just rule ourselves out with the kind statement. It can't be possible. Really? Who says so? See, one road not the entire market. One road is not the entire market. So those when it is say it is not possible, I won't tell you now say one road not be that they pass enter market. Now they enjoy life. My children they home, they hunger. Every text message and phone call. Now people when never fit job. Now people when never fit pay for hospital bill. Now they come. Then some people go say, you know what? This oppression must continue. As soon as like I pack your load, go Nigeria, go sit down. Maybe when you sit down for Nigeria, follow them, go through what that they go through. Then you go come say, okay, maybe this is possible. The day the people decide to say enough is enough, that is the day we change our story. The day the average Nigerian say, I will not be an orange. All of them will work for Egbe. They don't leak una finish as already. They don't trash una for where una belong. When they remove oil subsidy, they give una all filling station different.
Bam.
Good. Now when they don't make a student loan belong to their caucus, when they not go fit give position, they can't give the student loan in exchange. Una when they leak as orange, una qualify. The day you people wake up, Shebi during Jonathan, if I'm not mistaken, Shebi there's what, if that Jonathan or one president, there's what they call constitutional review. They made recommendation. When they read and finish, they put her inside Pali. Abi? You see, all of them when they clap for them, it's good. After us, they know say they don't take quarter to go. They don't they plan their children for the position. So when they leave, their children continue to rule una children. And una day at the time say it is not possible. Loto, really? I'm gonna continue. But one thing when I know, the day when Kasala go boss for Nigeria, no person will be excluded. Una think so Nigeria never tire. Don't worry. They keep quiet and they wait for judiciary. Make them do their mago. Listen. Una no one wait did they happen for Sudan, make it happen for Nigeria. You can't hold it. If these people refuse my children to fulfill destiny, if they refuse to let them have an environment to be able to compete in the global world, be ready for what is happening in Sudan, in Nigeria. If that is what it will take for all of us to sit up as a nation, so be it. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, I beg for your indulgence. I need to address Kene 1 second, please. Kene, you said you want what you want, and some people also share your opinion or your view is to break away. Would I be correct in that, please?
What I want is based on a condition, and the condition is the fact that the people in charge of maybe the country, the people that think that they own the country, are refusing to amend the same constitution that you, as a person, know that is flawed. They are refusing to amend it, but you have been crying for the amendment and they are refusing. Since they are refusing and you have no power to force them.
Hold on one second, Kenneth. How do you arrive at that conclusion that they are refusing to amend it? As a representation be made?
Okay.
In the current context.
Hold on. We had what they call him, Goodluck Jonathan, he constituted that committee for constitutional review. A result was given. What
Okay,
has been done
I
since
mean
then?
in the current context. In the current
No,
context, right? In the current context.
which context are you talking about right now? Because it's the same result.
I started
The
this
result is still there.
constitutional campaign. I started this. Hold on 1 second. I started this constitutional campaign 6 years ago. Okay, so that is during Buhari regime,
No.
not
A lot
Jonathan
of
regime.
people have been doing that before you, and those people were
Okay,
the one that
I agree
actually
that.
canvassed
I'm
for that
speaking for
constitutional
myself now.
review. Yeah.
But my question
Okay.
is that
Can I? For a constitution to be reviewed, the people have to make representation. And when the people are going to make representation, they are going to make representation through their legislators. Okay? Now, what we are proposing now is, like I said, I'm coming down to your level. You want separation. Let me agree with you.
You are still using that term that I actually objected, and I actually called you out for that, and you are still using it. That is so condescending, and you are still using it, right? Now, electricity.
That I'm coming down to your level.
No. Okay, I will come down to your level. Let's have this discussion here, because what you think you are doing, right? I've seen it 20 years ago. I've seen a lot of people that did the same thing that you think that nobody has done before. They were tired. Some of them were arrested and jailed. Some of them were taken out of the system completely, right? So what you are doing is something that I've seen. How those that I think that even those that even did it better than you are doing it right now, they ended up nowhere, right? So that is why I am saying, since
I'll
what
come
you
to you.
think,
Can I hold on 1 second? Can I hold on 1 second? Can I hold on 1 second? Hold on. Just hold that thought there. I'll come to you. Mr. Will and CM and Mash, either of you can go first, please.
Can I make something? I want to leave, if that's okay.
Go ahead, Ovie. I'll come back to you, Mash. Mash, hold on. CM, hold on. Ovie, go ahead, please.
All right. Let me start by answering the same question I asked Paul. If there's one thing he'd like to see change, waiting. Mine is English. If there's anything, I'll get superpower to change us, to move, stop us, now English. Because if you look at what electricity and the Kenya is happening right here, now because in English, I am 100% sure if electricity should say what it means, but let me come down to your level in his language, it will be perfectly understandable. The same thing too, if you're beginning to say, okay, maybe you speak out with your own direct language, it will be, the understanding will be different, right? So as far as I'm concerned, I don't even know why we are speaking it. But now coming down to the Constitution, everybody saying we could change. Constitutional review is going on already. 3 months ago, Paul, you say like 50 things about whatever that is in the exclusive issue. 3 months ago, Buhari signed 16 bill from the amendment of the Constitution. Because he went around, there was a committee that was set up going on all the state, local governments, while the even election permutation was going on. So the guy don't sign 16. And one thing that stands out for that is the electricity that we are here talking about. Buhari signing that into law, and he give the incoming national example of every state within 60 days of their swearing in to get to work. Those states, Lagos State and Kaduna State, has already even passed that stage already.
Ovie, who are part of the Constitution review?
Exactly. Can you
hold on 1 second, please?
Hold on. That's a good question. It went around the whole 36 states, including Abuja, and all the 777 local governments. Go to your state's National Assembly and ask if they no deliberate on it. You understand? Just let everybody should ask his own state, when do they deliberate on this thing? We don't know, because why? We always focus on, most of the time, we know yes, I disagree with our leaders. They are not up to par. But whether we need to listen to that when they talk, because that's our reality. Until we get what we want, but that's our reality. So, and as much as we want to complain and all that, we also pay attention to them when they are getting some things done. They feel send our life away, we don't know. Maybe they don't listen out to China, I don't know, right? But 16 and electricity was it. It give every state autonomy to generate your electricity and distribute it as we want, and that's what we want. That is a step, right? Maybe 10 years from now, we will get to the resources that everybody wants, make everybody good, they drill oil for in house. We will get there. Now, nation with the talk here, my guy. We are talking about 200 million people. There are, so I guarantee you, over 50 million people in Nigeria don't even believe that me and you exist. They don't know. Just as we don't know them. So at times when they argue all these things, especially of all we want, things actually get no, even in America that we are imitating. I keep using that. Up till today, as we speak, their constitution is still a problem. They see they amend down. So it's a continuity. Even though we could bring what we have today and tear it apart, I say we could write another one. And I'm telling you, the way the world is changing, and at the speed the world is changing, 5 generations down the road, they could say our constitution are rubbish. They need another one. It will cause problem.
Okay.
So it's open. That is a hold on now. Hold on. Let me finish. Now continue. Life continues. Life, Nigeria not going to end with us, whether we like it or not. It's not going to end with us. You understand? People at Nigeria will continue to exist. There are millions or billions that came before us. There are still going to be millions that will come after us. We are not special. You understand? So if just because you disagree with one portion of it, because all these allegations that some people know want me their arrest question, that's not true. That's not true. They also have their own. They also have their own. This is that if they put to table, you say no go like them, right? But the fact that we no get you, we have to coexist. Even if we separate, my guy, we go see be neighbors. We go see be neighbors.
See, Obio,
I understand what you're saying, right? But this is it. However you structure the English, English is English, right? Coming down to one's level. Electricity, hold on.
Sorry, I am not saying
you hold on. You hold on. Okay.
Hold on, electricity. I am not saying that he say, let me come down to your level, and the way you perceive it is wrong. Even me too, that's why I will react. I'm not saying no. I am not saying that you should take it lightly, right? But I also understand that that's not exactly what it meant. That's why I say that English be our problem. I know be our language. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you should accept it or no. That's not what I'm saying. That's how I come across. Let me come down to your level. Come across as condescending. I totally agree with you. But I also believe that that's not what it meant.
You will have to hold on, okay? Because there are people waiting. You just have to hold on, okay? So I will come to thank you, Ovie. I will come to CM. CM will have Olumide and we have March. So either of you can go first, please.
A particular name of somebody you want him to go, so that we are not.
I will just weigh in quickly. I will just weigh in quickly if you permit me.
Okay.
Good day, whole house.
Go ahead, brother.
Okay, go ahead, Olumide.
And Mama Rachel, Yoruba looks very, very sweet when you speak it. It sounds delicious to the ears. Please keep speaking it.
Come again.
I want to weigh in on the issue of the constitution, electricity. I will try to be nice.
I don't know. I think I'm having a problem with my name.
See, the issue of the constitution.
Are you hearing me?
Yes. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So the issue of the
line
constitution.
Seems to be breaking. I'm not hearing Olumide. I don't know whether it's me or Olumide.
I just want to support Ekene on some points. I want to support Ekene on some points. I want to support Ekene on some points. And then I also want to explain some things to Ovie. So Ovie, which country are you in?
I'm in America.
In America, okay. So you are comfortable there. Life is going on well. Are things in Nigeria? Situations in Nigeria okay?
That's your assumption. That's your assumption. That's not your assumption.
We all know that home is not good now.
My guy, speak for yourself now. That's
fine. I agree. I respect your opinion, but what I want to say is that these people have told our fathers stories for 60 years. Now they've told our fathers before us. They've told our great-great-grandfather. They are now telling us, and we have children ahead of us who are growing up, and we don't see any light at the end of the tunnel. And what some of us who are asking for a new constitution is saying that we realize that after the military, we all wanted the military to go in 1999. We were in a hurry. Even Obasanjo, when he was sworn in, did not see the documents until he became president and he was confronted with that document. By the time everybody realized, my eye just opened about 3 years ago when they analyzed these documents online. Some guys were analyzing it online and saying that there are so many things inside that will not allow people to develop. Maybe those who are in the north like it the way it is, but we in the south are saying that if we want to be at par with UK, if we want to be at par with US, if we want to be at par with China, if we want to be at par with Japan, some of those things in there will not work.
Yeah,
and we
but
are saying
hold on.
we didn't come
Let
to the
hold on.
conclusion
Let-
that
I am from the south.
wait,
I am
Obie.
from the south. I don't want to go that route.
Wait, I'm trying to explain myself. Listen, some of us who came to that conclusion today that we want to leave, we didn't come to that conclusion today. We've asked for restructuring. We've asked for sitting down and talking like brothers, like African brothers, where there will be equality among all of us. We all know we existed as individual nations before the British came and lumped us together. Fine, the British have done their bit. They've done what they have done. They've benefited from it. But what they left for us was chaos. You understand? They left a particular ethnic group to lord their own culture and their way of life over the rest of us, disrespecting the rest of us. And we are saying that 1999 document, that the best time that things really worked out for all of us, where development and competition existed, was during the regional system. You understand? Fine, we are saying we don't want to go back to regional system. Even some people felt left out during the regional system. You know, some smaller ethnic groups felt cheated and felt how do I put it now? Subdued.
You're right.
You know, fine, we have broken down this regional system into states, even though some of the boundaries were deliberately skewed. You understand? To you pick some of the Igbo territories, you lump it with Delta. You pick some of the Yoruba territories, you lump it with Kogi, so that it becomes difficult to separate. Fine, we want to stay together, but we are saying that we want to stay together based on equality, based on we want to create an egalitarian society where everybody is equal, where everybody can aspire. That 1999 document you gave to us, it has some problems. Let us all sit down together, all the ethnic national groups, representative of all the. Let us sit down and create a document that will work for us. If you want Sharia in your territory, fine, I will respect it. If you want,
Olumide, you are just telling us a story. Don't we? Sorry. Let me ask you a question now. Let me ask you a question.
Wait, I will answer you. I just want to address the issues first. Electricity. You said something about have we talked to our representative? See, it's like knocking your head. It's like hitting your head against.
I am having.
It's like hitting your head on a brick wall. These guys will rather be loyal to their party than be loyal to their constituents.
So whose fault is that?
The moment they raise it in their party,
whose fault is that?
They don't want to represent us. If they don't want to represent us, the people are demanding.
Gentlemen and a lady, I am having a bit of.
If your representative refused to listen to you, whose fault is that?
Then they should stop rigging the election.
Can you hold on?
Stop rigging the election.
Can you hold on 1 second, please?
Every 4 years they go to rig the election so I can.
Mr. Lumide, can you hold on? I'm having a system problem. So the thing is kind of I'm not hearing you clearly. Okay. So I'm going to bring Fofada in. I don't know if Fofada is still there. Fofada, can you come in?
You hear him clearly. Now you know the year. That's why it should be from your own end.
So I'm the one not hearing you guys clearly. So I don't know where the fault is coming from.
I think I am hearing you very
I don't
clearly.
know where the fault is coming from. I'm not hearing you clearly. If you are hearing me clearly.
So electricity, everybody is hearing you. We are hearing you clearly, very clear.
Or would it be
but I wasn't hearing Olumide. So
I
I
was
don't
the
know
one.
whether
I was the one that stopped his connectivity until he apologized to me.
If
Do,
your
do,
people
do you
wish to
think it will be
you,
possible for you to log out and log in again?
if I log out, I take everybody out. I've ended the
That's what I
program
was
there.
saying
So
because I don't know how it operates. So that's why I'm
But we can
asking.
hear you now. We can hear you.
I don't know why it's. I'm glad you are hearing me, but I need to hear you. Okay, it appears to be okay. Let me apologize to Kenneth, but
It's
he
okay.
needs to
I
tell
don't,
me why I should
it's okay.
apologize first. What am I apologizing for, please, Kenneth?
No, I was just joking. But you saying that you come down to my level, knowing that we are all saying the same thing in different ways, right? If I should say
Kenneth,
that to
don't
you, I
let
don't
us
think you'll be
overflow
happy
you.
with that,
Kenneth,
right?
please.
But
Kenneth, please, don't let us
but this
overflow
is it.
you. Ovie,
Ekene, you are a
I've
specialist
Kenneth,
forgotten that.
in
I'm not
dealing
talking about that
problems.
anymore. I
Kenneth,
just want you to give me 5 seconds to really
no,
understand what
Kenneth, I am
Ovie
not
meant.
going to give you. No,
If
I
you
won't
come
do
to
that.
your level they high. So let her come join you for your level. Make it
Ovie has already explained this.
Ah,
We don't need to
your,
go back to
your
that again.
level they high. You
Yeah,
want go your level.
yeah. If you come up to my level, I will agree with that.
We must always have at least
Yeah,
minor differences when we discuss. We need to
yeah,
recognize that.
That's why I say we speak
Kenneth,
our language.
yeah.
with due respect,
Yeah.
Ovie has explained. Mama HO has also explained. When I say I'm coming down to your level,
It's okay.
I'm
I'm not
coming
talking
down
about. I'm
to
forgetting
agree
about
with
it
you
now.
on certain
Electricity.
things.
Speak
It's okay.
pidgin
Let's move forward.
English. Speak pidgin.
No, I'm not
Speak pidgin.
relying on that anymore.
Speak
Forefather,
pidgin.
can you
Yeah.
please, Forefather, I'm going to bring Forefather in because we are not communicating. I'm not hearing you clearly. You are hearing me, so it's a problem for me to follow. Unfortunately, I don't know
No,
why what
I
is
wasn't the
happening.
one
So,
that.
Forefather, please.
I wasn't the one that is interrupting your connectivity. Or don't take it serious. I was just joking. It wasn't.
Yeah, I know, but
electricity.
I don't know what's wrong with my connectivity. What's wrong with the connectivity?
Electricity.
Yeah.
I
Those
think
that
sorry,
getting
hold
women, they
on,
don't hand over to
Mama H, hold
the
on.
judicial constitution. Not
Mama
the
H, hold
constitution.
on. I think you can this in electricity. You can refresh your browser. It shouldn't close the
Yeah.
session. If you refresh your browser, it might help. I think I had that problem sometime
All
last
right.
week.
Since you are there, I'm going to leave the studio and refresh. So you are there, Forefather. You just continue. You can continue with the constitution or continue with any topic. I will
Who
try
was
to
talking?
refresh my browser.
Since the constitution
It
is not
was
finished.
supposed to
Okay,
be
let Olumide carry on then.
It was me. So
Olumide was talking.
okay,
Yeah,
so
Olumide
I
was
was trying to address the part of electricity, talking about our representative, about us going on to the representative. See, we the people we've had it up to here. We're talking to our representative. They rig the election every 4 years. You can't elect who you want to elect, you know. And then we realize that there are so many loopholes. They've said they will when they started that 1999 government, they said, oh, we are going to amend it. The excuse was, oh, we'll amend it, we'll make it new. It took us time to realize that these guys who wrote the document are giving themselves majority, the not, to make it difficult to amend. They put 16 elements that is essential to development of our lives in that list, in the concurrent list: security, electricity, so many of them. You understand? Policing, and here and here. So many loopholes in that document. So many things that even contradict each other. And we are saying, okay, on the table of brotherhood, let us sit down. If they were serious, Buhari would have continued with the Jonathan conference if they were serious. You understand? Or he would have he promised to constitute one before he finished 8 years. He never did. Even this guy who came there, we don't have any hope in the Tinubu presidency because this guy who came there is second in command during one of his campaigns said he's structuring my foot. You understand? They call it whatever name you want to call it. It is unfair. And we the other regions have been asking for this constitutional sitting down and writing a document that will.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, go ahead.
Can you list like top 5 things you want changed from the current state that we are in?
First of all, I want us that we the people. I want it to truly reflect the will of the people. It is not we the people that wrote that thing. So that alone should get us all
So
together.
it should change with we the people.
No. I'm saying that document is fraud. that document should be brought down. You understand? That document should be brought down.
But
And then
what
there are so
if
many
the
things.
same? Hold on. What if this document was brought down and the same thing was written again? So what is it you want
No.
changed?
What the people see, we will call together all the ethnic nationalities, hold a conference. Jonathan did that. If Tinubu can summon courage
Why
and
don't Jonathan
call
implement it? Why
all
don't
the
Jonathan
ethnic
implement what he did?
nationalities together and write a document that truly reflects.
So okay.
even if you're
Let's say you want it. You want us to have a conference. That is one of your requirements, that we should have a conference. So
That's
it is
right.
with the
Of
people.
all
Okay, that's
ethnic
number one. What
nationalities.
next?
We should come together and develop a constitution that reflects our will and our aspiration, what we want. Even if we don't want to do regional system,
You are beating around the bush.
Let's wait.
Where is number two now?
Let me. I've not answered. You're saying I'm beating. You understand? So let the states be truly federal in nature. Don't call it federal system and you're operating unitary system. That is a lie.
Okay, what is the features of that federal state that you want to see?
Every state should control its own revenue, should control its own resources, and pay taxes to the center. That is what true federalism or confederation is like in true civil societies. Don't let the federal control the people's resources. And every state will compete with itself. Let them have their own state police or even local government police if they can fund it.
Okay,
that will not stop the federal from having their own police,
so
and everybody will be
let me try
accountable
to get
to
it
each
in
other.
order. Let me just try to get it in order. You want conference to be held. You want true federalism in terms of
That's right.
everybody keeps their income and just send some to the center.
And then we want a situation where every state that can create their own law. If Kano wants Sharia, so be it, as long as the Constitution of the Federal Republic remains the superior law.
Yeah.
You
I think
understand?
that's what's happening now already.
Yeah. It
No.
remains the
It's
superior
not
law.
happening now.
You understand?
Why do some states have Sharia in the north?
If Nigeria is
They can have
a
Sharia.
federal
No. They can have Sharia, but why will
No.
the Sharia court?
In a federal
Why will the
constitution,
Sharia
there
court
shouldn't be state
Destroy
religion.
alcohol and still benefit from the revenue generated from alcohol.
destroy it in the name of Sharia,
has the right to
and
declare
then
state religion.
Let's allow Olumide, because he's the big critic of the constitution, so that he can tell us what he
you have
wants to see.
Sharia in your 8 states. You understand? And you are sharing from the VAT that we collect from alcohol. And
Exactly.
you are destroying people's businesses, and you are showing it on TV. That is sad.
Okay, so that allowing state to pass their own laws, technically that's what's happening now. I don't know why you think that is not the case.
Let them no. States pass their own law. Lagos State pass their own revenue. Pass their own law. They have signage law where they generate
Olumide, hold on. Forefather, state does not operate the way you think about it. But Nigeria, we have 2 types of law in Nigeria. We have Sharia law and we have the other law.
So which
you
one
understand?
is superior?
I want to ask a question. Have you ever read the Constitution?
I have read a part of it. I have not read it in total, but I have read a part of it. The little I've read,
hold on now.
Makes my stomach turn.
Hold on. You have not read it in total. You are condemning it in total. Is that fair?
But Ovie, for the president, for the federal government to have over 52, it is too much.
And you were never a part of it. Your representative was never a part of it. They never considered your culture,
let me make my own
the language you
submission
speak, where you came from. Hold on.
Hold on now. I just want to. People are not allowing
something.
to
Obie said something about the ongoing. Let's focus on what Obie said here about the ongoing constitutional review, right?
Your way of life does not reflect.
We know that. Let's allow Olumide. I just want him to list, because a lot of people like him, they believe that the constitution is a big problem. So it's good that he's able to flesh out where
he's not alone in that. We are all in agreement on that.
Ovie talks about the ongoing constitutional review. And I asked the question, how and where is the constitutional review taking place, right? You don't constitute some group of criminals and then hand over the constitution for them to review on behalf of the people that never voted for them.
No.
The likes of hold on.
Sorry. No. You're
because
state out of assembly. Who elected?
No. Hold on. hold on, we know in the state, okay, in Imo State, for example, in Imo State, for example, in Imo State, the Imo State people did not vote for their governor, and the governor was forced on the people, and the governor now brought on in his own boys and have them in the state assembly, right? And this are
then what makes you think?
he brought in his boys. No, don't move me. No. Don't move me.
I want to ask.
Don't move me that way.
I want to be asking straight
questions. I'm still talking and you muted me.
Hold on,
that's not the way to go, man.
Going on, I just want to see.
Olumide was talking. He asked a question, and I'm trying to clarify the question. No, he asked a question, right?
Hold on.
He asked a question, and I'm trying to answer him, and you muted me. No.
We just go around, and
now you don't constitute people that were never voted for to amend your constitution for you.
Yeah, that's what I want to ask you now.
Right?
What if you want to start a new constitutional conference now? What makes you think the same people will not emerge there again?
Okay, now a government is a continuum. You don't come in as a new government and trash whatever the previous government did. When Goodluck Jonathan was there, he had constitutional review conference. The people were represented. The Eastern people
are more represented than the ones that
it was done in a more transparent way, because ethnic groups, individuals like ethnic groups, the diverse ethnic groups in Nigeria put forward their own representative. They formed a board and presented to the country, right? And these are the people that were representing them. Hold on. We had our own representative, people that can speak for us honestly, people that can defend our own rights or what we want for from the country, right? And then when this guy came in, instead of him to continue from where Goodluck Jonathan stopped, he trashed it away. He trashed it because he never believed in that constitutional review. He doesn't want to review anything. So what you are doing right now, I want you to understand something.
Why didn't Jonathan follow Obasanjo?
Hold on now. You can't monopolize the conversation. Other need to talk. Because March hasn't said anything at all. There are other people that need to have their say too.
I
wanted to Ovie, finish what you are saying, so Olumide can just finish, then March can go.
Ovie had said what he was saying a long time ago. It was Olumide that was talking, and Olumide
I will yield the floor to March.
Okay. But March, Olumide, you hadn't finished your piece. Just list the remaining two, because you listed only three.
Thank you, Olumide.
Yeah, let him just list the remaining two. Don't expatiate. Just list them, then maybe March can take them on.
So I've mentioned the issue of laws. You understand? So are we which is the superior law? Is it the Sharia law or is it the Constitution of the Republic of Nigeria? Because if it is the Sharia law, some group of young men will not take law into their hands to stone a young lady to death because of her religious view, because of her religious orientation, not allowing, even if she did wrong, did you apprehend her to your Sharia police or to the law enforcement?
Is that number 4 that you want to remove Sharia law?
I'm not saying I want to remove Sharia law. We want a law that would truly respect the wishes and aspiration of all the Nigerian people. You understand?
Okay, so clean the law, the legal system up, the law up. Okay, then number 5.
Then what else can I say? Devolve real powers to state governments. You understand? Devolve real powers to state governments. Stop sharing money every month like for that Christmas. Let the states manage their resources and pay taxes. Let the federal tell them how much they want to tax the resources, and let them pay directly to the center, and let the local government truly be independent. We don't even have a functional local government. Yeah. But most of all is that we don't have a true constitution that reflects the aspiration of the people. And if they keep pushing back, people like us will keep asking for our own country where we can manage our resources and develop at our own pace. Because Nigeria is slowing us down. We are tired of all this.
You already said that. I think I get what you are saying. I think most of the thrust of your argument is that you want the states to be have more say in the things that are happening, and
Yeah,
you
the
want
constitution should
people
better reflect our
to.
culture.
So, Marsh, what do you think? Is that do you concur?
Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome, Marsh.
Yeah. Olumide, thank you for yielding the floor to me. Well, my opinions are almost always very controversial, and I know people would almost jump up and try to shoot me now when I say what I want to say. But one big problem we have in Nigeria, I continue to hammer on it. Any land in which the truth is not upheld, look, there can be no justice there can be no peace without justice, and there can be no justice without truth. In Nigeria today, we dwell mostly on lies. You now, you go see me saying a blue top I wear, so me I go no saying a blue top I wear, but we go come here come lie saying a yellow I wear, and everybody go they look, they scratch their beard, they say yes, it is true, it is true. Which kind of country be that? That is the problem we have in Nigeria. Okay, I want to say one or two things. If we are truly a country, before I come to the thing of the constitution, Nigeria is a country sitting on a tripod. We assume there are three major ethnic groups. There is Yoruba, there is Hausa, and there is Igbo, of which I am none, before anybody jump at my throat. Good. Why is it that the Hausa Fulani people can rule Nigeria? The Yoruba people can rule Nigeria. And there seems to be a deliberate conspiracy against the Igbos. Are the Igbos not Nigerian? Why is it so? Can anybody answer me here?
I will venture to say it has something to do with the legacies of the civil conflict.
No. Every country, listen, my brother, every country fights civil wars. It doesn't mean that after we fight a civil war, especially when the central government has come out to say that there is no victor and no vanquish, and they want to do the 3 R's, reconciliation, whatever, then they come back. Look, the worst thing that can happen to a country is for the citizens of a country, especially the children, to come of the consciousness that their government deliberately lies. That is the worst thing that can happen to a country.
I just think that it has something to do with that. If you look at Kano's position, Ekpa, all those, they keep emerging because of the vestiges of that conflict.
The problem is that if we keep believing in that assumption and holding on to that assumption, the wounds have not healed. And it is unfair for the Igbos. Now the Igbos are saying, if that is the way you want to treat us, let us go on our
it's
way.
true. Will hasn't said anything. CM hasn't said anything for a long time. Please, Marsh, finish what you are saying so that CM can go.
I haven't equally said anything. I've waited all the while.
I know.
And I'm just trying to air my opinion. My opinion is that we have no constitution. We say we are practicing a federal system. Well, let me say, slightly fortunately for me, I went to a little bit of school and I read a little bit of political science. I know what a federal system of government is. What I see in Nigeria is not a semblance of it at all.
It's a unitary system.
We have a federal system of government, but we are practicing a unitary state where the center is overbearing and breathing down the necks of the state. The center confiscates.
Marsh.
Yes.
You know where I support you, and the most blaring evidence that we can all see today that there's a scheme against the Igbo people. You understand? Is what El Rufai said in his talk to the Imam, that we decided that we cannot have a Christian and a Muslim to head the country. We want a Muslim ticket. They didn't even allow the people to vote. So who are the
Who are
we?
the
Who are the
we?
cabal?
Who are the we?
Yeah, but that is not specific to the Southeast. It's also to any Christian that is below this
But
in
they
Abuja.
targeted Obi, that God forbid, an Igbo
So
man
was
to do.
forced out of
yeah,
PDP.
because he was the candidate that was representing technically the
I am
Christian.
telling you that
There was one point.
if APC
There is one
had
point I
flagged
want to.
Oshibajo as their ticket, Oshibajo would have won. Forget
Please
it.
let's allow Marsh to talk. Other people we need to get to other people.
There is
Sorry.
one point again that I want to
We
make.
need to face reality,
The point about state religion. A federal state, a responsible federal state shouldn't have any business with religion in any form or kind. Nigeria, by implication, has no reason or any business in getting involved in going to a Hajj in Saudi Arabia or going to whatever in Israel. It is not a function of state. And also, where a federal system of government exists, Zamfara state, which started all this Sharia thing, has no right to create a state within a state, which means Nigeria is a secular state or was supposed to be a secular state, and Zamfara state or Kano state or whatever state decides to wake up and say, now we are practicing Sharia. That is treason in a responsible federal state. It is treason. It's not allowed. There is no, in a federal state, in a secular state, there is no agreement that there should be an adoption of any particular religion. So many things are wrong with Nigeria. And what exactly is wrong with Nigeria is that there is no truth, without which there can be no justice, and without justice, there can be no peace. Why, I ask again, why can the Igbo man not be the president of Nigeria? Is he not a Nigerian?
An Igbo man might actually still be the president of Nigeria. Let's see. I think Mash is trying to start a fight.
I like to start a fight.
Nigeria is not a secular state.
When are they going to be president?
As it is today, Nigeria is not a secular state. So for whomever that is having that understanding that Nigeria is a secular state is very wrong. If Nigeria is a secular state, yeah.
Can we let CM talk, please? Can we let CM talk?
If Nigeria is a secular state, Nigeria shouldn't be part of OIC. But Nigeria is part of OIC, so Nigeria is not a secular state. Let's get that.
There are too many people.
Let's get to CM.
Gentlemen on the floor, let us apply decorum. CM have not spoken. I don't think Lokopi has spoken.
I leave the floor to you.
Thank you. CM, it's your turn. You have to unmute, CM. Unmute yourself, CM.
Please. CM.
It's okay. Yes, my idea, thank you very much, everybody. My idea of a constitution for a federal state is one in which there will be a federal and then there will be a federating unit. Only two. The federal is national. The federating can be region or it can be state. But in this case, let's take state. Now, two layers, the federal and the state. What will the federal control? What will the state control? I have it here, 7 items only for the federal. Defense, which comprises the Air Force, Navy, and the Army. Intelligence and Secret Service. Foreign and Diplomatic Service to maintain embassies worldwide and then everything. Banking and monetary transaction to issue currency like central bank and everything, determining interest rate. Immigration and passport control. So the passport of the country should be issued by the federal. National border protection, in which the whole country, there must be a protection, whether by civilian or the army, but it's the national that will be in charge, so that all borders will be guarded. National identity card management, that is number 6. Then the last one, that is number 7. These are the 7 things. Now, one of them, I can place the state can contribute, the federal can contribute, which is police. Because at the federal level, let there be police, but state can have it. Every other thing apart from these 7 items should be state. Now, I know that a constitution can be amended because the constitution you write in 1960, the children you born 1990 may not like it. They may, things have changed. We are now in IT system. We have artificial intelligence coming up. They can change it. But before you amend, you must sit down to make the constitution yourself. So that is the fundamental problem of
That's what I
Nigerian
wanted to
constitution.
say. There must be a constitution for you to amend it.
So that is the fundamental problem, and that is what we should do. Now, there are certain things we must be able to say because this is federal. For instance, if we say we want to be secular. Secular means any religion you want, let it be individual. Only you, maybe you and your family.
Not state adopted.
Nothing like state or federal. Meanwhile, we don't recognize, I didn't mention local government, but if you want to create local government in your state, you are free just to help you administer. But what we want that will appear in the constitution is state and federal. So when you go, you do it. And then having given state so many things to control, education, health, agriculture, transport, even building railway, you have to also give them the source of livelihood or to earn money. That means if you want to farm coconut or farm beans to make money, you do it. But because we have to maintain the federal jointly, we might agree out of every 100%, maybe give us 10% or give us 20 or give us 30 or give us 50 or give us 60. But it should be agreed and written in the constitution so that every part can develop at its own pace. You in the US knows that there are some states in America that are not as rich as California. Some are not as rich as Texas, but they contribute to 2 senators. They contribute at the level of senator, they are equal. Whether you are a state of Delaware, very small, or you are Texas, or you are in Arizona, where my best friend Paul lives, is 2 senators. So when you see this type of thing, it makes to bring peace, but we have to sit down and agree on it. That does not mean that if they do it and Bayelsa is more developed than my state, I can go to Bayelsa and live. Just like somebody born in New York can go and live in Florida. That is if you are free to live anywhere. But know you that every state develops at their own pace. That will bring peace because we are diverse people. The advantage of this is if you dare say, do it this way, whether Ogoni is messed up, it doesn't concern us. They are drilling their oil. If they don't want to clean the environment, it's up to them. All we want is give us our percentage. If you don't clean your environment, it's up to you. If you leave it to do this thing, so you don't have to talk to federal anymore because you control your resources. Education, if you want to be doing primary school, 10 years up to primary 10, it's up to you. But what we know is that if they say anybody, you establish a university, if you make it open that it's only for your people in that state to attend it, it's up to you. If you say this is your quota, it's up to you. Everybody has the right to establish a university at the state level if you like, even individuals if you have the money. So we do not burden the federal, but if federal is controlling only these 7 items, it makes for a peaceful coexistence because this is the most important part of national development. Let the federal handle defense, handle all those things I mentioned, issuing currency, banknote, immigration, national ID card, intelligence and secret service should be made, and then border control. So these are what we do. But in the constitution, we must sit down to draft it, to agree. Because this thing I'm seeing, Ogoniman may like the fact that I will control my resources, my oil. Somebody from Kwara may not like it. But we have to sit down. We make trade-offs. That trade-off might be, okay, Ogoni, don't give us 50, give us 60. retain 40. Ogoni may say, no, I want 70. So that is trade-off. That is negotiation. At a time, we said, Zamfara, you have gold. Give us 30. Oshogbo, you have gold. Give us 30. Retain 70. Oshogbo may say 100. He said, no. You know, this is where we have to agree. When we trash out this type of issue, then we move on. That is the thing Nigeria needs because of our diversity. We are different people. And when we do it this way, we will move up. That is just my own simple
I see a
idea
lot of
about
holes in
constitution.
there, but I will leave that for now because Will has been very patient and the will is very strong. So let Will.
Thank you.
Loco, what is that, Loco? So Will, please go ahead.
Thank you.
Emiloko.
Thank you for that compliment. No?
Yeah, don't worry. You are going to speak next, Loco, please.
I'm just saying that people that are clamoring for the problem is constitution, it's like they are myopic. I'm telling you, first of all, it will be very difficult to accomplish that without revolution. Look at Jonathan had 6 years. Why did he wait until the end? Why did he go to 5 years when he was leaving? He should have done in the first, 2 years and accomplished that. He couldn't. It's a big upturn. People there'll be fight back to get completion done. But personally, I think our problems is not constitution. It's not the main thing. It's part of the problem. I'm telling you today, get a new constitution. People that are shouting out the constitution, they will still complain that this one. Our constitution is not perfect, but it can be amended. What I think is our issue is personal accountability. If we can change some part of the constitution that will attend to our problems, like corruption. Constitution that we are talking, even if you have the best constitution, wouldn't it be executed by people if they are corrupt? Look at all the people calling that all these states shouting that we want our state. Even right now, most states that are having their allocations, all those states, they are like semi-independent. What are they doing with it? All those governors in Southeast, Southwest, they are cheating all their money, they are stealing the money. So even if you have constitution perfectly, people that will have to put it to practice, put it to bear, who are they? So our problem is personal accountability. If you can buttress our enforcement of corruption, like they do in America here, and work on that in that constitution, address all this immunity, how to make it work that it will address stealing. I'm telling you, people that are applying that want to live in Nigeria, the Igbos, it will be better. Corruption is our main problem. Constitution is part of it. I'm not saying
Will, I disagree with you there, Will.
Why?
I disagree with you because
Miss Olumide, can you allow him to finish, please?
Sure.
Just allow him to finish. You have your time to talk. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. Look at the American Constitution to the American Constitution. When it was done in the beginning, there was no provision for slavery and women. Okay, but they didn't say because of that, throw it away, because they know it won't be possible for them to get a new constitution in America. There has to be another revolution. So all they say is we can do it. Nobody would. Let's be honest. You can be shouting constitution, it will not happen unless like what happened in NSAS and something like that coming. But what we have to work with it. What we have right now is the constitution we can amend it and fight within our state. We can in our state and fight our elected officials and tell them, go there and visit it, and it can be amended. But the bulk of it is that constitution they're shouting. I don't think is a human being. You know, we celebrate corruption ourselves. Look at the body. When he went to London after prison time in the 15 months, when he came back, I remember in his town they were dancing. People that he stole their money. All this money is stole. It was independent now. Because I've used that money for his state. He stole it. Even if it's a private constitution, people will still be corrupt. As I mean right now.
I think I tend to be more, and I lean towards.
May I?
Please.
Sorry.
Yeah.
May I interject because I need to leave the floor. I'm still experiencing a network issue. I'm still experiencing. So I'm going to leave the floor.
Very, very clear from what you are, the way you sound now. You're very, very clear.
If you finish, just wait. If you finish,
Loco, I'm not hearing you because I'm having network issues, so I'm not hearing you.
Wait.
Properly, Mr. Loco. So, but okay.
He's giving you sign
This is the way
Give you sign language.
Look, I like what Mr. Will said. And the problem is not our constitution. The problem is the legislators. So if we can get the legislators right, we will get everything right. That's just what I have to say. And you all will agree with me that we don't have confidence in our present, either the 9th Senate or the 10th Senate that are coming. We don't have confidence in them. Those people are our problem. Not until we have people with accountability there and people with transparency and ready to work for the people, we will still be the same cycle. So that is my submission. I apologize. I have to leave. It's unfortunate that I have an issue with my network tonight.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead. No, Loco said I should go. Loco wants me to leave by all means.
No, he said you should wait. He said you should wait. That is the meaning of the sign. So, how can you get the legislators right when you already have a flawed constitution? For example, you know what happened recently during the election, right? The people voted for a certain candidate, and the power of the presidency or the manipulative powers of those that think they own Nigeria put somebody else there, right? Now, and that some person they put there will appoint the judges that may possibly go through the the tribunal, right? So how are you going to get the right legislators with this kind of useless constitution? At the end of the day, it is who they want to be there that will be there.
Let me answer your question, putting you in the picture. Kene is a very transparent person. Kene is an accountability. He has all the necessary qualities as a leader. So if Kene make himself available to be voted in or to be elected from his constituency into the House, we will have one responsible person there. Let me finish, Kene.
Kene made himself available. No, Kene made himself available, and Kene was elected, but INEC refused to give Kene his mandate. They rather gave it to somebody else.
Kene, in the context of the legislators now, you are making reference to the presidency. I am making reference.
How did you get
no. I give the floor to you. You have the floor. I'm not going to do this back and forth.
For electricity, that was what they told Showore now.
What is it, Loco? You want to kill electricity? Okay, Loco, I think Loco wants to say something. Let's allow Loco to say something. I think he wants to say something.
When they know who they will pick.
Olumide, please, let's allow Loco to say something. Loco, please, go ahead. Let us hear you, Loco. Welcome, Loco. Welcome. Yeah, we'll be waiting to hear from you. Yeah, welcome.
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, everybody, wherever you're joining us from. I pray God give you the fortitude and the strength to resist any negative news or heartbreaking, annoying news you hear from Nigeria. Because me, I don't tire. Okay, but first to electricity. Sorry to go back a little bit. I don't want both of you and Ikede, to make any statement for what I want to say. Even if I'm not to say I'm supporting anybody or whatever. That word that you said coming down to your level in the former settings is incorrect. You understand? If that is the only choice of word it's available for you to use at that time, and whoever is the receiver, which is Ekene, says no, I don't take that, I will take that as an insult. You're like, oh, I'm sorry. Like I said, then you not look for another word to portray what you want to say, but holding ground that no, that is what I have to say. It's as if you are deliberately saying that word to him to hurt him because he has told you that he doesn't like it and you continue to use it. So using the word coming down to your level, it's an English word, but you can also interpret it to be something demeaning, sort of. You stand around because here is a platform. So a platform is like where everybody's equal and all that. So like coming down to one's level is as if maybe you think the other person is down and you are up there coming down to that. I know on the screen initially Ekene was below the screen while you were above the screen. So
oh God!
Now both of you are together face to face, almost marrying each other. So like that. That's for that. Then for the constitution, right? Sometimes I don't know if I think we have witches and wizard problem in Nigeria. See, if you ask anybody, and sincerely speaking, that they should list direct 2 or 3 items in the constitution that affects them directly, I don't think anybody will be able to point 1 or 2. Let's be sincere to ourselves. I've said it here several times. The Nigerian constitution of federal government is not my problem. My problem is the institutions, those idiots that affect me every day, that do not do the right thing. Not because they are empowered by the constitution, but because they refuse to do the right thing. That is what is affecting me. And by a large extent, it affects Nigeria, everybody. You understand? Because if by now you go to a police do not come outside and slap you anyhow and force you to collect bribe from your hand, or they will force you to open your phone and see money in your phone and they ask you to make transfer, the Nigerian constitution do not support them to do that. But in that, if you experience that, to you are living in a bad environment, in a bad society, where the law do not take place. You understand? So that is not the fault of the constitution. It's just the system. Police system is just bad. Same thing in the court of law. When you go to a court of competent jurisdiction and you maybe by virtue you don't have enough money to get a good lawyer, and you lose a case that you are innocent, you will blame the judiciary. Why? Because your opponent has to, maybe it was fortunate enough to get a son, and you that do not have money, you just get one backyard court and a lawyer and you lose your case, but you are right, you blame it to the system too. But it's not the constitution that did that. You understand? So, but in a nutshell, the constitution itself is not really bad. You understand? And one of the characteristics of a constitution is amendable. Let me give you an instance. I can own a company as a one-man business, right? And I draft my own constitution, my own rules and regulations, my own guidelines, which is the same to a constitution. And by some extent, I start employing people, maybe 1, 2, 3. The more I'm employing more persons, the more what I've written down is meant to be amended. They can't expunge it because it's like a template. They will they will have to look into it. Oh, okay, we think, okay, no, this is not necessary anymore. Okay, but what is currently happening in the world today, I think we should expunge this one and replace it with this one. So it's like repeal and replace. I think that's what Trump was trying to do then. We were doing it to Obama. Repeal and replace. You understand? To say we don't have constitution, no, we're not truthful to ourselves. We have one, but the only problem I see there is that we have repetitions of it. We have some contradicting others. Maybe when they were doing it in the page 1, they wrote something like this. Then in the page 30 of it, not having taken cognizance of what they wrote in page 1, they might also write another thing in page 30 that will be in conflict of what they wrote in page 1. The same thing. So I think what we have there in the problem in the Nigerian constitution, it has to be a total review and check the one that we don't need anymore, repeal it with what we have in this modern age, then whatever is contradicting each other, remove it. You understand? So I will have, okay, is it this or that? Or like in the law system where they take a case to court, they will give you a law said this one, and another lawyer, smart lawyer, will look for the constitution and use another excuse in the same constitution that no, it was also said that in this clause or whatever, contrary another constitution. So I think that is the biggest problem we have in Nigerian constitution. Oh shit!
I want to ask a question quickly.
Understand? So that's the issue we have in Nigerian constitution, where we have laws contradicting itself, and I think fair enough, that is just the only thing.
So Loco, I want to ask, instead of cutting and pasting and doing another contradiction in that process, and you already have people from different sections will. So why don't we just something else?
See, hold on. Let me tell you something, right? The constitution is not a letter that you can read one page and just squeeze and write something else. You understand? We have different sections that deals with security, human life, religion, freedom, anything. And because we are diverse in tribe, diverse in nature, diverse in mindsets, education, or what have you, you understand? You can't just take everything. It's review. See, hold on. Constitution, if you hear what I said, constitution, part of its properties, part of its characteristics is amendable. You just expunge.
Loco, I think. Loco, let me just add this quickly. Olumide, hold on. See, Loco, I think this is one of the strongest points you've ever made. I think it's very coherent. KJ, you wanted to ask something.
Ever made? So I've making stupid points before.
No. I mean, you put it together well. I mean,
it is you who
you can't take compliment again. I said it's one of your strongest points.
It is you who agree. So some of us don't agree.
You want to start a fight when I'm complimenting you again? KJ, please.
So it is you who agreed, not all of us agreed.
I agree. That's
well,
why
it is you. That is you, Sha.
Jesus Christ, stop fighting me, G.
I'm not fighting.
KJ, please.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone, and thank you also. You see, the problem with Nigerian constitution, what everybody's trying to say, Loco, I like your argument, is that not that it cannot be amended, but the people are not even agreeing to come to the table. That's the problem.
Because it favors them now.
Good. Now I'm coming, Loco. Listen to what I'm saying. Each of us, maybe majority of us or some of us are married. Yeah, is there any topic your wife will bring that you will say you will not discuss it? Madam, based on this, we will not talk about it in this house.
Yes,
actually.
Yes. Of course.
I don't have such a you're gonna tell me when I fit educate me.
You've not had conversations.
Okay.
Because
if you think you want to learn the good thing, you want to learn bad thing.
It's not a bondage. It's a marriage. It's an agreement. We are all entitled to live in it or live outside of it. Now, if you say there's a particular issue that this is sacrosanct, it cannot be discussed. You either like it or stay that way. You and I will not be making too much. Even in this forum, we all agree to disagree, but there's nothing we cannot discuss. So what we are saying in the Nigerian context is that we are shouting that we want to separate, not because we are tired of asking, let us talk about this thing. That's just the simple issue. Nobody now who is shouting.
I'm going somewhere else. Sorry, you're going somewhere else. We're talking about the constitution. You're talking about separation.
I'm coming. It is all together. Now, the constitution itself makes provision for amendment. The amendment itself is so cumbersome that you cannot even get it through. And
that's not
some people, let me tell you, when you have amended the constitution, you have to take it to the 24 states to rectify, and that is difficult because if the whole states in the south agree and the states in the north say they will not rectify, what happens?
Everybody will be in the team. You can't do it in one place. You can't do it in one place and take it state to state. Everybody's conference.
We allow you to talk now, Loco. We allow you to talk. Make you allow me talk more. I have been listening to everybody. I have not said anything. So I'm referring this one now to electricity. You must have seen the process of amendment and what it will take. So enlighten us. Because it's not like if everybody wants to go their way. The Igbos are not asking they want to leave Nigeria, but because the constitution has been written such a way. Now, today, somebody said we have, it was Paul who said, we have 2 seaports in Warri. Okay? And as we talk, none is functional. They have 2 airports.
How is that the fault of the constitution?
Hold on now, Oga. Some of these things are on the exclusive list of the federal government. You cannot go there.
Rightfully so. You can't nobody can just start building seaports. The point he's making is that it's politics that is causing it, it's not constitution.
Exactly. Don't you get? It's not the paper itself.
It's the people that are the problem.
So, why don't we have light in the southwest?
Exactly. It's the same thing everywhere. It's the same thing. You even have more light. See, hold on. Didn't you see a security official during the election say he doesn't know how to recognize a child? Was that the constitution that told that security officer not to recognize what the child looked like?
A policeman.
It's us that are doing it. We are sabotaging the constitution.
Is it people?
You see,
we know our job, but we refuse to do it.
Wait,
case closed.
Father.
That aside, that is greed. That is human nature. But we are saying that there are some things in that document that is fundamental.
Not even
Indians are greedy. They are not busy ripping their country to pieces.
See, the policeman who said that he does not know whether it's a child or not has been the same policeman who have been taking the BVN to go into the emir's palace where they register those children. So you see, this is a systematic thing. It's not answering that question now because it's now. It is what you have been, the brief you have been given. Those people who are living
that is not the constitution that did it.
Exactly. It's not the constitution's fault.
Hold on now. Hey, hold on now. You see, where does the hell of us get our power from? We get it from the constitution. We get it from the
No, you get it from the people. The leaders are the leaders that are instructing them to do those things. The leaders that have money in their pockets.
So forefathers, Ondo State is trying to develop a port of their own, and they are trying to mine their bitumen to get income. And it's the same APC with Buhari, but this guy prevented him. They frustrated him from doing it, despite the fact that they're in the same party. This is all ethnic sentiments.
It's not. It possibly has reasons, but you just assume that it's ethnic sentiment.
What would be the political reason for
Lagos has many seaports now. Maybe they are thinking that there are too many there. Maybe they should spread it out to other areas.
To where? To Bauchi,
like Warri, Rivers State, and all the other areas.
Why is Rivers not making?
Lagos already has multiple seaports.
You are putting up a defense for the Fulani Caliphate. So I'm very suspect.
So it's not constitution, it's sentiment, it's ethnicity. It's not constitution.
Exactly. It has nothing to do with constitution.
See, when the Americans made their constitution, when the Americans made their constitution, they were thinking of the future. They were thinking of children yet unborn, how to make their society prosperous. If the forefathers knew what that document did today for them,
I'm sure about black people and women.
They were living now. What does our own document
do about black people? What about black people and women?
Chaos.
What about black people and women at that time?
Women were not even given right to vote.
The black people and women were not indigenous to US. They were brought from Africa as slaves.
But
and they had to fight for their freedom. We are talking about indigenous people. Are you a Yoruba man?
There was freedom already in America.
Are you Yoruba?
Yes.
You are Yoruba. Do you know that they discovered gold in Osun, and these private people and the federal government are mining the people's gold around in their villages, and these people are living in squalor and they are mining gold. The Chinese is mining gold there, and that is why we are.
What has that got to do with the constitution?
It has to do with they should control their resources. The state should control their resources.
At this rate, Olumide, they want to serve you. If Olumide goes to Ibuka,
we are operating a unitary system.
Hold on, this
federal system.
Hold on, let me tell you what I got to do the constitution.
60 years. How has this constitution benefited us? How?
Let me wait. If you are in the south and the mineral resources is discovered on your land, it is federal government that belongs.
Zamfara discovered gold. The government said it is for us.
Now,
it is
in
for Zamfara.
The state is mining gold.
And South has been shouting all this while. We want to control our resources. And they deny them.
It's mining gold and it belongs to the state. Bauchi is mining oil.
Zamfara.
And we're waiting for them to write the constitution to say, okay, that one also is a state one. But so far, they're still keeping quiet on that one. What are we saying here?
CBN is already buying up this stock of gold that is being mined there.
Why are they buying it from them? Who owns that money? They are claiming that they own it.
Why can't River State be the one also selling their own listing to CBN and collecting the money?
The crude oil is different now.
Some
of the things you people say, you act as if there is no scale here. There's a
crude oil not part of the mineral resources.
You don't know. When you look at something that provides 80% to 90% of the national this thing, compared to something that barely provides 10% or even 1%, and you are acting as if they are the same thing. They're not the same thing. Some are more strategic than others.
Forefathers, let me come in. Forefathers, if we actually want to be honest to ourselves, right? It is right for everybody, you and I, on this platform, to come out clean, right? Loco asked a question. He said, who among us is affected by the constitution or individual? Personally, I am affected by the constitution. I owned a liquor store in Kano. I sell my liquor in Kano, and the Kano state governor destroyed my liquor, so I'm affected. We, as panelists here, mustn't be affected personally. Our brothers, our Nigerians, are affected, so it affects us indirectly.
The law
now,
the state you are
is it the state or constitution?
You say something. You try to differentiate petroleum from other resources, right?
Yeah, other
mineral resources is mineral resources, including, you see that river that passes through your village, right, is owned by the federal government. So if whatever law or whatever policy that is set for or against mineral or ownership of mineral resources should affect every mineral resources. Not that when you come to River State, the mineral resources belonging to the river people will be controlled by the federal government, while the one owned by the Zamfara State people will be controlled by the Zamfara State people. That is where we are coming. And nobody should tell me that the Constitution is not affecting us here. It's affecting us in every field. For example,
you are confused. Hold on, Kene. You can't just keep going on.
That is where the
I have not even spoken self for 30 seconds. You are putting me to
some other person need to respond. You can't just keep going on when you are saying things that are completely out of this thing. Something that should be challenged. That's what I mean.
Then you have to wait. You have to wait. You say that for others. You have to wait. When I'm done, then you challenge me, right?
I thought you were interjecting. You are not.
No, I've not spoken for a while here. You know,
I think if I'm not mistaken, if we are supposed to go turn by turn, Loco has already spoken now.
Yes.
KJ hasn't spoken since I came in. I don't know whether you have spoken.
No, KJ just finished.
No, he didn't make his own submission. He just interjected.
Sorry, I didn't know that. Carry on.
Yeah,
so after KJ, I have to speak. I've not spoken for a very long, for a while.
You have your say. Don't worry. I think I just wanted to interject anyway. I didn't want to go long. For me, the gold mining that is happening in Zamfara, what is actually going on there is not even, most of it is not legal. It's just like the crude oil that has been stolen. Most of it is not legal.
What did Buhari do about it, and what is Tinubu
who is responsible to uphold the constitution?
But it's the same problem we have in the south where they are stealing oil too.
So the governor should be arrested and prosecuted for coming out to say this guy brought the gold.
How is that the constitution for? The people are committing crimes, and what is it now? You are going to go back to my territory.
The government is part of that crime.
You are going to go back to my territory where I keep saying the security of the country is where most of our problem is coming from. If all these things were secure, people are not going to be stealing it. And all this argument that the argument that KJ brought in will make sense because most of all this gold is being stolen.
It's wrong.
Hello, I think our point is not the constitution.
Who says it's right? It's wrong, but they are stealing it. That's what criminals do. Criminals do wrong things. Let me allow Kene speak. Let me allow Kene speak. Kene, please, what do you think about everything you've had so far? Because personally, I just see that just the people that are causing most of the problem.
Yes, I personally agree with everything that CM said here. I also agree with KJ, Olumide and KJ. But this is it. We are talking about constitution here. Paul said that I was being economical with the truth. Sorry, Paul. I might not remember when Obasanjo did his constitutional review, or maybe I forgot, right? But this is it. If Obasanjo had a constitutional review conference, Goodluck Jonathan was supposed to continue from where Obasanjo stopped. And whomever that comes after Goodluck Jonathan was supposed to start, continue from where Goodluck Jonathan stopped. But the truth is this. None of these people, Obasanjo, Goodluck Jonathan, Buhari, none of them is willing to implement whatever that comes out of, from that constitutional review. They don't care. It's just a jamboree that will never take us anywhere. Just a make-believe, just for the citizens to think that they are working for the citizen or they are trying to make the country good. These people don't care about how the country got destroyed. They don't care, right? And that is why whomever that is calling for that constitutional review, it's okay to call for that constitutional review, but where is it going to take you to? Nowhere. At the end of the day, they will trash it, and that is it. And Nigeria continue the way it is, and we continue to lament and complain. Now, to avoid this unnecessary talk, headache, or calling out for a constitutional review all the time, why not we come together and say, you know what, we've tried to change this. Personally, somebody like me, I cannot leave a useless country for my children to come and inherit. I must do everything possible to change it. So if we are not ready to change it, count me out. I am ready to change it. And if us going our separate ways is the only way I think that I can bring a positive change and I can bring a conducive environment for my children to come and live, I will devote everything in me into that pursuit to making sure that that is achieved. We cannot be talking like mad people all the time, calling for a constitutional review. At the end of the day, our money will be spent for some people to gather themselves and talk rubbish. At the end of the day, the new government that comes in will trash it, and few months before they leave office, they will constitution another gangsters that will come and talk rubbish, and it continued. For how long? Your current vice president, when he was asked about the constitutional review or about constitutional amendment, he said, whomever that is calling for constitutional amendment should go to hell, which means they are not ready to do anything. So what
does that tell you?
They are not ready. That's what it tells me. They are not ready. That you are wasting your time.
What you consider perfect constitution, there is another segment of the country that will not agree with it. That's what that should tell you.
I'm not even calling for perfect constitution. I'm calling. Okay, let's put it this way. How about what the Constitution stated? How about we implement it? Uphold that Constitution. Hold on. The Constitution. Hold on. I'm just coming to your own side now. I'm not coming down to your level. I'm going to your own side now, right?
You started the level talk now. You started now. You're not borrowing electricity more now.
This is it. I'm not saying. Okay, this taking your own word, right? How about the Constitution says that we run a federal system? Can we truly uphold that federal system whereby individual state should be able to take care of its affairs? You don't push some police officers from Kano State to come and police me in Anambra State. That is not what the Constitution said, but that is what they are doing today. You cannot come from Abuja.
The Constitution says that because of
federalism. The Constitution said that we practice federal system, right?
Yeah, the federal system. The federal system. Remember, they have concurrent lists and the exclusive list.
So that is where local is coming with the conflict of
so
constitution.
Many things that the president have, the federal government have. They need to devolve it from that era 52 up to like 3. You understand? Because if police is part of the part of federal government, then state can get state police.
Now, secondly, and lastly, you cannot sit in Abuja, come down to Onitsha, and take revenue generated from sales of alcohol, and then you distribute that revenue to 36 states, including FCT. And on the same vein, or in the same whatever, you go to Kano or Zamfara and destroy the sales of alcohol. The same state is benefiting from the revenue generated from alcohol, and they are still destroying it based on their, Sharia law. And again, finally, before you say I'm taking too much time, somebody here was saying that we are practicing that Nigeria is a secular state. And I said, no, Nigeria is not a secular state. If Nigeria is a secular state, we shouldn't be part of the Organization of Islamic Countries in the first place. So the fact remains that what Nigeria is doing right now is nothing close to upholding that constitution, if they do have one. And people on my side, we are tired of calling for that amendment. So we are now saying, since they are not ready to amend it, can we just go? Because I cannot leave, and I cannot leave a useless environment for my children. It's not going to be possible. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think none of us want to do that. That Organization of Islamic State, if they want to leave it, I think we too should think about leaving the Commonwealth, because that is not exactly, we don't have control over it. It's the Queen of the Royal this thing of the UK, British this and that. So there are so many things you can say we should sign up from. But the point is that there are parts of the country that will still not agree with, no matter what you say. In the end, I think Paul is right. There is exclusive list, and if you look at the way the people that wrote the constitution are thinking, they are not. I don't think they made it permanent. Otherwise, they will not release that of energy. They will not release that of rail track that used to be on exclusive list. So they are. I think
forefather,
I disagree with you.
Forefather, you are wrong on that one. But hold on, Olumide, hold on. Forefather, because this time it was the president. The president knows he cannot do anything. So just imagine when Lagos did it, when Tinubu tried it with Aaron and everything, Obasanjo take him to court. You understand? They seize everything in Wharf. Do you get my point? But because of it is the federal government that is doing it. So, for example, now Buhari did it. If Tinubu come, let's say Tinubu don't want it, Tinubu can shut everything down. That's why we just need completely let us devolve those things. We don't need it.
Yeah,
and this thing that we're doing,
can't shut it down. Has there been anything that has brought up?
No, Tinubu can't shut it down. Then another aspect, another aspect of it, when you talk all these things that we have belongs to exclusive lists and everything, these are the things that make how much money do we make on gold? So one part of the country, we don't make any money on gold, but they are exploiting gold in Zamfara. You understand? So,
just like they are stealing 400,000 barrels of oil once in the south.
They are mining gold illegally.
Exactly.
And these elites are part of it.
They are also stealing crude oil to the billions a year too. It's not like we are all strangers to this. That is not a constitutional issue. That is a country without security issue.
No, that is a constitutional issue. No, in this contest, forefather, in this contest where they take gum Arabic in the north and they make foreign currency on that, and federal government is not doing anything. But in south, you might know Delta states to be the states that have a lot of oil, but that's not all Delta state have. Delta state have a lot of rubber. You understand? And I don't know how old you are. There is this song they used to sing back in the days. Those state government property. Now, economic sabotage. If they catch you, if you go touch those rubber in Edo Delta, you don't do that. You understand? Today, our cocoa is being run by the Indians. You understand? But if federal government take their hands off it, people will fight. States will run all these things. And federal government will be very, very diligent to monitor all these things because they want to make a lot of tax.
So are you saying that all this stuff the states have been running so far, they've been doing spectacularly well?
The state, yes, no, some states, the federal government don't fight
their
them.
staff for 6 months to 1 year.
So this is exactly, like the way federal government fights squarely when it comes to the so-called cattle thing. And how much revenue do we make in that cattle fight that we fight in the grazing thing? How much revenue do we make on grazing? But federal government was fighting tooth and nail with that thing. But now I can go to Delta State, you can't go to Ondo State and go take all those
vex for you.
bitumen.
I think electricity wanted to add something, please.
Lawan said they should put it in the exclusive list.
Yes, I jumped in when I hear Kenneth using the words, borrowing my words from.
Electricity is too for copyright.
I didn't. I say, let me not come.
They're endangered species. For exclusive list.
I came back when I heard Kenneth borrowing the words that we find. That was
exactly something you apologize for. He went and did the same thing. You owe me an apology, by the way.
No, I didn't. I said, let me not come to your.
That is what Paul said in the Bible.
I just want to make a meat of it.
The things that I don't want to do.
I just want to make a meat of it. Not that I wanted to use it.
No.
Yeah.
I mean,
let's see. I understood. What you meant when you used that. So that's okay.
Yeah. So I don't know what was wrong with my StreamYard. It just, but it's much better now. At least I'm hearing you guys. You see, our problem is not the Constitution; it is the implementation.
Correct.
But you see, like I've always argued, the legislative arms performs an oversight duty. If you, the video I played earlier, honestly speaking, I am, as you guys know, I am not a pessimistic person. I am very realistic and very optimistic. But like Sydney said earlier, the guy called Sydney, he said, if we don't address this institution, in the next 2 or 3 years or 4 years, we'll come back to the same thing. Too much power, even if there's so much power invested in the president, the checks and balances to be made by what? By the legislators. They don't do it. The oversight, they don't do it. I mean, the president can appoint anybody he wants to appoint, but the legislators are there to perform, to curb that power that the president has, so that he doesn't abuse it. Like the case of Mahmudu and INEC and Labour Party and Petobi, it shouldn't even go to court. It should first of all be addressed by the Senate. They're supposed to haul the man in, Mahmudu in, and said, explain to us what really happened. But like I said, you've never heard any legislators come out and say what Mahmudu did was wrong. If you watch, let's be curious. Why was Uzokalo crying that is leaving the Ninth Senate? Most of you will not understand.
He misses his colleagues.
most of you will not understand why
Uzokalo was. He does have feelings too, you know. People.
When did that finish?
He will miss the money.
This man said he has 3 companies. He has this. I was like, if you have, why are you crying? Because he knows what he's going to miss. The money.
Yes, no more money.
Maybe he misses his colleagues too.
No, he's not leaving the house. He's not leaving the house. He just won. He's in the 10th assembly.
Or he's lamenting the fact that he didn't get
Akpabio. People die. People. If you know what they do, ex-governors wants to go into that house because there the money flow. There also they have this protection, untouchable protection. That was why Uzokalo was crying. Nigeria was not fair to him. Nigeria not fair to Uzokalo.
He's done better than most Nigerians, and he's complaining.
Nigeria was not fair for him to be the Senate president. Because it's the turn of it.
But me, what I heard from his statement was that 13,000 staff workers he's got. Does he truly employ 30,000 people? If he does, it's not so bad. It's not a bad
dream. In his dream.
They don't just deny it. But how do you know? Did you bother to go and check?
Where's the company?
Where's the company?
We only know of the Sun
newspaper. Does anybody bother to check?
You believe people too much.
They have companies outside the country, maybe not in the Nigeria.
He says in the southeast and the southwest.
Yes, he stays in southwest and Abuja. So he has quite a few number of companies, but whether he's employing up to 33,000 people is what I don't know.
That is a big lie.
In the southeast? In the southeast?
No, he said it everywhere now. He said everywhere.
I don't think he has one in the southeast. I'm not sure, but I don't think he has.
Okalo don't know how to use his word. This is how Okalo came. He said he give Obasanjo money. He did that. He made 5 billion. They asked him, how did you make 5 billion before 1998? He said he's selling Texas. You know, I'm a bad boy. I'm selling Texas. First of all, the Texas that he said he sell. And he now used the word okrika. Okrika is contraband in Nigeria. First of all, how do you make 5 billion, but there is no tax to show? Where is the tax that you pay? You understand? Look, in the West, like here in the US, when you see barbing salon and everything, it's a big business to some extent. Not because of people who make all those money, but they use it to clean money. Do you know what it takes? If you steal $1 million, the equivalent of $1 million is like $400,000 because you have to clean the money. You take people to club, buy drink, to clean the money, to make the money look good. If Odius Okalu said he has 33,000 staff, then let him tell us how much tax is he paying to federal government yearly.
How many
big men in Nigeria pay tax?
Exactly. So which means it's illegal money you are making.
The company is not there.
It's not there. This is how I said what Odius Okalu business that we know today, apart from real estate and everything, and those houses that they built, people don't live there. It's only the Sun newspaper.
You know what? If Tinubu will implement a tax regime, I know that guy is going to come hard on Nigerians, because how is he going to pay the debts and pay all those expenditures, that large expenditure that's waiting for him?
Just forget that thing that you are talking about.
But you should take into consideration that in the almost a part of the enclave in the north where Boko Haram is controlling. These guys, Boko Haram is generating over 500,000 naira in tax every month from the people there. And these people, they are saying they don't have money, but they are generating money. Boko Haram, they are collecting money that states should be collecting, or the government agency should be collecting 500,000.
No, Boko Haram, you cannot call it tax, but in as much as you want to call it tax, you understand, the farmers there don't have protection of the government. And they make you understand, if you don't pay this money, you cannot farm. They'll come destroy your farm, they kill people. You know, so these are the things. So people go pay homage for them to farm. It's just like the way I will pay somebody that does nothing.
But this revenue, we not did there before. Boko Haram did there now. It be like say Boko Haram say they efficient past government. But this money we not did there before.
No, it's forcefully. If you don't do that, which means you can't even farm at all. So you don't. It's like you loading a bus in Lagos. You don't have option not to pay.
Boko Haram is operating in remote areas, so they can technically
but they control a large territory, though. A large territory.
But remote, nonetheless. It's not the same as what the federal government is getting.
Do they not want to develop those remote areas? They want them to be there for it.
I think if there's anybody capable of taking tax from where Boko Haram is taking tax currently, is Tinubu.
It is only forefather that can help with that. You understand? You have to invest heavily in our security.
I think that Tinubu, what he did with Lagos, you know how he said he was going to make use of the Agberos and all the rest. He could just decide to recruit some of the runaway Boko Haram people and start taking tax from farmers. You will start seeing Agberos at farms.
You already know that will not even work, because those things are already there. You see, when Lagos pride themselves that they make all these taxes, it's kind of funny to me, because you know why? Because of state. Most of the businesses, the companies in Lagos back then, don't bother to pay state taxes. They just pay to federal government and settle people. They don't bother to pay state taxes. So Lagos State started fighting them. Not that they even pay their real fair share of the tax, because the books are not so clean, you know. And because of all those businesses that in Lagos, these are the things that make Lagos enjoy those things, but not like they put things in place like the proper way to make things just work in accordance of
the alpha beta this thing and Oracle system, from what I gather, seems to have been able to rake up some money.
Let me make you laugh with alpha beta. Alpha beta is the funniest thing that you can see. Alpha beta is what I call documentary. So when you talk about Lagos State, you go back and look. In the US where we live, the IRS is there. But the IRS also have agents that may work with them. But in Nigeria, it is the so-called Lagos State Inland Revenue. I forgot their name. It is the so-called Lagos State that is collecting money. Our Lagos State collect money by themselves, and they are paying to somebody who is pressing computer. Tell me the Alpha Beta staff. Tell me the Alpha Beta office in Apapa, in Nigeria, in Ikeja, that is collecting this revenue as a third party, then remit to states. It is the same state that still collects. So you are using state workers to do the same thing. I think what is going on there,
I think you are right there. I think what is going on is that maybe the computing system that they used to target the individual traders and businesses and whatever that they need to get the funds from, maybe that's what they are paying for. But that said, personally, I don't subscribe to it, because there's a lot of, from what I gather, it makes about 15% or so from whatever revenue.
That's a big loss of revenue.
Yeah,
that's a big loss of revenue.
That's massive.
You understand? And also exposing people's information.
Can I ask a question though?
May I weigh in on this revenue of a thing?
No, can I ask something before you weigh in? Sorry.
Okay, sorry, KJ. Okay, go ahead.
Now, since we're talking about Lagos already, have you guys seen the latest news from Alaba International Market? That the government have issued the ultimatum and they're going to break down this starting from today. So
17 buildings. 17 buildings are coming down in Alaba. Out of 320 that's coming down around the state.
Yes. So
we covered it yesterday. And just because I think the reason why you're probably saying, are you suspecting that it has something to do with targeting Southeasterners?
Tribal stuff.
I'm
not sure that is, because they are bringing down from other areas.
That has been happening all the time, from time immemorial, because people, if you go to Alaba International, if you go to where this market is, a market is everywhere in Lagos, The marketers and the state abuse all these things. Then so that, and when the state also join in abusing all those things, when they come back to come and make a case for it, it will not look like they have a good case. Where are you when people are building all this nonsense? Then later you want to say, based on the state and fire code, you are not supposed to build like this because it's not safe in terms of fire, it's not safe in terms of so many things. But where are you? You regulate, you generate tax, and you are generating tax in an illegal land, illegal properties. You understand? Who approved this property before they build it, finish, and be paying taxes on those properties? Because they pay land use charge.
Can I ask a question that I've been, just because I think people should think more carefully about this question, because it sounds simple, but it's going to go to the heart of where people are in the way they think about things. Let's say Tinubu is in office now, and what is it Tinubu going to do for you to say, you know what, he's done well for the country, but in 4 years' time, what is he going to do that we are going to, you will consider that, okay, one thing that he will do that it will make you think that is okay, I will accept that, okay, he did okay as a president. Ngosika, I want to go with that one. All right, go ahead, Ngosika. You just came in anyway. You've not said anything. Oh, Victory is there though. Victory came first. Sorry. We can't disrespect Victory, and you know, as much as I like to, you know, this is equality. You know, this is time for equality. Everybody has to be equal.
You don't transform so fast from the queen to the king. So fast.
You know, I'm biased to giving him Ngosika a say because I do enjoy her opinions. But Victory was here first.
Yeah. For you can let Ngosika can go first. I'll come after her. That's okay.
I appreciate that. Very much.
Victory is still the favorite to the queen.
You see, men are always gentle like that.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you very much for giving me your turn. Good evening, forefathers. Good evening, Mr. Electricity. Good evening, Kenne. Good evening, Mr. Paul. Good evening, Mr. Olumide. Good evening, Mr. Victory, Mr. KJ. Good evening, and Mr. Lokoti, and all the viewers. Good evening, everyone.
Welcome.
And you are welcome.
Thank you. So, what will he do? See, there's this analogy that has been going on social media. Somebody was saying the other day. So imagine somebody steals your car, and then 2 years later, you see the car, it's well maintained. Are you going to say, oh, you thief, you stole my car, but wow, nice job in maintaining it. Why don't you go ahead and keep it for another 5 years? And the thief will now go, oh, thank you, I'll keep maintaining the car. You just leave the car and go. See, I believe in due process. And even if Tinubu, somebody might say this is coming from a place of bitterness. I mean, I get that all the time. People say you don't want to see anything good in Tinubu. How will you see good in somebody that came fraudulently? What good is there to see? He will not do any good. He will only do perceived good to be able to extend his fraudulent stage.
What if he does something actually good by all measures? No, I know you think he will not, but I'm just asking because they may be listening.
I am stating for a fact that for everything you think Tinubu will do right, he is only doing it seemingly. Okay, look at the student loan thing. I went, I followed somebody's analysis. I think it was David Hunting's analysis of it. And I make bold to see that it was David that made me go read the act. I had to download it and then go through it. He has that effect on people. When he argues with receipts. So you have no choice but to go look for those receipts and read it for yourself, because you tell you don't take my word for it. Go look for it yourself. And it's okay. How can you tell me that before you apply for a loan, you have to have parents that earn at least to 500,000 naira each?
I think less than 500,000, not at most.
No, at least 500,000. If I'm wrong, please somebody here should correct me. But I am pretty sure what I'm saying.
You're right.
I think up to 500,000, not above 500,000. I thought it was
not
that
above.
Is what I'm saying,
at least
now.
500,000, not above.
Wow. At least that's brutal stuff.
I
Okay.
am living in Nigeria, so that I can tell you for free.
That one looks
Only
like fight
very
trouble.
few, only very minute few make such an amount of money.
No, but if you have that kind of
And
money, you don't need a loan. You don't even need a
thank you. What will you need?
No,
Okay.
exactly. If
Are
you
we
have that
are
kind
we
of
even
money, you don't need a
will you
loan.
even need it? You see the seeming good he was trying to do. Forefathers, you see what I'm going, where I go with he's seemingly trying to do good, the perceived good he's trying to do.
That
That
was
is
why
where
I
I'm going
said
with.
that
Okay,
it was
let's
made
even
today.
let's even leave the 500,000 naira on. You guys I don't know if you've caught up with this menace that is going on in Nigeria currently. Loan apps. I know
That
quite a
one
few
has been there
people.
for some time now. What's their name, sir?
Loan app, digital loan sharks.
Let me read what I'm seeing here. It says students must also provide at least 2 guarantors, and each of the it says also to be eligible, an applicant's income or family income must be less than 500,000 per annum. I find it would be crazy if it was above. That is asking for trouble. It has to be less than 500,000.
500.
So this one.
Yeah,
this one
less.
that
I think this is show is also confirming it, because that would be
okay,
like it will start a fight among the populace.
So this other one about if you've ever defaulted a loan, that one is even more laughable. I know like 3 people currently that have defaulted loans on these loan apps. So are you trying to tell me that when their kids get to the university, or their kids who are in the university try to apply for a loan, they are going to tell them, oh, because your mother is owing maybe what is this, their funny names, OPay or cash, they defaulted their loans one certain time, we can't give you the, and a lot of Nigerians, a lot of people,
do they have
because
that
money no dey.
Ngozika, let me put in something here, right? I think they will be able to trace loan defaulters using the BVN, right? NIN. And this is why I say, if you are from the South today and you want to renew your international passport, I want us to go and verify this. You must provide your NIN, and that your NIN will be displayed on your international passport. The same you, if you go to the north,
I have a neighbor in my former place before I moved that just did her international passport.
Yes.
The first requirement was her NIN.
Yes. So if you go to the north, as I'm telling you today, to renew your international passport, your NIN will not be displayed on your passport. Verify this. I'm telling you what I know.
For herself and for her little daughter,
you don't have NIN on your passport. From the south, your NIN will be there. So I really want to understand that.
So yours is more advanced. Yours has been computerized. That's why.
Hold on.
No, you're not getting the point Kene is making. You're not getting the point Kene is making. There's a disparity.
There's a disparity.
There's a disparity.
You cannot get away with anything, but in the north, you can get away with a lot of things.
Of course, yeah, we know.
But if you don't have any credit record, it means that you have not defaulted on loans.
Is he supposed to be on the show?
No, it's not supposed to be. I think like everything else,
you can carry on. I just want to chip in that. I just wanted to chip in that so that we understand the kind of country we are.
So I'm not making categorical statements. I'm just pointing out parts of the conditions that I find really ridiculous that supports my argument that he's just doing seeming good. He's just going to do.
I understand your point there, and I actually, apart from some of the things you mentioned, I felt like there was a lot of hoops to cross. And whenever you have this type of situation where they put so many hoops, they don't want a lot of people to take it up. That is the whole idea.
They don't want. See what is going to happen for others, and we can. I don't know about betting, but we can actually place some good money on this for those that are betting. Give them 1 year. They are going to come up with ghost people that took these loans.
Oh no, yeah, they're going to embezzle the money, all right, but
the money will disappear.
actual people will not get it. That's the problem.
Actual people will not get it.
That is
Because
what
they
I'm
are
concerned about.
basically see the one that bust my brain. So basically, when you finish somehow, when you manage to go through all these conditions, one of the when you finally manage to meet all these conditions, there's also a clause that says, you can meet all the conditions, but if there's no money, you won't get the loan.
Imagine that kind of rubbish. That's not okay.
Do you
Let's
see how ridiculous?
okay, but the question was, to be fair, Ngosika, it was about what it was perfect thing that he's done, something that is truly good. For once, this man does something that is
okay.
good.
I can tell you. I have one.
Good.
I have one.
Okay.
I have one. He just needs to do one thing. Return the stolen mandate.
You know what? Fair point. Fair point. You can choose that. You know, it's a fair point. You know, I thought about it. That he was gonna always come there because what she talked about, that stolen car. I know he's gonna end up at give me stolen mandate. I will be like, I'm fine with that.
Yeah. You don't see my car, and I get to see you taking. Even if you're taking care of the car, I'll be like, okay, my car is my car. Give me my car.
Okay, what if he doesn't return it? What if he doesn't return? Is there anything else that you'll accept?
It's not me. It's not me. Shebi, I was saying it on the issue when people were. Shebi, I was saying it on the issue when people were.
P2B wanted to do.
See, forefathers, when they declared this man president, I came on the issue and seeing how frustrated and how fallen everybody around me was. When Dr. Damages asked me, "God, how are you taking the news?" I just burst out crying. People were making fun of their mothers here, but not me, about that. So I said something on the issue. I said that me like this. I am child free. I do not have any dependents. All responsibilities I have, I just took on myself. Most of you do not know this, but my parents are late. So it's not like I have people that depend on me, that they are right in a way to depend on me.
Sorry
anybody
to hear
that I'm over it. Anybody that depends on me, it's just me trying to be a good person or trying to be the well-raised up girl that I am. So I said it on the issue that whether or not he gets there, it won't stop me from doing my bit, trying to earn a honest living, trying to have fun as a young person. What am I even talking about? I went hiking today. My feet are so sore because I hiked under the rain for over 2 hours inside bush on top hill. So it's concerning me.
Why are you hiking? All this overhead is not enough to exercise.
No, that is to tell you. This overhead, you don't feel reach me. And this is not positive affirmation. This is not positive affirmation.
Is that hiking or going to the forest to take planting?
It is hiking.
She said hiking.
I didn't say going to the
in
forest.
Nigeria. Because you cannot hike in Nigeria.
There's a lot of things people don't know. We go hiking, and sometimes we can do, on average, we can do like 2 or 3 hills. You ascend and descend.
No, yeah, you can. If of course, if you want to, you can in Nigeria.
That's nice.
Yeah. So when I say I go hiking, people go like, "You go hiking in Nigeria?"
No. They're confused with the American.
I'm like, are you serious? You know what people are doing? People go hiking. We go hiking. What am I even saying? Today's zone was so okay. See, maybe I'm blabbing, but the point is, I would want this man to do the right thing, which to me, the only right thing he will do is to return this stolen mandate. And pending the time he will return it, it won't stop me from doing the things I want to do.
Okay, I think Kene is now preparing to say he should return the stolen mandate too. But let's remove that one from this because everybody will just choose he should return the stolen mandate. What if there is something he will do, like in terms of policy for the country, like the kind of stuff P2B wanted to do when he got into office? Because I remember P2B said it once. He said
here's another one.
Him. Yeah.
Here's another one. How about he has arrested Emefiele. Sedia is still free. What's the attorney, former AGF? What's his name again? Malami is still free. You know, those guys that really put us through hell, this with their Baba now, Boo Boo. If see, I know it's an impossible feat, but I am telling you, if he does this one, which I know he won't do it. But if he does it, he won't do it
If you
now.
arrest
Why
them,
will
if
you
you make
arrest?
you happy, that's easy. That's I
You
won't
think
be
that
happy for
easy?
that. That's not enough for me at all. That will
No,
make you
that is
happy.
the bare minimum of what he can do, because beside this, there's nothing else he can do. Even the arrest itself, it is the more you look, the mess you see.
See, even
Okay.
if you threw 1,000 of those people in jail, and of them,
Ngochika,
you
I
need to do
agree with
something for
what you say, but this is it. Even if Tinubu arrests himself, I'm not going to be happy. The reason being that, the reason being that,
While we recover the mandates,
yeah,
I'm living in Nigeria. You have an ideal world you're living in.
I'm
I
coming to
got
that
to survive.
mandate thing. The mandate is like forefathers act. You say that I will be talking about mandate. See, I don't want Tinubu to return the mandate. I want the judiciary to do the right thing, retrieve it from him, and hand it over to the rightful owner. Right?
Yeah, but that's not the question.
Tinubu, I'm coming. If Tinubu, let's say that failed, and Tinubu begin to do those things that P2B would have done, right? Those good things, right? I will still not be happy with Tinubu because he came in from the back door. He is not the owner of that position. Can't you get it?
Really simple.
If you are a criminal, you are a criminal. If you like, turn to Jesus Christ tomorrow. That thing that you stole, bring it back first. Go and queue.
And another thing I wanted to touch on, because
in the
I
right
might
way,
be leaving
then I
soon.
will
I just
agree with
wanted
you.
I
So
wanted
there's
to drop in and say,
nothing he
but I
would
wanted
do, even if he did everything P2B wanted to do, he will
There's
not be okay.
nothing.
Okay, good. At least that's clear.
I wanted to say something about Akpabio, and not just about Akpabio. I want to relate it to what happened in Enugu. See, Enugu's own is what is happening in Enugu is very interesting. I say Enugu all the time because obviously I live in Enugu. So I don't know how many of you know that Labour Party won 14 out of the 24 seats in Enugu State House of Rep. Labour Party won 14 out of 24 seats. Now, on the day of the inauguration, the Labour Party could not secure both Speaker and Deputy Speaker. He went to the PDP. Prior to that, we had held a discussion on Twitter about, because sometimes, like Dr. Damages, you say, we learn every day. It was on that space. I already knew about, I've spoken on this show previously about how power is rotated in Enugu among the 3 senatorial zones. So for 8 years, you have somebody from Enugu West. Another time you have somebody from Enugu East, and then you have somebody from Enugu North. That is how they do it. So this current administration, both the incumbent and his deputy are both from Enugu North and Enugu East. So it goes to say that the Speaker for the House of Rep should have come from, ideally, given their rotation quota, should have come from Enugu West. And I am from Enugu West. That is why it is very important to me. And my respected father and elder brother, Ekweremadu, our deposed senator, he's from Enugu West. So ideally, he was supposed to come to us. But here is the twist. They had this standing order that, this standing rule that to become a speaker in the House of Rep, you must have stayed at least 4 years.
Okay,
And
that's what
mind
they
you,
got them.
yes, and mind you, all these new guys coming in from LP, of course, none of them have stayed 4 years. The only person from Enugu West that had stayed 4 years previously that was eligible given her senatorial zone was in the PDP.
I see. But does it matter since the Labour has the
That
majority
is where
anyway,
I'm
no matter what
driving
vote
at.
goes?
That at the end of the day, I was of the opinion that at the end of the day, it shouldn't really matter. I was just glad. I said it and I'll keep saying it. For the first time, we are going to know what is happening in Enugu State House of Rep. Somebody was complaining bitterly on that space about the lack of media coverage. And it's not media coverage that media people are not allowed in. When you want information from that place, they are so backward. Nothing about them is digitalized. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Basically, they've had a rubber stamp legislation in Enugu State for since return of democracy. Nigeria, is it not recent that you people had rubber stamp legislation? In Enugu State, for the past 20 something years, it has been OES house. The governor wants it, the governor gets it. The governor wants it, the governor gets it. And it didn't help matters that they were funded by the executive, which is the governor. So while I do not, we can argue from today about separation of powers and separation of finances. We can argue that at another day. But what I'm actually happy about in relation to this Akpabio, I just brought in the whole Akpabio story to be able to talk about this one. What I'm really happy about is that for the first time, there's going to be an opposition in that house. And I know that the Electoral Act dealt with cross-carpeting to an extent, so I'm not really bothered about that. And some people have spoken about members with deep pockets influencing others. I'm not really worried about that. Some people have spoken about former party affiliations. Most of these guys, of course, came from the
what you are
PDP.
describing, since the House of Assembly is responsible for law passing and probably nudging the government to do specific things, Enugu now is one of the states like Abia where Labour has significant influence. So this is something that maybe Labour should be highlighting some of the key things that they are doing so that people can be able to say, you see what they are like. If they get into
Unfortunately, I don't know. I am not really going to talk about Labour Party politics. I'm only concerned about Enugu and Enugu governance. I'm not really concerned. Prior to the election, I said it. None of the 4 major candidates in Enugu appealed to me. I did not for one day support any of them or canvass vote for them or campaign for them. They didn't. They were just, if there's such a thing as 4 pits in a pod.
Wow,
that is what they were to me.
That is making P2B's life difficult now, because even if his followers and people are not even resonating with his followers, that isn't that a problem?
Who are
Because
his followers, please?
Labour Party now. Labour Party here is his party, and if his party is in office,
me. It is not the general opinion of Labour Party members in Enugu. This is my personal opinion. Please let that be on note. The Labour Party in Enugu is solidly behind Chijioke Edoga. Make no mistakes about it. Okay. They are 110% behind. This is just my personal opinion. So,
okay.
Did you see the recent?
You saw this this information this gentleman is passing on, and
did you see the recent National House of Assembly sitting where one guy from Kano State, I think he's a new member, didn't even know. They didn't even know the proceeding in the National Assembly, and he was corrected several times.
Sometimes those things are quite false, because I remember on that space, because sometimes I join those spaces just to learn. Somebody said that before these people are inaugurated, they go through some kind of training, not once.
Yeah, exactly. So why is he messing up there?
There's no way. Even if the person is down, there's no way.
No,
he will not know what is going there to do. And there are people there already.
A lot of people got voted just because of I would say sentiment, is in Pampasia Party.
It's just like that guy. It's just like that Enugu guy that they said is a bus driver. That guy is a graduate, owns and runs successful businesses. But when the news outlets carried it, they just tagged him a bus driver.
Yeah.
Just to sensationalize it. And when people read it like this, they go like, "Oh, a bus driver is going to the House of Rep." That's bullshit. That guy is a graduate, doing well for himself.
Yeah,
a graduate.
Local.
So even the one they say is a Pamitapa was not true too.
Oh please! You really believe? If you believe that, you believe anything.
Let me ask Loco
Is
the
it not
same
Nigeria
question now.
again?
Loco, what is it Tinubu's presidency would do that will make you think, you know what, I may not have forgiven him for P2B, but it's okay. What one thing, just one thing, not necessarily a lot, just one thing that he would do?
Okay. Yeah. Even as some people say dirty water they quench fire. So for those some bad guys who know the meaning of that.
Wow, that is some.
Dirty water they quench fire. So you get where you go there reach, you know, say dirty water will get to defend to quench fire. So the one trying to say is like no matter how bad any human being is, right? There's so much good you can get from them. You understand? No matter, because everybody has conscience, you know. Everybody prays, everybody, you know.
Mr. Loco, not be everybody get conscience. So
everybody gets
all these ones that are killing and maiming people, they don't have conscience again. No.
No, the thing is they have, but it just is unfortunate that their brain is wired to a certain way, but they have something that like no, what I'm saying, like
they care about.
Yeah, exactly. So level like something they care about, that which is your conscience to make you have a soft spot to like, hey, this thing pay me, or hey, no, I'm not supposed to do this thing. So but they might not have that feeling for somebody else that they don't know, but they have that conscience even for their own immediate family, not to do harm to their own family. You understand? So that's it. So for Tinubu, like I said,
sorry, I have to interrupt you again. No vex, but you know these people that you say they have conscience for even their own immediate family. Do you know that everybody is dispensable to them? That when push comes to shove, those people you feel they have a conscience towards, they will kick them out just to be able to achieve whatever they want.
Look, when they tell you, when they say every man has a price, but they'll tell you everybody prays, no matter how demonic you think you are, everybody prays. Everybody has a price, and you know, like things change. Nothing is constant. You understand? The change is constant. So
some things are constant. So the rising and setting of the sun is constant.
No, sometimes the day where they go for, you know, go see sun, and you not set, you not rise. That day, that is not constant now.
You see, you want to go toe with Loco.
You're
not
going
to come out. You're not come out on the other side. Loco will drag you. You end up with the tea water.
May I interject, please? Ngozika. Every human being.
I never asked that question.
No, sorry, Loco, no best. Loco, please. Everyone has a conscience. Even Hitler has a conscience.
Everybody, don't worry. Everybody has
a conscience.
Electricity has brought Hitler into this now. Please, this is not the view of Dr. Damages.
No,
it's not. I said everyone has conscience.
Because you see,
of course, we just decide to turn our. Listen, some of us have done things with due respect.
Exactly.
It might be very minute. Okay, it might be very minute. We just turn our eyes away from it and say, I beg. All of us, we have conscience. There's nobody that does not have conscience. We just decide.
Even as rugged as, it's not rugged, because it's just hiding. I want to say a little more, but even the rugged person, you might surprise. They say one woman, I gave imumu button.
You know, they are clinical psychopaths. They are clinical psychopaths.
The hardest man in this life is a woman might just be somewhere.
Loco, they are clinical psychopaths that don't have. Technically, they don't have what they consider conscience.
No, they do.
They actually don't.
When you say clinical psychopaths,
hold on. Let me tell you, hitmen. Let me use hitmen for instance. America, let's assassin hitmen.
But they are not psychopaths. They are different.
When you say psychopaths, right? Hold on. When you say psychopaths, try talk to their mother. Try talk to their mother. Try insult their mother. Those psychopaths.
Exactly.
What if they hate their mother?
Their own mother, not even like they will use their mother for experiment. God forbid, though. I'm not saying this.
Maybe they love their father.
I'm not going to scare the children.
No, maybe they love their father. See, let me tell you. See, look. When they say God made us in His own image and likeness, right? The likeness means there's God in everybody. There's always that small voice that talks to you that you refuse to listen. It's always there. That is
okay. Let's agree that at least Jagaban does have feelings.
You can. So
He does have feelings too.
Yeah, so that thing that he can do, you understand, is like he might just come out to like, hey, I'm sorry, it is what it is. I'm here. Okay, by the power given to me right now, I hereby declare 247 lights in Nigeria. You understand? He can do.
If he does that, you will forgive him.
You can't just declare.
No,
and then electricity is everywhere. You have to work it out.
Kede said even if he did all that, he would not forgive him anyway. So
no, hold on. See, because the thing is this, right? The thing is this. There are some things, even in life, even before you grow up to this your age, again, there are many things that you don't agree with that you later accepted in life, and it shaped you to become who you are today. There are many things that happen that did not go your way, and at the long run, what did you do? You have to accept it, and you make best of it. That's why they'll tell you, people throw stones at you. You use those stones to build blocks, to build whatever for yourself. You understand? So there are things that may happen to you that you don't like. What is the way forward? Like, yeah, if it happens, like if Tinubu said, lights tomorrow, Nigeria tomorrow now, you will be the first person to go to Nigeria and start making use of that light first at your own advantage.
But Mr. Loco, you know, it's one thing to say let there be light. It's another thing to actually give the light.
Sorry?
It is one thing to say let there be light. It's another thing for the light to actually come on.
No, what he said is what Tinubu will do. He didn't say what Tinubu will say. So if he says it and it came to action, it came to life, it came to fruition, that is due. He didn't say what Tinubu will say. It was talking shit. So he said what he will do. So if he says it and later comes to fruition, and there's 247 lights in Nigeria, and the refineries are working.
Look, you know a man that does let's come back home now. You know a man that used voodoo or juju to kill people. Everybody knows him. He's known for that, right? And this same man, all of a sudden, was asked to serve you food. You know that food is a good thing, right? Will he accept the food from the guy to eat?
Okay. See, let me tell you yes or no, right? If that's a juju man, and they tell you he has the only medicine that will give your lost person to keep the person alive, will you say no because it's a human? I want life to give that medicine, and you know that medicine works for somebody else? Will you say no?
No. If the medicine works for somebody else, right? Yeah. So that person should enjoy that medicine. I have another person that can give you medicine that will work for my person.
No, you are going to walk into locals.
That thing you highlighted.
It's not the only person that knows how to give good medicine.
The comment about the passport.
What they say be racist.
Was it about the passport?
Yes. You know why it caught my attention? So this evening, after the hike, some of the guys from the hike, we decided to hang out. And I don't know if I'm supposed to be saying this, but we decided to hang out. And
sorry, I don't want to. Okay.
One of them said something that caught my attention. I went to buy suya. We had already, after we had done and wanted to go home, I wanted suya that we used to make noodles at home because I like suya and noodles. So I decided to buy extra suya. So I asked the suya, Shebu, we have paid for the ones we took. He said yes. I said, okay, I want another one, but I want to pay with a transfer, not the POS we used earlier. He said, okay. I said, what bank do you use? He said, Money Point. For most of you that do not know, Money Point is like a microfinance bank. They disburse ATM POS machines. Excuse me. So most of these market people, shop owners, they use it a lot. You know what caught my attention was the name. When I typed in the account number, his name came up. Guess the name. Yusuf Meisuya. Yusuf the suya seller. And I am telling you, as a Nigerian living in Nigeria, it's not possible. May you go open bank accounts with such a name. If it is not a business name, which is, and he said that is his personal account. Wait, so I come back to our table and I was like, guys, guess what I just discovered? They're like, what? I say, so Yusuf Mesuya is somebody's name. That is what is on the guy's account.
No. It's business. It's business. It's business.
It's a
Wait
business now.
now. Wait.
So what is
See,
the point?
now
Are you
let me
accusing him of
finish.
misrepresenting his?
Let
No,
me finish.
she said it
Let me
somewhere.
finish.
Yeah, Alava.
Let me finish. So I asked the question because I know it could be a business thing, but the guy said that is his personal account.
You may just be illiterate now. Like,
Wait now. So I asked the question at the table, and one guy says, "Me, I think the guy is a banker." He said, "The last thing you would, the one of the hardest job you would do is like to help them open an account." So most of them, their details do not reconcile.
Exactly.
Their BVN is saying something else. Their ID card is saying, their voters card is saying something else. So that most at times they do not use regular banks. That what they use is all these online payment platforms and all these microfinance banks. So when somebody tells you that in the South that this NIN issue has much more significance or is a bigger hurdle than the North, please believe them. It is not politics.
Again,
it is not politics. Because it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. For people that do not have, for people whose details cannot be reconciled in a single database,
and they will not get anything. If you don't have any credit history, it counts against you. It's not the other way around. If you don't, if they cannot track you, why would they give you money?
This is Nigeria. It will never work like that. It's easier for them up there. I see. It's easier for them up there to get away with a lot of things. But when it comes to the down south, the hurdles will have a lot of hurdles to follow. And again, somebody you shared somebody's comment here saying that 2 years ago he was in Kano State. Let's know before people come here to lie like children. He said that 2 years ago. He said that 2 years ago he was in Kano and his NIN was in the past. It was in the passport. NIN started just last year. You see how people come here to lie like children. And if that person is listening to me, yeah, if that person
did not start last year.
No. Enforcing it on your passport started last year, September. So September, August, right? So this guy, Abdul Razak Sule, is a bloody liar. He said that 2 years ago he went to Kano.
Don't go
and hold on.
Not sure how he said that I'm spreading.
He said that I'm spreading. He said that I'm spreading false information, and I'm here to tell him that just not less than a month now, not less than 1 month, I have 2 passports from the north. I don't want to call the state. From the north, core north, no NIN. Just last week, I had a passport from the south, and there's NIN. In short, I have a lot of passports from the south with NIN.
But we see what I see with what
right?
every conversation we have. Hold on. Let me say something. I think we get this, and this type of thing, we have to be careful. Because what we are doing is we are pushing people away from the conversation. Because I noticed that whenever you want to speak Kene or KJ, or you always come with this angle that, oh, there's something they are doing against us.
Because you don't know those things. And we are exposing it.
If they are so great, what is it you see in North that is better than what you see in the South? I don't know how.
Let's just be clear.
We're trying to expose a lot of things that some of us here are not aware of.
Let's establish something so that
if you don't know it, you don't know it.
I have had my NIN.
If Abdurazak is saying the truth, let him blank the NIN number, show us his passport, and I'm going to blank NIN numbers here, and then leave the dates of issuance. Let him do the same, and we'll post it here for everybody to see. People will come and be lying. NIN enforcement on your passport started last year, not 2 years ago. So he just lied. Let's call it what it is.
Watch it. If he chose to give you 2.5 years, he chose it specifically. He could have just told you he did it recently or anything. He chose it deliberately.
We are not children now.
He chose 2.5 years for a reason. He didn't just say. He could have just said last year. If you wanted to lie.
I would like to ask a question. When you say there is they put NI on the number on the passport. Is this something obvious, or I don't understand? Is it an obvious thing that they just insert the number on the passports?
Yes, it's very readable. Just, you have your passport number and you have your NIN number underneath.
And the idea is
for everybody to see.
Is it only in Nigeria? About does it happen outside Nigeria?
Yeah.
For example, when I went to renew my passport, right? When I went to renew my passport last year, I applied online. There wasn't anything like NIN requirement, right? And then I was supposed to go to their office, I think, the following day, and I forgot. I was into something else. And when I got back to get my documents together, and I went to their website again, and they says that there will be public holidays. I think they were celebrating Salah that day that I planned to go, right? Then, after the holidays, they said after the holidays, on their resumption, you must provide your NIN if you have not registered or applied prior to certain date, of which I applied before that date. So the NIN requirement wasn't going to apply on my own case. So people that came after me, that applied after me, NIN must be on their passport. But I did my own prior to that policy, right? This was last year, September, I think of August, September of last year. That was when NIN enforcement started on the passport. So if anybody is telling you that he did his own 2 years ago in Kano State, that is the same lies and propaganda that we are talking about here. I've had people from the north.
But you can't be sure. You can't be 100% because they have pilot programs.
100% sure. I am 100% sure that I'm telling you that the same week, some people got their passport from the east, applied their passport from the east. Others did their in the north. There was no NIN from those that did their own in the north. The question now is, why the discrepancy? Why must others have NIN and others would have?
Okay,
what are they working on that we don't know?
My suspicion is that they are just rolling it out. That is the idea. They roll it out gradually, these things.
I want us to be clear on something so that it will not be that we are confusing issues.
Yeah, Victory and Ify, they have not said anything at all.
NIN, I had my NIN since 2016. I have had my NIN since 2016. So what Ekene is saying, I can't verify that. I only shared an instance I know. Somebody I know that did has early this year.
Is there a way I can forward you screenshots?
No, you don't want that. You have to keep your privacy. Please don't do that. You have to not because of this thing, start revealing your privacy.
I am trying to say that somebody will say, I've had my NIN, and it will he might come across as okay, I've had maybe he's trying to say that he's had his NIN since 2 years ago. That is the way I'm understanding it. It might not be that he's trying to say that he has had it on his passport. That is what I've been trying to point out for a while now. He could be saying, oh, I've had my NIN for the past 2.5 years.
Fathers, please, put on the post again.
Yeah, let me see if I can find
it. So that is what I'm saying. Let's be clear what we are arguing about.
I'm looking at my passport now, which I did last year.
You say that it's NIN, his passport be NIN.
Mine bears my NIN.
I will allow electricity add what he wants to say.
I did my passport last year, and I'm looking at it now. I'm not seeing any NIN number on it.
Let me ask you, Abdul Razak, please clarify your statement.
Where did you do it?
December 20. It was issued December 2022.
When did you apply? When did you apply? When did you apply?
In Dublin.
No, when did you apply?
What
I applied that same December. I applied same December last year.
In Dublin now.
Yes, I know. Okay. I can show you if you want to see. It doesn't matter.
No, but
this is it.
It's in Dublin.
All these Nigerians, people don't care for your privacy.
It's Dublin, but if it's rollout, it's a Nigerian document. So if it's what is applicable,
here's what I would say.
What is applicable in Nigeria is applicable anywhere because it's a Nigerian passport. So that is why I'm getting confused.
So if electricity. So what I'm trying to point out is that thing that is applicable to a section of Nigeria is not applicable to others. That is what I'm trying to find out. Why is it so?
Let me just shed light on this. I think we've been going round and round on this one. In the UK, they have what they call. Okay, go ahead.
This conversation forward.
We cannot arrive at such conclusion.
Hold on, let the electricity finish. Then I'll just add something. Then the other
people,
two.
They put NI on some people and they don't put NI. We can't say it's a targeted something because we don't know. I have not seen. I mean, like I said, I knew people who did passport, even in Nigeria last year, and there was no NIN on their passport. Okay. So it's something that needs to be looked at.
On a similar note, if you go to Nigerian Immigration Service website right now, try to apply for passport, either reapplication or new fresh application. Pick Enugu or Anambra or Delta State, for example. You will see the price that they are going to give you. Then go to on the same website, change your state. Pick state like Sokoto or Katsina State. You will see the discrepancy in the price. And I ask again, why the discrepancy in the price? This is federal.
Is it official price?
Official discrepancy? Yes, official price. I'm telling you, official price.
I'm not sure. You know, this guy likes to
do it right now. You have computer. Do it. I'm not making it up. Just do it.
I will do it. But the question that you have to ask yourself is that is the state government subsidizing it? There's also that going on.
State government has no business with this. This is federal.
No, they can subsidize how much your citizens pay for it.
For example, official website of Nigerian Immigration Service. If you want to renew your passport in Anambra State now, the official price from their website is 25,000, right? As of last year, it was 25,000. If you want to apply from Borno or Sokoto State, for example, it's 10,000 naira. They later change it to 15,000. So if you want to reapply in Anambra State now, it's 25,000. If you want to do it from Kano or Borno or Kebbi, it's 15,000. So why the discrepancy? That is what I'm still asking.
If there is a discrepancy there, we'll find out. We'll get to the bottom of what you are saying.
You don't do it right now, so that let it not be that I'm making it up. There are a lot of things that I don't have answers for, and that is why I'm asking.
Hold on, Kenny. There's a lot of accusations you are making against the Nigerian state itself, and I feel like many of these things are things that can be explained. Not everything is conspiracy theory. And regarding the NIN showing up on the passport, like here in the UK, they have what they call universal this in credit or something that they do in the UK. ID. Yeah. So they have rollout periods where the stuff rolls out. Sometimes they can start from one town, then they can move to the next town, then they roll it out nationally. That's how it happens. It doesn't happen everywhere at the same time. So maybe that's something that is going on right now. You're already ascribing some sinister motives to it.
No. The price discrepancy, is it a rollout thing as well?
No. I'm going to look into that one. If that is true,
I'm not telling you that it has nothing to do with rollout timing. This is the usual stuff in Nigeria.
Hold on. You're making it look like southern leaders are just stupid, sitting there.
Southern leaders
no, that's not what is happening.
Southern leaders are more than stupid.
I'll find an explanation for this. Just watch. Let me
use the right word.
You know what?
Southern leaders are more than
no other
stupid.
person is going to be able to talk. Kenny, you need to hold on now, please. Let's respect other people. Victory has been here. Victory, please say something. And you've heard everything they are saying. The question was about, Kenny they will always move it back to some kind of conspiracy. The question was, what is Tinubu going to do in office that will make you, if you had reservations about him, you will say one thing, that you will say, okay, he's done well. As a president, one thing that he's going to do.
I don't even want to start discussing what Tinubu will do. I think there are some issues that I don't know if you guys have discussed that tonight. That I think we've actually skipped. I don't think we've actually talked anything about those issues. The issue of like the CBN governor, the ex-CBN governor, allegedly saying that he releases 500 billion naira to the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, headed by Sadiqa Umar Farouk. Are you aware of that story?
No, I'm not. $500 billion to Ministry of this thing. What was the funds for?
No, say you release every month
for humanitarian affairs to develop part of the north. Are you aware of that?
No, we are not. We are going to talk. See, that sounds like an important topic. We still have time. We can discuss those things. But in the meantime, what other thing you want to bring up?
I wanted to talk about the currency, the black market, removing the black market from the currency, the unifying the rate for the currency stuff.
Okay.
Because I think Nigeria
money from CBN. What else?
Yeah, Nigeria is in for a big ride. When I mean a big ride, it's going to be what's coming. People don't understand what is coming.
You know what? That's going to be exciting. But still, we have to just answer the question. So we'll get past it, then we can come back to the topics you just raised, because I think 500 billion is a lot of money.
You didn't ask me that question.
I thought, okay, don't worry, I will be back with you after you, Ify, then I'll come back to you. Sorry, I should have come back to you. Yeah, and Ify, she's a special guest, and we have to treat her special. So, Victory, please go ahead. Just answer the question. You can make it short if you don't want, if you're not interested much.
There's nothing you can do. So basically, you can't take something that does not belong to you. Then you ask someone that, what can I do to make it right for you? Are you having a laugh? Okay. It's like me coming to your house, taking your property, or taking anything that belongs to you, and I call you say for that. What do you want me to do for you to be happy? Yeah, it's just
what if it does everything P2B wanted to do?
For that, let me give you a story. When I was in secondary school, I used to write, when I was writing an exam, I have a friend, right? I would tell him that, listen, sit close to me so that you can copy my work, right? I work on my work so that you can copy my work.
My practice.
Sorry?
That's my practice.
Don't mind him now. Don't mind him. All these Ojoro people. When they finish doing Ojoro, then they say some other person don't go and do Ojoro.
You don't know what I want to say, right? I work on my work so that you can copy my answer. But do you know that this guy, despite me opening my work, this guy cannot still copy what I'm writing, right? So some people, I'm not saying this as a bad remark on the guy. Some people are simply not good at certain things. So what Obi said he wanted to do, that I will remove subsidy from day one, it doesn't mean that I will just go and start announcing on the inauguration day that, subsidy is gone, without having a plan. What is the plan? How are you going to cushion the effect on the people? Now, the minimum wage in Nigeria is 30,000 naira. So what are you going to do are you going to increase the money to 90,000 or 120,000 naira? Look at the effect on inflation. Look at, we're talking about this currency thing. Peter Obi said that he's going to get rid of it. Now, he's going ahead saying that, breaking news. Tinubu signed student loan. Breaking news. Tinubu have removed black market listing. So this is just propaganda at a scale that you never imagine that you will exist.
But that is not the question, though. So you say nothing is going to do 24/7 power supply. You're not going to be happy with that.
He cannot. For that, do you know why? Because the process that brought him into that place is flawed. It's not the right process. No, he can never get it right.
The question is what if? Just what if?
No, that's what I'm saying to you. It's not.
You are very much aware, Victory. You are very much aware that 80% of Nigerians will say, no matter what he did, he's giving us 24/7 power supply. All the other ones we wanted to get in there, they didn't give it to us. You see what I mean? They will not agree with you.
That is a pipe dream. It's like that is you dreaming. I
know he's dreaming. I'm just. I know it's a form of dreaming, but I'm asking you, what if it happens? Would you consider me good president?
Because I know it's not going to be possible. So there's no point. So there's no point of even saying that what if he does this? Because I know that's not going to happen. So what is the point?
What if the question is the hypothetical? What if it happens? Would you say, he's after all, he got there badly in a bad way, but he did okay?
Okay. Well, the only thing that he has to do for me to say, he's doing well. They should release the result of the election. Let's see what the beaver says.
Yeah, I know, I know they always go there. Yeah, Ngozika already said that. One of them, I think, was it they say he should put himself in prison? That's the one that was solving the problem.
Even that one is not enough. They should release the result of the election, because if you don't, I'm telling you, I see Nigerians, some Nigerians are laughing. They take this as a joke, or they don't know the implication of what just happened in this last election. If you know the impact, the next election, there will be no election. People will just write result and say that's it. Because who is going to stop them? Is it you? Is it me?
Okay, I think I get where you're coming from. You are not going to accept anything he does, as long as he got the bad day. And I hope Ngozika, Ify, you are going to be ready to be forgiving.
Just like Yaradua, right? He entered, right, and when he got there, he said the process that brought him in was fraudulent, right? Was flawed. So it depends. Like he entered. He said that the process that brought him in was flawed. You understand? So that means he accepting the fact that the process that brought him in was not good. But what does that mean? That was a good takeoff. Like he wanted to do something to set the ball straight. So like I said, he's human. Everybody has a conscience. He must well say, okay, yeah, I know process that brought me is not good, but see, come on, man. I'm ill, it's old, it's fragile, maybe he might die tomorrow. So let me just do the right thing. We're just wishing.
Yeah, let's hear from Ify. Maybe she's in a forgiving mood. It's everything is possible. So, is there anything he can do that you would like? You would say, you know what, I didn't like this guy, but now that he's done these things, I don't like the way he got into office, but he did okay.
Who?
Tinubu.
Do we have a president? Who is
but the point is, what if he does these things, like all the things P2B wanted to do, he did them? Would you say, oh yeah, the way he got into office was bad, but he did everything P2B wanted to do, so I'm good?
And I'm asking you, who is the person?
President Tinubu, the
Of
current
where?
president, the one that lives in
President of which
Aso Rock.
country?
Nigeria, the one that lives in Aso Rock.
I didn't even know we have a president. Oh, wow.
He's president select. You can call him president select.
I still didn't know that we have a president. I even think that Buhari is still in power.
Okay.
So
you don't anticipate that. What about the question though? Do you think what can he do that will make you think?
First of all, I have to admit that we have a president over there. So we don't have a president.
Maybe the question is not for you. Maybe the question is
not at all. She's not engaging. Okay, electricity. Let me see. Okay, I'll come back to you with what the other topics you want to engage in.
Sorry, I was trying to make a statement earlier on concerning what Ngozika said, and I was trying to explain the rationale behind what she was saying.
I think electricity wanted to say something to be fair to him. I think it wouldn't be fair. Electricity had been there, and I didn't know he wanted to comment on this topic. So I'm
not going to take more than 1 minute, 1 second. 30 seconds.
You didn't even let me finish before you jump.
Yeah, you say he's not the president now. You completely blocked. Okay, if you want to say something now, if you can go ahead.
KJ, go ahead. KJ, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. What Ngozi was saying concerning the Suya guy, you see, most of them are not the ones who own those business they're doing, and because they are collected by their so-called ogas, those who send them to the east or to wherever they are located. Those people use their influence and get those accounts for them and put whatever name that they have to have. It's not necessary; they don't have any other relationship with it. They give them those machines, and they do the business. They are responsible for giving them money to buy the meat that they're selling every day. And so they do return accounts on weekly basis or every 3 days, or some of them do it every day when they go back to sleep. Those people also provide accommodation for them, those batches they're sleeping. So it's a well-arranged, arranged out business in the north. If anybody who lives in the north for a long time will know that. So she shouldn't be surprised that is what is transferred, that's transferred there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sounds good. If you have something to add to the the possibility that good things could happen in the next couple of months.
So listen, joke apart. We have to start telling each other the truth. There is no possibility in here. Okay? You can't keep doing the same thing over and over again, expecting to get a good result. No. Look at the people that Tinubu is electing or selecting or appointing. They are the same people, the same corrupt politician. So what do you think is going to change? No, joke apart. What do you think is going to change?
I'm not hoping that it's going to change. Personally, the way he started, I don't think it's going to change more. But the question is about something else. It's about what is, because you never know. They may be listening to this and thinking, okay, there are certain things Nigerians want me to do. And if I do this, I'll be a great president. You know, you never know.
Okay, let him start by giving up the election. Like somebody, Victor said, let us see the Beaver machine. Let us even start from the easiest one. Loco, leave me alone. If you don't like what I'm saying, that's fine. Yeah, let us start from there. I don't know why we try to, give these people pass. I don't care what Tinubu does or what he's going to do. I don't care. I don't hate him. I don't have anything against him. God knows. I've never even seen him. Just like he doesn't know me. I don't know him. I only hear about Tinubu. But let us do the right thing.
Okay, for him to go back and do the right thing.
All these things that is happening is something that have been there before. I wanted to ask electricity question earlier, earlier in the show when they were talking about student loan. I wanted to ask him what effect of the student loan, what is he going to do for Nigerians? Because I don't get it. I was even shocked when I woke up and I saw this student loan thing. I was like, is that the problem of Nigerians now? Why student loan? We can't even afford to eat 3 times a day, and we are talking about student loan. Even Americans here, they're still struggling to get their own in order. They're still struggling. All of a sudden, boom, student loan. So I'm trying to understand who gave him that idea?
I think it's because it's been around since 2016, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe that's why he just came in and just did all the things that were already on the plate.
Why did he not do that in Lagos State? Why did he not do that when he was the governor?
All these are our leaders now. Southern leaders, they are not very, very good.
He was the best governor in Nigeria then, that he did all these things.
No. People will say those things. As long as Makoko still exists in Lagos, nobody can convince me otherwise. Electricity, please, you wanted to say something. You had the question if he had for you too.
Actually, if he made very important, why did he not do the student loan while in Lagos, where they are generating revenue as claimed? The revenue could have been used to better the life of Lagosians, regardless of a tribe or whatever it is. That is a question people should have asked that. Okay, as a governor, you could as well do the same thing for either indigenous of Lagos or anyone that lives in Lagos for so amount of. So that's a question that only Mr. Tinubu can answer. However, my response to what do I expect? What's the question again?
The question was, yeah, what would Tinubu, one thing Tinubu will accomplish that will make you think, of all his faults, I'll forgive him, that he has done well as a president. One thing that he will do as a president.
For the record, I hold nothing against him, so the issue of forgiveness does not come into play.
Okay,
that's number one. Now, number two, my response is non-partisan, and I've said it over and over and over and over again. Any president, anybody that fixed the electricity issue in Nigeria is the person I consider as achievement.
The clue is in the name, I guess. I should have known that. You know what? I like that. You see, that is somebody that knows what they want precisely.
So,
he doesn't. He's dispassionate of individuals or
So
stuff.
let me go further. You see the issue of I am the only one that disagree that the subsidy should be removed. I completely disagree with it. Totally.
Nigeria will go bankrupt and we'll have a debt crisis on our hands.
Forefather, if they tell you how much that is stolen from that country every day, compared to the subsidy, Nigeria will never go bankrupt.
Yeah, but but based on the subsidies and the numbers, if he
The
remains,
removal of
we have money to pay
listen,
our
Father,
debts.
hold on 1 second. You asked me a question now. Listen, the removal of subsidy. Let's even say, okay, let me just, for the purpose of argument, say they remove the subsidy. Now you need to put it into equation. Most Nigerians depend on generator to get electricity, and because they are able to afford the petrol, even though it was still considered expensive then, they were still able to afford it. Now, the price has risen up. And from getting in touch with people back at home, everybody now measure how they run their generator, meaning that they cannot produce. Workers will be laid off because profit. So the solution for whatever palliative they said they want to give, all those are rubbish palliative. The only solution that will curb this removal of fuel subsidy is electricity, because people depend on that fuel to fuel their generator to give them electricity. So when there is this month, the fuel pump, the price of fuel pump here went up by 7%. I mean 7 cents. And people didn't feel it. You see, because we have that electricity that we can fall back on to do a lot of things. So it's your choice if you want to have a car, if it's necessary. So you don't really, it's only when you have a car you buy petrol. If you don't, what do you need to buy petrol for? To run your generator? You don't have generator here. So let's be realistic. It's not about, let's be fair. It's not about Tinubu. Forget about him. It's not about Tinubu, Buhari, Jonathan, Yaradua, every one of them. The only person I will give a pass mark, I still say it tomorrow, is that individual. Whether he's an Igbo man, whether he's an Efik man, whether he's a man that rose from the gutter and become president, or does not have identity, that can fix the electricity issue, forget it. Nothing will work. Nothing. Write it down anywhere. Take it to the market.
I get where you're coming from with that. This, and I think it was quite a good this in the way you connected, the power generation aspect of the petrol that is being bought, and now the price has gone up, and the way it was implemented was terrible, like everything else. And if that is how this, in short, I don't want to even comment about what they've done. I would think I will talk about that later. So, but I think your submission is, as you can see, a lot of people are nodding and all the rest. KJ hasn't said something for a while, and then after KJ, AY. KJ, please, what do you think about what you've heard so far? You're muted.
I stand with my sister Ify on this platform. I don't want to recognize the fact that there is someone we are addressing now as president, even though I'm trying not to be partial in any way, because I'm not a supporter of, I'm just a supporter of good governance. I have no dog in the race or in the fight. What will Tinubu do that will probably make us forget that he stole the election? Nothing. The only thing is, if he didn't steal election, let the judgment from the high courts or from the courts say so. Simple. If he says so, and it is proven that he actually won the election as they have stated, I will go all out to support him. By the way, he's a I'm not someone who likes his politics, but has been successful for himself, not for the people of his region, but for himself. Because what we see in his government is state capture. And he has captured the Southwest and has held them captive for a long time. So if his politics have been very good, I'm sure the Southwest will have been quite different. But I do not agree with someone, an individual, who will be the one to decide what happens to a region. It is evil. It is evil. And that is what, that's playing out sometimes. Because like someone was saying earlier on, that's BQB. Fashola, for me, is a very intelligent man, very intelligent. And I admire the way he ran Lagos, even though he did some things also that are not in place that I would probably disagree with. But he was quite effective in doing, putting Lagos in shape. I mean, in his administration. So I would have thought that he should be the one that he would have been, that would have been made the chief of staff. But again, I remember that Fashola may not be very good in crookism, you know. So we'll have to get people who are crookish in crookism to stand and see. They'll be able to see all the loopholes and, you know. But so I can now understand the choice of Bajabia Miller, who I think is, you know, more like Tinubu than the other guy. So that's my take. Even if he fixes the electricity today, I don't think it will change my mind. If you know, because again, that means that we'll wait for another 4 years before we start getting things correct. And if by the next 4 years, if I was in Shetima's shoes, and Tinubu is not going to run again, I cannot watch Obi take it over. Everything is going to be done again to make sure that Shetima continues to remain in power. And the questions that Nigerians have been asking this on this platform, nobody seems to be asking that question with me is, why was Mahmoud not also arrested and questioned? Why has the Senate not called him out? Why has this?
Is it not obvious? It's very obvious.
You say,
why would they arrest someone that declared him president?
You want an answer to that question?
So that he removes himself from office. Why would they arrest someone that made him a
finish your
president?
question. I apologize. I will answer that question, then you will speak. My apology.
To declare results. And this your staff in Adamawa State did the same thing. And people say he's a crook. So what's the difference between the two of them? I don't know that. Maybe somebody can enlighten me how that goes.
All right. To answer your question, the president, the power is vested on the president according to the constitution to appoint Mahmoud. Okay? So Mahmoud was appointed by Buhari. Okay. Now, the Senate cannot question Mahmoud because the Senate, they are in what I call structure of corruption, or the legislative arm, structure of corruption between them and the executive. You can, I said this earlier, have you heard any legislator come out to talk about the election? Whether PDP, APC, Labour, this, you've never heard any one of them come out. So they cannot do anything. Now, Sydney, is it Sydney? Yes, said something earlier, which I have said, and he reiterated it that listen, the president, either Tinubu will keep Mahmoud, I beg your pardon, or he will appoint someone. And I said, let's take a guess. Who is Tinubu going to appoint? MC Oluomo as the next INEC chairman. And you have nothing to do. There's nothing you can do about it. Okay, because it has the power.
Electricity.
The Senate,
electricity. Can I ask you a question,
let's
please?
allow AJ to
Very
contribute
important.
so that
No.
Once AJ contributes, then we can start going.
Just very
anyhow.
let's give AJ the floor.
AJ just
AJ, let's be fair.
Hopefully, I will still remember the question.
You write it down.
AJ,
write it down.
Thank you for your patience. And
don't let me come to your level again. Just write that question down now, or else I'll come down to your level.
Is it AJ or AY? Why is it AJ?
Sorry. I just got carried away. Sorry about that. It's AY. It's AY. Sorry about that.
Forefather, what is the question exactly?
The question was what will Tinubu accomplish in office? What is one thing Tinubu will accomplish in office that you will say, okay, he's done well as president, no matter all his sins or other failings?
Like which sin exactly? Can you be specific? Because I need to give you an answer.
Real and imagined sins. It doesn't matter. The point is that if you want to rate him as a president, what is one thing he would do that it will make you emphatically say, yes, he's done something that I'll say, yeah, it's an okay. It wasn't a waste of time.
Well, we all know the general problem we have in Nigeria.
No, seriously, after how many hours of waiting, and this is what happened?
Of course, electricity just measured the
Now,
one.
okay, okay, he's back.
Okay, I've restored the power back. Okay, it's gone
Okay,
again.
let me ask electricity my question real fast before he come back, right?
He's been perfectly waiting, and now he's not answering questions. Everything starts going.
It's back again. It's back again. It's back again. Okay, go ahead, anyway.
Yeah. So we all know the general problems we have in Nigeria. One of it, the electricity just measured it, which is our electricity. Well, hopefully it can give us electricity. To be clear, I'm not part of those that believe Peter Obi won the election. Here is my old belief. My theory of the election is the election. There was voter suppression in this election, ranging from collecting of what's it called, the voters card, and during the election, of course, probably if the election was completely free, I'm not saying the election was completely free and fair. We always have this issue in every election. If the election was completely free and fair, probably Peter Obi could have won. I don't know. But in my own calculation, I don't believe Peter Obi won the election. Peter Obi did excellently well. My prayer is, if Peter Obi won the election, I pray really win in court. This is my honest prayer. We might have all sentiment, emotions about this election. I can bring a friend here, Alex. I can bring my friend here before the election. I calculated to him. I told him, as this is what will happen in this election. It happens. After the election was calling me prophet, I was laughing. The truth is, we need to. The Nigeria system is just too complicated. But however, I see Tinubu as president now. After some months, if Peter Obi come in, I will give him support. He's my president. I don't care who is there. What I'm really interested in, let the country work for Nigeria, not for. We don't need Igbo president. We don't need Hausa president. We don't need Yoruba president. We need a Nigerian
president
that will really work for Nigeria. This is what we should be. Like since 1999, to be honest with you, the only person I give credit to as a real Nigeria president is Obasanjo. Obasanjo might have his own issues. I give credit to him because of the way he managed the country, bring everybody together, So that is what I did see during Buhari, right? But Tinubu, I don't know. Let's wait for his list. Let's wait for how he's going to run the country. But you must bring everybody together, bring the country together. We should stop discriminating against ourselves, pointing fingers against ourselves. Because if I'm saying, oh, you are discriminating against my tribe, I'm saying things about people's tribe that are not true, that are just imaginary. I'm as guilty as what they are doing. So we need to be careful. But let's wait for the tribunal. If Peter Obi actually bring the evidence he won this election, I sincerely pray, may God let him be our president. This is just my submission, but I don't believe Peter Obi won the election.
So yeah, so electricity will make you impressed. Okay, electricity is good. So for me, since Jerry wasn't here when the main question was asked, for me, the only thing that will fix for me that will impress me is security. If they don't fix the Nigerian security to a level where I believe that it's a paradigm shift, it's just a waste of time, and it will prove to be empirically a waste of time, because sooner or later there will be instability that will lead to everything going in shambles again. So that is that.
Let me come in with my question to electricity. When you ask electricity what would Tinubu do to make him accept Tinubu's administration, and he said that if Tinubu is able to fix that, whomever that fixes the electricity issue, that he will accept the person. And I ask, knowing the fact that electricity advocate for a right constitution, he advocates for legality. At the same time, if you have someone that came in or become the president through the illegal means, so are you now telling us that if the person is able to fix electricity, that you will accept illegality, regardless of, however the person comes in? Now, that is the question to electricity. So whomever that comes in,
you want me to answer it?
No, you answer. Let me finish with AY, then you can answer, and then AY will answer his own. AY, you say that you don't believe that P2B won the election. Good and fine. I believe that P2B won the election. But my question to you now is, do you trust the judiciary, the Nigerian judiciary? Do you trust it as it is today? Do you have a strong trust that they will be able to do the right thing?
Yeah.
It's a question.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes or no? Yeah, yes or no answer, because I have other things to say and I will close. Yes or no answer? Do you trust the judiciary?
Chill. It's a question. Let me answer.
Yeah.
With what is going on, to be honest, I really have serious doubt about the judiciary. The whole thing, I'm just scared. Okay, look at what happened with is it Bulkachuwa? What's his name? This confession on the floor of the Senate. Like this kind of stuff, even if you believe, like it's just a mess.
Now I understand what you're going. So in essence, you have your doubt about the judiciary, right? So if you have your doubt about the judiciary, how then will you be able to find out if P2B won the election or not?
Or you can never say I don't have 100% confidence in the judiciary.
Okay.
But to be honest, like you never know. There is nothing God cannot do. Just still believe. There is no, where are we gonna go? Where is P2B gonna go?
So you are trusting in miracle now. Then you are trusting in miracle, not the audio thing that you and I know.
He doesn't have 100% support in the judiciary. It's something that is clear for you to understand.
P2B has passed through the judiciary before, and he became the governor. Not only him, a lot of governors in Nigeria. Nothing God cannot do. But do I have 100% trust in the judiciary? No.
Okay. So there is no way you will find out if P2B actually won the election. So your conclusion that P2B did not win the election is null and void.
True. You're just making a wrong analogy. He just said he doesn't have 100% trust in the judiciary. It doesn't necessarily mean the judiciary cannot pass.
We are saying the same thing now. His first comment was that he did not believe that P2B won the election. That was his first comment.
Well, that's his own analogy, but he also said he was going to accept it.
Won the election. I'm very emphatic about it. I'm telling you my own. Listen,
that's his own opinion.
If I sit down with you and I say analyze to me, tell me how P2B won. I don't think you'll be able to give me the number.
No, I will give you the results from Plateau State. I will give you the results from Lagos State. I will give you the results from Ebonyi State. I will give you the results from Borno, Nasarawa. I will give you the results from Benue, just as they are giving it in the court right now. I will give you the results for you to go through and see what is in there.
May I answer the question? Can I ask?
I think Victory had his hand up. Let him just say something.
Can I ask me a question? So, if I may answer that question.
You can answer the question. Let Victory, because he had his hand up.
Okay, Victory, go ahead.
Like AY, like I've seen many people like you, your narrative, what you try to push, you're trying to push out there, and that's your opinion. I do respect that. The part what gets me really frustrated, I don't even know what is wrong with Nigerians. You contested an election. The thing is in the goddamn beavers. Okay, AY is in the beavers. Bring the beavers. Let's print out the results. I will compare it with what the polling agent got from the polling unit. This whole thing could be over in 1 week. So I don't understand. Sometimes the way we think, it really gets me really frustrated.
See, I need to answer that question. Look, the beavers. Yeah. One of the flaws of the election is not transmitting the presidential results. I really blame the INEC chairman on that. Again, our system is just sick. I blame look, if that result has passed through beavers and they announced Tinubu as winner, people will have less doubt. So if that was actually a plan between APC and INEC, that's a different story. If it was actually what's it called? They call it a faulty process, which I also have doubt if it was a faulty process. It looks like something that, because I expect the INEC chairman to actually come out and explain to Nigeria, look at what happened, be very transparent about it, then let us determine if we're going to accept what you are saying.
Let me now say this to you now quickly, just another quick submission. That's why I said to you, normally the beavers, how that beaver should work is like, if you cast a vote for, say, 100 for Labour Party, the number should be recorded, Labour Party 100, APC 20, this and that 20. But the beavers just gives you a total breakdown of what the number of people that voted in that polling unit. It does not specify, it does not narrow it down by party to party. That is one. But having said that, that's not a problem. If you bring out the beavers, I will print out the result on the beavers. If we compare that with the polling agent result, right? That gives you, that's the original result, because if the beavers is saying that people that voted in this polling unit is 500, and the result that the agent have is showing 500, that's the real result. And you just do the tabulation. It's 1 + 1 + 1 is 2. So this is the point that gets me really frustrated, that when I see people come here to say that, I don't think that.
But isn't that what I think that's what they are trying to do. It's just that you have to do it before the judges.
AY, was the election free and fair?
Let's allow electricity to answer.
Was the election free and fair?
Let's allow electricity to say something, please.
What you believe is
AY, hold on. Don't answer him. Can you stop it now? You are come on now. Electricity, please. Go ahead. You are trolling now.
No, people come here to spin some narrative that will never work here.
You push certain narratives, so I'm going to flip something around now.
No. I just simply asked him a question. Was the election free and fair? I don't see anything wrong with that question.
I know.
So I don't know why you guys are afraid of that question. Was it free and fair? It's a simple question.
It's hard to have a free and fair election.
AY, please don't answer.
So it was not free and fair.
Just keep asking you one question after the other.
Okay.
Electricity,
and Tinubu
please.
won, right?
Electricity, please go. Please go, electricity. Electricity, have your say, please.
To answer your question you asked, in the context of the question forefather asked, I provided an answer in that regard. I don't support criminality. I don't support fraud. The matter is in court. Whether we trust the judiciary or we don't trust the judiciary, it has to go to court. Okay? What I am telling you now, and I stand on it, even though the federal government has no hand in issue of electricity again, because it's been passed to the state government and private investors. So, if, for example, in Delta State, Okowa, for example, now fix the electricity, and it has to do with a Delta State election this thing, I will vote. I will accept that and say, because Okowa is not different from Tinubu, whether you like it, whether you agree with me or not.
Okowa is not the governor of Delta any longer.
Come again?
Okowa,
yeah, I know. I beg your pardon. Well, the new governor, we can't really say anything about him because he just started. I'm just using Okowa as an example. Now, I want to flip something around, which will generate a lot of maybe it. Do you agree with me that you have something that you can offer me?
In what aspect?
In any aspect. There's something you have that I don't have. There's something I have that you don't have that we can exchange. It could be knowledge. It could be anything. Do you agree on that?
I don't know you. I don't know your capability. Okay. I don't know what you have.
Yeah, look, on this platform, we share opinions, we share views. Yes. Okay, so I give my views, you give your views, and we share things. We share things.
Yeah,
knowledge. So let's use knowledge. So
Yes.
there's a knowledge you possess that I don't possess.
Exactly.
And there's a knowledge I possess that you may not possess. So we share it,
Obviously.
isn't it? Am I correct?
You're correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
Now, your
frustrates
narrative
some people.
that I want to push back is you have this narrative that the Igbos are somehow targeted. So the question I ask is, what do they have? What do they possess that you now think that they are being targeted? Could you explain that? Because I'm a bit confused right now.
Okay.
That was
So
why
the
I
question-
used you and I as an example. So what do they possess? What do they have? I'm a fisherman. You are able to create. You are creative in other things. So we need each other. I will go and fish. You will come and buy fish from me. I will come to you and buy one of. So what do the Igbos have that you think they are special?
Okay,
or
let me-
special than every other person?
Let me help you on this. The question should have been, what is the offense of the Igbos that are being targeted? What have they done to be targeted?
No. Listen, you don't put question into my mouth. I asked you a question. Okay, just the same way you say you don't like
Now,
the
if
way
I,
I said
now,
level.
if I must, if I
answer
must,
the question I asked
if I
you.
must answer it the way you put it, my question would be, why are we being targeted? I don't know
But
those things that we
I'm
have.
asking you a question. Nobody is targeting any Igbo person.
Now, and I asked you a question. I asked you questions now, and you could not answer any of it. The number one question that I asked here on this platform. Hold on now. The number one question that I asked on this platform was, why is it that, remember, I did not say that Igbos were being targeted on this very one now. But since you come up with this, let me rephrase that question and put it the way, in short, let me just put it the way I asked it. Why is it that in the South, I did not say Southeast, neither did I say Igbos. I said, why is it that when you process your passport in the South, your NIN will be attached to your passport, the NIN number, right? The number will be written on your passport. Let me put it literally so that everyone will understand it. But when you process the same passport, the same day in the North, state like Katsina, Borno, Adamawa, your NIN number will not be displayed on your passport. That was the question I asked. Hold on. Yeah, let me complete. And the second question that I asked was, why is it that when you want to process your passport in the South, I did not say Southeast, neither did I say in the Igbo land. I said, why is it that when you process your passport in the South, the official price on the NIS number, Nigerian Immigration Service website, is 25,000 naira. But when you process the same passport, the same day, the same time, in states like Adamawa, Borno, and Katsina, all those northern states, it is 15,000 naira. Why the discrepancy? That was the question that I asked. So I don't know why you're coming with the issue of, with the claim that I'm insinuating that the Igbos are being targeted.
No. I'm not
if you want to go on to that end, I will tell you why Igbos are being targeted.
No. Can I, with due respect, I'm stating a fact. It's narrative you have pushed on this platform. We can go back to the video.
Igbos are being
let me
targeted.
answer your question.
That is why if you want us to go on that lane now,
Let
and
me answer
I will
your
give
question
you
because I'm going to do pushback where you are concerned. Because
I will give you instances why Igbos are being targeted.
I try
no,
to do that.
if you want to go on that lane now, it's a different thing, not something that we discuss here today on this platform.
I'm going to start muting people.
If you want,
see, Kene, you can't just ask questions.
Let me answer your question.
They are after us.
You can't just stop doing this.
You hold on. I have to have my say. I have to have my say because you've been having your say. You can't just ask a question.
You are targeting me. I was asked a question. I have the right.
Why would you say forefather is targeting you?
Everybody's targeting me.
He keep putting
me. I will mute you because you won't stop. You won't stop.
No, forefather,
I will mute you because you don't stop. And I will take you backstage if you don't stop. You have to allow people to talk.
Take me backstage, my dear.
See, you can't keep asking questions.
You keep putting me on the time. How dare you? Can't I talk?
You keep muting me. But you have already had your say. I want to have my say.
You are targeting me.
I want to
it.
have my say. Electricity,
You
hold on.
bastard, and so
Hold
what?
on. I'm trying to get him to understand that you can have your say. Some other person can have their say. It's turn by turn. You can't just keep talking continuously. And my point is that you can't ask a question and just say, oh, there's a sinister motive behind it. There could be an innocent reason behind it, but you just go and look for any innocuous excuse in Nigeria that says, oh, there's a discrepancy. For you know, that discrepancy is in favor of the South. Maybe they are saying they are prioritizing the South first in terms of the NIA rollout.
No,
but you don't know that. You just insinuate, oh my God.
They are prioritizing the South in terms of charging them higher amounts.
The truth is,
you don't know why. Like in the South now, in the South.
Let them tell us why. My question is that I want to know why.
In the South,
Did you remember my question? I want to know why. I want to know why. And no answer is coming from you either.
Come here to come and ask a question.
I want to know why. That was the question I asked. Why the discrepancy? Why? That was my question.
Because
I want to know why.
Research it yourself. Why didn't you research it? You came here to insinuate.
I've researched and I could not find the answer. So we are on this public platform and I'm asking why. For you to help me if you know the answer.
I'll find out whether that is true. I'll go and find out what that is. Let me do the hard work and find out.
A due diligent citizen will go to the necessary authority to ask that question.
I went to immigration here. I asked here. I asked they could not give me the answer. Do you think I'm afraid of that question? Do you think I'm scared of asking questions? I'm not scared of anybody asking. I went to immigration and I asked the question and they could not provide the answer.
Then you go to your legislators, go to your constituency and complain.
So why are you condemning my quest? Why are you condemning my quest for answers then?
With due respect,
why are you condemning my quest for answers? I'm seeking for answers.
You are acting like it's a sinister against the South. And remember,
stop that. I'm not your child, man. Ask the question. I have to answer it.
See, I don't know why you're getting upset. You're talking about other people.
You keep muting me all the time.
Because you refuse to listen when I say hold on.
It is not true.
Forefather, hold on. Kenneth, this is an official issue. If you don't retract that comment that Forefathers is targeting you, I am going to complain to Rudolph because you made the same statement. Listen, Kenneth. We have to be responsible in our comment. We make mistakes. I can agree. You made the same comment in respect to what? To the Speaker of the House in Lagos State. Rudolph has to take you off screen. Nobody is targeting you.
And so am I the only one that has been taken off the screen?
Excuse me.
Am I the only one that has been taken off the screen?
Forefather is targeting you.
Please,
don't do that.
My friend, don't twist things here, man. We are all here. We're having a conversation. If you want to twist it, twist it. Do you think I'm scared of anything here?
No,
we're having a conversation and you want to twist it.
To wait. That's the issue. I simply ask you to wait. Didn't say you should not say what you want to say. I just say wait, but you refuse.
Whenever they ask me a question, I will not even speak up to 5 seconds. He will mute me. I have to keep muting myself. And you are not telling me not to speak up.
Kenny, you don't hear yourself. You do to and fro. They answer your question, you ask more. They ask you go to and fro, and when they ask you to wait, you get upset.
Electricity, replay this talk now, and you see why I made that statement.
1 minute.
Okay, please.
I cannot talk.
You keep interjecting people. You talk without stopping. Everybody knows that. So we can play the videos all over and all over again. We will see the same thing. With due respect.
It's not true.
Honestly,
it's not true. Replay it.
2 months ago, I wanted to renew my passport. They say I need to have an NIN. I said, why? They said, oh, it's recent. Like they just started it. I went to get my NIN. But I can't confirm what can I say. But one thing I know, we need to be careful. The truth is, we cannot agree on the same thing. If he supported, obviously she's obedient, which is fine. She respectfully say, I don't believe in this president. You can't hold her responsible. Kenneth, you are saying the same thing, but you are too pushy, aggressive about it. You can stand with what you believe in it. It doesn't mean, if me and Ify are friends, for example, we are not friends again, right? It doesn't mean if we are married, we're going to break up because people need to be different. Nobody. And the other thing, the way you come out, Kenneth, to be honest with you, I know you're a very good guy. You come out, I know the last time I attacked you, you say, yeah, you are pro-Biafra. There is no issue with it. I don't have issue.
please, let's tune the tune. Let's take it down so we not appear as tribal bigot, stuff like that. You know, let's respect each other. This is what I just believe. Let people speak up. Even if we are complete, speak up. We don't. I'm not gonna please you to say, "Oh yeah, this I believe what you believe," except I'm being deceitful and evil. That's just my own.
Forefathers, can I respond before I get accused of interjecting? Can I respond to AY? We're having a conversation here. I did not make mention that Igbos were being targeted. I did not say that Southeast were being targeted. Neither did I say that I was being targeted. I just asked a question. Why is the South? Why is the discrepancy between what is obtainable in the South and what is obtainable in the North? Emphasis on NIN appearing on the passport and the price of the passport. Electricity went ahead and said, ask me a question. Why do I always have that notion that Igbos were being targeted? I don't know where it's coming with that. We are all here listening to everybody. Did I say that Igbos were being targeted? So why is he coming with that twisted question? And when I tried to answer him, I got muted. They kept muting me. So I can't explain myself. I can't say what just happened here.
We had the conversation
earlier. And then AY Unite came and said that I'm being too aggressive and pushy aggressive guy. I'm in my house here. If they want to fix Nigeria, let them fix it. If they don't want to fix it, let them forget it. I cannot carry the problem of Nigeria on my head here. It's not possible. So, but when we want to say something, let's be frank with each other. Let's say the truth. Let's say what happened here.
Can I add something to what you said? I can guess maybe why there's a bit of discrepancy. I said it earlier on that normally when they are rolling out these things, they roll it out state by state, region by region like that. And maybe the new passport, because of the new NI number that is popping up there, means that the price has gone up a little bit. And the one in the north, it hasn't gotten there. Hence, the price remains the old price. Because when I check on the website right now, the website, Nigerian passport website, is showing that the 32-page passport is 15,000 naira, and the 64-page one is 20,000 naira. So that is the price on the Nigerian immigration portal website.
Forefathers, you are wrong on this. Before the NIN, before the policy, the NIN policy, it has been like that. I'm telling you what I know, what I've been doing all the time. I know this area. When it comes to this immigration thing, leave it for me. I know it. So
I will dig deeper to find whether there is any serious.
Forefathers, just go to NIN website, pretend as if you want to have a new passport, put Anambra, for example. Put the city where you want to get it, let's say Oka, right? 32 page, put 32 page or 32 pages, you will see 25,000. Now go back to where you put the Anambra, remove Anambra, put Adamawa, for example, put Yola, the city where you want the process to, the passport to be processed. Choose the same 32 pages. You will see 15,000 naira, right? That is, it has been like this before the NIN.
Oh God, who has removed him now? Before Kenneth said that's a conspiracy now.
No, I'm here. So it has been like that.
It's network.
So it has nothing to do with NIN. And my question, I want to know why the discrepancy. I'm not saying that we are being targeted or we are not being targeted.
Kenneth, what is actually funny is, even if you go to these offices, like Lagos or other, they will not even collect that money. They will demand for more money. This is the frustration.
I'm talking about the official prices. I'm not talking about the money you give to
why the thing is
agents.
Rubbish to me. Even come on N9N and went to collect. I paid $55 online. I got there. They said, you have to pay another $15.
AY, in 2007, I went to Port Harcourt to get my passport, right? The day I got there, others were paying 23,000 naira. That is 2007. 23,000 naira. I personally went online. I paid 7,500, the official price. I printed. In short, I keep the instruction on one side, and I followed the instruction. As I was following the instruction, I was ticking them. I fulfilled everything. Went to local government in River State for the local government chairman to sign the attestation for me. He said I was going to pay, he said I was going to pay 500 naira for that. I said, go ahead and sign it. He signed it. I took my papers, headed to the door. He said, where is 500? I said, which 500? It's free. I'm not giving you penny. He said I was going to call police. I said, go ahead. I told the Okada guy, start your Okada, let's go. Clean it up. I entered Okada and I left. I went to the immigration, submitted my documents in the file. I followed the instructions. This is the way I live my life. I don't go cut corners. I submitted. The immigration guy went through it, flipped the pages. He was like, oh, you paid online. I said, yes. Oh, your payment is not valid because you have to use these banks. I said, no, in your instruction, he says you can use any bank that has interswish. So I use GTB, and GTB has interswish. So you can't tell me that my payment was invalid. Is one other guy that appears to be his boss from the other corner said, don't waste your time with him. He just wasted his money. You have to pay again. I say, hey, listen, I'm not that kind of people you bully. I've made my payment and I'm here to submit my file. Another person from the office said, oh, give me the file. They gave him the file. He went through it. He was like, but we run on a generator here. We have to buy fuel and all that. I said, that is not my business. Government is taking care of that. I have no business with that. I shouldn't be the one to pay for your fuel.
Nigeria?
Right? So they now collected it. They said, well, I have to go, that whenever he's ready, they will call me. But if I want it
they
now,
will keep it. Yeah.
Listen, they said, if I want it now, then I have to do what others are doing. I said, I only have 14 days to have my passport, according to the instruction. If I come here after 14 days, I don't have my passport, I'm going to create a scene here. I'm not in a hurry, but I have 14 days. I left them. After 14 days, I came, my passport was ready. So others paid 23,000. I paid 7,500. You see? So if you go to Lagos, you can get your passport with 100,000 naira in Lagos. That is your problem. I can go to Anambra and have my own with 25,000. I go to Adamawa and have it with 15,000. I pay the processing fee or the address verification fee of 2,000. I have my passport.
Okay, I think I have some information about this, so that maybe we can put this to rest. So I think this comes down to exactly the kind of explanation I tried to give earlier on regarding the rollout and the technology behind the passports. Let's see. It says it's a product of the latest technology in passport issuance. It has been improved. It has improved security features, a polycarbonate data page, and comes in 3 categories of 32-page 5-year validity for 25,000, 64-page 5-year for 35,000, and 64-page 10-year validity. So that is where the price discrepancy is coming from. The one that the other the northerners are using, it's not gotten to them this latest technology that they are using for the passports. And you notice that most southerners are the ones in the diaspora. Probably that's why they start from them first, or maybe because there's more technology and development in the south. Maybe. And I don't understand why whenever we ask these questions, I think it's a valid question, to be fair. It's a valid question.
Yeah, the passport comes from, they process the passport from Abuja, not from state. State will only collect. So if there is a technology coming from the federal, coming from Abuja, it should be applicable to everybody, not just select states. And to even make it obvious, those states from the south are more affected by it, and those from the north are not enjoying it. If it is something nice, can you make it go round for everybody? Right? At the same time, because it's coming from the same system, one central processing unit.
It's going to go round. The idea is that this is the latest one. I said it, let me see. It says the latest. Look at the word here. Maybe you missed that. That's what I keep trying to highlight to you. When latest technologies arrive, you tend to see this type of changes occur. Let me zoom in again. You see that? The latest technology, that's what is causing it. Latest technology. So if they are issuing the latest technology to the southern part of the country are you going to say it's a bad thing or a good thing? I don't know. Maybe there's a judgment there, but that is what is happening, and maybe that could explain it. And this is why sometimes when we are doing these things, I was able to find this information in how many minutes when we have been talking here. You could have found that information yourself.
If I'm from the north, I will say that I'm being cheated. I should enjoy the technology. You shouldn't be just giving it to people in the south.
Can I come in, please?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. In respect to passport pricing has to be uniform. There has to be uniformity in passport pricing. So if there is any discrepancies, or certain people feels that they are being targeted or discriminated in that regard, it should be taken up with the relevant authority. In respect to having NI number on passports, now I speak for myself in this regard, and I'll do a pushback as long as it takes. I have displayed my passport page on the screen here, which I did last year, December. Okay, there is no NI number on it. 2, I had people that I paid their passport for in Nigeria, 2 people. Last year, there was no NI number displayed on their passport.
Sorry, is there anybody that can confirm it here? Is there
Okay,
come again.
I'm here. AY.
May I finish? You see, this is what we keep saying. Can you keep interjecting? May I finish?
Somebody's go to website right now.
Okay. May I finish?
AY spoke before I did, so I don't know why you didn't.
Okay.
So I didn't know why didn't you say
I am going to
AY that
you and I
interjected?
I am going to be calling your name. If you don't like it, that's your prerogative.
You are free to call me names. You should have called AY
no, I
first.
said I will be calling your name. I didn't say names.
Okay,
your
go
name,
ahead.
Kenneth.
That's fine, but I should be calling you them too.
That is your prerogative. So in the case of, I don't know, I'm both from, I don't like, I mean, I think Mr. Loco has asked me where I came from, and I oblige, I don't like talking about it, but I don't feel targeted in any way or feel I'm being discriminated because there is no NI number on my passport. There is no NI number on the passport of people who I paid money for or who I asked to do their part. There is no NI number. So where that theory is coming from, there needs to be invested. This is the first time I am hearing it.
Okay, can I say something?
Until such time that someone can confirm to me that this is a new practice that is being rolled out officially, then we can. But until such time, I don't agree with that. I yield the floor. Thank you.
Can I say something then? I need to.
Victory, please. Victory had his hand off, then Ify, then Loco.
Yeah.
No, I posted it on the private chat. Like I was doing the application because some of these things you need to. I normally do fact checking because to make sure that people are talking nonsense. So if you look at the private chat, I've actually I did the screenshot of the price of the passport in Abia State and I think it's Ichigora State. So in Abia State is 25,000, Ichigora is 17,000 naira. So that, like Electricity was saying, the price should be uniform, irrespective of that you're rolling out a new technology. It's a national thing, so that price should be uniform. So what the Kenya is saying, that is fact, that is correct. And in respect of the NIN number, in London here, if you renew your passport, you need to get an NI. What am I saying? NIN. NIN number. Yeah, because I tried to renew it last year. I remember it was in November. Now I just checked the picture that I took on my phone of the when I got the shit. So because I was trying to renew my passport, so they said part of the requirement that you need to get your name. Well, the short name is name actually. So I actually went and I have to pay. I think I paid like £40 or £45 somewhere in Grace for me to get the name. And but without that, I didn't even renew my passport anymore. But I don't know when they brought that into enforcement. But here in London, if you want to renew your passport, you must get your name. Otherwise, you cannot renew your passport. So on that aspect as well, Kenya is kind of right. Because
even in America.
Well, okay, yeah. So that's the thing. Because like I said, I like doing fact checking. So regarding
most of the document you submitted is not showing anything. It's just
No, look at the bottom. Look at the bottom.
It says no access. No. I mean, you can't access it. You use your Google account or something.
Victory. Okay, let me.
You can't see anything.
5 seconds. 5 seconds. Victory, right?
And hold on. Let me add something quickly. I think what you are saying, Victory, is not entirely accurate. If you are in the UK, you know that the personal independence payment, or there are other kinds of things that they do in the UK where they roll it out in different areas first. They don't roll it out all nationally, all at the same time.
No, passport,
you know that.
I'm talking about passport. The price that you pay for your passport is uniform.
To be uniform.
It's not about.
To be fair, because their system is very advanced, you can also see why they will roll it out because they switch it and then it's just the same price for the entire country. But in the case of Nigeria, you can also see that they are rolling it out because look at it. Let me give you an example. In the context of Nigeria, if they are rolling stuff out, given the way we are, do you think they will just burn all the old passports and just bring the new one immediately? Nigerians will not do that. They want to use up the old ones and bring the new ones in.
That's what I'm saying to you, that you see that you're not still getting the point. That's why here in the UK, that's why I always tell people that don't mess with these white people. Their level of thinking, they think well ahead, right? If I'm paying, if I have to pay for a passport 25,000 naira in Abia State or somewhere in the south, and somebody's paying 17,000 naira in the north, whether there's a new technology, don't you see that that's discrimination? You cannot do that.
Yeah, but that happens already in the UK. I don't know why you are acting as if it doesn't happen.
I'm talking about passport, forefather. Passport.
Yeah, you are picking one thing, but why is it that they are able to do it with other things too? They discriminate with other. I just told you about personal independence payment that is different for different areas and different for different ages and different. They change. They because they are rolling it out. They roll out from some like mostly in the southeast. They roll out most things from the southeast, then roll it towards the north. Yes. In the UK, that's what they do. You know that too. Yes. So that's why you have the term rollout. They have the term rollout for a reason. So in the context of Nigeria, the reason why they do it in the UK is because the systems are so complicated to them that they have to do that rollout sequence. But to them, passport is not that complicated. So to them, they can just roll out new passport overnight, and that is the end of it. But in the context of Nigeria, it might be different.
5 seconds. Let me clarify what.
Because it's clear, the guy was telling you that the technology is the issue.
Hold on.
The passports are different passports.
Right? Let's get this fact very straight. What a Victory checked or double checked on the website is actually 15,000 with 2,000 naira address verification fee. That makes it 17,000, right? So, but when it comes to the NIN, right? Whether you process your passport from the north or from the south, you must provide NIN. This started, I think, August or September of last year. You must provide that NIN card, right? Or number. But the problem is when the passport comes out, when the passport is processed, those from the south, they will have their NIN, they will even write NIN and then the number on that passport. But those from the north, it will not appear. So that is that was the question that I was asking. Why is this so? Because both places you must provide the NIN, but when the passport comes, for those from the north, the number will not appear, but those from the south, the number will appear. This started last year, August or September.
If you go
about the pricing, it has been like that. The discrepancy in the price has been like that long before NIN.
Yeah, but
question.
Sorry, if you go ahead, please.
Loco, I don't mean to interrupt you. Just 1 second.
After you, then Loco go.
Okay, go ahead, Loco. Loco, go ahead.
See, first thing first, I don't know. Okay, like at least IT wise, let me not say I know much about IT, but the knowledge I have when it comes to IT, right? If you are editing a server, you want to make a menu on the server, you don't break it into two parts to say, okay, this part will display this part and this other part will display this part. You only have one API and that's it. You understand? If you're operating from the back end, you want to edit anything, whatever you edit and save applies to everybody. You understand? The issue of say you're having different prices and this and that, I don't understand. And I think somebody was saying if you go to NIN website to go and apply for passport, is that really possible? How can you go to NIN website to apply for passport instead of the Nigerian Immigration Service to apply for
No,
passport?
NIS, Nigerian Immigration Services.
Okay, maybe need. Okay, NIS passport. So, because I was trying to do that right now, I was even trying to let forefathers know, tell him that if you try to apply, if you open the website, you ask if you apply as fresh or apply as existing user, maybe request or replace or whatever. And I tried to do that, and it wasn't opening. You understand? If you open the website to say you try to apply, you will see the Nigerian Immigration Service website, passport, immigration, whatever, ND application. You understand? And if you check apply for fresh passport, then renew or reuse passport. If you go there and you try to fill in the form, you are not getting all the drop down bars are not coming up. I don't know if anybody's experienced the same thing, because I wanted to do that to see if yes, what Ekene is saying was true or not.
Local, if you want to do it as if you are applying for the passport from Nigeria, not outside Nigeria. You have two options: apply within Nigeria or outside Nigeria. Choose within Nigeria.
Like you said, it's okay. I'll go back and go back to the page and see that, but I didn't think it didn't give me that also to go. Okay, fine, I'll do that. But for another what's it called fact that EFCC gave, he said he applied for his passport just December here, 6-7 months ago, right? And he could not find anywhere they wrote NIN in his own. So having also a peri passport process where you have 2 pages, 2 data page instead of 1 data page, you are having 2 data page that will print out a passport with your NIN number displaying, and another data page which will also print your passport without your NIN displaying. That's, for me, it's a mirage. I've never seen that. I don't think it's possible. Just I don't think it's possible, because like EFCC is here confidently displaying his passport that he could not find where they wrote NIN, and he did his own. His passport is just 6 months old. And if there's anybody here, even on the maybe on the chat session, who can edit his passport and blur his name or whatever, and just pinpoint where they can display the NIN displaying, or if you are okay, so you can say it doesn't have one. That
no,
you have seen one.
I have a lot. I can blur it and share.
See, not a lot that somebody give you. Your own, is it your own passport?
Local. Let's okay. I will even push. I will push something new again. I will push something new for us to deal with it here right now. I have a passport. I have a passport that has, it's different from, the initial passport. The color is like a light pink, right? The data page color, right? Like light pink or something. But the new one, the color is light green, very light green, right? So my passport, my current passport now has that light green color without NIN, right?
You're saying this is 2 different passports now.
No, hold on, Local. And then for those that did their own after September, those that applied, their own has NIN.
Let me just show you something. You see, this is the UK we are talking about here. Yeah. You see this term that I highlighted, gradually roll out from 1998. So they too when they want to switch something, you still see that sometimes you may still have access to the old one, or they may decide that they restrict the old one, then you have access to the new one, but they transition. They don't just make one illegal and transfer to the new one.
If you go down to the third paragraph, it said, it said first new passport will be, the third paragraph. First new passport will be issued and delivered. Right. So it is for the new people.
Full introduction will be phased in from mid. You see that?
Yeah.
You see the difference? It's a step change there. So this is something that happens everywhere. And when I was saying it earlier on, it's not everything that, okay, I think the point is made from that point of, I don't have to.
But for pricing, no. But for pricing, no. There's not going to be like.
Let's say you are going for the old one, they'll give you the old one's price. They're not going to give you price for the new one.
No, you see, why would you bring old one if you see you are using the old one? Passport is one. They don't have two passports. You can't be having two different type of passports.
Yeah, I
Passport is
agree.
one.
It depends. It depends. If they decide to outlaw the old seat,
Forefathers,
you don't
I want us to understand something, right? I went to immigration service office here in US, and I didn't ask the junior officers. The Oga Pata happens to be Hausa man. I asked him this question before every other applicant in that hall. I asked him that question. Can he explain it? He could not answer it. He said that even himself, he does not know why the discrepancy is in the price and also in the NIN number. He could not answer it. I'm not making things up to push a narrative.
To be honest, I think we just have to be positive.
The name. I just looked at my brother's passport that he sent me last year. My brother, the name is there. Is in that passport. The name is my brother's passport. Yeah, that's a fact. Yeah, that's a fact.
Yeah, but if it is there, what is that a sinister plot? This is the thing. You ask this question and say, and look at how long we dwelt on this problem as if it's a sinister plot. It's not a sinister plot.
But I'm only replying to Loco P. Loco P said that.
And see, I have to be careful about. See, my concern is that can they find something and just ask these questions as if it's some kind of sinister plot? There are bigger things going on in the country.
That is what you are assuming. That is what you are assuming. I always ask questions when I don't have answer for something. I ask questions, but you assume something differently.
You just didn't bother to find the answers. You just ran around. You know, this has something to do with rollout and technology. There is still like it's some kind of sinister plot.
And yet you've not provided the answer. I have not seen the answer
already.
No.
You cannot, if you don't
the price, and I'm telling you, the pricing has been.
Is the same thing. I just told you. If you are ordering the old passport, you will pay the old passport price, and if you are ordering
it is not so. Before the introduction of NIN in 2020, before in short 2007, 2008, 2010, there has been discrepancy in the pricing.
He will not stop until when they meet him. See, my point is that if a northerner orders for a new passport and they get the old passport, then they will be charged the old passport price. If a southerner orders for a new passport and they get a new passport, they'll be charged a new passport. The question you should be asking is why did they not just abolish the old passport in one go?
Exactly.
That's the question you should be asking.
Okay, let me answer you now. You asked a question, but you will not let me to answer you. I have the new passport and I don't have NIN.
The question you should be asking is that why didn't they abolish both the old passport in one go? That's the
passport and old passport. I said I just went to the website. You're not listening to what I'm saying to you. I went to the website. I selected Abia State. It was coming at 25,000 naira. I changed it to Kano. It was still say 25,000 naira. I choose another state. Then when I choose Jigawa, it now went to 70,000 naira. It's the same passport. There's nothing like new or old. You don't understand what I'm saying.
How do you know they are not different? How do you know?
I just changed the states. That's what I just told you. I didn't.
No, hold
on. Please, let me just address this point because there is truth there. If you change to one state in the north and that state shows 17,000, maybe they are still issuing the old passport there. That's why.
No, forefather, can I talk? Sorry.
I'm not any part of the application.
They just told you. Let me show you. You want me to show you the page again? He
Please
talked about
let's
out there.
You listen to now, forefather. Listen.
I'm answering this question.
I've always known this to be different because, for instance, I did for my mom in Kogi State. The Kogi State price is lower than Lagos State price. Do you understand? So my theory then was that it's based on demand. That is based on demand and supply. So that is my own assumption. So it has always been like that. Yeah,
I don't know why we are allergic to the truth. You are seeing the information, they are giving you the information, and you are just rejecting it because you just want to believe that there's a sinister plot. That is information right there on the screen.
Plot. I don't think it's a sinister plot. Yeah.
It's not.
It's not a sinister plot. The prices have always been different, and I believe it's because of maybe bigger state and smaller states. Yeah, that is the way it has always been. Yeah.
The information is there. If you are getting the new passport at cheaper prices, that is a fair point to raise.
There is not a new passport thing. The price is not based on new passport. Listen to that.
But that's what he said here. Is he lying? Kene, is it lying? You are looking at it there.
No,
Am I the one that,
it's not
that said that?
accurate. And I'm telling you, forefathers, what I just told you is that I have the new passport and it has no NIN. And I know somebody else that has
No,
the
you
new
moved
passport.
and I'm talking about the
No,
price difference. I'm
no,
not talking about
hold on.
NIN.
Right, hold on, now, forefathers. We are not
See, I'm
fighting.
going to move on from this
let's
topic.
move
You
on.
asked me a question. Can I answer you?
Clearly, some people are incapable of
Yeah.
understanding simple.
No, you are not. You are the one not
question,
understanding this.
with
You are
him.
not understanding it, forefathers. Right? I have the new passport. It does not come with the NIN. Though I processed my own here, so I wouldn't talk more on the price difference, right? But I have people in Nigeria that did the new passport with NIN in the East. The official price was 25,000, and I have another person from the North that did the new passport without NIN, and the price was 15,000. I have somebody.
Have you heard the word rollout? I've used this word several times, and it still can't get into your head. What is it with you?
You are the one not understanding it. I know the word rollout, and you are not understanding it. And I'm telling you that before NIN, before we started getting anything that had to do with NIN, the price difference has been like that. It has been like that.
I think, Kene, you are frozen in place.
The price difference has been.
Even the UK does roll out, and you refuse to believe. Kene, let's leave it and let's move on to a different topic.
To me, it's not important, to be honest.
Let me summarize from me anyway. Let me move on from that. From where we are right now, about going to 3 weeks now of the new administration, what I've seen in place that a lot of Nigerians are praising like it's a great stuff. I understand why they think that it's a great thing because something is happening. But in terms of benefit to any Nigerian on the street, there is none. Zero benefit to any Nigerian on the street. Their fuel prices has gone up. Maybe the dollar has actually been devalued, even in the black market price. And student loan, they've not gotten 1 penny of student loan yet. And so, if anything, life has just gotten harder for Nigerians. But because things are happening, they just think, okay, maybe something good is happening. The truth is, we don't know yet. We really don't know. And all these things that they've done may mean nothing at all because all the money that was saved will all be embezzled again and be thrown into this in the long grass, and we'll not see anything until we actually still start seeing deliverable results that makes Nigerian people's lives better, like proper electricity. Not this one. I don't know why people saying they were getting electricity. Where I was, they said from Monday to Saturday, not one blink of electricity, and that's in Abuja. So I don't know, I don't get it. I'm spending a lot of money buying petrol in Abuja there. So where is the benefit? Why is this euphoria that so many great things are happening? Somebody tell me, because I don't see one benefit that's come out of it so far for the Nigerian people. It's just people getting arrested, and the people that are getting arrested are not even people that stole our crude oil or the list of the long list they gave us that they have a list of terrorists. Where are they? So I don't understand. Maybe just the idea that things are happening and people that support this in Tinubu are just coming out saying he's doing all these great things. Two of the things he did, the other government already put it in place.
Akpabio.
I don't. Is that where we are now? And from what we are gathering now, he might be in France again now. See, like I said, the only thing that he would do that I will forgive him for is if he fixes our national security to a level that they promise that we're going to do. If he does that, believe you me, the reason why I will forgive him because that is a paradigm shift, something we've not done for 400 years. That's why I will forgive him for that. But everything else, I guess anybody can choose whatever they want from him. Go ahead. Oh, Kene, come on, hold on. Who else want to say something?
I want to leave. I just want to put this one and leave. But if he can go.
Let Kene go. Kene is my favorite panelist.
Hold on. No. Let us be respectful. Jerry has been here all this while. He hasn't said anything.
Oh my God.
Come on now.
You know what?
Yeah. Let us be fair. Come on now. It's not fair.
Thank you for highlighting that. I really appreciate that. Jerry, I owe you an apology big time. And welcome, Jerry. I'm not even sure you've been here before.
Yes, I have.
Okay, so what do you think about the ruckus you've just had, and what do you think?
See, see what Kenneth was talking about. I just think that it seems like maybe one state get more passport, the other state they don't. So maybe they increase the price for one state, or maybe someone make a mistake. But I don't think they are trying to like stagnate like one tribe from the other, because no one will accept that, and no one will say something. So on that part, the question is that what Tinubu will do that will make me happy, right? I just see him. It's not like it's nature, and to do something unless it's like going to benefit him and his friend. It's just like this, like Trump. I live in New York. I know Trump because Trump into like real estate, like me too. So I know what. So that guy, people say, oh, he would do something for me. No, it's like not, unless it's benefit like himself proportionally before he could do something. Is that like the same way as I see Tinubu? It's not gonna like do anything like, because we just like, when I say like lipstick on a pig, mean that you just show like things like anything just to make people say, oh wow, this, but it really it's not doing anything, or it's not going to do anything that will make all this suffer in Nigeria to get better. But personally, if you like going to do something, I want to know, like during the COVID, right? And those truck that bring those money to his house, I want to know how he get those money. That's what I want to know.
Did you lose your money? Why do you want to know? Why do you want to know what he's doing with his money? Why are you asking? Isn't that what he said?
It can start from there.
So if he shows you where the money came from, you forgive him?
Yes, I will.
Seriously, I don't care about that. Let you give me electricity. I don't care about where the money comes from. Give me electricity or give me security.
No, like lights. Yeah, that one will not work because someone making money from generator, so they won't allow him to fix that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but what with the security, but that one too will not work because is vice president from the north, so you have to, that one will not allow him to, because someone is making money from that too. So it's like,
but they can make a lot more money from recruiting more into the military and buy more equipment from the military. So the logic is not, the reason why I value security so much is that all of us here, many of us would like to go back to Nigeria and flaunt all the resources we've accumulated in the West, but we will not dare to do that because we don't want to be, we don't want to end up on the news or something. And then there is also investment coming to the country because people are worried about their safety or the instability in the environment. They will not bring money into the country. So I believe if you fix security, just like ShopRite has security or any superstore has security in the West, it allows the environment to carry out economic activity that grows the economy, creates jobs, and it's a win-win. You don't even lose the money. Let me explain. Let me just go 30 seconds further. The sad tale about this is that the money we are going to spend on security, we are already spending it. But how many of you in the West have iron bars on their windows and their iron gates and everything in the West? No, they don't have it because the national security is strong. In Nigeria, every time you are building a house, they have to have those metals on the window, doors, estates. This thing, area boys, security everywhere. It's so inefficiently spent that money, if we gather all that money together and put it in the national security, it's going to do us far more good. Because even the money we are spending is not even keeping us secure anyway. Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let me chip in and leave. So let me comment on what you said earlier. Let me start with the exchange rate, right? I don't know why, I don't know why some of us are really believing the illegality to be for something good to come out from illegality. It's like looking for something good from someone that has no substance, right? In just December of 2022, the exchange rate, the CBN exchange rate, was it fluctuates between 445 to 450 per dollar. That I'm telling you, just December of 2022. But immediately, this guy came in and announced that he will abolish the multiple exchange rate. It shoots to 600. Now it fluctuates between 558 to 600. Just the same way, immediately at Zoom office, he said, what they call it, first subsidy gone, and everywhere scattered. The price of fuel per liter skyrocketed, right? You guys are looking for something nice from somebody that has nothing to offer. Again, the same person you are asking for security. How are you going to get security from such a man that during his campaign, it was seen on the video, one of the Boko Haram members came to them. He actually removed money from his pocket and gave him. I don't know why he should be colluding with terrorists. His vice, Shetima, was seen paying homage to the camp of the Boko Haram. And this is the same people you think that
money was Shetima's money. It was Shetima that gave
Shetima gave him the money and he handed it over to a Boko Haram member. And then Shetima himself.
No, come on. Where did you see this now? Oh. Jesus Christ.
I saw it. If you didn't, I saw it, right?
He's just a beggar.
Again, he actually went to
the beggar is not a Boko Haram member. That is, come on, man.
A beggar will come to and sat with Tinubu and his vice, a beggar.
But it could be anybody among the 200 million, but you chose Boko Haram member. Jesus Christ.
You are the one down interjecting, and later you start calling Kene.
Because you are making false pronouncements.
Shetima, then you wait. When I'm done, you now counter me, right? With your
I don't have the energy to be countering you every time you finish.
Shetima was seen going to the Boko Haram camp to pay them homage. Were they beggars as well? Were they beggars as well?
Do you have videos of what you are saying? Because
yes, it's everywhere.
You are calling a beggar.
I can share it to you. I can share it with you right now.
I need evidence.
It's not hidden.
Share it, please. I would like to see it.
It's not hidden.
And I will share it with everyone else.
What I'm saying in essence is, please, I don't know how to put it, but somebody like me, I cannot waste my time stressing my life looking for something nice from somebody that I already know that has nothing to offer. Thank you, and I leave you guys in peace.
Please the evidence so I can share it with Shetima.
Yes, I'm sharing it now.
Boko Haram, this sympathizer.
I will share it before I leave.
Because that's important, isn't it? If you have a vice president that could become president, that kind of stuff. So it's only fair. Electricity, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I would like to do a few pushbacks, please, because I told Dr. Damage my role is to do pushbacks. So that's what I'm going to do. Forefathers, your reference to security, and you reference ShopRite bringing security into the. You mean ShopRite shopping center? The people that the shopping center
Oh yeah, the idea was the logic of ShopRite hiring security so that they can be able to do business. That's how the nation should see security. If you want your nation to prosper, you need to secure it so that people that want to come and do business feel secure.
Okay. So in reference to ShopRite, the shop itself, the shopping center itself.
Yes.
Okay. Let me say this. Yes, security is important, but I'm still going to tell you this. Without electricity, constant electricity, you cannot achieve security, ultimate security. When I went to ShopRite in February this year, ShopRite is collapsing. The generator switch off, only God knows how many times. But I'm
But
telling
at
you,
least they didn't steal the generator. They didn't steal it because they have security.
I'm telling you, I'm telling you, ShopRite that I went, their generator switched off. People were queuing. So some people left what they bought, what they picked from the store, and they just walked away. They said they are tired because they are waiting for light or for the generator to kick in, and then the machine will pick up the teller or the till, so that they will start paying this and that. So listen, because if there is in the absence of electricity, because you need electricity to power even where you don't have security guard, where you have light beaming 24/7, you will only see people coming to say they want to terrorize them because there's light. But where darkness prevails, then you see a lot of things happening, a lot of evil things happening. So we need that electricity, then it will function. Now, in respect to illegality of either the present government, the election, or the individual, as Kenneth referenced to, let's be clear. People are bound to change. Like what Loco was saying, every one of us have conscience. People are bound to change. Not that I support the way the election went because I was there on the ground, but if the man tomorrow says he changes, God willing or God hopefully, he change and he start to do good, for crying out loud, I'm going to say something, please don't take it personal. Some of us have been involved in some act of illegality in our life, including telling lies in one form or the other. So is it a case that will not, so I will not write off Loco because Loco one day tell me good morning and it is good afternoon. He lied to me that it's good morning and it is good afternoon. Nothing good will come out of Loco P. That is not correct. That is not a sense of we should be going around with. Yes, the man have issues like every other president we've had or every other person we have. But equally, it is bound to change. And we hope for that change. If he can, if he cannot, well, that is his own prerogative. So when we are focusing on illegality, then we need to also look at ourselves and ask ourselves, what illegality have we not done in our life before? I yield the floor. Thank you.
Yeah, so let me, I'll come to you. Let me just address the issue of electricity versus security. You see, this kind of debate has gone on before, and in reality, there is what they call feedback loop, and there is also what I understand as a threshold amount, because it's not zero-sum game. If you have zero electricity, you probably have zero stuff to protect. But you still, after all, there was a time when there was no electricity. You still need security. So point is that when we have enough electricity to secure the country better, so that we can even generate more electricity. That's what I mean. So the loop we are in right now, we want to go into the loop where we want to generate electricity first before the country is secure. That is not going to happen. We've been doing that for a long time. It never worked. Until you fix your security, then when you fix electricity, it will stay fixed and you can expand it further. That is why I go on about security more. And it's not because I'm saying it. If you look at other nations that have done it, that is what they did. All of them, from China, Singapore, all of them, Japan, all of them, that's what they did. They didn't just go, oh, let's just do electricity first. China was an agrarian society. When they first founded their fundamental security, they built their first nuclear weapon. They were eating rations when they did that first. So did they wait till they had 24/7 power supply? They didn't wait for that. They did what they needed to do to secure their country. Within 1 decade, Nixon was in their country begging them to come and work with them and introduce capitalism into their country. Look at where China is after that happened, because they laid a solid foundation. Sorry, AY, go ahead.
So thank you. On security and electricity, I think they are equally important to Nigeria. You know, like security will go a long way to solve a lot of problems. Securing our borders, securing our oil feed and all those areas. Like if you listen to Asari Dokubo yesterday, was making a lot of allegations, right? However, aside from that, I think the decision the president has taken, I think he's doing very well. But two things I'll point out. I said it this morning. One of the thing I believe is just a political point is the issue of the student loan. My question, I want somebody to explain to me, how are they going to distribute the student loan? It's just like the former minister during Buhari, the humanitarian, what they call her. She was sharing a lot of money. They said they are sharing it for the poor, to the poor, right? Now, all of us here, our villages, have you seen anybody that collected that money? No. So the thing is, I believe invest in infrastructure, education, invest in technical colleges. You know, we have a lot to do. The money is not gonna get to the poor. To be honest, the student loan is the loan. We don't need it now. Focus on other things. And the other thing is, I'm not gonna celebrate anything until after 1 year. We need to see. The president needs to sustain. If he's still there, he needs to sustain what he's doing. On the issue of fuel subsidy, both Tinubu, Atiku, Peter Obi, they all promised they were going to remove the subsidy, which I also believe it should be removed. I feel the president made a big mistake on the first day by saying, oh, the subsidy is gone. Probably he forgot that he's not the president. Anything you do, anything you say is going to affect the system. Then suddenly everything just go haywire. Now he can't go back on it because this is what he planned to do. Because what I actually expected as regards the subsidy is they need to do a serious study. How, if you are going to remove the subsidy, are you going to remove it in the first place? The complaint was the money was going to the wrong hand. Can you rechannel this money in such a way that we'll still have subsidy, then it will go to the right places? That's one. The second thing is, if you are going to remove it, you need to be transparent, explain to Nigeria, how are you going to use the money? Where are you going to put the money? It's a lot of money. Explain to Nigeria, let Nigeria see, which I think if Peter Obi was there, that is what I expected to do too. Tell us, how are you going to spend this money? How much is it? Where is the money going? Accountability. So we should not support anybody blindly. I want Nigeria, let's hold anybody that is there accountable, no matter what the person is. Don't give absolute power to anybody. If it's Peter Obi, I will treat Peter Obi the same way. Atiku, I will treat him the same way. This blind followership and we just follow people blindly, no. We should question authority, ask them to be accountable to Nigeria. And all of us, we should be loyal to Nigeria, not to any individual. My submission.
Victory, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I just need because I need to shoot off, but I will join you guys just be listening. So I really wanted to touch on two topics before I go. The first one was the issue of the subsidy that AY just talked about. Now, you're saying that Nigeria was using about 68 million liters of petrol a day. We all know that is a lie, and now they're saying that it's about 20 million liters we're using. And that's what Peter Obi was saying in the campaign, that he compared us with Pakistan, the same population, the same pattern, and they were not using up to over 60 million. So he was right on that thing. So
yeah,
the issue of subsidy, for me, I just think is a scam. There's a lot of
hold on. Let me just add something. I think one thing people have not noticed is that the drop in consumption seems to correlate with the increase.
Before that,
because it could be that people are not using petrol as much because they don't have the money to afford it.
The cars that they have, they released it before the increase. So I just think that the whole thing about subsidy is a scam. For that, I sent you that document. I don't know if you read it.
I saw the document. Thank you for that document, by the way. I'm reviewing that document. And sure, carry on. I don't want to distract you.
So as I was saying to you, so I don't think if you look at the allegation that is coming now that somebody is being given 500 billion naira a month, that is $1 billion that somebody is giving to one particular industry every month. That's what Emefiele is saying, allegedly. That I'm still trying to confirm that story. That is giving somebody 500 billion naira a month. That is $1 billion. That is just one person, and you're telling Nigerians that you're going to remove subsidy because you cannot afford it anymore. What about the 22 trillion that was printed for Buhari that they approved at the last minute? Those are crazy amount of money, and you're telling Nigerians to go and suffer. You increase petrol price. How are they going to survive? Now look at the issue of this currency thing. This is what I really want to talk about, the currency issue. Do you know what that's going to happen in price? What you're buying before for 100 naira, it will go to 300 or 400 naira. And they have not even talked about increasing people's wages. And they even increase people's wages. What will happen to the economy? Inflation. So Nigeria is in for a big, people don't understand. Even all of us here, if you're sending money back home, you have to send that money into ×3 now. Your people will be crying to you. If the Nigerian food you're buying here, you buy it more expensive. The ripple effect, these people have they literally dragged the country down to the mud. And I've seen them thinking that how can any human being behave like this? How can you do that to your own country?
They are horrible people. You see, when Peter B made a comment about the subsidy removal, that is the perfect statement you would expect from a leader that is supposed to be the kind of leader Nigeria deserves, actually. I don't know whether deserve is the right term, but we should have. He said that if you are removing something like this, you have to make sure you prepare the cushioning effect. Then, the most important aspect is what you are going to do with the money. The transparent, it has to be transparently allocated to where you are going to use what you are going to use the money for. And these people didn't do that. Not very clear. We don't know where the money is going.
And do you know that I think it was the Tinubu's guy, is it Alake, that was saying that Naira will trade based on demand and supply. Do you know what that means? Are you mad? Are you crazy? What it means is that, do you know Nigerians are very flamboyant people? They want to buy Mercedes, iPhone.
Right? It means ISB.
Do you know what that means? It means that for you, this
according to forefathers, to flaunt our properties. Let's flaunt it according to forefathers.
This isn't shadow, because what if you're implementing a single transaction, single rate for exchange rate? What that means is that the way CBA the only way you can get that done is people don't understand these people. They are saying that these people are Olodo. Everybody is trying to copy Peter Obi. That's why Peter Obi said from consumption to production. You need to produce more and sell to the outside world so they can pay you in Forex. So you have.
I think we are producing. I think Dangote is going to. You see, Dangote he hasn't even started pumping oil yet.
It's not just oil. I'm talking about you need to produce all that goods more. It's a general production across the economy.
I agree with you on that. Still, to be fair, the original accusation against this government.
Let me finish my submission, then I will go.
I just wanted to be adding texture to what you are saying, so that when you are finished, it's going to look very, very juicy.
I'm rushing. I need to go. So that's what, again,
okay, go ahead.
That's what Peter Obi said. That was it Kenya or one of the countries that makes $2 billion on export of tea alone. And look at the land they have in the north. So you need to produce more so you can sell, so people can pay you in dollars. So now you have Forex now. You can now, that Forex that you have, that's what you use to close the gap between black market and official rate. Now, and how that will be implemented is that policy should be implemented by the CBA. That money should not be given to the retail banks. So if I want to buy goods from anywhere in America or wherever with my Naira card, CBS should process that payment through their own gateway. So CBN is the one remitting the money to that whoever, to that party. You should not go through the bank. That's where the corruption comes in. These people, they are crazy, forefather. As I said to you, this is an
it's
area that
horrible.
I'm very, very particular
Electricity
about.
wanted to add something to it too. Yeah, I agree with you. So your frustrations, believe me, I share them too.
I want to ask a question to the floor. On the floor, I want to throw a question to the floor. What's your name, Mr. Victory? You said you highlighted some important points on the subsidy. Like if you were here earlier, I said I am the only one that do not agree with that removal of fuel subsidy. I don't agree with it.
Plus me.
Okay, plus you. I don't care who agrees with it. I don't agree with it one single bit. And those who said that, if they have not removed it, the country will go underground. That's a big lie. The country will never go underground.
Yeah,
It will never happen. Now,
with what
here is
money?
my question. Huh?
Where is the money we are spending over 90%?
Did you not hear saying that they are giving forefather? Did you not hear Victor just say they are giving somebody almost 500 something daily? How much did it cost?
But the money wasn't for nothing. No, the money was for something. But the amount is
they said the
whatever
money
is forefathers.
I want to leave. So forefathers have shared the video in the private chat.
My question.
Yeah, I'm checking it now.
Can I was on the floor. I want to ask my question.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
I would like to ask my question.
Yeah.
My question is, what sort of palliative do we think can be put in place that will pushing the removal of fuel subsidy?
Pardon?
What? Canada know the answer.
What?
Can I make my question? I'm going also.
Yeah. Let me rephrase.
I'll answer a question. I heard it.
Okay. Before you answer the question, after I finish answering the question, please kindly kick me out of the studio because I can't find the leave icon on my phone. So when you finish, just
no problem. I will help you out.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Me too. At the end of my answer, please kick me out too.
No problem. I'll figure out the way.
All right. First and foremost, there is no subsidy in what's currently going on right now. In my lifetime in Nigeria, I've had fuel subsidy removal more than 20 times. So as it is now, the other day I was telling you guys, I wanted to get a friend of mine who works for Shell, but he had refused to show his face. Say if he wants to speak on it, he wouldn't want to show his face because of his sensitive position in Shell. But there is no subsidy. See, what is happening now is that the corruption that is in the system, if people want to transfer it to us to keep paying it, because that is the only thing that is there. If not, there is no way the gas or fuel in Nigeria will be costing 555 naira. The max it will cost is 300 naira will be the max, and that even at that point they're making a lot of gain. However, what are we supposed to do in this instance? How will they, like the question my brother asked? Because there's no subsidy, whatever they're removing is not even supposed to be there in the first place. They're not supposed to be there at all. So we cannot be subsidizing corruption in the loading, in the demurrage. You get round trippings that you make, and all those things. The people who are, the leeches in the system that are sucking up the blood of the innocent, in the system. We cannot be subsidizing that. So, and all I need, if they can come clean, because even as we talk now, NNPC has not been able to come clean to say this is the actual amount of this is the landing cost. This is not what it is. This is what we are receiving. This is what we are paying. And the question that some journalists have asked in Nigeria now is, give us the names of the people you are paying the subsidy to. Up to this moment, NNPC have not produced that names. 2, Dangote cement refinery that all this emphasis is laid upon is not even ready to start producing. In fact, they are looking at production to sometime towards December or even next year. But we are told that we are ready to produce in June. Dangote's this thing, it cannot produce in June. It's not going to run any production in June. In fact, to tell you how bad it is, Dangote right now has been given license to begin to import fuel. My brothers and sisters, I thought I'm here before. Say this is just a monopoly that they are planning to use Nigerian people to sell Nigeria to one man. And this is exactly what is happening. Thank you. I rest my case.
Forefather, I have a quick question for KJ. Please, quick question.
Go ahead.
So KJ, Mr. KJ, this issue of subsidy, right? If you are saying there is no subsidy, the price of crude oil in the international market, for example, is close to $1, right? I guess maybe 70, 80 cents. So what that means is you need to convert that amount and calculate it to a poor price of gas in Nigeria. So if you are saying there is no subsidy, who is paying the difference? For example, if gas is 200 and what we have in international, remember, we don't have refinery. We import our fuel. So who is paying that difference?
Okay, if you remember during the Jonathan time, which is the last one, I would have given you more breakdown, but I'm running out of time. I have to get somewhere else. If you remember during the Jonathan time, one of the arguments that he made was to remove everything on the subsidy would have come to 200 naira, $220. I mean naira, for which NLC stood against and said it's not even true. These arguments were canvassed by Adams Oshiomhole. Okay, and say it's not even true. That if everything is done, the removal and everything will come to about 165 naira. Okay, for which they still refuse to accept. Now that's one. Two, the cost. My friend was saying, look, when what they use in telling us that these things are international market price and all that. Yes, it's the dollar, but he calculated for me. I don't know the calculation. He calculated for me how it's done. So it's not like, okay, yeah, I remember now. He said it is not dollar for dollar. They give you crude and you give them in return.
True.
You give them gas in return. Exchange. So it's not that we are paying anybody anything. If you give 100, if what they are going to give you is what you want is 100 barrels. I mean 100, let's say 100 liters of gas. They give you equivalent in crude. So there's not even supposed to be any exchange of money coming from one person or the other. And that's why they're asking people to say, tell us who you are paying the subsidy to. Give us the names of the people. Let us do our own due diligence. And NNP has not produced the name of the people that they're giving. Instead, just 2 days ago, it was said that Dangote had been given license to begin to import.
Yeah, I saw that.
So KJ, okay, continue.
So it means that there's something fishy in the system. I'm not an expert there. And like I said, I wanted to bring an expert. I said, in their industry, they can edge you out when they know that you're the one putting out the secret. So he wouldn't want to show his face. But if we're ready for him to speak without putting his face to, he will be here. Okay, because they know these guys know where the problem is, and they know the people who are getting this, laches. They've been milking from Nigerians for years, and they are not about to stop. Because now they're not about to stop, they want to move that cost to you and me.
I get it.
To you and me.
But for me, I think we wanted to say something else. I don't subscribe to that necessarily, because when we say that the fuel subsidy is there, that would not, I mean, if the fuel subsidy remains, that the federal government, because we have some hidden wealth that we are going to use to augment it, that is a dangerous calculation, because the money they are stealing, they are not just going to say, oh, because we've been stealing this money and we've been telling people that we are spending 97% servicing our debts. Suddenly, because the money has run out of control, we can bring the money we are stealing. They will still keep the money they are stealing, and they're going to let the economy tank, because most of their resources are overseas. They have already invested overseas. These people, they will let the economy tank. So, in terms of what they have on paper, if Nigeria is spending 97% of its revenue on servicing debts, we're in big trouble. It means sorry, let me explain some of the consequences of a debt crisis. A debt crisis, your currency will depreciate like crazy, and you will be seeing people carrying money as if it's nothing, like we borrow, and your currency will be decimated until that stuff is fixed. That is why it's important that they removed it now, because they are sure I can give you 1,001 reasons why this is a subsidy is not exactly very good for Nigeria, but I will leave it at that. But just for debt crisis alone, that is dangerous as it is.
Listen,
what you just explained, what you just explained, right? They are paying subsidy. From what you just explained, they are still paying subsidy. They are not paying in cash, they are paying in crude.
Yeah, that's what that's the way
from what you just explained now. They are still paying subsidy. This time they are paying it in crude, not in cash. So but what I'm trying to say in essence is that, right? Look, we are paying, the citizens are paying money in the form of tax, right? Whether it's enough or not, or whether everybody is paying or not. But what I'm trying to, like, in the same society, how it's done is the citizens they pay their tax to the government. After government have done their expenditure, done their salary, both recurrent and recurrent, whatever, they see excess in the account, in the reserve, something like that. So at some point, if the citizens are going through hardship with no fault of theirs because of the economic situation, what government does is government will not take out from that money that's in reserve, help to pay part payments, and so on. You regulate the price that will be paid for commodity, whether it's NEPA or whether it's power or fuel or even hospital insurance or whatever. You understand? It's those small. Just like I said, in the UK, what do they do? You might have maybe a new build from a new development, right? Council will come and take some numbers of apartments, right? And what they do? Council can also rent those apartments in subsidized rate to some people who I said they're looking for councillors to say, why you who is working well paid or whatever will pay higher amount in the same block, the same building. You know what I'm saying? So there are some council flats which are cheaper. The same type of flat, the same everything, new as yours, everything. Council flats are cheaper. Yours that is paying this thing because you are maybe buying directly from developer or rent or whatever, you will pay higher mortgage or higher rent. You understand? So those are also what's called subsidy. So the council, like in the UK, what the council is doing, they are subsidizing the flat rates for those who are applying for council flats so they can pay lesser rent as against you who is paying directly from the developer or whatever owner. You're buying from the owner.
Israel is done, right?
Who's that?
I'm just sending him a note right now. Okay.
Hi, Kate. How are you?
Hi. Israel sometimes think.
Who is talking? Okay. So that's what I'm saying. So in that sense, that's how you pay subsidy. So, but in Nigerian situation, look, subsidy is good. Why? Because whatever money that is being kept as reserved, you understand, if for the government offers to do for future development or for whatever, government can take from inside just to help to support pushing the effect of whatever payment the citizens is making. That is what is called subsidy. You understand? We are only just saying subsidy because subsidy does not apply only to crude or fuel or petrol or whatever. You understand? Subsidy can be applied to anything. It might be in even power. It might be in transport. It might be in whatever it is. You understand? But what I'm trying to say is we need the subsidy because of the situation Nigerians are finding themselves. The only thing government should do is that government should put things in place to make sure everybody is paying their taxes. You get my point? Everybody's paying their taxes. So at the long run, government will have enough money, you understand, in the reserve. And another thing too, government should also cut from their expenses. Like what they said, the CBN governor was saying just that they were paying 500 million. You understand? I think it's not every day, I think it's every month anyway. Say 500 million to the Minister of Finance to cushion the effect of northern people, whatever. I mean, how can you be taking, where is that money coming from every month? You understand? You are giving it to which sector of the country? So those money can also be put in place, and you can use also to pay subsidy, not for fuel, for every other thing. That's why I say subsidy is good for the country because the country is not ripe yet for whatever. You understand? Why? Because subsidy should be used for the real thing. What we have in Nigeria is taking advantage, stealing money from all of us, hiding under the guise of subsidy. Like what?
I think that maybe they should have been subsidizing maybe strategic areas like electricity, because electricity is not. It will allow the electricity providers to actually come in, because electricity generation is more efficient than burning petrol for generators and all the other wasted areas. So they should have thought about that a lot earlier and said, okay, the subsidy that, because the money they would have spent subsidizing electricity companies would have been cheaper. They should have subsidized electricity companies instead.
They are crazy people. What is there? Why not provide meter? Why not provide prepaid meter for everybody? Let it money for everybody. So that by the time you know, if you use, right, you pay. If you don't pay, they cut you off, right? So if they cut you off, then we'll know, at least we're not wasting power to you. Let's give power to people who are ready to pay. So meter everybody. By so doing, you will generate more money. You will not know that whatever you are generating, giving out, you're also getting the equivalent for every consumer. You understand? But what Nigerians are not doing, they don't want to spend money to meter everybody. They want to share the power to companies, many manufacturing companies who are ready to pay millions or whatever, thousands or millions of naira for them to have 247 light. You understand? What they don't want to do is to meter everybody, because
I think they are not metering everybody, but they are metering some. Everything seems to be done in a chaotic way.
They don't want to meter everybody. I'm telling you,
not everybody. I know, but they are metering some. That's the problem.
No, yes, that's what I'm saying. Now, if you're metering some, how will you not get enough money? More money? Because let me tell you, see what it does is this. You see, distribution companies. What distribution companies is doing is they don't want to pay for transmitting companies, because if they tell you, okay, this is the power, this is the amount of power I can distribute, you get a power and distribute. They go into agreement with transmission companies and they pay and they distribute. You understand? They know that if the distribution companies tell the transmission companies that, okay, give me everything that is sufficient for me to distribute to a state. You understand? If they do that, they will not be able to generate the money, get the money to pay back the transmission company. Why? Because they are not metering everybody so that they will have access to get their money. So if ADB they meter everybody and everybody is willing to pay, because on a very good, if you bypass, it's an offense. You can be jailed for it. You understand? If you understand. So if you meter everybody, nobody will want to bypass. Then give everybody the power. Then collect your money at the end of the month. For those who find themselves not paying, no problem. Cut them off. So you know.
Yeah, they will not have electricity.
You will have electricity, you understand? Then collect money from those who are paying. So that at the end of the day, is what you know you distribute out. That is the money you collect and give to transmission company. Simple. But distribution companies don't want to invest in metering people.
Yeah, that's another problem now. Maybe that's the area the government should have subsidized them in doing. There are certain strategic things you do once, you should subsidize them in doing them.
See, they have the money to buy. They don't want to. Look, it's business. It's just like you, man, guy. You're okay, just like seaport in Nigeria, right? Nigeria can afford to have seaport in all the riverine area, but they don't want to do it for their own selfish, for their own man, if we do this now, money too much, we'll have different people stealing money here and there. And
but is it necessarily true though? Is it necessarily true? Let me give you an example. If you wanted to get a good meter that is, let's say, let me just push it and say like the standard of Western ones, like the ones in the UK, you want to put a good meter there. The price that you need to pay for per unit of that meter is going to be quite high, and you're going to wonder whether you can recover it from Nigerian taxpayers.
Now, let me tell you this thing. See, look, you are not doing this. Is not one thing about Nigeria business people, especially the foolish. I call them foolish because if you are investing in a massive multi-billion-dollar project, you're not supposed to be thinking of my profits in the next 5 years. You understand? Your profit is supposed to be on a very long stretch of maybe 20 years, 50 years, or whatever. And after some time,
50 years in Nigeria, are you trying to kill them?
Hold on. Listen. Look. You are helping or assisting the federal government. You're not doing your backyard business, your market. You buy and sell and make profits tomorrow. No. Let me finish.
Okay.
You are dealing on a business that has to do with the people. You are handling a business for an economy. So you can't be doing a business that today I will make money today because it's a government. The government is continuing. right? So what I'm trying to say is that when you procure the meter, you don't even sell it to the people. You install it. I remember I was in Benin then when the first set of meter that they were installing was free. They were installing all the meters free of charge. What they were doing, by the time you are paying your bill, they are getting some little percentage. In fact, they even calculated the percentage of what you'll be paying into the price per kilowatt hour that you are paying for your to buy your meter. You understand? The kilowatt hour that you are paying, let's say assuming the price is your kilowatt hour is, let's say, 15 naira per kilowatt hour. You are meant to pay like 17 naira per kilowatt hour. That 2 naira extra is 2 naira from the cost of the meter. So in a long stretch of time, you find that you are paying 2 naira for like maybe 10 years or whatever, to which is every month, you understand, or every when you're out of power.
I understand what you are saying. But these companies, hold on now, these companies will have to get the money out first. Now they have to go to the banks to give them money to go and invest in these meters to maybe. Let me explain. Then they will have to install it maybe in 100,000 homes. And when they are doing that kind of stuff, they're going to say, okay, what are the odds that we are going to get this money back, given the Nigerian environment whereby things are up and down? So even if it was charging 2 naira or $200 per meter per bill, yes, it could recover it, but they are not sure whether it's going to last long enough for them to be able to recoup their money. Hence, they are not going to fund it, and the companies are not going to be able to carry on.
What do you mean you're not sure if you're not going to make your money? If you give them
because the federal government can change its policy any moment.
Hold on, see, you have MOU with the federal government. You cannot go business on your own, do that, right? Before you go into that kind of business, you have MOU with the federal government. And before governments go to change their policy, they have to call the power sector into fake meeting. You understand? They'll have a fake meeting, call the stakeholders in the power sector, call them and have a discussion with them. And they'll have an agreement before they change any policy. If the agreement is not okay with the stakeholders in the power sector, everything remains status quo. Federal government cannot just go and say, after having MOU, they will go, let's change this. No, without inviting the stakeholders in the power sector. It's not done that way.
But what from my point of view, if I was one issuing the loan to that power supplier, I would be thinking, you are in a country where they pay for electricity.
That's what they ask you. That's what they ask you. If you're like maybe you now, right? You want to apply for something. I'll say go and get like let's say a contract. Let's say contract. I'll say go and where's your APG? Go and get APG for me first. You as a contractor, you don't have the money to do the contract because I'm the one to pay you, right? But I want to show you, okay, go and get an APG for me. What do you have to do? You now go to the bank and go and get APG, letting the bank that look, this is a contract that you've won. When by the time you give your bank the contract, terms of contract that you won, bank will give you APG, which you bring back to your clients. Yes, I've gotten APG from the bank, that so I'm capable to execute your project for you. You understand? So bank will not tell you what is the contract phase. No, the bank will ask you to go and get so I will ask you to go and get APG to make sure you can deliver. You are financially well without to deliver that project. By the time you and for the bank to give that APG, the bank will also ask you as a contractor to raise the contract award letter showing that you have won the contract from me, the client. By the time
but the bank will not give you the APG now because they will know you will not be able to recover the finance, that's the cost that they're going to give you back on time.
What the bank needs from you is getting a letter of award that you have won the contract. You get my point? That's how contracting works. Bank will ask you where's your letter of contract of award, whatever, and MOU, terms and conditions, whatever. Bank will ask you all those things from me, that is the client. You are the contractor, you understand? To show that yes, I gave you the contract, or you won the contract from me, for my company. Yeah. So the bank will not ask you those documents. By the time you now give the bank your document and the document I gave you and your profile for your company or whatever, the bank will not go through all this to scrutinize you to make sure yes, you are capable.
Okay. From what you are saying, just because you got the contract, the bank now will be able to give you APG, and you have to prove to the bank that you won the contract and all that. But
Yes.
at the from winning the contract, you might get away with the politicians awarding the contract based on whatever reason they want to award the contract. But when you get to the bank, I want to give you where I sit. I'm pretending to be sitting on the chair of the decision maker in the bank. Just because you bring me a document saying that you won a contract means nothing to me. I will look at the merits of the actual business itself, whether you can actually deliver on this in terms of recovering. Because now when you want to buy meters, you have to know, can those people pay for the meters? Because the cost of the meters are quite high. Are Nigerians capable of paying the bills that is going to recover the cost of the meter in the next 10 years or in the next 2 years? Like venture capitalists, banks are investors.
Why do banks, ask yourself, why do banks borrow money to people? Why do banks loan people to money?
Because they are investors, like I said, they want to make profit. And if they feel that profit is not coming through in the next couple of years, they are not going to want to take the risk.
No, that's what I'm saying now. You and them will go into agreement of how terms and conditions, how the payments will be made. Like, this is what I'm going to go. See, you are feeding the bank.
I won't agree. I'm telling you, as a banker, I won't lend to anybody in the context of Nigerian market right now.
What forefather is saying, is it local? You are making it very easy. You making it look simple. Easy as ABC.
That's how it's done. That's
no. I know you are right.
That's why we don't have electricity everywhere.
No, that one is intentional.
Bank like you could have like maybe you have a relationship with the bank already. They will actually look at the company. They will actually calculate the risk before they will give out money. Bank will not give out money like that. It's just normal.
Hold on first now. Hold on. The bank is not even dealing with you per se. The bank will see, or the bank that's even lending you the money will also be dealing with the federal government, trusting that the federal government is the one giving the contract.
Yeah, can I just say something here? Let me tell my own personal story.
The bank would don't trust the government. Nah.
You know this meter of your fame. Let me tell you a personal story. My mom lives in the house that I built like back in Nigeria, and then every month they keep sending her like useless bills, like 30,000 naira, 40,000 naira for electricity bill. So she was complaining that what's going on here? So I said to her that go to the NEPA office and complain. They tell them that you want a meter. I tell you what, for that Nigeria is a big mess. Like that's why people are grumbling that country can never work. And she went there. They were telling her that they don't have meter. So what they are doing is they are deliberately not giving people meter, because when you have a meter, you will pay the real rate what you are using, and the light, you don't even see the light anyway. The light comes and goes very frequently, and they don't want to give you the meter, because even the meter, they are meant to give you that meter for free. You don't even have to pay for it.
That's why I said the companies don't do it, because it's too expensive for them.
No, it's not too expensive. Let me explain to you. So she was not complaining, and fortunately for her, when she was there, she met someone that she knows. Oh, mama, you're here, blah blah blah. So they've been giving me bill. What's going on? The guy that said, "Okay, I will come and inspect your house." So when the guy came and he looked at the property, he said, "Well, there's not much stuff in this property now, that they are only billing you because the property is fine. They're looking in from the outside. This is a big house, so this has to have air condition and all this freezer everywhere. So there's not really much things in this house." So, and I said to her, "Mama, just, you know what? Don't mind those people. Just pay any fee that you want to pay. If it's 5,000 that is in your hand, just give them every month. Nobody will come and cut your light." And up to now, they've still not given my mom meter. This issue has been going on for more than 2 years now. So Nigeria is an unbelievable country. I don't even understand further. Like,
okay, now let's go back to the core of the problem.
Please,
okay,
let me
go ahead.
An important point. Look, just like what my brother said now, the system is so sick, you have no idea. I'm an electrical engineer. I work in the utility. I did a lot of work with those stuff. Here is what is happening. There was a time Nigeria started giving prepaid meters. Honestly, I was thinking Nigeria achieved like, say, 30% of solution to electricity. The prepaid meter was part of solution of Nigeria electricity problem. Here is what prepaid meter would have achieved. One, it's gonna make people to be cautious of electricity wastage in such a way that the transformer we have, you know, if you live in some area, you hear the transformer will just boom, boom, boom.
Yes,
Overloading.
Overloading, yeah, overloading.
When you give people prepaid meters, they will deal with the way they deal with recharge card. Oh, I don't want my credit to finish. 1 minute, bam. Here, when people are traveling, they will switch off their light. You will not tell them because they want to keep the criminality. That thing is not expensive. In fact, even if that thing worth 50,000, you could give it to customer and say, you know what, you pay in 5 years. You will be adding little money to the bill.
That's how it's done.
They don't want the system to work because they know this is. They say, oh, they can't cheat people again. They can't. Make it like that. If somebody buy 1,000 naira credit, it finish. Not be person go tell her, you go back there and buy more. You know, in that way, people will regulate what they are using. If your freezer has worked for 3 days, you switch it off for 1 day. I don't want my bill to go up. And you will not switch on the light.
Exactly.
Sorry.
Exactly.
Even the energy service bulb, people will start investing in energy saving bulb. Oh, I don't want this thing consume too much. People will be more cautious. Nigeria will waste stuff. They don't want it to work, just like what you said. Thank you.
And another thing too, even the transformer, you understand, this overloading, whatever. You see, the plans of transformer, design of the schematic design of transformer, right, that is done in Nigeria or is most states in Nigeria, are schematics of 1970 something.
1990.
Houses have now, population have now increased. Houses are now more, you understand. But instead of the government to say, okay, yeah, or the states to say, like, okay, now since we have this urban development, now people are building more houses. Okay, let's give them more transformer. They will, instead of putting more transformer, they will say no. They will just give them extension pole, install electric pole there, and give them wire.
Exactly.
No. This house, this 3 house or 4 house that's coming, it will not act as overload to the existing transformer. They won't give you the extra transformer. Instead, they'll just put electric pole, install and connect wire.
Again, to add to that, what they do here, there is nothing wrong if we have a new area, you charge the people for kind of transformer. Federal government subsidize those stuff. You can tell them, okay, you have a new building, give me 10,000 naira.
I know, but though it's wrong anyway because
it's wrong.
My in the end, what I always resolve to is how much I get billed every month, and when I see the bill that they charge every month, I ask myself, how did they manage to even afford to pay their staff based on that bill? Because if you get, let's say, you are in a 3-bedroom bungalow house, like whole building to yourself, and they are sending 50,000, 12,000, maybe something like 8,000 naira for your electricity bill. You ask yourself that amount. You know yourself, local in the UK, what that amount amounts to. That's barely £10 in the UK. But you know, in the UK, a week electricity, if you are in a 3-bedroom house, you are spending £100. But it's the same crude oil, the same petrol, the same electric lines, cables, not a different technology that you're using. The only difference is that the overhead is cheaper, and probably in Nigeria, petrol is cheaper if they are using petrol to power their power plant, which they are not.
Father, can I just say something quickly? There's 2 points that you've just missed. Remember, here in the UK, if you're using just electricity alone, you're not using gas. Before this recent price hike, you cannot pay more than £20 a month for your electricity for a 3-bedroom house. You know that.
Yeah.
Electricity, no, you pay more than that.
No, you would not. No, you would not. You would not. You would not. You would not.
If you're just a 3-bedroom house, that is that. Come on, don't do that.
If you're not using your gas,
we were paying more.
If you're not using your gas, if it's just electric, before this current price hike,
more for electricity.
Hang on now, Father, please let me make my.
Let me search for average price of a 3-bedroom house in the UK. Then
no, I'm saying to you before, if it was just electricity that you're using, every month, like no gas. Like
Yes,
I
I
think
will
because
check that too. That's the
during
only
during the
electricity.
summer months,
Now you're going to summer months. Okay.
No, I'm
Yes.
saying that because I'm just even because Nigeria
It's
is a
true.
hot country, so you don't really all you need here is just light bulb for summer period and your fan, unless you have air condition. So if you're using just electricity here and fan, just light bulb and fan and your one or two devices, your TV and all that, maximum you can pay. You cannot pay more than £30 for electricity a month for a 3-bedroom flat before the previous price hike, right?
Wow.
So what I'm saying to you, in Nigeria, right? Ask yourself, have you asked yourself a question? How can you have gas in abundance and you cannot use it to power your power station?
No,
Don't you think something is wrong with our people?
I think I accept that one, that electricity should be cheaper in terms of, because we have the gas. It's not like the UK that has to buy
Not
gas
even
from
gas. See,
somewhere else.
we have gas, we have turbine, you understand? We have different stuff to generate power. But look, there's a deliberate act not to generate power.
So that it will not work, yes. That's the fact.
Yeah, the system is dead.
You understand? They don't
I
want
would
to.
see
I understand.
Tinubu
See,
can
I
do
understand
anything.
the greater forces at play that you don't want Nigeria to function in
To have
terms of
electricity,
generating power. Yes. However,
Yes.
I'm looking at it from part of. I'm worrying that part of the instrument they are using is the costing. That's what Nigerians can actually be the payment power that Nigerians have. If they cannot pay the market rate, the question I always ask myself is, why is it that a UK company or a Chinese company that can generate electricity, why are they not rushing into Nigeria to generate electricity?
No,
Now,
forefather is the government. Okay, forefather, hang on. 1 second. Again, I always go back. Peter Obi made a statement. He said Siemens went to Egypt and they came to Nigeria almost the same time. They told them that this is what they're going to do and all that. Egypt signed the contract, and within 3 years, Egypt power generation is not stable and like they have lights. When they came to Nigeria, Nigeria government frustrated them. They was dealing and dallying and doing rubbish for more than 2 years. Right? So our people, Nigeria, I tell you what, the devil is a Nigerian man. The way we think.
See that what you described, I understand what you mean. That it involves power generation and from the base up. I understand that, but I still think private companies, like now, if you want to open a private company in Nigeria, you are free to open a private company. Nothing is going to stop you. So they could still
You
come
have to
in.
get government approval.
Yes, but all you need is to bribe a few people in the context of Nigeria,
Yeah,
and
but
you still are able to function.
if they say no, I just give you an example. I use an example of Siemens to you that came to Nigeria at the same time as Egypt. Egypt power distance is over 25,000 megawatts.
But do you know how much energy costs in Egypt? That's what you are not taking into account. Energy costs in Egypt is probably more than double or triple that of Nigeria.
For that, I don't have that. I don't have that figures. I don't know that.
Let me search. Let me see if I can find.
So but the point I'm saying to you that if our gas that we have, if we use our gas to power our turbine, we'll have the gas there that is being burnt every day. Gas flaring every day.
If you listen to Tinubu, right? Tinubu said he was going to stop the overbilling, and I hope he can do something in the electricity industry. It's a lot of manipulation, a lot of corruption going on there. To be honest, I must say this very clearly. Any president that want to face Nigeria, the person will struggle. Even Peter Obi, that people are shouting, Peter Obi will fight. Like the fight is a lot. So who I believe can really like fight these guys, you have to be a bad guy on your own. Like
exactly,
to really, otherwise they can't do you anything. Like the system is so bad, so rotty. Like they will do anything. Like it's bad. So you gotta know how to play with these guys, deal with them too. I don't know, like you just said it all. The devil is from Nigeria. Like the system is bad. They don't want it to work. It's a lot.
No, it is. Bro,
you are half correct there that there's a lot of actors in Nigeria ensuring that things don't function. But I'm still concerned that that's why I support the subsidy removal, because if the petrol price goes up, the ability to pay for the electricity also increases, because as long as our currency doesn't depreciate, what that means is that Nigerians now are operating at a higher level, whereby if a foreign company comes in to want to generate electricity, they don't have too much hoops to jump for Nigerians to be able to pay the bill for that electricity. And because the UK too, they have those high costs of electricity here in the UK. Petrol price per liter here is stupid high, and the same thing, this thing for electricity too. I think it's about almost 10 times the cost of electricity in Nigeria. That's too high.
For further, you're saying that the cost of petrol here is too high. That's why I sent you that documentation. If you look at the cost of petrol in Qatar and Saudi Arabia, that document I sent you, you will know that document makes sense if you read it properly. So there's no way that Nigeria should pay more than 50 pence a liter, 50 cents a liter for a petrol, which is about 270 naira a liter for petrol. No way for further. For a country that is the poverty capital of the world, no way. You know what that means for further? They are telling people that you should go and die, you should go and starve. There's no money for you. There's nothing for you.
Yeah, I partly agree with you. That's why my submission was they would have do the study very well. Like if they have to rechannel this money to go to the right places, because they need to really consider the poor, to be honest. Like the rich, they have the money. If you put the liter for $5,000 naira, they would buy. Like they have the money, but
exactly
they need to really consider the poor. The poverty is high, bro. It's high.
And now on top of that, now they not this currency thing. They are saying that naira will trade on float. Do you know what that means, my brother? Hey, I say, as I'm here, fear they catch me for people for. I'm scared on behalf of Nigerians. You know what that means? That naira will trade on float.
But on that, the truth is, you see these two things. That currency, man, people are making billions out of that difference in exchange rate.
Why don't you arrest them? Arrest them. Arrest the people.
Who is giving them the money? That's the question. Who is giving them the money?
Hey, well, let me tell you a story. Yeah,
you know what Emefiele was doing? Emefiele was a cash cow to people in government, not only himself.
Hey, let me tell you something. Yeah, I had a deal with somebody from the north, right? That had connection to the CBN. He said he was going to give me dollar, blah blah blah. Do you know the rate that this guy was even telling me that they would give me the dollar then? Let me say if the dollar was like maybe 300 naira to 300 naira to one. About I'm trying to remember the year. It's about maybe 4 or 5 years ago now. I can't remember the rate. The rate the guy was giving me, if CBN was like, say for example 200 naira, for example, the guy was telling me they will give me for 150. Do you know what is happening there? So
just imagine
this whole issue and what's causing it. That's what I'm saying, because there's no transparency. Normally, for you to give money to anybody, it has to go through due process, isn't it? So when you have a country that there's no due process, there's no rule of law, people just wake up and do anything. You can just dip your hand in the tail and give people money. There's no consequences. That's what is happening in that country. And they're telling you now that naira will trade on based on demand and supply. What that means is that different banks can sell dollar at different rates. Can you imagine?
Naira will still get to 1,000 though.
Yes. So what? How do you think people that are trading? How do you think they're going to? How do you think they're going to make money?
1,000, make a find money go.
No, my brother, that is not good for you. You think it's good for you because you know why?
I know.
You know why? Anything that you're buying now is not going up times 2, times 3, and your people back home will be crying for you that you need to send me more money.
Yep.
Yeah, because it doesn't go as far anymore.
Yes.
I have one point on security we were discussing earlier. Forefather.
Yeah.
So
one of the security points I have is, so Tinubu, President Tinubu needs to work with release what is it called, Nnamdi Kanu, and talk to the Southeast leaders. He needs to have a very strong meeting with them, including Nnamdi Kanu, and release him, because he needs to down the tension in the Southeast with the IPOB stuff and what is going on. That's one thing I think he really needs to do urgently. Talk to Nnamdi Kanu, guy, relax. Talk to the leaders, have a meeting with them, because he has been doing well talking to people across the country. You need to do all this stuff, because to just calm the country down, that's one thing I think he should also do.
I think the context he can do that is in the context of amnesty. I think sometimes people just say Kanu never did anything wrong, and I think that's where the argument tends to meet the thing.
See, listen to Dokubo's statement about Kanu today, as it was yesterday, after seeing Tinubu, when you see if you say something about Kanu, you know something that must have been discussed with Tinubu as regards Kanu. That was how he had the confidence to come out and say what he said. A criminal. It's a criminal. This and that. No, yes, you should jail. You should remain in jail. This and that. So after meeting with Tinubu, if he has come out to say those statements against NSAS and Nnamdi Kanu, that is a statement he made after meeting with Tinubu. So before we have come out to make that statement after meeting with Tinubu, they must have discussed.
It's not that Tinubu will listen to him completely. Tinubu is his soul man, right?
No,
so
like
if I was in Tinubu position, to be honest, I would call Kanu, sit down. I would talk to him. If he listens to me, if he's ready to work with me, I will release him. I will only give him the final warning. Like if you mess around, I pick you up. That is it.
Another thing, this idiot guy from Lagos, the Speaker of Lagos, what he said about that proclamation about Lagos, Yoruba land, this and that. You understand? Look, justice are not coincidental, right? He's playing to the gallery. If he did not get such power to say such, he can't get such power from the state governor to say that kind of stuff. He can't. That confidence, no. At Sanwo-Olu, small boy now. Sanwo-Olu can even say that nonsense. Ask him to say that.
It's really tough. Like
that is coming from federal. It's coming from federal. There's no
sentiment is. I don't want people to be saying, "Oh, yeah, now they can't do anything." What are you guys talking about? He did something, but they should grant him amnesty.
Whether I did or not, Tinubu is. I don't think Tinubu is going to do anything to about him. At least
he might look into it. When Buhari captured Nnamdi Kanu, I said to my friend, I said, Buhari will never release this guy. He said,
he advocated violence now. I don't know how.
Yeah, Buhari, even Buhari was patient too. If it was Obasanjo, Nnamdi Kanu for hearing why. Like, Buhari was very patient with Nnamdi Kanu. He insulted Buhari, said this Buhari is dead. Nothing he did say. So Buhari just like, it's more like, keep this guy here, leave office. I don't want to deal with this issue again.
I was just looking at the electricity prices around the world, and Nigeria is not even showing up on the list.
Nigeria is cheap.
Because it looks like our electricity price is so cheap that we are not even on the list.
Even the gas, man. Even the petrol.
Our petrol was actually cheaper than that of Saudi Arabia until this increase.
Of course.
It's like we can't live like that now. What made us think that we can be selling things that cheap? And some people are saying that it's not a good idea to remove the subsidies.
Look, for that, you can't see. Look. We've discussed this before, talking about. I think we're talking about money in economy. Like, okay, let's do it like this now, right? The amount you buy a Mercedes-Benz, new one, the same year, the same whatever in Nigeria, is it the same amount you buy it in UK if you convert the money? It's not the same.
It's similar.
No, it's not. It's not the same.
What do you mean it's not the same? Which is more expensive?
Sorry?
It's more expensive in Nigeria or in the UK?
It's more expensive in the UK.
Mercedes?
Yeah.
Wow, it's actually more. If anything, it's more expensive in Nigeria.
Hold on. I'll tell you soon. I'll tell you. You were talking about. Hold on. I'm going somewhere. You were talking about I think you said something like power. How much you power
we are paying for electricity in Nigeria?
That is cheap here. Fuel price is cheap in Nigeria, but cars is more expensive in Nigeria. Why do you do that? Do you think it's
because the cars are manufactured overseas?
Do you understand? So, and if apart from that one, the price of clearance, importation price or whatever is what
adds to the
car. So, if the car, okay, let's do it like this, right? The price of you buy the same car in Benin Republic before you take it to Nigeria, because Benin Republic, because they don't have those ports, seaports, whatever, it's not there. Cars is cheap in Benin Republic, far almost ×2 of what you say cars in Nigeria.
It's not going to be ×2 now.
It's not ×2, but it's cheaper.
When I say
it's cheaper.
That's what I'm saying. It's cheaper. I'm not saying it's more than. I'm not saying if I say it's far as more like it's cheaper in Benin than Nigeria. Of course, I'm saying that it's cheaper in Nigeria. I'm not saying it's more. Why would it be expensive?
You
understand? So why in Nigeria cars might be expensive in Nigeria, not just really because of the manufacturing. No, it's because of first of all, they have standard of production. If it's for Africa, Nigeria, whatever, Mercedes-Benz, they know how to produce the standards, the things to do, what not to do, whatever, to fit that economy. You understand? If they're also doing the same car, they do.
I don't think Mercedes are doing that.
No, they do. Trust me, they do. Don't worry.
Not as much as you think.
No, whether you say not as much as I think,
it's just about the same price.
No, not even the same price. The difference in types of cars. There are some cars, okay, like how I put it now. There's some cars like Toyota Camry. You can't find Toyota Camry in the UK. Something like that. But you can see it in Canada, in America. You see it in Nigeria. But you can't see Toyota. But it's the same Toyota company. So there's some cars they do in so country, and some cars they also do for so country, but the same company. You wonder why. Like even in BMW, you see one series, 2 series, but you can't find
because they are not assembling in that country. Like in the UK now, they have assembly lines, and they may not be assembling in that country. That's partly why.
Production. Whether you're assembling here or
what you are saying, I've never heard of it that they make cars different for different countries. The quality is different. I've never heard that.
Not quality. Not quality. Features.
Oh yeah, the features are different, of course. Yeah, you can customize the cars to any specs you want.
They do features because features. This is Africa. For Africa or whatever, they're just like this. They produce that car just for spec. You know that the car is low grade or whatever. Features that might not be needed.
But the features amount to less than 20% of the entire cost of the car. That's the problem.
Well, you never can tell anyway. But like I said, right? See, hold on. For that, if you make something in America, right, and let's assume you get your raw material from America, and you are able to gather the same raw material in Nigeria, you understand? Still, you won't put the same price because of the economy, the terrain you find yourself. You can't put the same price.
See, local. If the differences were about 50%, 100% difference, we are talking about 1,000% differences in some cases. This is crazy. We can't live in an economy where it is at 10 times cheaper in Nigeria than in another country or around the world when we are using the same equipment.
No, it's not cheaper. I'll tell you why.
No,
the price of the worker, the price for service, the price for service also is also factored into the price of what you're selling before you're selling. Price of service, price of the worker.
I get that, but when you can't account for 10%, that 1,000%, 1,000% is ridiculous. I said it. If you pay equivalent of about let's say £50, or in the context of UK in these days, you could pay £100 per week for electricity if you are using electricity. £100 is almost 100,000 naira now.
Now,
Fafara, you are going too far. Just compare Ghana and Nigeria or Cameroon. Just compare them. You will be shocked at the difference in cost of living, cost of gas, cost of everything.
Imagine that.
Even the university we are discussing in Nigeria, university are so cheap. To be honest, we just want them to upgrade them. To be honest, Nigeria is cheap in terms of cost of living and everything.
We are complaining now. Now think of the 70s. Let's go back there. Let's live now because of corruption. People are just putting price. Everybody
in the
wants
70s, our currency was very strong. Now, even 80s, our currency was better than even the
exactly way stronger.
Not
the price was still the same. It was like the same as that of the West.
The currency was because of what we were producing. We were just not doing everything.
Yes, we are not doing that anymore. That's the problem.
Exactly. Yes. So leave the currency. We're talking about the things we produce, the things we consume. Leave the currency, not the money. Currency, yes, things can make currency to go up and things can make currency to go down. We're talking about cost of raw material. Cost of raw material. You understand? It cannot increase if we base everything on what we produce, we consume. The currency will still, if we import, what makes currency gets value is what we trade with other countries. We don't have anything that we trade. That's why our country is dead. You understand? So if you are saying like price of what we pay, you understand? Because the price of what we pay for any commodity. Why? Because we don't produce anything. We pay cheap price.
For us to start producing something, we need the economy to be able to attract investment and businesses to come in. And if the price of what we are paying for everything is so low, you are not going to attract investors.
Produce first.
How do you produce then?
Going back to what
the government has to do the production then.
If you
that's not correct. No, let me give you an example. I always go back to what I would say what Peter Obi was saying: production to consumption to production. What I'm saying to you, I don't know if you've ever been to Aba market before. If you go to Aba market,
I've been there before.
Okay, you've been there before, right? What I'm saying to you, you find out that Nigeria. I really don't want to say this thing, but I think there are certain people that are hating on other people because they know if they should let people compete on a fair ground, they will be left far behind, right? So there are people in Aba that can produce anything, right? All they need is government support. Give them standby electricity and give them money so that they can produce those stuff. Because how did China start? China started by copying.
Exactly.
You buy something, you copy it, from then you start improving, and that is what the Igbo people can do very well.
I think where you got wrong is that some government people were the ones behind it. The reason why I'm saying that is because
behind what?
That's trying to, because they don't want some people to do well. That's why they are doing it. The
No,
forces that are behind.
I'm saying there are certain people in that country, right? They are scared of other people. Let's make an Igbo brand.
Hold on, I just want to give you a reason why that may be in error. Because we had the groundnut pyramids in the north. The north used to do very, very well in terms of a lot of other trades, but that took collapse. Everything collapsed. So there's something that happened to Nigeria that collapsed everything. Even the oil sector basically was on its knees. We're buying petrol when we used to have 4 refineries. So everything was on its knees. So whatever happened to Aba happened to everything else.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not the point I was trying to make. What I'm saying to you is that you just gave an example. We had the Granite Pyramid and the cocoa house in the western region, right? What I'm saying to you is that we have to go back to that system whereby everybody should compete at an even level, no advantage to nobody, right? So what that will lead to? Let's know who have the intellectual capability to do the right thing. Just like for that, you're in the UK now. When you sleep at home, do you get paid? You wake up in the morning to go to work so that you can get paid. Or if you're working from home, why don't you switch off your computer and say, "Oh, I don't want to work and I want to be paid"? No. The fact of the matter is that if you wake up in the morning, put on your laptop or your desktop to work from home, you're contributing to that company. That's why you're being paid. So the only reason why Nigeria is not working, Nigeria is not competitive at the moment. Let everybody compete. And one I was saying that when I went to Aba, I met this young guy. Then I wanted to like bring some shoes to the UK to sell on Amazon, blah blah blah. So I was looking at the business model. Do you know that this young boy, this boy that I'm talking about, that I was speaking to, this boy controls more than 1 billion naira in his account. A young boy, this boy is not up to 30 years because he's learned how to make shoes and he's not going to abroad to bring the material to make shoes. He exports to different African countries. So what I'm saying to you that the boys in our back and in any way can build anything in that Nigeria. And you and I will not have to be complaining. That's what Peter B is saying, that from consumption to production, you need to produce. When you produce, even other African countries will come and buy from you.
Asked me about my bar brothers, and I feel like I need to go and pay them a visit. Is when they make those their belts that we see in Lagos.
Yes.
Those belts, they look so good. They really look so good. But when you wear them, they don't last 1 week. Yeah, why don't they last?
It depends on the quality. It depends on the quality. That's what I'm saying to you for that. It's just like when you go to China to buy goods, China will tell you that they have grade A, grade B, grade C, grade D.
I'm trying to find the grade A. I can't find the grade A because they hide the grade A from me.
No. The grade A is there. If you have the money, you pay for it, they will give it to you. You say it depends on the quality. What I'm saying to you is that for that, anything that we are craving for, the way you grow your economy, you need to start. Okay, let me give you an example of gold. Look at the gold that they have in Zamfara, another state. Imagine if you have a gold market in Lagos, yeah, where that they actually produce the gold there, your necklace, your bracelets, everything. Look at the job that will create. Now that will bring foreigners to come into Lagos, to come to our gold market, like the way we go to Dubai to buy gold. Have you been to the gold market in Dubai? I've been there. And Nigeria have gold. So imagine if we were producing the gold in Nigeria where you can buy your neck chain.
I agree with you on all these things. Isn't that why I keep telling people that your country will not function until you fix your security? The reason why your country is messed up is it's not. We keep thinking that we are going to run away from it. You keep circling it. If you circle and circle and circle, you're going to circle back. Because I've read the structure of most countries, how they developed. First, they fix their security. And in the case of fixing it, sometimes it can get very, very bad for them. But after they do it, they don't look back anymore.
What about if you have people that are deliberately sabotaging you not fixing your security from certain region? What do you do about it?
You see, now that is what you fight for. If you
how would you do it?
Fight for one thing first. You fight for the critical one. That one that you are fighting, let's say security now, they are trying to sabotage it.
Yes.
If they win that fight and sabotage it, there's no point fighting another fight until you fight that fight and win it.
I don't want to say this thing on air because it's a very serious issue. I don't want to say this. I don't want to disclose this on air. If you know the people that are behind that security thing in Nigeria, right? I'm telling you, I don't think anybody can fix that issue. It will take it will take something, a great intervention. You have internal saboteurs that are actually disrupting the system for being fixed. And these are monsters that have been eating that Nigerian state for years. Let me tell you something for that. If Nigeria was to go to a regional government today, right? What those Boko Haram is saying in the north will stop tomorrow. If Nigeria goes to regional government today,
we've been there.
I'm telling you, for that, hang on, right? I'm telling you that the Boko Haram that you're seeing, the insurgencies that you're seeing in the north will stop tomorrow. You know why? They don't have access to crude oil money that they will use to go and buy weapons anymore. They don't have the 2 billion.
They have crude oil.
Sorry.
They have crude oil in Mali and all the places they operate.
No. That's what I'm saying to you is that you're not listening to me. I'm saying to you now, right? If Nigeria goes to maybe 6 geopolitical zones, for example, right, where every zone control the resources, I'm telling you for a fact that the Boko Haram and insurgents will stop in the north tomorrow.
No, it won't. It won't stop.
Okay,
Because your nation is still very weak.
like I said to you, I don't want to go further and start saying things
I
because
have reasons for saying it. I'm saying Mali is resist and they have that problem. Burkina Faso is having that problem. All these nations, many nations are having the same similar problems of destabilizing agents coming in and destabilizing their nation.
Yeah, so why do you think they're having that problem? Why do you think so?
Because they want to keep the nations underdeveloped. That's the whole point. If your nation,
is it not the same point I'm saying? I'm going back to. I'm saying to you now, if Nigeria goes into 6 geopolitical zone and every zone is trying to secure that zone, right? So the people that are trying to disrupt the whole Nigeria as a unit, we find it more difficult now to disrupt it. We're not breaking up. We're not going apart. We're not saying that, oh, this is what we're going. No, you see in one country, but every zone will have to come up with a security structure to secure that zone.
No,
it's not going to work. They're just going to fight each other. You know that from where they happened in the 1960s.
Let me make a point. What you are saying, that point you just made now was the major cause of the Biafra Nigeria war.
And they always miss it. How can you miss something that you hack back in time and you forget that what the result was? Do you know that this political dispensation we are in Nigeria is the longest lasting one in Nigeria?
Yep.
Anything else has been a disaster.
Agitation was regionalize the country and let every region have their own security architecture. When you do that, the problem you're going to face is bigger than the one we are facing now.
Look at what Wike is doing. Look at what Erufai is doing just with their state. You go and give them region on top of it. They will defy the president and start a war quickly. The moment they disagree, they'll start a fight.
The battle will be too much.
Can you imagine Kanam the Kano taking over a southeastern region, and then it will just start a big problem in the country.
It will just be throwing grenade everywhere.
For that, again, I think you people are missing the context that I'm making here. What I'm saying to you, the country is not dividing. We're not saying that you're going on your own. No, we're saying that secure.
It's not gonna work. Sorry. The what is happening in Sudan? Do you know? Do you know what is happening in Sudan? Do you know?
I know.
It's because of similar thing. Because you have 2 military forces in Sudan. That is what is causing the war in Sudan now.
The example is happening as we speak.
What are they fighting over? What are they fighting over?
Who should dominate?
2 military forces in Sudan. That is what is causing the war. So it's power. What's it called? They're fighting for power. So you have 2 generals that are controlling 2 different military groups. That is what is happening.
They are fighting the bottom line. The bottom line that they are fighting for the resources, isn't it? That's the bottom line.
Yeah, that is what is happening.
That's what is going to happen in this country too.
That's what is going to happen.
If you do the same thing, you're going to have power blocks that want to fight each other, and we are easy to divide.
No. For that. So you're not saying that if the people from the northeast secure that region and they have their own resources there, right? I will come up with a formula that says that this is what you're paying to the center, right? And then you're telling me that somebody from the west, somebody from the southwest will not go and fight them because they want the resources from the northeast. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not how it works. They will have one thing that they will disagree on, and it will lead to, with the aid of obviously foreign powers, they will have one thing they disagree on, and it will lead to a serious conflagration. And you will see one man will say, "I won't agree," and the other one will say, "I will agree."
That's why you have treaties. That's why you have treaties. That's why you have treaties in place.
They didn't know that in Sudan. Bro. They didn't know that in 1960s.
No. Sudan. Let me tell you something. You see, for that, I always go back to say that because our people, right, the way we reason, we don't think 100 years in advance, right? We reason for now, right? We're not looking ahead, right? For that, you made a statement some time ago about that. The key thing that you need is stability, right? So now, the system that we have right now, the system is not working because one, it's a high level of impunity whereby there's no rule of law.
I agree that the system is not working, but it doesn't mean you should reach out to a wrong solution. It's not going to work either. That's the problem. You can't go to
you
that
can't have
doesn't
two
work.
military set up in one country. It's
Not
war.
to mention
You
4 or
declaring
6.
war.
No,
You
no, no.
declaring war. Trust me.
The idea of military, right? Like you said, if in a country, when it comes to like security,
Like as a nation like Nigeria, for that matter, not just any country.
Nigeria, security. Yes, Nigeria is also a country. So what happens to that country is supposed to be the same here. Security one. You understand? To have a grand commander. Because if you have each region having their own army, that means you have different grand commander. So if Mr. A wake up and decide not to like Mr. B, he can decide to like say, okay, call you people.
Exactly.
It might even be borderline. Maybe this the last village in my community, my state, is fighting with the last village in your state because of maybe borderline, you understand, claim or whatever. I farm encroaching community from your stand. Let's use like Edo, for instance. Now you see maybe Igbanke people and Agbo people, they are fighting because they are sharing one line. It's just dividing both of them. So because you know that this governor say, oh, your white people will fight my people, before you know they start sending military to each other. So I think for that, but I think for state policing, which is like national guard or national security or state police, civil defense, I think that one can fly. But for military militarization of a state, no, that is nobody will win that.
And I think that this is where many of our people we always go back to something they not always, to be fair. They talk about regional this. I think because it's what they know. I think what we should be striving for is have a very, very stronger center, if anything, because the center is not strong. The nation is not strong. The nation is weak. We are very susceptible. If I was the Europeans, I would run. Sure, they are doing it already, to be fair. That exactly what is happening. That is what I would have done to Nigeria. I would have made sure all your resources end up in my country, and your people keep blaming yourselves for all the problems going on while I sit overseas. That's exactly what I would do. If I can make it like Congo, that would be better. But this is just fine because I can still come here, enjoy myself, and still live with everything anyway. So Nigeria is a perfect state of control. And I think that the reason why they know that Nigeria is very important for them to control is because they know if Nigeria is let free, the entire continent of Africa will be let free.
The black race will be let free. That would be like a reset. Yeah.
Yes. And that's why it's so important. You see, if you watch the Nigerian on YouTube, if you watch these Nigerian military channels, you will see that they show up there all the time. You will see British, you see American soldiers, they will be coming, salute. When countries are looking to join BRICS, even France is talking that it wants to be present during the BRICS meeting. But Nigeria is nowhere to be seen. It's like totally captured. One of the major countries in Africa, the largest economy in Africa, is not even contemplating joining BRICS at all.
Yeah. But
when the whole world is moving in that direction.
For that, look at another thing. Look at the thing that they did in the Naira and the Yuan swap with the Chinese money swap. What happened to that? That never saw the light of day again.
Completely, they buried it. When their
IMF was complaining. IMF was complaining because do you know what that would have done to the dollar in Nigeria? That would have decimated the dollar value in Nigeria.
And the Nigerian currency would have improved, you know. But
yes, why do you need dollar? Because most of our goods now will buy from China. Why do you need dollar?
Why do you need the dollar? And you know, America now has visited China recently now, and they are going. See, this is my biggest fear. My biggest fear is China, America, and Russia. If they come to an agreement, hey God, we are in big trouble.
Never, they won't.
The Blinken just visited. He's going to visit China this weekend. I think he's there
already.
Now.
He's there already. He's there now.
He's there right now. And before you know it, if this Russian war ends and they start settling themselves, we are not in any state to challenge any of them.
Because the thing
we should be joining BRICS and all those organizations.
For that, the only saving grace is that they don't trust themselves. You see, that's the problem.
See,
those three people. No, for that, they don't trust themselves. They don't.
No,
that's how Europeans were before they had the Berlin Conference. They don't even need to trust themselves to function. The point is when they decide to put their differences aside and say,
common ground,
common ground,
yes.
they should do something, then we will be in trouble.
I know. Then
and that's what I don't like.
If they do that, then I think it will now show to the world that Africans are really foolish people. Africans are really fools. That so even the event of slavery that happened, and you see the racism that
we didn't learn anything from that.
No, yes, and even this that happened, racism that happened, the slavery that happened, that in all parts of the continents that we go to, we are treated like trash, like shit. We are like the lowest entity of human beings in life, the way they were being treated, and yet we see those three people come together, those three enemies coming together, all because they want to continue to exploit us. And Africans decide to still remain like that. That means Africans.
You see, Loco P. That's
you know what? There was a time I used to think like that.
Loco P. Now you see the point. This is why I was pushing for Peter Obi so badly, because we needed to get a system that is working for us in terms of accountability.
Before
so that we can elect our leaders.
No, baby,
do you understand?
Before that, before that, leaders cannot just do anything per se. A leader will go there with his own squad that thinks like him. His own ruthless, deadly squad. You understand? That nobody can penetrate. Because if Peter Obi goes there, you will say is there, you're happy, things are going to change. Before you know it, there are many people that is going to put some sign in their gari. Before we know, those are the people they will use to poison him. He will just sleep.
This Peter will be
they will just sleep, will not wake up. Case closed.
I just watched a documentary today.
Peter Obi will just get in and change over. Nothing.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying to you that that would be a start of a process whereby you know that if you go and vote, your vote will count. You understand? When you're able to account for, when you're able to hold your leaders accountable, what do you think they will start doing? They will start looking inwardly to see that what can we do to improve the life of our people.
The people
do you understand?
The people these so-called people are talking about, we are even, how many are we? The larger population of Nigeria that are idiots, they're too plenty, they are born fools. Somebody their eyes.
Hold on.
You open your eyes.
You're right. You're right.
Born fools, they're plenty.
I'm telling you, man, look, you're not in a good mood with us today, man. You just finished trashing the entire black race. Now you're trashing the
No, trust me, see, those are the problem of Nigeria. Those born fools. You think they are educated, they are men, they know what's up. There's the way to be arguing blindly to support these useless leaders.
Oh my God.
Now those ones be the real job problem we get for this country. Nobody else.
These are our leaders.
See, our leaders are not dumb. They know what to do. They have PAs, they have PPA, they have SA, they have SSA, they have all of them. Telling me ministers and commissioners, all of them put together cannot find a solution.
They travel outside. They know what
they don't want to do it.
Yeah,
they are taking advantage of the poor idiots. Wait, not even poor, they're not poor. Greedy idiot, greedy bastard. Who just want to say the other way to collect money.
The other thing they use, then they bring religion, bring tribe, controlling
and tribe. Yeah, religions are tribe. Yeah, to mix it together. That's it, man.
Even if hold on, the idiot, they don't get sense in that game plan. They don't get sense.
See, hold on. I think I've said this before on this panel, or I will probably be repeating it every day. I used to think exactly the way, or I wouldn't say think. I probably still shares the opinion of Loco. I used to be like that, where I feel like, okay, other people were colonized too. Why are they all doing better now? Other people were, so I was trying to find what made them different. Why are they different from us? Because if you look at every other matrix, we are actually very nice people. We know we are not as mean to each other as they are to themselves, and we tend to be welcoming of visitors more than they are. So
of course, that's our weak point now. Being open to people that you don't know. That's your number one weakness. You don't know these people. You're being open.
True, but what made them change? You see, why did they change? And what I find is that it's because they experienced a very, very traumatic event more recently than we did. Our own traumatic event is amongst ourselves, but them, they experience traumatic event from outside recently, like in the last 50, 70, years or so. Like in the case of China, it's Japan that did them in. Like Japan really messed them up, and then America screwed Japan up badly. Then America went on and screwed North Korea up. All these countries.
Who fight Rwanda? Who fight Rwanda?
That's what I mean. That our own is within our this thing internally.
Rwanda not the better past Nigeria.
Yes, at the moment.
I don't know why we say. By the standard we are talking about, Rwanda is nothing. And let's not get it twisted.
No, you're looking at if to say things they okay. Now the way things be now, why we not try? Make we see like Rwanda. Let's forget.
At least. Some Rwandans will look at us. Some Rwandans will look at us and think we are not doing too badly too. I'm telling you, our GDP per capita is well higher than that of I think
leave for those big grammar. Leave for those big grammar.
Okay, fine.
Who fight Ghana? Who fight Ghana?
Is Ghana good?
Okay, hold on, wait first.
But what about Tanzania? What about Tanzania recently?
The Ghana wake up one day. They say
no black nation is solid.
See now, Ghana wake up one day. They say they want to do what's called Doomsu. If you hear that word Doomsu, where everybody came out in Ghana and protested like they cannot be living in darkness. Everybody protested. All the celebrity came out. They turned themselves to ordinary people. They demonstrated, and now they have lights in Ghana far better than Nigeria.
Far better, but they still have outages and they still have issues.
When you say better, those small things first, like good road, water, hospital, education, light, whatever. More just forget and first.
Hold on now. So are you, okay? Let me explain something to you so you can see why. My issue is that you are saying that our people fall for little things, and you are also trying to fall for the same things too. Remember, Nigeria used to be in a very good place in the 70s. We were like shining, but where are we now? Because if you build, exactly, if you build, it's not just the oil boom. It's because we are not a nation that was self-determining. We can do whatever we like. Nobody can tell us our oil. We don't have to run to IMF and all that stuff.
That oil was one of our biggest undoing. I'm telling you this.
What I tell you, is the pipeline.
Why are we blaming the oil? Saudi Arabia had the oil.
Let me make a point. Do you know that if Nigeria never had crude oil, right, we would have been thinking aggressively how to raise money from other areas?
We would still be in trouble. It wouldn't matter.
No, it would not have been as it is now. I'm telling you.
The reason why it would have been bad, it may have even been worse. You're not listening. Look at other countries that have crude oil. They still did badly.
Hold on.
There's a reason why it's almost uniform on the continent. But
the crude oil was not the problem. It wasn't the problem. When they say oil boom was the problem, not that the crude itself was the problem. It was what we were made to understand about the oil. You understand? They made us understand, like, see, they'll tell you pipeline. Nigeria is the only country where oil, they'll tell you invest in oil. As you just say crude oil, nah. Before you do that, this quantum, you're a billionaire. That was how we were told how oil the business is. So everybody left what they were doing, farming, anything that they were investing. Everybody was pursuing oil because they only believe is oil is where the money is. Nobody wants to think in.
That's how it looked.
Exactly. That is how we were trained to believe, or whoever agreed made us to believe.
See, the point I'm making is that even without the oil, even if it was only granite, this thing, there's always something that is going to come up and say, oh, this is what we're supposed to be, and in the end we're going to run into the ground because the path we're walking was not a sustainable path. I keep saying it. If you don't fix this is security, or if you don't fix all those basic, maybe not only security, maybe it's got to do with some strict laws in terms of corruption and all those sort of things. If you fix all those things, but at the back of it, to stop your country from falling into the influence of other nations, you have to fix your security. If you don't fix it, you are just working for the people that have it. It's that logic. If Nigerians don't get it through their skull, they are not going to wake up to it for a very, very long time.
For that, this is my point. Why about that's how I keep going back to the same what I was saying earlier on. There are people that are deliberately sabotaging the security effort of Nigeria. That are some of them are even within your government, within your own
There are
government.
always fifth columns. You deal with them. There are
Okay,
always
how would you do that?
by using the security forces, the larger security forces. See, our problem is that hold on now. Our problem is that our security force is not even up to the reasonable size. Because remember, see, you have to understand the dynamics. The way it works is that if you are not strong enough, you are more susceptible to being influenced. And when you are susceptible to being influenced, you are going to have those actors be more powerful, and they will be affecting the outcomes in the system. But the larger the system, the security network you have, the less likely people are going to come into your country. First, you're going to have stability, so the systems will start working. And then it's less likely that people can succeed to sabotage them. They will succeed sometimes, but their level of success will reduce. It will be diminishing depending on how well your system carries on functioning. The reason why I say that is because when you look at other nations that did similar stuff, they started functioning better over time. South Korea, what they call it, like North Korea was like a backwater when by the time America finished with it, because America destroyed 85% of their structures. But look at the nation today. It's a nation that if they go toe-to-toe with Nigeria right now, Nigeria will not come out at the other end. So, but they built that from scratch. The same thing with even Japan, that was nuked twice, will still go toe-to-toe with us today, and we're not going to stand because they did the right things first and built from there. Can you believe almost every country that has been invaded in the southeastern that Asian territory, that Asian area, apart from Afghanistan and I don't know any other country, that the others have gone on to do great things. And Afghanistan was invaded more recently. The others have gone on to grow very, very massive economies and doing very well right now.
So don't you think that this what you're talking about is an issue with the people? Is an issue with it has to do with an issue of Nigeria people, how we think and how we behave.
Exactly.
And our mentality.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I see. The reason why I'm saying is because I'm one of those people that really believe in individual this in accountability, and we should take responsibility for everything. But sometimes there are forces at play that I really feel bad to say that are at play that you cannot control. It's not yours to control.
Of course they are. But you have to do this because we've not fought war. That's why we are where we are.
And there is a theory. You know what? I used to think that I was just making this. I was just using observation to reach this conclusion myself. Then I went and asked this question because I felt this has to be a theory that somebody has come up with. And I said, what are the odds that when you have been invaded? Is there a theory that says something about when a country has been invaded, they are likely to develop? And it turns out that there are people in history that have suggested this, that there's a pattern to it. If you have been invaded, and they reported that the reason why that happens is because people are more united to want to build.
Okay.
When after such an invasion or such defeat in war,
which is true anyway. Which is true. That's a true statement. Yeah, that's correct.
No problem.
But we never got that. We never got that because the people that were defeated of Aronwe and all that, they were all dead by the time the British left.
We
never had that.
For us, how many countries in Africa is better than Nigeria?
A half. About half.
Okay, half African countries is better than Nigeria.
No. If you include North Africa, okay, all North Africans are better than us.
See that nice. What I don't know where you could have not black. I asked a simple question: how many African countries is better than Africa?
Better than Nigeria. Okay, I'll say half.
Sorry, better than Nigeria. Better than Nigeria, half, right? Half African countries.
And most of them are coming from the north.
Okay, no problem. Now, those half that are better than Nigeria, how many of them went through that war you're talking about? This war you're talking about that they want to rebuild?
All the northern ones went through it. All the northern ones went through it. South Africa went through it. And Ethiopia.
What?
Huh? Ethiopia went through it.
So they have severe war that the external war that killed the people, or was it internal war or external war?
External. Remember the Israelis and the Arab world. Their
wars. Okay, Arab invasion of North Africa.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you say Arab invasion, but
no, not Arab invasion, Israel and Arabs.
Okay, Israel and Arabs. Okay, he affected Africa.
He affected them, the North African countries, and he made them sit up. And then the French also fought the Algerians bitterly too.
No, hold on first now. Compared to the wars you are talking, like the Hiroshima, the Japan, the Hong Kong, those kind of war. That's what I'm talking about. Not smaller, petty war.
Local, put it to say the last 60 years since when Nigeria have gotten independent. Just say the last 63 years. How many are there?
Because what I'm going to is like, okay, if those countries now, right, that are better than half of the African countries are better than Nigeria, right, and you are saying all of them went through war, that's why they're better than Nigeria. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying. I'm just saying majority of them.
Okay. So the ones that did not go through war, that are still better than Nigeria, they forbid make we see measure our own, make we step up our game to be like them first. At least we have a mate.
It's like saying
they did not go to war in Africa.
See, when I say they are better than Nigeria, the North African countries and all the other countries in like let's say the black nations, the North African countries and the black, the gap between them is very significant.
Wait, the one that
we're not talking about just little leap. There's a big leap between them.
The one that did not go to war that are better than Nigerians, that Africans that didn't go to war that are better than Nigerians. Why are they better than us?
Well, they are better than us because they just didn't go to as much. They didn't go through similar negative stuff as we have gone through.
Like what?
Because we are also a target. Remember, we are also a target. We are an important country, and it's just a lottery.
So that's your, but the consequences are similar. That's your war emphasis is wrong. Your war emphasis is wrong. Because
it's not wrong. Oh my God! I just told you that the ones that experience the war, there's a step change. There's a big step change in their development.
No problem. The one that did not go through the war that are still better than us. Why should they be better than us?
Okay, let me give you an example. So you see what I'm talking about. So you understand the scale of what I'm talking about. Do you see Mali? Mali has got about 22,000 soldiers. They share a border with Algeria that has got almost 700,000. That is not the same nations. That is like baby versus Goliath situation. That's why I tell you the step change in North African countries is so different that it makes us look like we are just babies.
See, forwarders, we can have any amount of armies if you want to have, right?
No, you can't actually. We never did.
Listen. See, what's happening to Nigeria is they are deliberately doing what they are doing. Not that they don't know what to do or it's not possible. It's possible, but they don't. Do you understand? I think Shaw used to say this. He say it's harder to wake somebody that is pretending to be sleeping than somebody who's really sleeping. There is a deliberate attempt by Nigerian leaders not to make this happen. So you are doing as if it's not
why?
Fault.
No, we know why they are making it.
Because we didn't go to war.
But why did they fall for it though? You have to ask yourself, why did they fall for the influence to not make it happen?
Greedy bastards.
It's not tied to only greed. They would see other people that went through this. Why is it that the Algerians are not greedy? You think they are not greedier than us? They are greedier than us. Why are the Egyptians not greedy? They are greedier than us.
Okay. Why is it that in only like especially in Nigeria, you understand that you have like 3 or 4 churches in one street compared to any other in Africa?
We are a desperate people.
Exactly the same way. Just nobody want to work. Everybody's just looking for fast track, free thing, fast track, free, fast.
They don't have a choice. They don't have a choice. So they are trying to find a path. See, it's like saying, you know all those catfish. You know all those catfish that they put in the barrel. You see them swirling around each other. They don't have a choice. They are there. They are limited in their scope. Nigerians don't have a scope of seeing. See all this. Do you think Nigerians think that they have enemies? The only enemies they have is in their country.
Nigerians, you are even suspecting your own neighbor. Okay, you are suspecting your own neighbor. You don't trust your own neighbor. It has to do with war. Look.
You think it has nothing to do with war?
See, why
does it correlate then?
Hold on. Listen, where we are today, right? Listen, where we are today. It didn't just start one day because of something. No. See, gradually this has becoming easily. Bad economy, bad this one. Everybody, Nigeria, just suffering and smiling. Nobody wants to talk. No problem, no problem. Everybody wants to show off. I'm better. I'm better than my neighbor. No, you are this. Everybody wants to break each other down to make sure I'm better than you. Everybody wants to show off. Everybody thinks it will be bad. Everybody will be like, I better forget. Somebody will not dress properly. You will talk. Is your business? Leave on. Even a policeman will be do something wrong, and you're correcting policeman. You tell you what concerns you. Is your business? Mind your business. Nigerians always mind your business, mind your business, mind your business. So everybody is now keeping to their okay. No concern me, make a rest. You understand? If you do top put, sometimes you get a bad outcome from just trying to do the right thing. So you also like mind my business. So that's how those things are be just gradually, bit by bit. Things are just getting worse. Till it became where we are today. That's why I said in the 70s, were things like this. No, things were people have sane mind. People were having family values. You understand? People were having like, okay, people were having this, okay, trust was there. You know, no beef, no enmity, no greed.
You see, what you are not understanding still is that what you are not understanding still is that when I said that the Chinese official was thanking a Japanese invader, that thank you for invading us, because now
it's just be political. It's just be political.
Okay, wait, now he's being political, but the same thing happens with many other nations. The Lin Kuan Yew we talk about, he was due to be executed by the Japanese in his country. By the time he just managed to survive it by his whisker, not even by his own. He didn't even know how he survived it. He just by accident. Every other person went and got executed. And look at what he went and did for his nation. Mm-hmm. The people that Mao Zedong, after the Japanese invasion, one of the first things he did when he went to Stalin in Russia was to ask Stalin for their nuclear technology. Guess what? This is the most advanced technology that a nation like Stalin, Russia has got. Soviet Union, not even Russia. Soviet Union, great empire. Their most advanced weapon. You are telling them you want it. Do you think our leaders will even contemplate asking America for their most advanced weapon? No, because they are not in that mindset. Their mindset is so different.
Yes, because you know why? Look, those guys are doing that, right? They didn't put that as their first priority. They were thinking about hold on first now. They were thinking about fixing the economy first. You understand? If you're fixing the economy, then it's okay. Oh, want to go to security? Okay. Oh, let's ask for technology. But that doesn't mean in their order of preference, security or asking for nuke or having a nuke or whatever is among their top priority. No. You understand?
It was their top priority. It was the Japanese. It was the Chinese top priority.
No. If you say Chinese, they are asking Americans because of hold that against their neighbor, not because they want to go to war. The Japanese will invade us again. No. Okay, America, please give us one small weapon. We'll try to take back. We'll hold ourselves in case Japan will come focus up again. If you want build, Japan will come attack us, move, defend ourselves. That might just be normal, whatever. You understand? Because they know they have.
It's not normal. Then why didn't we do that?
Hold on. Do you know why? Hold on. Because they know they have enemy within, enemy close by. But in Nigeria now, who is your enemy that's going to attack you close by now? Who is your threat enemy right now? This is Nigeria.
The people that are collecting all our resources right now.
Who?
The people that are stealing all our resources right now are the ones that are our true enemies right now.
Okay, so hold on. Let me ask one simple question now. In the eyes of the world now, you now think so, okay, if Nigeria decides, okay, let's do our thing now. America and UK will just verse. Let's go and fight Nigeria. Let's go to war with Nigeria. You think they'll do that? They won't do that now.
Oh, so they will just let us. You think they will just let you develop? Tell me one country that has developed without them interfering.
Now listen to me. Let's say, look, any country that American interfere, they don't develop. They don't develop at all. That means America is stealing enough from them. You understand? So what I'm trying to say
in other words, you are saying if Nigeria start developing, they will just leave us to carry on. So what makes you think they will do that? They won't.
If they come, right, the only thing they will do, they will only come, okay, we want to come into partnership with you guys. You're like, okay, you have this. Oh, okay, I think we need this thing from you guys. Please give it to us. In return, we will build a factory here. We influence maybe Ford as American cars like Ford, Cadillac. We influence opening a car manufacturing plant.
Why do you think they will do that?
No, hold on now. Everybody does that. It's negotiating. I have what you need, you have what I need. You understand?
But they only do that after you've done something that they cannot take away from you anymore.
That's what
Why
I'm saying.
why would they offer you that deal? You know why they offer China the deal that they offer China? They offer China that deal because they know China is not a strong nation that they cannot take out. They cannot influence China. China can withstand whatever they can throw
Now
at
let
China.
me tell you.
So best thing to do was do deal with them.
If America won't allow us, who would America use?
Nigeria won't allow us to do what?
No, you say, do you think if they will allow us to develop without them not interfering? If they want to interfere, who are they going to use? It's not Nigerians like you.
Our leaders now. Of course, they will use our leaders now.
Exactly. So who you be blaming?
No. We are the ones to be blamed, of course. But the reason, the point I was making earlier on was that I was trying to explain why our leaders may have been more susceptible.
Why did they allow Ghana? Why did the world or whoever allow Ghana to have 247 electricity?
What? They don't see Ghana, what you are, the way you describe Ghana is like it's in heaven.
No,
Ghana is not in heaven.
No,
Ghana inflation rate is 40%. And they are going to what?
No, see, not in heaven. I'm talking about a country in Africa.
Yes.
You understand? Having 247 electricity.
See, let me let you know something. What you are seeing now, because I guess maybe you have not done what I did. What you are seeing now is what happened in the 60s and 70s in Africa. There was a time Nigeria had almost 24/7 electricity too in the early, so that time existed. So then it went again. Why did it go?
We are producing, then we are manufacturing enough.
See, the reason why it went, the reason why Ghana is doing well today is the same reason why Dangote refinery has been built, and you are seeing a lot of development going on in Nigeria.
No. Dangote refinery is not development.
See, you will find out. You will see what I'm telling you is true, except something changes in the next year or two. But Nigeria, you're going to see things keep improving in Nigeria, like you are seeing in Ghana, and you're going to see in other places. If the tide turns against us again, let's say the West and the Americans became supreme again.
Okay, why did the Americans?
This thing is going to reverse.
Why did the Americans or whoever that did not allow our refinery to work? Why did they allow that go to refinery to stand?
Like I said, I've said it before. The reason why Dangote refinery is emerging because the environment is now suitable for that to emerge, like in the 60s and 70s. Guess what was happening?
No. The people, what did they allow? Those people that did not allow.
I'm trying to let you understand now. You stopped me. I was trying to let you know that what was happening in the 70s and what was happening in the now is similar. 60s, 70s. Let me see.
Which is what?
It's not the way you think, but please hear me out.
Tell me.
What was happening? The environment then allowed it to happen because the Soviet Union in the 70s were at their pinnacle. They were very, very strong. That was during the time when Yuri Gagarin and all the others had been to space and all the rest. They were doing very, very well. The Soviet Union. And remember what the Soviet Union represented, a mortal threat to Americans. So they needed to work with other people. They need to work to help them push back against the Soviet Union and the socialist system. So they were more generous. They were more allowing of things to happen in other countries. After the Soviet Union fell, guess what happened? Africa was on fire on almost every angle. Everywhere was. Ghana was even worse then. Even then, Ghana was even worse. So the same thing happened to Nigeria. Guess what is happening now again?
What's happening now?
Russia is rising again. China is rising again. There's a multipolar world now. Now they are beginning to even fear China, Russia, India, and others will form the BRICS and cut them off. So now they need us now. This is why the West, the West, the Anglo-Saxons, they need us now. Again.
Okay, so they need us. That's why they are allowing the difference. Different to grow.
Because they cannot afford to be as aggressive against us now as they were before.
Okay. Why did they allow Nigerian refinery, not Dangote? Why did they allow Nigerian refinery to grow instead?
Why you know what? Guess what? You know what? Nigerian refinery is going to come on stream. And back my word. Hold on. If this my prediction comes true, would you believe me then? That the Nigerian refineries now will come on stream now. Something they've not been able to do for decades will come on stream now.
I'm asking a simple question, very simple question. Now, you said if we are going to develop, if those countries will, do you think they will allow us to develop? That's their deliberate attempt to keep us down. So I now ask, why did they allow a refinery to even be situated in Nigeria? You understand? You are saying what happened in the 80s, 60s is about to happen now. Okay, if they are allowing us to be, the Western need us now, so they're allowing us to be at least this same pace, right? This same period. Let's leave Jonathan from Buhari to what's it called, from Buhari to Tinubu now. As Dangote is doing this refinery, would have been seeing federal government also trying to do their refinery. Would have been seeing the NIPP project, which the Operation Light Nigeria, since they've allowed us to be now.
Yes, they are doing it now.
No, would have seen lights. At least transformer going on. Electrification.
I'm telling you, you are going to see it in the next couple of years. As long as they watch what is going on globally, you are going to see all these things in the next couple of years. And this is why I keep saying sometimes we attribute these things to our leaders as much, but we don't look at what is going on, the macro effects, macro geopolitical events that are allowing these things to happen. It's like weather. What you are seeing happening is similar to what happened in the 60s and 70s.
Okay.
And when the West got very, very strong, our fortunes declined because we didn't do what the Asians did. We were borrowing Asians money during that time. The Asians were busy securing themselves while we were just busy having a party. And if we make that mistake again and have a party this round, this is one of the reasons why I got involved. Why do you think I got involved in this debate? I'm not in this debate just because of one party election. I'm involved in this debate so that we fix something that we never did fix when we had the chance to fix it multiple times. We've had chances and we keep missing it. And this is one of the chances we are going to get again to fix it.
My brother, the West did not tell the EFCC who to catch or who not to catch. The West did not tell. Hold on. When you were saying America now letting us be or letting us not be, the West did not stop EFCC from working. The West did not The West did not tell Bulkachuwa, the Senator Bulkachuwa, to influence his wife's judgment. The president of Court of Appeal, they did not do that. The West did not tell INEC how to help to cheat Peter Obi or how to help Tinubu to win. The West didn't do that. The West did not tell Akpabio off mic. You understand? So when we are blaming the West for these things, right? Yeah, I know they have big hand interest or whatever. I know, but there's some little things that they did not influence that we are.
Of course, I agree with you. Now they are not micromanaging anything.
Exactly. So that's why I was using those people. You were saying, whoa, okay. Those countries that did not fight war, that they have 247 lights. Why will not get the 247 lights?
No, the countries that oh God, you're not letting me talk, and you're just jumping. It's almost as if you came up with a theory. I don't want me to pierce that theory, so let you understand that argument you're using, the argument you're using is inaccurate. The countries that did not go to war are not doing that well.
Okay,
they are all not doing that well. It's just like you're saying, it's like somebody is in a prison and the one cell is a little bit cleaner than the other cell. And you say, they're not all doing well. They are not doing well.
Okay, not doing well. Okay, at least what about having social amenity, the basic amenity first? Let's leave not doing
Many of them are not doing well.
No, hold on now. I agree. Why not? Okay, let's have what they have at least.
But we don't have that. That's the problem.
No, that's what
people, you are making it look like Ghana has all those things. Ghana is not that much.
Hold on first now, right? I'm using like Rwanda, right? The way their airport. Hold on first now. Kenya, Tanzania, you understand? Seychelles, the way their airports, their transport system, their railway system, their aviation system, you understand? The way maybe their health system, those things first, right? Those things that they have better than Nigeria. You understand? Why not us having that first?
You see,
let's see how it will impact the mindset of Nigeria.
Those things we are going to start having them soon.
We
are going to be having them soon. I am telling you, the window that is right now.
Under Tinubu, right?
It's not about Tinubu. You see, the forces that are at play. It's not about these individuals. If we don't go and sabotage ourselves, we are going to have these things. After all, look at Sudan, what's happening to Sudan. We are going to be having them because, as a matter of fact, Sudan's one is one of the issues that you should see clearly. One of the Sudan officials, I think, wanted to have Russia have a military base there, and the Americans warned them last year not to do it.
I heard that.
Now you are beginning to see what I mean.
No, but in that case, who is the fool?
Okay.
No, is that okay? So wait. If let's say in Nigeria now, right, as Igbo was saying, maybe just assuming Igbo was saying Igbo Belfast like that, then Russia now meets any Igbo leaders and said, okay, we want to build, we want to park our warship in any of the riverine area in the southeast, and they say yes. You understand? And look, if this enemy is allowing if a neutral person is allowing your enemy to come close to you, as that person, what will you do? You even target that your enemy. You won't target that neutral person, because right now is now a threat to you, allowing your enemy to come close to you.
You see what you just did just now? You see what you just did just now? Now you're beginning to come in the direction I'm talking. I'm trying to let you understand.
I'm trying to say, if they do that, right? They say they want to. Why will the stupid Igbo leaders agree? Is that supposed to be their problem? Russia come and build base in one part of Nigeria. Is that stupidity? Is that supposed to be their problem? So in Sudan's case, why would anybody, whether it's America that did it first or is Russia that did it first, why would any of the faction agree for any of these two idiots to come and build base in their country? Why? Why would you allow that?
Because which to be fair, their biggest mistake was that they were not strong enough as a nation themselves. That was their biggest problem.
Okay.
And see, if Pakistan say they want a Russian base, submarine base there, do you think Americans will do what they did to Sudan? No, they will not dare that, because they are strong. They can decide what they want to do with their land and their people.
No. It depends. Let me tell you, it took somebody to fight Osama bin Laden. People from within the not Americans. It took the help of people in Pakistan. Sorry, in Iraq, Pakistan.
Oh yeah. Some people are working with America. We know
exactly.
that.
Even in Gaddafi, use Gaddafi for instance. Now, look at the people that fought Gaddafi. Do you think it's American? Majority of them is Iraqis. Libyans.
Yes.
Libyans.
We are drifting away from the point that I'm making. As a sovereign nation, Pakistan has a choice. They can say, oh, they want to work with Americans, or they can say, shove off. We don't need you here. We can do whatever we like.
In Sudan is a sovereign nation.
Of Nigeria, we can't.
Sudan is a sovereign nation.
So Sudan is a sovereign nation, but they're not strong enough.
Forefather. Based on your theory as well, if based on your theory about security, in a way, Libya was quite secured.
Yes,
Libya was quite secured, yes.
Yeah.
And guess what it took for them to come to Libya? They had to invade it. They couldn't take the head of state out. See, this is one of the differences.
What do you mean? What do you mean? I don't understand.
They had to physically get involved to bomb the country to submission.
No, the point I'm trying to say to you is that Libya was quite secure. I'm going to a particular point. You see that's why I go back to what I was saying before, that I think for them, for the Europeans or the Americans, they have like a common denominator, like a rally point, which is something that we as a people have not been able to like identify. What is our rally point? Like our melting pot, right? Because we're very tribal. Even they themselves were tribal, but they've been able to find a rally point. Like, look at what the Scottish and the English did here, and the Wales and the Irish, how they fought themselves for years. And then they realized that this will not lead us to anywhere. Let's come and form like a system whereby everybody is happy, right? Like a certain degree, everybody. It's not like it's the perfect system, but at least they have a working system whereby, okay, take what belongs to you, you take and do what you want to do. But in the case of Nigeria, that's what people are clamoring for in Nigeria as well, that we are very tribal.
Everything you bring it back to your tribal thing.
No. There's a point I'm making, right? Okay. Hence, you have to go back and say, okay, let's sit down and discuss that what is going to work for us as a people, right? Because if you don't have that, you need to first, because for that, the biggest reason that Africa is in that mess is because we don't trust ourselves.
I say witchcraft will everywhere.
You understand? And if I don't trust you, I cannot be open to you because I don't trust you.
See, you brought Libya up. Libya made a catastrophic mistake. They were developing their own defenses and security network, and they were doing very fine until they decided that they were going to retract themselves and be a good boy. They tried to be a good boy, and look at what happened to them.
They're trying to be a good boy in terms of what now? When
I say trying to be a good boy, they try to start disarming themselves. They try to be friends with the West. And guess what happened? The West destroyed them.
That's not correct. That statement is not correct.
Hold on.
It's not a correct statement. You're making a statement that is not correct.
Okay, tell me the statement that is not correct, just in case.
You said they started disarming themselves. How?
Because he started decommissioning his bioweapon this thing, and I think his nuclear weapons program. He started decommissioning it.
No, it's not. It's not, Forefather. It's not. That's not what happened. What I'm saying to you, Forefather, I keep. That's why I was going back to that.
Before you say I'm wrong, no, don't shift. Don't shuffle now. Before you say I'm wrong, because I had a point that I was making. Before you say I'm wrong, you tell me what actually happened.
Gaddafi have been pursuing a nuclear weapon for a long time. All right, and he worked with different people. He was even working with the Russians. Right, but they keep dribbling him. Right, they keep dribbling him. He spent a lot of money sending these people to abroad to try and learn that technology and bring it back, but they didn't quite get it right. Right, so the point of the matter is that that's why I go back to that point that.
Oh no! Don't shift. Because my original point. Now you are confirming my point. He started withdrawing. He started not wanting to do it anymore. I was in the UK here. Tony Blair went to him, and they were all palling together. Just barely a year before he ended up this thing dead. The same thing happened with. Hold on now. Can you people let me talk? Jesus Christ! You don't want me to get a word out. Saddam Hussein was also doing the same thing, and he decided to, let me disarm myself, be a good boy, and do the right thing. Guess what happened to Saddam Hussein? We all know the history of Saddam Hussein. Iran was being the bad boy and carried on being the bad boy. Guess what has happened to Iran? Still starting today. North Korea, being a bad boy. They try to talk to Americans. Americans try to misbehave with them. They say, I'm carrying on being a bad boy. Guess what happened to them? They are stronger than ever. If you keep backing down from your own responsibility to defend your own people, you are going to eventually pay your ultimate price. And the examples of this one's happened recently. These examples are a cautionary tale. If we cannot learn from this one, I don't know what is going to help us. I'm telling you, I'm not even going back to the Japanese invasion of China anymore and all that. Look at the recent history one. Look at Ukraine that is happening today. Ukraine got guarantees from the superpowers that they were not going to treat them like this. Look at what is happening to them today.
Yes, so
what else do you need in this life to tell you that your security is paramount and you have to own it? You can't sacrifice it to others.
Father, your security is not the only criteria to be a successful
nation. It's not.
I keep arguing this argument with you all the time. Father, here are the weapons that we are not doing well. Singapore have before they grow from third world nation to first world nation.
Who?
Where are the weapons that Singapore have? Where are the weapons that
I can tell you the weapons Singapore had. China.
The question is that we also have that same relationship with China. So what are you talking about? Singapore don't have.
No, we don't.
We do. Come on now. We trade with China. We do have relationship with China. We've been having. As time goes, I can tell you that we are just so wicked to ourselves.
I
hope you know that I hope you know that
Asian man. You are not an Asian. The Chinese are not going to defend you the way they are going to defend Singapore.
You talk about Singapore. Singapore is completely diverse. You understand, like Nigeria. That is one. And I use the same word. What are the things that?
But their security was very, very high.
So what are the things that UAE did that make them grow? After all, it's the so-called United Kingdom.
You want to walk into that one? Don't even walk into that one. All these nations.
No, hold on. Like you always say, hold on. UAE is an Arab
run. Everywhere you
who
run
happen to be great threat. No, UAE is an Arab who happen to be great threats to the West. But I'm telling you that it's still the West that developed that UAE. And they developed it and they developed it very well.
You guys that's why I say go and look at the foundation.
No, I'll keep mentioning of countries. What are the things that Qatar did? These are young countries.
You see, you are not letting me answer. You're just asking questions and answering them yourself.
Now, answer all these questions. All these questions.
The Qatar, you see, I've heard you say that before. You know, when I went and look at Qatar's this is the military readiness in 1990 when they didn't have anything, they were far beyond what Nigeria was. Like one soldier to around 100 or so, while Nigeria is one soldier to about 1,000. Those people don't play around with their security. It's only us that do this. Man, I don't know what is wrong with us. I tell you.
But Father, your excuse don't hold no water. You know why I said so? When you started growing your economy,
why do they have that high level of security readiness?
But Father, that is a lie. They did not have that security that you are talking about. Their economy is doing well, so naturally, you're going to develop every facet of your economy, every aspect of your economy.
Let me see if I can pull that information out because if you just
I can tell you that you're lying because if an economy is doing well. I am doing well. What do you think? I want to buy a new TV. I want to buy a new car. I want to change the area that I live. This is what you do. But what I'm telling you is that they did not build their security first. And I stand to be corrected. Pakistan also have this so-called nuclear weapon. It's still a poor country. So when you talk about weapon, like everything based on weapons, Pakistan is still a poor country. In as much as Indian have good growth.
Shout.
But Father, hold on. In as much as Indian have very good prospects to grow, Indian is still a poor country.
You're right, Paul. Correct.
You understand? They have very good prospect to grow.
It's still a poor country. It's not like Nigeria.
But
their life expectancy exceeds ours. Like I think we are like
poor country. My brother, go and look.
Okay, let me check India's life expectancy now.
Why do you want to use life expectancy now? We're talking economy now. You are talking about only life expectancy.
No, you are going about economy. Economy is your survival.
Why don't you think the proliferation, the stowaway? Do you know how many Indian is in Arizona border?
This kind of thinking is going to
jump into America. If they're doing well in their country, they won't pass this. Come on now, what are you talking about?
You guys are going to kill us with this type of thinking you have. How can you worry about the economy when you are not even assured of your children's survival? Well, how are you sure your children will not be enslaved? How are you even sure? You are worried about what food you can eat and all the rest
Pakistan
of it.
And India also have these things that will make the world power felt, okay, if we try nonsense with these people, they're probably just going to end this world that we love so well. Pakistan have it, India have it, but guess what? They're still poor. It's not the only criteria. What I used to say was to you, Qatar, Indian, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Jordan, they don't have all these things.
See, let's do it to and fro. So that it will be more interesting. India's life expectancy is 70. Nigeria's life expectancy is what? You tell me. You want to go to GDP per capita? You want to go to their military readiness? Name it. They are better than us. Like not better than us by a little bit, by a mile.
But as a country, they are poor country.
See, why are you worrying about whether they are poor? At least they know they can survive in this world. See, they are poorer than we are poorer than them. Okay, they are poor, but we are poorer than them. And every other matrix, they are better than us. At least they are sure they can build their country with the way in their own image, the way they like. We cannot.
But when you lay this emphasis, because why Qatar grow to where they belong, where they are today, they have this weapon of mass destruction. You understand? And they are doing better than the so-called Indian and Pakistan. Saudi Arabia are doing better than the so-called Indian and Pakistan. You understand? The UAE are doing better. And you know the beauty of it, this so-called Qatar and the UAE is being developed by the West.
Yeah, Paul, you're right. Correct.
The West.
Correct.
So what are you talking about? Why did they choose to say, let us sabotage these people? Because in the next 20 and 40 years, there'll be a threat to us.
They've lost this thing, Hong Kong. Jeez, how can you miss this? Did you miss the timeline when UAE started developing from when they left Hong Kong? Oh, you missed that, didn't you? You should know that
Forefather, who left Hong Kong? The British. The British left Hong Kong because the part of Hong Kong also betrayed the Chinese people. And that is the payback they are trying to get right now. I hope you know all these things. You remember the so-called Hong Kong people are the people who first start all this funny drug thing and everything. These are the bad Chinese guys.
The reason why they moved to secure UAE, to build UAE, is because they needed another place to operate from. There are a lot of businesses that were operating in Hong Kong that needed a tax haven place that they can operate from. And like I said, even